Chapter 4138. Who's there? Fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon's voice had just entered his ears when Duan Ling Tian felt a chill run down his spine. 3 murderous intents had locked onto him at the same time. In the next instant, 3 figures suddenly charged out from the surroundings and headed straight for him. There was no warning at all. Duan Ling Tian had already seen the 3 of them. However, he had thought that they were passers-by and had brushed past them. He had not expected that when he and fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon had passed by them, the 3 of them had attacked at the same time. The 3 of them were very fast and their divine powers were raging. They were obviously emperor gods. Moreover, they were 3 intermediate emperor gods. Oh no! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed when he saw the 3 intermediate emperor gods charging towards him. He did not dare to be careless and his divine power swept out from his body. The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand in a flash. Since he had already used the 7 orifices exquisite sword previously, there was nothing to worry about now. Not only that, but a figure also came out from Duan Ling Tian's body and stood back to back with him. It was his Space Law doppelganger. The Space Law doppelganger also had a sword that was emitting an awe-inspiring aura in his hand. This sword was not an ordinary upper-grade divine sword that he had used in the past. It was a half-soul upper-grade divine sword that his 3rd senior brother Yang Yuchen had given him. Although its power was not as strong as a full-soul upper-grade divine sword like the 7 orifices exquisite sword, it was still far stronger than an ordinary upper-grade divine sword. However, in the next instant, Duan Ling Tian realized that he had worried for nothing. The 3 of them were attacking Duan Ling Tian and were extremely close to Duan Ling Tian. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to be killed by the 3 of them, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Those who want to kill my junior brother deserve to die. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian only saw a flash in front of his eyes. After that, the murderous eyes of the 3 people who were originally charging towards him suddenly dimmed, and the luster in their pupils began to dissipate. Whoosh! After the young girl's figure transformed into a silhouette that dispersed, her corporeal figure appeared before Duan Ling Tian. On her left hand, there was a claw that fit perfectly with her left hand. It looked very sharp, and its whole body was shining with a strange light. There was a blood-red light flowing on it, as if blood was flowing. 4th Master Teacher. Just as Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth to speak, he saw the bodies of the 3 people who were charging towards him being torn apart like pieces of paper. Blood stained the ground. A pile of bloody body parts that were as thin as paper were brought close to Duan Ling Tian by inertia. Then, they were directly vaporized by an extremely powerful destructive force. 3 middle-level god emperors had died without leaving behind any corpses. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point the people in the surroundings were unable to react at all. They were still shocked by the fact that the 3 people had tried to kill Duan Ling Tian. In the next instant, the 3 people who had just gotten close to Duan Ling Tian were directly killed again. The person who had killed them in an instant was not Duan Ling Tian, but the girl beside Duan Ling Tian. She appeared to be a harmless young girl with a pretty face. However, at this moment, her face was cold and indifferent. Her eyes were flickering with a bloodthirsty luster. She was like an Azura. The destructive force that was radiating from her gave people a suffocating feeling. This is a high-level god emperor. Among the people passing by, there was no lack of god emperors. When they sensed the power and aura that was radiating from the girl, their expressions changed slightly. They had never imagined that this girl who looked so young was actually a high-level god emperor. The 3 people just now seem to be our teachers from the law school, right? I know one of them. He's my friend's teacher. They actually tried to kill Duan Ling Tian just now? Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid of death? Attacking in public in the academy, they will definitely die. Don't tell me they don't know this? This matter is a little strange. Who is this young girl by Duan Ling Tian's side? Why is she so strong? Even if it's a high god emperor, it's rare for him to be this terrifying, right? The people passing by all stopped in their tracks. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their faces were full of shock. More people's gazes fell on the girl. This girl was too strong. She looked harmless, but once she exploded, she was like a bloodthirsty Azura. In the blink of an eye, before they could react, the 3 middle-level god emperors of Myriad Law Academy teachers had all died. Teachers from Myriad Law Academy? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Although he had vaguely guessed the identities of these three people, he could not help but sigh in his heart when he heard others confirm it. Earlier, Yang Yuchen had told him about this possibility. The Mon Origins sect had threatened some teachers in Myriad Law Academy to kill him. There were many ways to threaten them. As long as these teachers had people or things they cared about more than their own lives, they would be easily threatened. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Moments after Lang Chun-Wan killed the three middle-level God Emperors of Myriad Law Academy teachers, swift figures broke through the air and arrived. An old man took the lead and appeared. His speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not even catch a glimpse of his figure. One must know that with his current strength and eyesight, even an ordinary high-level God Emperor would find it difficult to reach this step. The person in front of him was obviously stronger than an ordinary high-level God Emperor. Perhaps he was a supreme god? What's going on? The old man looked at the bloodstains on the ground with a gloomy expression. He glanced at the girl in front of Duan Lingtian, and finally his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? He recognized this young man at a glance. It was the monstrous genius whose name had spread throughout the academy 100 years ago. Humph. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Lang Chun-Wan, whose expression gradually returned to normal, snorted coldly and looked at the old man. Old man, they wanted to kill my little junior brother, but I killed them. You're not convinced? You want to interfere in this matter? Even if I'm not your match, you may not be my third senior brother's match. When Lang Chun-Wan said this, the old man was first stunned. Then his expression changed. The higher divine emperor who looked like a young girl addressed Duan Lingtian as little junior brother. And she said that he was not her third senior brother's match. Duan Lingtian was her junior brother, so her third senior brother was undoubtedly the same person as Duan Lingtian's third senior brother. Their Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen. She's actually Vice Palace Master Yang's junior sister. No wonder. So she's Vice Palace Master Yang's junior sister. I didn't expect Vice Palace Master Yang to have such a junior sister. I've never heard of her before. The Inner Palace branch was too mysterious. Not many people in Myriad Law Academy knew of its existence. After Lang Chun-Wan entered the Inner Palace branch, she had only left the Inner Palace branch a few times, and each time she did not reveal her identity. Naturally, there were not many people who knew that Yang Yuchen had a junior sister like her. Teacher Yuwen. At this time, when a few other figures arrived, a lower God Emperor teacher who was passing by greeted the old man in a timely manner. Then, he told the old man in full detail about what had happened earlier. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. The three of them joined forces to kill Duan Lingtian? The old man's expression changed, and at the same time, anger rose in his eyes. Recently, he had been patrolling this area. If the three of them really succeeded and killed Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. When the patrolling teachers who had followed the old man heard the whole story, their expressions changed as well. 3 teachers of Myriad Law Academy had joined forces to kill Duan Lingtian. Had they gone mad? At this moment, the news spread through the entire Myriad Law Academy at an extremely fast speed through the transmission of messages from the people present. In fact, many people in the 10,000 Arts Academy had learned about Duan Lingtian's assassination attempt at this moment. Failed. In the Mon Origin Spirit Sect's encampment, Vice Sect leader Lu Tianfeng's expression changed and became extremely unsightly when he received the news from Myriad Art Academy. Before the 3 of them had made their move, he had already known. For this reason, he had been waiting for the good news to come back. 3 intermediate God Emperors had tried to kill Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian only had an ordinary-looking girl by his side. Moreover, no one knew who she was. Under such circumstances, who would think she was a threat? As for investigating the girl, it was naturally inconvenient. If they did, they would definitely alarm Duan Lingtian. However, what he did not expect was that not only were the people present mistaken, but he had also mistakenly overlooked the girl. The girl was a higher God Emperor. Moreover, she was Duan Lingtian's senior sister and Yang Yuchen's junior sister. She's proficient in the law of destruction and has a full soul high-grade God artifact. She killed 3 intermediate God Emperors in half a breath's time? How come I've never heard of Yang Yuchen having such a junior sister before? Does this mean she's also from the Inner Palace Division where Yang Yuchen is? At Lu Tianfeng's level, even if the Inner Palace Division was not well known, he still knew of its existence. At the same time, he also knew that there were not many people in the Inner Palace Division. When Duanling Tian had joined Myriad Law Academy, Yang Yuchen had personally invited him. Therefore, he had guessed that Duanling Tian had joined the Inner Palace Division. But who would have thought that the 10,000 Laws Palace's Inner Palace would have such a harmless-looking High God Emperor, who had ruined his plan? Now that I've failed, it'll be difficult to succeed again. Lu Tianfeng's expression became increasingly gloomy. In the face of the spies planted by Myriad Law Academy, who asked if they should continue to keep an eye on Duanling Tian and let the other Myriad Law Academy teachers threatened by them attack when the girl was not by Duanling Tian's side, Lu Tianfeng vetoed the idea. There's no need to keep an eye on him anymore. Give up. If we act rashly and alert the enemy, we won't have another chance. Lu Tianfeng was certain that from now on, as long as Duanling Tian walked around Myriad Law Academy, the godly venerable teachers in charge of patrolling that area would definitely keep an eye on him and escort him. Under such circumstances, there was no chance of success. Chapter 4139. Lang Chun 1. Duanling Tian's fourth senior sister. Yang Yuchen's fourth junior sister. This time, the attack on Duanling Tian in Myriad Law Academy made Lang Chun 1 famous. It was only at this moment that most people in Myriad Law Academy knew of Lang Chun 1's existence. Even those in the Legacy Division, although they had long known of the existence of Lang Chun 1 in the Inner Palace and knew that she was not yet 10,000 years old, they were not too sure of her strength. However, according to past practice, there were no weaklings in the Inner Palace, so they were still mentally prepared for Lang Chun 1's talent and strength. However, even if they were mentally prepared, they still felt that Lang Chun 1, a junior who was not yet 10,000 years old, was at most a middle god emperor. In their Legacy Division, the two most outstanding people in the younger generation who were not yet 10,000 years old were the two middle god emperors. In their opinion, even if they were not considered the top battle strength of the younger generation in the Xiangang land, they were not far from it. Only those giant godly venerable level forces could possibly have stronger existences. A high god emperor who was not yet 10,000 years old. In the past, in their opinion, such an existence could only exist in the giant godly venerable level forces. However, today, they found out that there was such an existence in Myriad Law Academy. She was from the Inner Palace and was Yang Yuchen's junior sister. Moreover, she had always kept a low profile and had never revealed her strength. Perhaps, if Duanling Tian had not been attacked today, she would not have revealed her strength. How laughable! To think that we thought that Duanling Tian would become Yang Yuchen's capital after he brought Duanling Tian back to Myriad Law Academy. If we really want to talk about capital, his fourth junior sister is his biggest capital. A high god emperor who is not yet 10,000 years old. Moreover, she specializes in the law of destruction, a law that is not weaker than the four supreme laws in terms of killing. Moreover, she has already nurtured a full-soul high-grade divine weapon. What a monster! It's said that no one in the Inner Palace is mediocre. I'm convinced. I heard Duanling Tian address Yang Yuchen as third senior brother, so there are obviously two people before Yang Yuchen. However, I've never heard of those two people, nor have I seen them appear in front of anyone. Since they are ranked before Yang Yuchen, they must be stronger, right? Since he's from the Inner Palace, it's impossible for us from the lineage of Legacy to not know about him, right? I'll have to ask my master about this. I want to ask too. After witnessing the skills of Duanling Tian and Lang Chun one after another, the people of the House of Legacy could not help but feel shocked when they thought of their ages. In addition, there was also Yang Yuchen in the Inner Palace. Yang Yuchen was known as the #1 genius of Myriad Arts Academy in the past 100,000 years. At the very least, in the past 100,000 years of Wanda Law Palace, there hadn't been anyone who could achieve achievements comparable to Yang Yuchen's at Yang Yuchen's age, let alone surpassing him. Whether it's Duanling Tian or Lang Chun 1, Yang Yuchen didn't seem to be as good as them when he was their age, right? Doesn't that mean that when they reach Yang Yuchen's age, they'll be more outstanding than Yang Yuchen? In the past, we only knew that there was a Yang Yuchen in the Inner Palace, but we knew nothing about his senior brothers and senior sisters. Moreover, they seem very mysterious. Even my grandmaster didn't know about them, only that they were also ultimate god experts. Do you think it's possible that they're more outstanding than Yang Yuchen? That's not possible, right? If that's the case, then the inner palace is too heaven-defying, right? In the past, the lineage of legacy's understanding of the inner palace was mostly based on Yang Yuchen's lack of people. Even when Yang Yuchen brought Duanling Tian to the inner palace, they thought that Yang Yuchen was lucky to have snatched Duanling Tian from the hands of the major ultimate god-level factions. It was not until Lang Chunwan's appearance that they realized that they had completely misjudged the inner palace. The inner palace was not that simple. It felt like the water was much deeper than they had imagined. There were not many people, but each and every one of them was an elite. Before Yang Yuchen, there were two very mysterious existences. They only knew that there was a first senior sister and second senior brother. As for how strong they were, even the mid-level ultimate god experts in the lineage of legacy were not very clear. Both of them were very mysterious. Senior sister, don't tell me you want to be famous? You're really famous this time. Duanling Tian continued to take Lang Chunwan around the Myriad Art Academy. At the same time, he glanced at the group of Myriad Art Academy students who had come to join in the fun and see Lang Chunwan. He smiled and said to Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She seemed to enjoy it very much. Really? Then, am I more famous than you now, junior brother? Of course. Duanling Tian smiled and said, Senior sister, you're a high-level Supreme God Emperor. In their eyes, I'm only a mid-level Supreme God Emperor. Even the high-grade full-soul divine weapon in my hand was nurtured by someone else. Unlike you, senior sister, who nurtured a high-grade full-soul divine weapon on your own. Duanling Tian said. However, as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Lang Chunwan shook her head and said, My high-grade full-soul divine weapon was not nurtured by myself. First senior sister gave it to me when I just broke through to the divine emperor realm. I heard from her that she obtained it by killing a mid-level supreme god. Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. In fact, he had been wondering if his fourth senior sister's high-grade full-soul divine weapon was nurtured by herself, because it did not look like it. That high-grade full-soul divine weapon gave him the feeling that it was not any weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. An ordinary high-level supreme god would not be able to nurture a high-grade full-soul divine weapon to such an extent. For example, when he fought against the Mon-Origin sect in the Hall of Life and Death 100 years ago, his teacher Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty at that time, displayed a high-grade full-soul divine weapon that was much weaker. Also, when the deputy leader of the Mon-Origin sect, Lu Tianfeng, visited him, the high-grade full-soul divine weapon of his female disciple was also ordinary. She killed a mid-level supreme god. Although Duanling Tian had already vaguely sensed that his first senior sister, whom he had never met, was very powerful, he could not help but be shocked when he heard that she had killed a mid-level supreme god. Moreover, according to his fourth senior sister, her first senior sister had given her the divine weapon when she had just broken through to the divine emperor realm. In other words, that was a very long time ago. At least a few thousand years ago. A few thousand years ago, his first senior sister could already kill a mid-level supreme god? She must be much stronger now, right? Although a few thousand years was extremely short for an ultimate god and it was difficult for them to improve, that was only for ordinary people. His first senior sister was from the internal palace, which meant that she was not a mediocre person. Even if she was an ultimate god, she would definitely improve in a few thousand years. It was just a matter of how much she improved. Duanling Tian had already learned from Yang Yuchen that there had never been an ultimate god or a teacher in the internal palace. Those who entered the palace first were his senior brothers and senior sisters. As for the fact that Yang Yuchen asked him to pull Yi Chenfeng into the inner palace as the fourth brother, it was only a joke. In the internal palace, the order of entry was based on the order of entry. When Yang Yuchen first entered the internal palace, his current first senior sister was not the first senior sister, but the third senior sister. It was only when the first 2 senior brothers died that the third senior sister became the first senior sister. As for Yang Yuchen, he had also become the third junior brother from the 5th junior brother in the beginning. He also became the third senior brother of those who entered the internal palace later. When the internal palace was first established, it was not like this where there was a master and disciple division. However, after a reform, it was passed down in this way. Senior brothers and senior sisters were actually no different from ultimate gods. They would do their best to help you. For example, according to Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, the current first senior sister was not only a great help to his fourth senior sister, but also to him and his second senior brother. Of course, in the internal palace, Only those who stayed in Wanfa Palace could become the leader of the internal palace. The leader position used to belong to first senior sister. However, not long after third senior brother Yang Yuchen entered the sect, eldest senior sister saw that he couldn't stay in the inner palace and kept running out to hang out with the disciples. Therefore, she passed the position of leader to him. She herself had left the inner palace. Second senior brother also left the internal palace after that. At this time, only Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan were left in the internal palace. Until his arrival, the internal palace was revitalized. Along the way in Wanfa Palace, Lang Chunwan, who was next to Duanling Tian, attracted a lot of attention. In the beginning, Lang Chunwan enjoyed it very much. However, later on, she did not enjoy it and even felt annoyed. She felt like she was being stared at like a monkey. Little junior brother, let's go back. There were many times when Lang Chunwan wanted to get angry and scold the people who came to see her, but she was stopped by Duanling Tian. Gradually, Lang Chunwan lost her patience. Okay. Duanling Tian could also see that his fourth senior sister was now at her limit. If this continued, he was afraid he could not control her. When that time came, she would not kill anyone, but it was still possible to cripple 2 or 3 people. When Duanling Tian brought Lang Chunwan back to the internal palace, the old man looked at the old man. In the sky, the old man glanced at the young man beside him and smiled faintly. Your little junior brother is much more authoritative than you in front of your fourth junior sister. That's not authoritative. The young man glanced at the old man. It's fourth junior sister who thinks she should act like a senior sister in front of her little junior brother. I say, did you ask me to bring her out with little junior brother so that she can kill those people who were threatened? Yes, the old man replied. No matter what, they are still teachers of the academy. They definitely didn't do it willingly. I can't bear to do it. When the old man said this, the young man shook his head and said, if you can't bear to do it, you can let someone else do it. In my opinion, you asked my fourth junior sister to do it because you want to attack the legacy branch, right? Sometimes I even suspect, are you from the inner palace, a spy in the lineage of legacies? Chapter 4140. I really didn't expect Duanling Tian to have such a senior sister. A few years ago, the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's holy son, Meng Yu, had completed enough missions and obtained enough credits to enter the trial grounds of God. Over the past few years, he had been waiting for Duanling Tian to come out so that he could provoke him into a battle of life and death. However, he did not expect that Duanling Tian would indeed come out and be attacked by the God Emperor teachers of Myriad Law Academy, under threat of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect. However, he did not survive because of the intervention of Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. Instead, it was his senior sister who made a move. Lang Chunwan, less than 10,000 years old, a higher God Emperor. Previously, even the teachers and students of Myriad Law Academy were unfamiliar with Lang Chunwan. Even among the legacies, very few people knew of Lang Chunwan's existence. However, this time, Lang Chunwan had displayed her strength and forcefully crushed 3 God Emperor teachers of Myriad Law Academy. This had shocked everyone in Myriad Law Academy. Only then did they know that Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, had such a junior sister. A higher God Emperor less than 10,000 years old. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, such an existence has only appeared a few times, right? It's said that not only is she less than 10,000 years old, but she might even be less than 6,000 years old. Less than 6,000 years old? That can't be, right? Lang Chunwan feels even more monstrous than Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen back then. Duanling Tian is about the same. Lang Chunwan's fame spread throughout Myriad Law Academy. The hearts of the people from the various heavyweight forces, the group of young geniuses who were originally extremely arrogant, sank like water. There's such an existence in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Originally, I thought that since we were middle God Emperors, we would be the strongest group of people who entered the trial grounds of God. The others would at most be evenly matched with us. But now, there's a Lang Chunwan. The Myriad Arts Academy has always been mysterious. First, there was Yang Yuchen, then there was Duanling Tian, and now there's Lang Chunwan. Moreover, none of them are mediocre. During this trip to the Divine Trials, I only hope that I don't encounter her. Otherwise, no matter how good the opportunity is, it will probably be taken away by her. According to what I know, the trial of gods is extremely vast, and there are many new identities in there. It won't be easy to meet her. If you really do meet her, run. Trying to snatch the opportunity from her is simply courting death. If she didn't have a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul, I would still be able to fight her. But now, I don't have the desire to fight her. During this trip to the trial grounds of God, the various major forces' ultimate god prodigies were complacent. They felt that there were not many people who could compare to them, and that they would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the trial grounds of God. But now, the appearance of Lang Chun-Wan was like a basin of cold water splashed on their heads, completely waking them up. It turned out that there was such an existence in Myriad Law Academy. This person was no weaker than the most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation of those giant ultimate god forces. The Myriad Law Academy was in an uproar because of Lang Chun-Yuan. In the distant Mon-Origin divine sect, vice sect leader Lu Tianfeng also heard of Lang Chun-Wan's existence. Although he was surprised by Lang Chun-Wan's strength, he was more annoyed by Saint Meng Yu's cowardice. Meng Yu did not provoke Duan Lingtian and challenged Duan Lingtian to a life-and-death battle as planned. What the hell is he doing? Lu Tianfeng was a little angry. If the other party was a saint of his faction, he would have already sent a message to curse him. Even so, he still sent a message to ask, why didn't you provoke Duan Lingtian and challenge him to a life-and-death battle? Do you know? Once he enters the trial grounds of God, he might advance further and become an emperor god. At that time, you might not be his opponent. Meng Yu did not care about Lu Tianfeng's message. He was even a little annoyed by Lu Tianfeng's tone. After all, his great-grandfather was not any weaker than Lu Tianfeng. Vice sect leader Lu, I didn't find a chance. Meng Yu replied faintly and did not pay attention to Lu Tianfeng anymore. However, was this really the truth? Of course not. The reason Meng Yu did not provoke Duan Lingtian was that Lang Chun-Wan was by Duan Lingtian's side. When he found out about Lang Chun-Wan's strength, he also heard some news that Lang Chun-Wan had appeared in front of others before. However, at that time, no one knew her identity and strength. There were a few times when a few people offended her. In the end, they either did not end well or were almost crippled. If there were only one or two of these incidents, it could be said that it was a coincidence. However, after so many times, who would believe that it was a coincidence? That Lang Chun-Wan is obviously a vengeful person. If I target Duan Lingtian, even if I kill Duan Lingtian, I might be killed by him when I just left Myriad Arts Academy. Although I can find someone to pick me up. If I can find someone, can't Lang Chun-Wan find someone? For example, she and Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, are medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen is only their third senior brother. Before their third senior brother, there's still eldest senior brother, eldest senior sister, second senior brother, or second senior sister. If they're ranked before Yang Yuchen, they might be stronger than Yang Yuchen. Both of them might be higher godly venerables. If I really kill Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I'll die. It was also because of this that Meng Yu thought of retreating and did not look for Duan Lingtian again to provoke Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had killed their Mon-Origin spirit sect's holy son, Wang Yunxing, which was equivalent to offending Wang Yunxing's faction and the entire Mon-Origin spirit sect. If the Mon-Origin spirit sect had the chance, they would definitely not let Duan Lingtian go. However, as long as Duan Lingtian stayed in Myriad Arts Academy and did not leave, the Mon-Origin spirit sect could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. However, it was different for him. He was now in Myriad Arts Academy's territory. Even if he could leave Myriad Arts Academy safely, he might not be able to return safely. It was unlikely that Myriad Arts Academy's higher ultimate gods would personally take action for him and travel thousands of miles to Myriad Arts Academy to escort him back. Moreover, even if they really wanted to come, there would at most be one. However, would a higher ultimate god really be able to bring him back safely? After all, Duan Lingtian still had two senior brothers and senior sisters who were very likely stronger than Yang Yuchen. One of them might even be a higher ultimate god. Even if there weren't, with a few medium ultimate gods together and the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy's higher ultimate god, it would not be difficult to kill him. Perhaps the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy would not make a move openly, but it was possible for him to change his identity and make a move. There were often people from the Mon-Origin spirit sect who did such things. Even if the other party was suspicious, what could they do? Even if you record a scryer image, it's not me in it. Looks like me? Sorry, if it doesn't look like me, then it's not me. Duan Lingtian's backer is too strong. I can't afford to offend him, but I can hide. Next, I'll break through to the medium divine emperor realm and familiarize myself with it. It won't be long before I enter the trial grounds. As the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's holy son, Meng Yu was not a fool. He knew he could not do it, so he stopped in time. He did not care about what others thought. Even if he had to suffer punishment from the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect because of this, he would accept it. It's better for me to control my own life in my own hands. The realm battlefield. Boom. Boom. Two incomparably huge figures crossed the sky as though two gods had descended from the heavens. They were majestic and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Currently, these two were chasing after a young man who was fleeing in the distance. The young man was dressed in a long green robe. He had a sturdy build and a handsome face. Facing the two chasing after him, his expression was calm and emotionless. This place should be enough. The sturdy young man looked around and saw that there was not a trace of human habitation in the surrounding area. Moreover, the spiritual energy was so thin that even if he wanted to recover temporarily, he would not choose such a place. Thinking of this, the sturdy young man stopped and turned around to face the two figures who were rapidly approaching him. Boy, hand over what you have obtained from the secret realm and we'll spare your life. The two incomparably huge figures were at least 100 meters tall. They had a domineering aura as they crossed the sky, causing the void to tremble and the space of the realm battlefield to sway. One could see how powerful they were. Both of you are medium ultimate gods. Do you think you can kill me? The sturdy young man smiled faintly. Then, with a sway of his body, he transformed into a giant that was more than 100 meters tall. His aura changed abruptly as though he had transformed into another person. This place is the burial ground I've found for both of you. You have to like it whether you like it or not. As the sturdy young man smiled faintly, his body shone with a dazzling golden light that seemed to be able to illuminate thousands of miles. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a golden scorching sun. The two giants' pupils shrank sharply as they saw the scene in front of them. Their expressions changed drastically. The power of the law illuminates thousands of miles. The power of the law illuminates thousands of miles. It was a sign that one's profundity was close to perfection. Generally, those who had mastered the power of law were upper-level ultimate gods. Even ordinary upper-level ultimate gods rarely mastered the power of law to such a level. Run. The two did not even need to communicate. In the next moment, they split up and fled, turning into two rapid streams of flowing light. Haha. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. The sturdy young man laughed. Then, he clenched one hand into a fist and the other hand into a palm. He threw out a palm strike with a domineering aura and chased after the two who were fleeing madly. If first senior sister finds out that two ordinary medium ultimate gods can escape from me, she'll laugh at me for a long time. Chapter 41-41. The two mid-level ultimate gods fled in different directions. They did not even dare to look back. Their breaths were in a mess and their nerves were tense. They were worried that the expert with the power of law would chase after them. When they sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation coming from behind them, their expressions changed greatly. How unlucky! Was he really coming after them? Bang! An incomparably huge fist flashed through the void. As the fist landed, a terrifying power of law condensed, smashing down like a setting sun. In the next moment, a mid-level ultimate god took out his full soul high-grade divine weapon to block the attack. The light on his body was extinguished inch by inch. In just 3 breaths, the mid-level ultimate god let out a mournful cry. Can you let me know who you are before you die? A mid-level ultimate god with the power of law shining over millions of miles. Even in the realm of gods where he was from, there were only a handful of such geniuses and each of them was famous. He even knew about the people from the plains of gods and the mystic starland. However, not a single one of those people had such an appearance. He was certain. The other party was not in disguise. Therefore, he concluded that the other party was a low-key mid-level ultimate god from the Xiangang land. Although his strength was amazing, he was not famous. Before he died, he really wanted to know who the other party was. This way, he could die with peace of mind. In the next moment, The young man's voice transmission rang in his ears. I'm Hong Yifeng from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace. As soon as the burly young man finished speaking, the gigantic fist that fell from the sky like a meteor instantly blew up the mid-level ultimate god in despair. The mid-level ultimate god exploded. He turned into a mist of blood and scattered in the air. Only a full-soul high-grade divine weapon was left. To be precise, it was a full-soul high-grade divine weapon whose soul had been annihilated along with its owner. Boom! On the other side, after killing a mid-level ultimate god with a punch, another mid-level ultimate god was also killed by the burly young man's palm. He followed in his companion's footsteps. 2 medium-level ultimate gods had fallen in the blink of an eye. Eldest senior sister and third junior brother were right. Mastering the way of control and mastering the embryonic form of the way of control are two completely different concepts. The difference is too big. The robust young man was precisely the second senior brother of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace, Hong Yifeng. After he muttered in a low voice, his brows raised, and then he transformed into a golden ray of light that fled 5 million kilometers away. At the same time, 2 incomparably large giants that seemed to hold up the sky shone with dazzling light where he had been standing. Everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers could vaguely see them. Is that an ultimate god expert? 2 medium-level ultimate gods. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, everyone, whether they were in the wilderness or in the barracks, had their eyes fixed on the 2 giants in the distance. In the next instant, they heard the 2 giants let out unwilling roars. Then with a loud crash they fell. 2 mid-level ultimate gods have fallen? This strange phenomenon also shocked everyone who saw it. Some of the experts even started to fly towards the place where the 2 mid-level ultimate gods had fallen. Who died? 2 medium-level ultimate gods fell at the same time. Was it a high-level ultimate god? Which high-level supreme god did it? Not long after, more than a dozen people gathered at the remote place where the 2 mid-level ultimate gods had fallen. These dozen or so people had come alone. Each of them hovered in the void. Even though they did not use their powers, the void around them trembled as though it had sensed a great threat. It's not an ultimate god from the mysterious gangland. The higher-level supreme god of the Xianxia land who was present grinned. I wonder who did it. It's obvious that they didn't give the other party a chance to call for help. The high-level ultimate gods from the other realms of gods who were present did not look too good. At that moment, some people even wondered who the 2 medium-level ultimate gods that had been killed were. Although the 2 of them were already dead, and not even their bodies were left behind, it was not difficult to determine who had died through the voice transmission from afar. At this moment, the high-level ultimate gods from the mysterious gangland were either laughing or trying to stifle their laughter. On the other hand, the high-level ultimate gods from the other realms of gods did not look too good. Of course, the high-level ultimate gods from the mysterious gangland were not worried that the other party would dare to make a move. Even if they were no match for the other party, it would not be difficult for them to escape with their strength. Is the mysterious gangland so unruly now? The realm of gods that intersected with the mysterious gangland to form the battlefield was called the Pilgrimage Grounds. At this moment, a high-level ultimate god from the Pilgrimage Grounds said with a gloomy expression, "Let's not talk about those below the ultimate god level for now." Above the ultimate god level? Everyone has a tacit understanding that high-level ultimate gods will not kill low-level ultimate gods unless they have a death wish. Isn't it a little too much for a high-level ultimate god from the mysterious gangland to kill 2 mid-level ultimate gods from the Pilgrimage Grounds? The high-level ultimate god of the Pilgrimage Grounds was a tall old man wearing a loose fiery red robe. As he stood there, his red robe fluttered in the wind as if it was burning. Not only that, one could feel the rolling heat waves from his body even from a distance. He was a high-level ultimate god who was skilled in the law of fire. Haha. A high-level ultimate god from the mysterious gangland laughed. Old man Zhu, it's best if you don't know what's going on. Are you so sure that the person who killed the 2 mid-level ultimate gods from the Pilgrimage Grounds is a high-level ultimate god? Use your divine consciousness to search for traces of their deaths. Can't you tell the difference between a high-level ultimate god and mid-level ultimate god's divine energy? Under normal circumstances, it was permissible to kill each other in the realm battlefield. However, since godly venerable gods were rare in any realm of gods, godly venerable gods had formed a tacit agreement with each other. High-level ultimate gods usually would not fight with low-level ultimate gods. For example, High-level ultimate gods would not attack mid-level ultimate gods and mid-level ultimate gods would not attack low-level ultimate gods. Over the years, it had formed a tacit understanding that not many people would easily break. They knew very well how difficult it was for a person to cultivate to the level of an ultimate god. Other than a few high-level ultimate gods who were alone, most high-level ultimate gods had descendants of mid-level ultimate gods or low-level ultimate gods. Naturally, they did not want their descendants to be killed by the enemy's high-level ultimate gods. As soon as the Xianxia Ground Higher Supreme Gods spoke, the faces of the Pilgrimage Ground Higher Supreme Gods changed after they scanned the area with their divine consciousness, except for a few Higher Supreme Gods who had already discovered something. It's a mid-level ultimate god. And it's a mid-level ultimate god who's skilled in the law of metal. Just now, this area was filled with a golden light that covered millions of miles. The law energy illuminated millions of miles. But it's not a high-level ultimate god? Is there a mid-level ultimate god in the mysterious gangland who's skilled in the law of metal that can illuminate millions of miles? I know of a few mid-level ultimate gods in the mysterious gangland who can illuminate millions of miles, but none of them are skilled in the law of metal. Is it a mid-level ultimate god from the mysterious gangland? While the group of high-level supreme gods in the pilgrimage grounds were discussing this matter, the group of high-level supreme gods in the mysterious gang grounds had also noticed this problem. A mid-level ultimate god who's able to illuminate millions of miles with the law of metal. Do you know who it is? I don't know. I've never heard of such a person in the mysterious gangland. Haha. I didn't expect such a powerful mid-level ultimate god to be hidden in the mysterious gangland. I wonder when he'll enter the level of a high-level ultimate god. With his attainments in the law, his combat strength will be able to crush any ordinary high-level ultimate god once he enters the level of a high-level ultimate god. No matter what, this is a good thing for the mysterious gangland. The group of high-level ultimate gods came to join in the fun and left one after another. No one wanted to fight as it would be a crisis for any of them if a fight broke out under such circumstances. Anyone who was unlucky enough to be killed by a few high-level ultimate gods would be in danger of dying. Under such circumstances, it was better to keep a low profile. However, as the group of high-level ultimate gods left, the news of a mid-level ultimate god in the mysterious gangland who had mastered the law of metal to the point of illuminating millions of miles began to spread in the planar battlefield. As for the person involved, Hong Yifeng, no one knew where he had gone. The mysterious gangland. The Myriad Arts Academy. The Inner Palace. Fourth senior sister Lang Chun-Wan, who had gone out with Duan Ling Tian this time, was no longer looking forward to going out like before. She even wanted to never go out again. This was because she was tired of being stared at. Little junior brother, aren't you annoyed? What are those people looking at? Are they looking at monkeys? Lang Chun-Wan looked at Duan Ling Tian with some resentment. If it were up to me, I'd scare them so they wouldn't dare to follow us and watch us. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Fourth senior sister. Didn't you say you wanted to be famous like me? Now that you're famous, they've all come to see what you look like and recognize you. Why are you unhappy? Now, Duan Ling Tian finally knew why his third senior brother, Yang Yu Chen, said this fourth senior sister was difficult to serve. Women were fickle. However, this was the first time he had seen one so fickle. In any case, I don't like them following me and staring at me, Lang Chun-Wan said grumpily. Then, she said in a lecturing tone, little junior brother, there's nothing interesting outside. You should stay with me and cultivate well. You can go out when the trial of God opens. I don't want to go out. If you go out alone, there might be some blind people who will attack you. Myriad Arts Academy's broken rules are unreliable. Chapter 41-42. The Myriad Law Academy was as peaceful as ever. For ordinary students, although they knew about the existence of the trial grounds, they also knew that it had nothing to do with them. It was a stage for the most outstanding young generation of the Myriad Arts Academy and the Shengangland's major ultimate gods forces. Moreover, it was said that the Myriad Law Academy did not have many places left. Of course, some of the places in the Myriad Law Academy could be fought for, except for the students from the heavyweight ultimate god forces. However, there were only so many places. Without enough strength, it was impossible to fight for them. As for the 80 places for the heavyweight ultimate god forces, it was up to them to divide them. In recent decades, the outstanding geniuses of the heavyweight ultimate god forces had arrived one after another. Basically, those who came later had accumulated enough points. Those who came later had basically entered the Emperor God realm. Even the Ni Chong Feng Pavilion, which only recruited female disciples, had a few young Emperor gods. One of them was even Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance, Tuoba Xiu. She was a disciple of the Yuan clan of the former 7 prefectures. She was also the strongest female cultivator in the 7 prefectures banquet that Duan Lingtian had participated in and won first place. Although she did not make it into the top 3, no one underestimated her strength. Moreover, it was said that she was much younger than those who ranked ahead of her, except for Duan Lingtian. After the 7-mansion feast, Tuoba Xiu was taken away by people from the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, a heavyweight ultimate god sect in the Xiangang land, before she could return to the Yuan clan in the Netherworld Mansion. At that time, Tuoba Xiu was facing a certain crisis. A group of emperor gods had gathered to kill her. Although she had many emperor gods protecting her, she was still in danger. At the critical moment, a high-level emperor god from the Ni Chong Feng Pavilion came and took her away. After Tuoba Xiu went to the Ni Chong Feng Pavilion, she became a disciple of an ultimate god. Although the ultimate god's cultivation level was ordinary and she was only a newly promoted mid-level ultimate god, her position in the Ni Chong Feng Pavilion was extremely high. That was because her master was a high-level supreme god of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as Tuoba Xiu entered the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, she already had a high-level supreme god as her grandmaster. Because of this, she was treated very well even though she had just entered the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to become a celestial emperor in just 100 years. Now, Tuoba Xiu was already a lower god emperor. At the same time, she had also come to Myriad Law Palace and had accumulated enough academic credits. She was qualified to enter the trial grounds of God. Of course, whether they could enter the trial grounds in the end would depend on the competition with other heavenly prodigies from other godly venerable level factions. Junior sister Xiu, you and that Duan Lingtian both came from the 7 prefectures and participated in the 7 prefectures feast together. Are you familiar with him? Recently, Tuoba Xiu had come to Myriad Law Academy with 3 other disciples of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. They were the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. 2 middle god emperors and 1 lower god emperor. Right now, the person who had come to Tuoba Xiu's residence and was chatting with Tuoba Xiu was one of Tuoba Xiu's disciples, a mid-god emperor. Senior sister, I am not familiar with him. Tuoba Xiu gently shook her head. Her eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. Originally, she thought that with the extraordinary treatment she received in the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, she would be able to catch up with him or even surpass him. She did not expect that in the end, she would still be inferior to him. Although he had not entered the Divine Emperor realm and was not even a middle god emperor, he had once killed the Monorigin Divine Sect's holy son, Wang Yunsheng, and 4 other young prodigies of the Monorigin Divine Sect. As a middle god emperor, his strength was not weaker than most lower god emperors. Moreover, that was a matter of 100 years ago. Now, his cultivation had most likely already stepped into the realm of upper god emperor. His strength was definitely even stronger. I heard that he is only slightly over 800 years old, not even 900 years old. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion disciple who was talking to Tuoba Xiu was a young lady. She had a graceful figure and a pretty face. When she mentioned Duan Lingtian, her eyes shone with curiosity. Ever since she was born, she had grown up in the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Although she had gone out to train and met some men, she felt that those men were not even comparable to her. She did not even feel that she was inferior to the male prodigies of the major ultimate gods' forces. There was almost no one who could convince her. As for the major ultimate gods' forces, there were many young prodigies who were around the same age as her and stronger than her. However, she was not convinced by them. She felt that they were stronger than her because they had enjoyed better resources since they were young. However, Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Art Academy was different. Duan Lingtian had a humble background. He had walked out of the mundane realm and relied on himself all the way. He was not even 1,000 years old, yet he was able to achieve what he had today. It could be said that he was extremely monstrous. In her opinion, only such a man was worthy of her. She was moved by a man for the first time. Even though she had not seen him in person, she had only seen him through the floating image pearl. The information from the pavilion should not be wrong, Tuoba said. At the same time, her gaze became more and more complicated. She had thought that Duan Ling Tian was less than 3,000 years old, but she did not expect that he was less than 1,000 years old. Junior sister Xiao. The girl who was chatting with Tuoba was the #1 young prodigy of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Tianjiao. She smiled and asked Tuoba, Duan Ling Tian is so outstanding. Are you moved by him? If you are moved by him, I will not fight with you. Hearing Zhang Tianjiao's words, Tuoba heart shook imperceptibly. She then shook her head and said, Senior sister, what are you saying? I have only seen him a few times. How can I be moved by him? Thinking of the information collected by the pavilion about Duan Ling Tian in the lower secondary realm, Tuoba sighed. It turned out that he already had a family. He had a son and a daughter and 2 wives. Junior sister Xiao, if you are not interested in him, then I will take him. Zhang Tianjiao smiled again. Her smile was even more brilliant, as if Duan Ling Tian was already in her bag. Senior sister. Tuoba smiled bitterly and said, Didn't you read all the information collected by the pavilion? He already has a family in the lower secondary realm. He has 2 wives and many close female friends. Moreover, his 2 wives have already given birth to children for him. Tuoba thought that her senior sister did not know about Duan Ling Tian's situation. Who would have thought that Zhang Tianjiao did not care at all when she heard Tuoba words? I have read all the information about him, including the fact that he has a family. But so what? I, Zhang Tianjiao, am not an ordinary woman. Ordinary women only have a short lifespan of a few decades. It is normal for them to be jealous in such a short lifespan. But for cultivators like us, as long as we continue to be strong, our lifespan can be as short as tens of thousands of years. So what if he has a few more women? Even if a weak man only loves me, Zhang Tianjiao, I will still disdain him. Zhang Tianjiao's words didn't conceal the slightest bit of her tolerance of Duan Ling Tian already having a family. Tuoba was stunned when she heard this. Her heart was in turmoil. She felt that her senior sister's words made sense. Even if a weak man only loved her, she might not take a liking to him. Up until now, the only man who could arouse her feelings of adoration was Duan Ling Tian alone. Senior sister, if that's the case, why are you still considering me? Tuoba asked. Earlier, her senior sister had told her that if she was interested in Duan Ling Tian, she would not fight with her for Duan Ling Tian. When Zhang Tianjiao heard this, she smiled nonchalantly and said, I'm just worried that you won't be willing to share a husband with me, junior sister Xiao. If you don't mind, I have no objections. Senior sister. Tuoba was a little speechless and a little helpless. Why didn't she see that her senior sister, who was usually like an ice beauty outside, had such a side to her? Hee. Junior sister Xiao, I'm serious. Don't miss out on such a good man. Zhang Tianjiao chuckled. Days passed by. The number of people who would head to the trials of God was also slowly decided. There were a total of 100 slots to enter the trial of God. 10 of them were from the 10,000 Arts Academy. 8 of them were from the Legacy Progeny, and 2 were from the Internal Palace Progeny. Under normal circumstances, the Legacy Progeny would have 9 slots and the Internal Palace Progeny would have 1 slot. However, when the trial of God opened 10,000 years ago, the Internal Palace Progeny did not occupy any slots, and the Legacy Progeny took away 10 slots. This time, they were merely returning the slots that they had taken away previously. Naturally, even if no one from the Internal Palace Progeny entered the trial of God for 2 consecutive 10,000 years, they would not be able to accumulate 3 slots. At most, they would be able to accumulate 2 slots. The Legacy Progeny did not have any objections to this. As for the remaining 10 slots of the 10,000 Arts Academy, they would be fought for by all the prodigies under the age of 10,000. Even those from the Legacy Progeny who did not obtain a slot could fight for these 10 slots. Of course, prodigies from the Legacy Progeny who were above the Emperor God level were not allowed to fight for these 10 slots. Unless all the internal slots were occupied by Emperor God level prodigies. Once the 10,000 Arts Academy's 20 slots were decided, the other heavyweight ultimate god forces also decided on the other 80 slots through their own methods. Some heavyweight ultimate god forces obtained 7 or 8 slots, while others only obtained 3 or 4 slots. Of course, any heavyweight ultimate god level force would have at least 3 quotas. The 3 spots were fixed. There was no need to compete. If not, how could those heavyweight ultimate god forces who did not have any outstanding prodigies among the younger generation be willing to accept this? On the day before the opening of the Divine Trial Grounds, a loud and clear voice spread throughout the entire Myriad Arts Academy in a timely manner. At noon tomorrow, all those who have obtained a slot to enter the Trial of God are to gather at the central square. Chapter 41-43. Duan Ling Tian was in the independent dimension of the Inner Palace branch, so he naturally couldn't hear the voice that had spread throughout Myriad Arts Academy. However, when Yang Yuchen returned to the Inner Palace branch and personally told him about this matter, he found out about the gathering tomorrow. Third senior brother, we're going in directly tomorrow? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded and smiled. Tomorrow is the day the Trial of God opens. When he finished speaking, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and became somewhat solemn. Little junior brother, after entering the Trial of God, don't trust anyone. Even if you meet someone who says she's your 4th senior sister, don't believe her before she's completely confirmed. Also, in the Trial of Gods, once you die, you'll truly die, even if your identity and face in there isn't your own. Inside, opportunities are important, but the most important thing is still your life. The Trial of God will last for 3 years. During these 3 years, there's no need to cultivate and improve. What you need to do is to travel everywhere and look for opportunities. If you meet anyone who blocks your way, don't hold back. Just kill them. Among them, most of them aren't the people who are participating in the divine trial with you. They are all illusions created by the strongest. You can't tell that they are illusions. Of course, they might not be humans but other races. In short, when you're inside, be careful. Now, Yang Yuchen could be said to be earnestly and patiently explaining all this to Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken. At the same time, he faintly realized that when Yang Yuchen told him last time about entering the Trial of God, it might not be his own words. At the same time, he also realized that there should be many humans and other life forms in the Trial of God. However, apart from the people who were entering the Trial of God with him this time, the other humans and life forms were all illusions created by ultimate powerhouses. Furthermore, from what his senior brother said, it was impossible to tell whether those people were fake or not. In other words, I have to be careful of anyone I meet in there. The people I met could have been people who participated in the divine trial with me, or they could have been people created by the strongest. Thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Yuchen and asked, 3rd senior brother, the last time I went out with 4th senior sister, I heard people talking about the trial of God. They said that even if you kill inside, you can obtain a corresponding reward? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. In the divine trials, there are more people created by supreme experts. Once you're inside, you'll be rewarded for killing people. That's a reward given by an utmost powerful being. Furthermore, when the utmost powerful beings give out rewards, there will be a heaven and earth phenomenon. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. It's not just you who are participating in the trial of God who are rewarded for killing. Even those who are participating in the trial of God will be rewarded for killing. Also, to the people in the trials of God, they are not created by others. They feel that they have a complete body and soul. They feel that they are born in that world. As Yang Yuchen continued to speak, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, he became even more curious about what kind of place the trial of God was. There are only 3 years. After 3 years, as long as you're still alive, you'll be forcefully sent out by the supreme experts. Yang Yuchen continued. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. 3rd senior brother, what you said. You should tell 4th senior sister and I, right? Only now did he remember that 4th senior sister would be entering with them. However, his 3rd senior brother had told him so much, but his 4th senior sister was not present. She understands the trial of God better than you. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, when that girl first arrived, she was filled with curiosity about everything. That time, when she heard me mention the trial of God to eldest senior sister, she pestered eldest senior sister to tell her about the trial of God. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to notice that every time his 3rd senior brother mentioned eldest senior sister, there would be a flash of sincere respect in the depths of his 3rd senior brother's eyes. This made him even more curious. What kind of person was the first senior sister? It's also because you didn't ask that girl about the trial of God. Moreover, she definitely thought that I told you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pestered you and talked to you for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Yuchen said somewhat helplessly. In my opinion, there's actually not much to say about the trial of God. Because the scene inside is not the same every time. It's constantly changing. There are many things that are actually not very useful even if you tell them. Moreover, the people who enter can be directly affected by the things they learn. If you encounter something similar, the last time, you could choose one of the 2 choices and survive. However, this time, it's not necessarily the case. You might choose the same choice again and die. Duan Lingtian listened to every word Yang Yuchen said seriously. At the same time, he became even more vigilant. The trial of God was no different from a scourge. In there, he could only trust himself and rely on himself. The others could not be relied on. Perhaps the others approached him to kill him and obtain the rewards of the rules of that world. That was right. The rewards of the rules. The world where the trial of God was located was jointly created by a few strongest people. Everything in there was also prepared by them. There were rewards for killing in there. This was also one of the rules they had set for that world. This sounds somewhat similar to the games I played on Earth in my previous life. They all used a new identity to explore the new world. However, in the games if you die, you can either revive or not. Even if you can't revive, it won't affect you at all. In this trial of God, once you die in there, you're really dead. 3 years. In such a short time, can I really improve so much? Duan Lingtian's own extravagant wish was to consolidate his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor in the trial of God and break through to the emperor god realm, in this regard. His 3rd senior brother Yang Yuchen also said that as long as he was not particularly unlucky, it would not be difficult. 3rd senior brother has been to the trial of God before. His words are definitely not baseless. I only hope that I can really enter the emperor god realm in 3 years. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, there was not much time left for him. Originally, he still had more than 200 years. Now that he had stayed in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace for 100 years, there was less than 100 years left for him. Although Kerr might be trapped in the dimensional battlefield now and might not return to the world of divine remains even after 1,000 years. I can't take the risk. Once Kerr returns to the world of divine remains in time, it would be a joke if I slacked off and did not have enough strength. Moreover, even if Kerr doesn't return to the world of divine remains by then, she'll definitely be in trouble in the dimensional battlefield. She might even be in danger of dying. Normally, once the 1,000-year period is up, the planar battlefield will close. Anyone who's still alive in the planar battlefield will be forcibly sent out of the planar battlefield and return to their respective realms of gods. At that time, Kerr will also be forcibly sent back to the world of divine remains. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel slightly depressed. He still had more than 100 years left. He was only a high-level divine emperor now. If there was no shortcut, how could he enter the emperor god stage and attain a higher cultivation base? When it was close to noon, Duan Lingtian, his 4th senior sister, Lang Chun-1, and the others left the independent realm where the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace was located. They made their way to the central square of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. They had been to the central square the last time they came out of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. It was also at that time that Lang Chun-1 began to dislike being the center of attention. This was because there were too many people paying attention to her. Little junior brother, after we enter the trial of gods, we'll send a voice transmission to everyone we meet. We'll leave behind a secret signal. When the time comes, we'll know it's you and you'll know it's me. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Lang Chun-1's words. Then he felt it made sense. However, he felt it was unrealistic. 4th senior sister, although it's useful to do that, you can't just send a voice transmission to each person you meet, right? Could it be that every time he met someone, he would have to send a voice transmission to him saying, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger"? How strange would that be? Moreover, they did not know how many people there were in the trial of God. According to his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, if they entered the trial of God, they might not necessarily become humans. Instead, they might become other life forms in the trial of God. It could be a demon beast, or a plant, or even a rock. In the trial of gods, There were all kinds of life forms, all-encompassing. Of course, most of them were humans. That's true. Then, little junior brother, what do you think we should do? Lang Chunwan asked Duan Ling Tian. Although she was asking Duan Ling Tian, she continued without waiting for Duan Ling Tian to reply. Why don't one of us wear something? The other person will see that thing and send a voice transmission to the person wearing it. That will match the secret signal? There's something and the secret signal matches. It can't be wrong. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up after she finished speaking. She looked as if she was the smartest person in the world. Duan Ling Tian shook his head mercilessly. Although it's possible, if you and I go in, won't we be humans? If we're demon beasts or plant life forms, do we have to wear that thing too? Isn't that a little strange? It's not strange. Lang Chunwan smiled. Who said that demon beasts and plant life forms can't wear human things? I like to hang my spoils of war for everyone to see. Can't I? Duan Ling Tian felt slightly speechless when he heard this. It seemed that it made sense. Chapter 41-44. Myriad Law Academy. Central Square. It wasn't even noon yet, but a large crowd had already gathered here. They were all students of Myriad Law Academy. Of course, only 100 people had won a spot to enter the trial grounds. Most of them were here to watch the excitement. 100 people who had won a spot to enter the trial grounds were about to gather and enter. Such a grand occasion had only happened once in 10,000 years in the history of Myriad Law Academy. I won't have a chance in this lifetime. The next time the trial grounds open, I'll be over 10,000 years old. A student of Myriad Law Academy who was only 3,000 years old and hadn't even broken through to the lesser God Emperor realm side. Born at the wrong time, born at the wrong time. In the future when I have a son, I'll definitely be born at the same time as the trial grounds open so that my son will have a chance to enter the trial grounds. In fact, many students of Myriad Law Academy had the same idea. There was no lack of geniuses in Myriad Law Academy, and geniuses were generally full of confidence in themselves. Although they hadn't won a spot to enter the trial grounds this time, they didn't feel that their talent wasn't enough. They only felt that they hadn't arrived at the right time. Of course, most of these people were relatively young. The nearly 10,000 years old students of Myriad Law Academy were quiet and low-key at this time. They had no choice but to keep a low profile. If they were born a few thousand years earlier, they could also complain, but the problem was that they were at the right age. Most of the 100 people who had won a spot to enter the trial grounds were younger than them. The Mon-Origin sect's Holy Son, Murong Haitang, and Meng Yu are here. A group of 5 people came from afar, attracting the attention of many students in the blink of an eye. Hu Lanqi is actually very powerful. However, he's overshadowed by these two. That's natural. Didn't you see Hu Lanqi, who usually walks with 2 followers, also become followers now? Haha. Now that you mention it, I suddenly realize that Hu Lanqi is following Murong Haitang and Meng Yu. And behind Hu Lanqi are 2 tails. The 5 from the Mon-Origin sect arrived. 2 youths walked in front, followed by another youth. It was the Mon-Origin sect's disciple, Hu Lanqi. Behind Hu Lanqi were 2 other disciples of the monarch spirit cult. I heard that before Murong Haitang came to our 10,000 Law Palace, she had already stepped into the middle-level God Emperor realm. And Meng Yu is also about to break through. Your news is outdated. Meng Yu has already successfully stepped into the middle God Emperor realm. Meng Yu also broke through? The group of 5 from the monarch spirit cult had all won a spot to enter the trial grounds. In fact, in terms of strength alone, among the 5 of them, only the 2 holy sons, Hu Lanqi, and the other 2 would be able to secure a spot. The other 2 were a little uncertain. However, with the help of Murong Haitang, the holy son of the Mon-Origin divine sect, the 2 of them managed to obtain a spot. This time, 5 people from the monarch spirit sect would enter the trial grounds. The Mon-Origin divine sect occupied 5 out of the 80 spots available to the heavyweight ultimate god forces. It was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small number either. If not for the death of Wang Yunxing, the Mon-Origin god cult's holy son, the Mon-Origin god cult would definitely have 1 more slot. Many people sighed. Speaking of Wang Yunxing, do you think Duan Ling Tian will enter the trial grounds this time? Duan Ling Tian was also the person who had killed Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Mon-Origin divine sect. Even though he had been in seclusion for the past 100 years and lived in seclusion, no one had forgotten about him. Definitely. Many people thought so. I think so too. Although Duan Lingtian doesn't seem to be participating in the competition for a spot, as the junior brother of Vice Palace Master Yang, and with his monstrous strength and talent, he definitely has a spot. Even if we know about this kind of secret spot, we can't say anything about it. We're even convinced. I heard. Duan Lingtian's senior sister isn't even 10,000 years old yet. She's even stronger than Duan Lingtian. She's a higher divine emperor. If she also enters the trial grounds, I'm afraid she'll be the strongest person to enter this time. When the people from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect arrived, many people thought of the former holy son of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, Wang Yunsheng, and then of Duan Lingtian. Then they thought of Lang Chunwan. The people from the Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace are here too. That's the prodigy of the Nine Mamas Valley. It's the people from the Hanlin Divine Mansion. As the 5 people from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect entered, more and more people from the heavyweight godly venerable level forces entered the trial grounds. Moreover, the prodigies of each force received a lot of attention. The prodigies of the heavyweight godly venerable level forces entered the trial grounds one after another. Most of the 10,000 Arts Academy students' attention was on the top prodigies from the major godly venerable rank forces. Most of these prodigies were not weaker than the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's holy sons, Murong Haitang and Meng Yu. The people from the legacy are here. Soon, as one of them cried out in surprise, everyone's attention was immediately diverted to him. They saw a group of 8 people flying over from afar. They were the people from the legacy who had obtained a spot to enter the trial grounds this time. 3 of them were leading the group. The 3 people at the front of the group were a middle-aged man and 2 young men. At this moment, one of the young men faced the attention of the crowd with a calm and casual expression. Everyone, I'm sure you've heard of Lang Chunwan from the Inner Palace, right? She's not even 10,000 years old, but she's already in the Upper Divine Emperor realm. She's nurtured a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul. Her mastery of the law of destruction is also extremely shocking. I heard from my teacher that she's even younger than I am. As the young man spoke, although his expression was still calm, there was a complicated look in the depths of his eyes. Everyone has their own path and opportunities. There's nothing to compare, another young man said indifferently. Another young man said calmly, moreover, let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that his inner palace has a relic of an ultimate powerhouse that completely belongs to him. That's not something we can compare to. Therefore, I don't think I'm worse than her. It's just that my conditions are not as good as hers. The young man's tone was somewhat arrogant. Actually, you can't say that. The only middle-aged man among the 3 shook his head lightly. She's not worse than us. That's for sure. If she's worse, the Inner Palace wouldn't have accepted her. There are only a few people from the Inner Palace in every generation. From what I know, the number of people from the Inner Palace has never exceeded 10 in the history of the Inner Palace. Moreover, without exception, they're all people from the lower planes. You said you're not as good as her, but you're talking about the ultimate expert relic that only belongs to the Inner Palace. What about other things? You have more resources than her in every other aspect. The 3 people leading the group from the legacy were the most outstanding young prodigies of the current generation of the legacy. They were all intermediate god emperors and were not even 10,000 years old. The Myriad Laws Academy's lineage of inheritance was not inferior to any of the major god venerable level sects and clans. In fact, many people regarded it as a sect within the Myriad Law Academy. The people from the legacy of legacy are here, and the people from the student faction are almost all here. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Could it be that he's not coming? As the people from the major forces arrived one after another, the people from the legacy of legacy were also present. Most of the onlookers began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian again. As for Lang Chunwan, although there were people paying attention to her as well, they did not pay as much attention to her as Duan Lingtian. After all, compared to Duan Lingtian's actions in the Hall of Life and Death, there was a process that left a deep impression. Lang Chunwan killing 3 Myriad Law Academy teachers was very sudden, and no one was prepared for it. In fact, not many people even saw the process clearly. They're here. After about a dozen breaths of time, when noon was about to arrive, a cry of surprise suppressed the surrounding noise. In the next instant, As everyone's eyes swept over, the originally noisy central square suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even the god emperors and prodigies present at the scene fell silent at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two people who were flying in the sky from afar. One was a handsome young man in purple, and the other was a pretty girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. The duo looked more like a pair of brother and sister. If one did not know the relationship between the two, few people would have imagined that they were actually a pair of senior and junior brother. The girl who looked like a younger sister was actually the young man's senior sister. Little junior brother, is there something on our faces? Are these people all right in the head? Why do they keep staring at us? Lang Chunwan asked with a frown. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Fourth senior sister, in my opinion, it's because of your previous actions that they're so interested in you. Not many people were present that day, and not many people came to see you. Now that so many people have come, perhaps half of them are here to see you. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, teasing his fourth senior sister. However, he did not expect his fourth senior sister would actually take it seriously. I see. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have killed them. I should have stopped them and stalled them for a while before letting the patrolling teachers kill them. Seeing the serious look on his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's face, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Now, it could be said that the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan had overshadowed all the other prodigies. Among the two of them, one was a middle-level god emperor who was not weaker than a lower-level god emperor 100 years ago. She might have already become a high-level god emperor by now. The other was a high-level god emperor who had killed 3 middle-level god emperors like killing chickens. He's here too. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He could not help but smile and nod at the other party. At this moment, the other party was also smiling brightly. Tan Fei, you know Duan Lingtian? Beside Tan Fei, a young student looked surprised. You weren't bragging earlier? Tan Fei was the student who stayed in the dormitory next to Duan Lingtian's dormitory 603. Chapter 41-45. Of course. Tan Fei was only here to join in the fun. Although he had participated in the competition for a spot to enter the trial of God, he did not get a spot. Little junior brother. While Duan Lingtian's attention was still on Tan Fei, he heard his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan's voice. There are 2 women over there who are staring at you. Especially one of the 2 in the middle. Her eyes seemed to be glowing. Hearing Lang Chunwan's words, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. He immediately followed her gaze and saw a group of people flying over from afar. There were 6 people in the group. All women. 4 of them were in the lead while the other 2 followed behind them. However, when he glanced over, he could not help but be stunned when he saw the person on the left. Tuo Xiu? That was right. Duan Lingtian recognized her. The woman in front of him was Tuo Xiu. He had seen her in the 7 prefectures before. She was the most outstanding female genius in the 7 prefectures banquet. She was also recognized as the most outstanding female genius among the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. Later on, before he came to the Myriad Law Academy, he heard that Tuo Xiu had been recruited by the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, a heavyweight ultimate god sect that was on par with the Myriad Law Academy. It seems that the other 5 are also from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he arrived at the center of the central square and got closer to the crowd. He heard many people talking about Tuo Xiu and the other 4. It's the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion has 6 people who got a spot this time. They are 2 intermediate god emperors, 2 lower god emperors, and 2 upper god emperors. Speaking of which, one of the 6 is an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. What do you mean? I'm afraid you guys don't know this. Among the 4 god emperors who came to the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion recently, one of them came from the 7 prefectures just like Duan Lingtian. She also participated in the 7 prefectures banquet, but she didn't make it into the top 3. Those who aren't in the top 3 can enter the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the 7 prefectures. Moreover, what kind of resources can a place like the 7 prefectures have? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this female genius from the 7 prefectures. After entering the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, she stepped into the lower God Emperor realm in just over 100 years. Do you think she's mediocre? Lower Divine Lord? In that case, he stepped into the God Emperor realm earlier than Duan Tian. This isn't strange. After all, when Duan Tian participated in the Seven Prefectures banquet, he was only a middle Divine Emperor, and she was already a high Divine Emperor. I feel that it's meaningless to talk about cultivation. If you want to talk about something, you should talk about strength. Don't tell me all of you think Duan Tian is weaker than Tuoba Xiu? That's true. When Duan Tian heard their conversation, he was slightly surprised. Tuoba Xiu had stepped into the God Emperor realm? That was fast. She was very efficient. It seemed like she had made the right choice to enter the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion. She had stepped into the God Emperor realm so quickly and had become one of the most outstanding young geniuses of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion. After a while, the 6 people from the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion arrived at the center of the central square. They were much closer to Duan Tian. When Duan Tian saw Tuoba Xiu was about to greet Duan Tian, he smiled and said, "Miss Xiu, I didn't expect to meet you again in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. It's only been 100 years since we last met, and you've already stepped into the God Emperor realm. Congratulations." Duan Tian smiled and congratulated her. Thank you. When Tuoba Xiu saw that Duan Tian was the first to speak, she no longer hesitated. She forced a smile and said, "After all these years, you should have stepped into the Upper Divine Emperor realm, right?" When Tuoba Xiu asked this question, everyone's attention was focused on Duan Tian. That's right. Duan Tian was only a middle Divine Emperor 100 years ago. Now, 100 years had passed. He should have stepped into the Upper Divine Emperor realm, right? Moreover, when Duan Tian was a middle Divine Emperor, he was as strong as most of the lower Divine Emperors. Once he stepped into the Upper Divine Emperor realm, it would be difficult to find a lower Divine Emperor realm opponent. Even if he was a middle Divine Emperor, he would be able to compete with him. Faced with Tuoba Xiu's question, Duan Tian smiled and said, "I was lucky to have a breakthrough a while ago, but I can't compare to Miss Xiu's breakthrough." This time, before Tuoba Xiu could speak, the woman beside her smiled and said, "Duan Tian, you don't have to be so humble. Now that you've stepped into the Upper Divine Emperor realm, you should be able to defeat a middle Divine Emperor realm expert, right?" Duan Tian looked at the woman in front of him and was stunned. Do I know her? Why does she seem to be very familiar with me? At this moment, Tuoba Xiu saw that Duan Tian was stunned, so she introduced, "Duan Tian, this is my senior sister, Zhang Tianjiao." Zhang Tianjiao. Duan Tian didn't react to Tuoba Xiu's introduction, but the group of 10,000 Arts Academy disciples was in an uproar. She's Zhang Tianjiao? Zhang Tianjiao, the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion. She was once a lower Divine Emperor, but she killed a upper Divine Emperor? Someone said that once Zhang Tianjiao steps into the Upper Divine Emperor realm, she might be able to kill an ordinary lower Divine Emperor. Some time ago, I heard that the 7 prefectures had produced a high God Emperor capable of killing a godly venerable. If the people of the 7 prefectures can do it, then the #1 genius of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion should be able to do it as well. This time, even Duan Tian was shocked. She was once a lower Divine Emperor and killed a upper Divine Emperor? It wasn't easy to kill an enemy who was 2 upper Divine Emperors. Even if it was a weak upper Divine Emperor, it wouldn't be easy. Of course, he was confident. However, he was confident because he had a lot of things to rely on. For a moment, Duan Tian looked at Zhang Tianjiao differently. "Senior Sister Zhang, it's an honor to meet you." However, in the face of Duan Tian's far-fetched words, Zhang Tianjiao laughed. "I think you haven't even heard of my name before, right? Isn't it a little hypocritical to say that I've heard of your name before?" Faced with Zhang Tianjiao's straightforward words, Duan Tian couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He didn't expect the genius of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion to directly expose him. Generally speaking, people would know that it was just a polite greeting. Moreover, it was a compliment. However, the genius of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion didn't play by the rules and had caught Duan Tian off guard. In the end, it was Tuoba Xiu who spoke up to resolve the awkwardness. "Senior sister, how do you know that Duan Tian hasn't heard of you before? In the entire mysterious gangland, There are many people who know of you. Tuoba Xiu wasn't lying. This was because Zhang Tianjiao's reputation was not small. As the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Nichang Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Tianjiao's cultivation level was only at the lower God Emperor realm. When the news of her killing a upper God Emperor spread, it caused quite a stir in the mysterious gangland. Of course, those who knew about this were basically people from Godly Venerable's forces. Some people from Godly Venerable's forces had also heard of this matter, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were at a different level, so there wasn't much point in paying attention to it. This also caused Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and rarely interacted with others, to not know of Zhang Tianjiao's existence. Is everyone here? As soon as Tuoba Xiu finished speaking, a loud voice came from afar. It was getting closer and closer. After a while, a person wearing a loose robe that resembled a Taoist robe flew over. This was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He had a kind face and a pair of bright eyes. As soon as he arrived, many students of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace immediately bowed to him. Vice Palace Master Yun. Vice Palace Master Yun. Vice Palace Master Yun. Hearing how everyone addressed him, Duan Lingtian guessed who this person was. He was one of the 4 Vice Palace Masters of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. There were a total of 4 Vice Palace Masters in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. 2 of them were from the Legacy Branch, and the other 2 were his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. The last one was the Vice Palace Master from the Student Branch. The positions of Vice Palace Master in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had always been allocated in this way. The Legacy Branch occupied 2 positions. The Internal Branch occupied 1 position. The Student Branch occupied 1 position as well. Compared to the Internal Branch's low profile and the Legacy Branch's strictness, the Academy Branch was much more casual. It was also because of this that the Academy Branch's Vice Palace Master was usually the one that the students of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace saw the most. Usually, if there was a major event in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace that required someone to preside over it, he would basically be the one to step forward. Last time, when 3 teachers from the Student Branch died under coercion, he was the one who dealt with it. Of course, it was the 3 teachers from the Academy Branch who broke the rules and made a move first, so their deaths were in vain. Duan Lingtian heard from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had left the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace for a period of time because of this matter. During this period of time, many of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect strongholds outside had been uprooted by an expert, causing heavy losses. It was said that in the end, the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect had even dispatched 2 mid-level Godly Venerable experts, but they were unable to track down who that person was. He's also a ruthless person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the kind-looking old man in front of him. If one only looked at him, it would be difficult to see that this old man had such a side to him. Indeed, a dog that bites does not bark. Since everyone is here, I'll send you all into the trial grounds of the gods. The Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's Vice Palace Master, Dream Cloud Mountain, announced loudly after counting the number of people. Then, he threw out a formation plate at the right time. This formation plate looked different from an ordinary formation plate. It flashed with a 7-colored light, and as soon as it appeared, a huge light pillar emerged and enveloped the 100 people in the center of the square. As for some of the spectators who were closer to the square, they were forced to retreat by the oncoming airwaves. A large empty space appeared in the center of the square. In the next instant, everyone saw that the 100 geniuses in front of them had all disappeared under the 7-colored light pillar. From the beginning to the end, Dream Cloud Mountain did not say anything superfluous and directly sent them away. Chapter 41-46. Although the 100 people had disappeared, the array disk was still floating in mid-air, including the 7-colored light pillar. It had not disappeared yet. No one is allowed to come close for 3 years. Anyone who comes close will be killed without mercy. Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yun Mengshan, was sitting cross-legged at a higher point above the formation disk. He glanced around coldly and sternly, making it impossible for anyone to doubt the authenticity of his words. At this moment, the group of Myriad Law Academy students' faces turned solemn. I heard that the entrance to the trial of God is under the formation disk given by an ultimate expert. Moreover, the formation disk within the formation disk must always be there. Once the formation is broken, the people in the trial of God will be lost inside and unable to come out. Unless an ultimate expert is willing to rescue them. But that's not realistic. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there had only been one time when someone had tried to deliberately destroy the array disk array. That time that person had almost succeeded. In the end, it was fortunate that the Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy acted in time to stop the other party. Of course, the person who acted was killed on the spot. Furthermore, the one who made the move was a member of the 10,000 Arts Academy, a teacher of the Academy's branch. It was obvious that the other party had been coerced into acting. Just like the 3 Myriad Law Academy teachers who acted against Duan Ling Tian earlier. As for outsiders, even if they could break into Myriad Law Academy, they would be intercepted before they could reach the central square. As the name implied, the central square was located in the center of the entire Myriad Law Academy. It was precisely because of that incident that a medium ultimate god would be sent to guard the divine trial grounds after it opened. Since then, no one had caused trouble. Who am I? Where am I? After being enveloped by the 7-colored light beam, Duan Lingtian's consciousness had temporarily disappeared. It felt like only a moment had passed, but it also felt like a century had passed. He finally woke up and gradually regained his consciousness. However, at first, Duan Ling Tian looked at his surroundings blankly, only feeling that the environment was extremely unfamiliar. At the same time, he did not remember who he was. Of course, after a while, plenty of time passed, and Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. I am Duan Ling Tian. I came from 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace. I came here through the teleportation array of the Trial of Gods. My current identity is Wuyo City Lord's boy toy. When Duan Ling Tian recalled who he was, another memory appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man who was also the male pet of the Wuyo City's city lord. The only male pet. The city lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, was a cold and arrogant woman. She was the overlord of a city, but at the same time, she was under the control of the city lord. In the past, the son of the mansion master, a playboy, came to Wuyo City and took a fancy to Lu Wuyo. In order to reject the other party, Lu Wuyo captured the body that Duan Lingtian's soul had possessed and pushed it to the front, saying that he was her boy toy, so that the son of the mansion master would give up. After that, although the act did not become real, the original owner of Duan Lingtian's body continued to live in the city lord's mansion as the city lord's boy toy. However, he did not see the city lord Lu Wuyo again. It was as though Lu Wuyo had completely forgotten about him and never came to see him again. The city lord Lu Wuyo must have used him as a shield. As for why she still allowed him to stay in an empty house as a boy toy, it must be because she was worried that someone would see through his disguise. According to his memory, the place where he lives now is a remote courtyard in the backyard of the city lord Lu Wuyo's independent mansion in the city lord's mansion. The city lord Lu Wuyo is a lower divine emperor? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned about the boy toy he possessed. The city lord of Wuyo City was a higher divine emperor who was in charge of a city. There were many cities around Wuyo City that belonged to a place called the Heaven Spirit Mansion. Above the Heaven Spirit Mansion was a divine nation. City. Divine nation. Now that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the memories of the boy toy he possessed, he roughly knew the geography of the place he was in. Of course, the furthest place that the original owner of the body that he was currently possessing had been to was the city next door. The rest was all from what he had heard from others. He was handsome, but his cultivation talent was average. He was barely a divine emperor and belonged to the lowest class in Wuyo City. It was because of his good looks that Lu Wuyo brought him back to the city lord's mansion and used him as a shield so that the son of the mansion master could leave in anger. The son of the mansion master was interested in Lu Wuyo because he knew Lu Wuyo had never been with a man before. After learning that Lu Wuyo had a boy toy, he stopped bothering Lu Wuyo. He doesn't know much. All I know is that he was born and raised in Wuyo City. Of course, this place was not called Wuyo City in the past. Every time a new city lord takes over, the name of the city lord will be changed. The relationship between the cities is not harmonious, and there are often conflicts. In the wild, not only do people from different cities kill each other, but even people from the same city kill each other for the rewards of the rules. In this world, anyone who kills will be rewarded by the rules to strengthen themselves. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a little disappointed that he did not know much. However, When Duan Ling Tian sensed the divine energy in his body and slightly activated the power of law, a smile appeared on his face. Due to the fact that Duan Ling Tian's new body was too handsome, he looked a little devilish when he smiled. Huang-er. Duan Ling Tian sensed the presence of the 7 orifices exquisite sword and greeted Huang-er at the same time. Huang-er quickly responded, "Master." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian fell silent for a moment before he took a deep breath. He had a complicated expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Supreme powerhouses are really amazing. A few supreme powerhouses are able to create such a realistic illusory realm. I don't feel like I'm in an illusion at all." Duan Ling Tian had used his divine energy to form needles to pierce himself earlier. The intense pain made him realize that this did not feel like a dream, but more like reality. It was too real. It was no different from the outside world. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian felt like he could not distinguish between illusion and reality. At the same time, he felt that the strength of the ultimate powerhouses was completely beyond his imagination. A few ultimate powerhouses could create such a space. Moreover, according to his third senior brother, Yang Yu Chen, every time the trial of God opened, the environment and place would be different. The background would be completely different as well. Although third senior brother didn't say much about the last time he entered the divine trial grounds, he still told me about the environment of the divine trial grounds. In the environment he was in, there were no cities, no prefectures, and even more so, no divine nations. There were only sects in the trial of God. It was a world of competition between sects. The place I'm in now should be the divine kingdom world. However, I'll have to ask someone about the specific situation. In Wuyo City, the strongest person is the city master, Lu Wuyo. He's also the only lower divine emperor in Wuyo City. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Then, he made his way out of the backyard. The courtyard he was in was just a secluded corner of the backyard. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped out of the courtyard, he was stopped by someone. It was an old lady with an ordinary appearance. However, her eyes shone with a terrifying light. "Yu Wenfeng, the city master has ordered that without her permission, you're not allowed to leave this courtyard. Did you turn a deaf ear to the city master's words?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the old lady indifferently. Based on the owner of this body, it was not difficult for him to recall that this old lady was sent by the city master of Wuyo City to keep an eye on him. A lower divine emperor. As for why she was keeping an eye on him and not allowing him to leave, it was because she was worried that the city master's son would find out about it. Get lost. The current Yu Wenfeng was no longer the Yu Wenfeng of the past. His body had been completely taken over by Duan Ling Tian's soul. Even Duan Ling Tian's strength, techniques, divine weapons, and spatial rings had all been taken over. All of this was one of the reasons why Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the strength of an ultimate expert. "HM?" The old lady's expression changed drastically. Did Yu Wenfeng just ask her to get lost? At this moment, she even wondered if she had misheard him. This Yu Wenfeng, a puny little god, the little brat who used to bow and nod respectfully to her, actually dared to speak to her in such a manner? Was he seeking death? Or did he think the city master would not let him die? "Yu Wenfeng, without the city master's order, I don't dare to kill you. However, I'm confident that I can severely injure you and make you bedridden for a few years," the old lady said coldly. At the same time, her divine energy surged as though she was really going to make a move. Noisy! This time, Duan Ling Tian did not waste his breath on the old lady. With a sway of his body, he charged toward the old lady without making a move. At the same time, his divine energy surged and a spatial storm swept out. Bang! With a loud bang, the old lady was sent flying. She spat out mouthfuls of blood while she was in the air. There was only horror in her eyes. It should be known that she had already mobilized the divine energy in her body and was ready to attack. Even a higher divine king would not be able to send her flying, let alone a mere divine being. However, Yu Wenfeng's attack made her feel as though a ferocious beast was charging toward her. Moreover, the energy that swept into her body made her feel helpless and hopeless. This is a god emperor expert? No. He seems to be a higher divine emperor. Isn't Yu Wenfeng just a divine being? How did he suddenly become a higher divine emperor? At this moment, The old lady suddenly felt as though her brain was not enough to process all of this. Chapter 41-47. Yu Wenfeng. It was the name of the previous owner of Duan Lingtian's body, the male puppet. "Bring me to see your city master," Duan Lingtian said calmly as he glanced at the old lady who was staring at him in disbelief. The old lady no longer dared to treat the person in front of her as a divine spirit. What a joke! He was obviously a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, he was even more terrifying than the high-level divine emperors in Wuyo City. She even had a feeling that this high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than the city master of Wuyo City. A high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than a low-level divine emperor? The old lady wondered if she had hit her head. Otherwise, why would she have such a ridiculous thought? Yes, yes. Seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze becoming sharper, the old lady hurriedly took out a few divine elixirs and consumed them. After recovering from her injuries, she led the way for Duan Lingtian. Along the way, the old woman gradually calmed down after the peak of the fear in her heart passed. Thinking about the interaction she had with the person behind her today, she suddenly realized something. Yu Wenfeng seemed to be a completely different person today. He was no longer as shy as a woman. Although he still looked like a gigolo, his aura was undoubtedly that of a man. Moreover, the temperament he exuded had changed greatly. It was as if he had been possessed by someone. Yu Wenfeng, could it be that he has been possessed by some almighty? That's not right. Even if he has been possessed, his strength couldn't have increased to such a level in a few days. 2 days ago, Yu Wenfeng was still a sickly gigolo. The more the old lady thought about it, the more she couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I'll leave this matter to the city master. Of course, the premise is that the city master can suppress him. The old lady felt that she might really be crazy. No matter how much Yu Wenfeng had changed, he was still a high-level divine emperor. The city master was a low-level divine emperor. How could he not suppress him? Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the old woman was thinking. The only thing he wanted to do now was to meet Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuyo City, and learn more about this world from him. This world was too strange. Moreover, the previous owner of this body only knew the tip of the iceberg. His level was too low. But if that city lord found out that the boy toy she had always used as a shield was actually stronger than her, I wonder how she would feel? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile when he thought about this. A boy toy that could be crushed to death with one finger in the past. Now, he was suppressing her instead. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about Lu Wuyo's strength, he had seen Lu Wuyo make a move before. It was precisely because of that memory that Duan Lingtian knew how strong Lu Wuyo was. He was not bad among the low-level divine emperors. However, he was just not bad. He was not the best among the low-level divine emperors. At most, he was in the middle of the low-level divine emperors. Soon, the old lady brought Yu Wenfeng to the gate of the inner mansion of the city master mansion. The inner mansion of the city master mansion was the residence of city lord Lu Wuyo. The original owner of Duan Lingtian's body, Yu Wenfeng, lived in a small corner in the backyard of the inner mansion. City lord. The old lady stood outside the gate and said respectfully, Yu Wenfeng said that he wants to see you. Now, he is suspected to have the strength of a high-level divine emperor. The old lady revealed Yu Wenfeng's background as soon as she opened her mouth. At the same time, she wanted to warn her city lord. Of course, what she didn't know was that Yu Wenfeng was no longer the Yu Wenfeng of the past. His body had been taken over by another person. The current Yu Wenfeng was Duan Lingtian from the outside world, the genius of the inner mansion of Wanda Law Palace. High-level divine emperor? In the inner mansion, a slightly surprised and cold female voice sounded. Then, a figure flew out like the wind and arrived at the gate of the inner mansion in the blink of an eye. A beautiful figure stood in the air. It was a woman in a loose robe. Although she was a woman, she was dressed like a man. She was beautiful and her eyes seemed to be able to charm all living things. Even though it was the first time Duan Lingtian saw her, he couldn't help but sigh. The city lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, was indeed a beauty. No wonder the son of the city lord had confidence in her. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she was a beauty that could be found in 10,000 people. But the original owner of my body is really a good-for-nothing. In the past, he didn't even have the courage to look Lu Wuyo in the eye. He completely respected Lu Wuyo as a superior and inviolable god. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the memories of this body that he had read. Of course, on second thought, he could understand Yu Wenfeng. After all, he was the lowest person in Wuyo City. He was just a small divine spirit. On the other hand, Lu Wuyo was the city lord of Wuyo City. She was the supreme existence in Wuyo City. As soon as Lu Wuyo came out, she realized that this male pet of hers was different from before. In the past, he didn't even dare to look at her. But now, he was staring at her without letting go. Of course, his eyes were not like those of other men. They were not filled with possessiveness, so she didn't feel disgusted by him. Even so, she couldn't help but frown when she saw the change in this male pet. Yu Wenfeng, you've become bolder. How dare you look at me in the eye? Lu Wuyo didn't believe what the old lady said about Yu Wenfeng having the strength of a high-level divine emperor. She knew her male pet better than anyone else. You can leave now. Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Wuyo and instead looked at the old lady beside him before he glanced at her indifferently. The old lady didn't respond, but she still left. This was because she felt threatened by Duan Lingtian's gaze. After the old lady left, only Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo were left outside the gate of the inner mansion. Lu Wuyo. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo and said indifferently, "Tell me about what happened outside Wuyo City." Lu Wuyo frowned. She didn't understand what Duan Lingtian was asking, but she couldn't help but feel angry when this male pet of hers spoke to her in an arrogant tone. Yu Wenfeng, are you courting death? Lu Wuyo said indifferently. She didn't have any feelings for this male pet of hers. He was just a shield. As long as he was good-looking, nothing else mattered. However, a flower vase should have the awareness of a flower vase. She, Lu Wuyo, would not allow a flower vase to act presumptuously in front of her. It seems like City Lord Wuyo won't cooperate with me if I don't take action. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he unleashed his divine energy. The divine energy of a high-level divine lord swept out in all directions. Lu Wuyu's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's presence. High-level divine emperor. He was really a high-level divine emperor. Yu Wenfeng was actually a high-level divine emperor? How could he hide so deeply? No. I've investigated Yu Wenfeng's background. It's impossible for him to hide his strength. But this... Now, after the old lady Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuyo City, was also confused. Who could tell her what was going on? However, when she saw the spatial storm raging around Yu Wenfeng as he approached her step by step, Lu Wuyo felt a certain amount of pressure. She didn't think too much about it. Divine force erupted from her body, and a divine sword appeared in her hand at the right time. However, even though Lu Wuyo was fully prepared and didn't hold back, she still attacked. However, she soon discovered that her attack was like a piece of paper in front of her opponent's attack. It was instantly crushed. Then, her opponent's power spread out and suppressed her. At this moment, the divine energy in her body was completely suppressed. A high-level divine emperor suppressed a lower divine emperor. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. How is this possible? This kind of strength. Even an ordinary middle divine emperor might not have it. At this moment, Lu Wuyo's heart was in a mess. However, on the surface, she still maintained the last bit of her pride. She stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. You're not Yu Wenfeng. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. The energy that swept out from his body pressed Lu Wuyo to the ground. Both of her feet sank into the ground, leaving only her calves exposed. You just need to answer my questions. I won't get any rewards for killing that old lady, but I'll get quite a lot of rewards for killing you. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo with a gaze that flickered with dense threatening intent. When Lu Wuyo heard this, her expression changed again and again. This high-level divine emperor in front of her was too strong. He was so strong that she felt despair. When did such a heaven-defying existence appear in this world? Even the top geniuses in the divine kingdom were not as strong as him, right? Lu Wuyo took a deep breath. She didn't dare to treat this person as her pet anymore. What a joke! If her pet had this kind of strength, she wouldn't use him as a shield. She would treat him as an honored guest. With this kind of strength, standing on Wuyo City's side was tantamount to giving Wuyo City a huge boost. In the future, they would have an advantage when competing with other cities. Sir, if you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask. Lu Wuyo humbled herself. She had no choice but to do so. Now, her life was in the hands of this person in front of her. Okay. Seeing Lu Wuyo's cooperation, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you do this earlier? Tell me about Voidless City, the Heaven Spirit Mansion, and the Divine Kingdom above. Just treat me as an outsider. Duan Lingtian said casually. However, in Lu Wuyo's ears, it was no different from a fantasy story. An outsider? What was that? Chapter 41-48. Although Lu Wuyo did not know who the extraterrestrial visitor in front of him was, he was sure of one thing. The Yu Wenfeng in front of him was no longer her pet. He had been possessed by someone else, and this person had the strength of a high-level divine emperor after possessing Yu Wenfeng. He has only possessed Yu Wenfeng for a few days and he already has such strength. How strong was he at his peak? Lu Wuyo was shocked. An ultimate god? Or was he one of the best among the ultimate gods? At the same time, Lu Wuyo did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's inquiry, and told him everything that Duan Lingtian wanted to know. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally understood a lot about this world. There were many divine kingdoms in this world. He was now in a place called the Tiannan continent. There were a total of 9 divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent. The divine kingdom where Wuyo City was located was only one of them. Wuyo City was under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. There were a total of 28 cities like Wuyo City under the Heaven Spirit Mansion, and each city lord was an emperor god. Most of them were lower-level emperor gods. There were only a few middle-level emperor gods. The people in this world knew that killing could be rewarded. This was the rule of this world and they were born with it. However, if the strong killed the weak, there would either be no reward or very little reward. Under such circumstances, the strong would not kill the weak. Moreover, there were many things in this world that required the weak to do. Otherwise, how boring would it be if there were only a group of strong people left in this world? When that time came, where would they find servants to serve them? Where would they find servants? Where would they find servants to do all kinds of manual labor? The existence of a divine kingdom was to maintain order in the divine kingdom. The prefectures were administrative units placed in various places by the divine kingdom, and were responsible for governing the various cities in the prefectures. The city lords were lower-level emperor gods and a few middle-level emperor gods. The prefectures were about the same. The prefectures were lower-level emperor gods and were the best among them. The divine nation's monarch was an ultimate god. Lu Wuyo did not know how strong an ultimate god was. In her eyes, no matter how strong an ultimate god was, he was an existence she could only look up to but could not reach. Because of the rules and rewards, other than the relatively safe cities, the wild is very dangerous. The weak and the strong are disdained to kill, but they can capture and sell them for money. For example, if I'm a lower god emperor, I won't get any rewards for killing a high-level god emperor. However, I can capture them, imprison them, and then sell them to high-level god emperors, middle-level god emperors, lower-level god emperors, or even weaker existences to kill. They can obtain rewards for doing so. As long as you kill them with your own hands, you will more or less get the rewards of the rules. It's just that you won't get as many as you normally kill. After listening to Lu Wuyo's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood the situation in this world. It was truly the law of the jungle. Due to the existence of the rule-chosen reward, anyone would want to kill someone of the same cultivation level as them, or kill someone of a higher cultivation level than them. As for what the rule-chosen reward was, Duan Lingtian did not ask Lu Wuyo because he already knew. The rule-chosen reward could be some comprehension of the laws, some energy that could help increase one's cultivation level, or a drop of divine power from an omnipotent expert. The divine power of an omnipotent expert. Once the divine power of an omnipotent expert was used, it could increase one's divine power by 1 level in a short period of time. Although the duration was not long, the sudden increase in divine power by 1 level could definitely play a role in turning the situation around in an evenly matched battle. Even if one used the divine power of an omnipotent expert, one could kill someone who was slightly stronger than one. Even a high-level god could increase one's divine power by one level in a short period of time after using the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Although it would not reach the level of an omnipotent expert's own divine power, it was still not comparable to an ordinary high-level god's divine power. It was at another level. Because of this, it was most cost-effective for a high-level god to use the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Of course, the divine power of an omnipotent expert could only increase one's divine power. It could not increase one's profundity of laws, Tao of heaven and earth or other means. This world is truly a cruel one where the strong prey on the weak. Although the outside world was also a place where the strong preyed on the weak, it was not as cruel as here. Here one did not even need to seek opportunities. One only needed to kill to be rewarded. Of course, one had to kill those of the same level of cultivation or those stronger than oneself. But in the outside world, even if one knew that a person had opportunities or treasures, killing them would cause their storage ring to self-destruct and one would not be able to obtain anything. As for the rule-chosen reward? Sorry, there was no such thing. The rule-chosen reward is most likely similar to the heaven-chosen reward I received from the ruins of an omnipotent expert of the inner palace that I entered earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. My lord, do you have any other questions? Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian warily. At the same time, there was a complicated look in the depths of her eyes. In the past, the person in front of her did not even dare to look her in the eye. Now, it was her turn to not dare to look him in the eye. Every dog had its day. Are there many secret zones and treasure grounds in the southern sky divine nation? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lu Wuyo shook her head. I'm not too sure about that. Anyone who comes across such a thing will basically keep it for themselves. Once a faction obtains it, they will definitely not publicize it. However, it is said that even the strongest ultimate god in the divine nation cannot keep these secret zones and treasure grounds. It is suspected that they are born from heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was speechless at Lu Wuyo's words. Born from heaven and earth? Were they all so naive? Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that these people most likely did not know about the existence of omnipotent experts. It was impossible for them to know that everything here, including them, was just an illusion created by an omnipotent expert. Such a realistic environment, and the people inside all have their own intelligence. Are the methods of omnipotent experts so powerful? No wonder third senior brother said that no matter how much divine power a higher ultimate god obtains, after activating and increasing his divine power, even the weakest ultimate god can be crushed to death with a single finger. Omnipotent experts have completely surpassed the category of god. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In order to confirm, Duan Lingtian asked again, then, do you know about supreme powerhouses? Omnipotent experts? Lu Wuyo shook his head. What's that? Never heard of it? Do you know what's the realm above ultimate god? Duan Lingtian asked again. Above ultimate god? Lu Wuyo was stunned for a moment when she heard that. Then, she said with a burning gaze, legend has it that the realm above ultimate god is the god of creation. Those secret zones and treasure grounds that are born from heaven and earth are left behind by the god of creation. The god of creation is the supreme existence of our world. He may not necessarily be a living being. Perhaps, he is just the natural order of our world. The natural order rewards are also bestowed by the god of creation. I don't know about others, but I believe in this legend. After listening to Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was silent for a while. All right. You guys are amazing. Anyone would be able to guess most of it. It seems almost there? This world was indeed created by an omnipotent expert, but it was not just one omnipotent expert. As for the natural order rewards, they were indeed left behind by an omnipotent expert. It was the same for the secret zones and treasure grounds. Omnipotent expert? The god of creation? It's just a change of name. Of course, according to Lu Wuyo, the people in this world were not sure if the god of creation really existed. Everything was just a legend, and no one had heard of anyone who had seen the god of creation. This was different from the outside world. The outside world knew and was certain that omnipotent experts existed. After getting the information he wanted from Lu Wuyo, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay here for long. He had an impulse to kill Lu Wuyo and obtain the natural order rewards. He wanted to see if the natural order rewards were the same as the ones he obtained from the ruins of the omnipotent expert in the inner palace. However, he resisted the urge in the end. No matter what, she had cooperated. It would not be good to kill her. The people in this world were all transformed by omnipotent experts. Even if there was no grudge between them, Duan Lingtian would not feel any pressure to kill them. There was no moral problem. City Master Wuyo, goodbye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Lu Wuyo, then teleported and disappeared in front of Lu Wuyo. From the beginning to the end, he ignored the formation in the City Master's mansion. In fact, there was a formation in the City Master's mansion that was set up by the Heaven Spiritual Mansion experts. It was not difficult to trap a lower god emperor. It could even make it difficult for a middle god emperor to escape if it was activated. Even if it was not activated, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to escape if it was not closed. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored the formation in the City Master's mansion. His true strength is comparable to a middle god emperor? Now, this was the only possibility. Lu Wuyo's heart trembled, and her face changed color. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she had cooperated with the other party. Otherwise, she would have been gone. A guest from another world? He doesn't understand the situation in the divine nations. Is he not from the heavenly South Continent? Legend has it that the heavenly South Continent is not the only continent in this world. Duan Lingtian did not know what Lu Wuyo was thinking, but he did not care. Even if his identity was exposed, he would not feel any pressure. In this world, his biggest competitors were not the people of this world, but the geniuses from other forces like him. In this world, even if there was a place of opportunity, it was limited. Whoever was lucky and strong would get it. Once a place of opportunity was taken away, it meant that there was one less opportunity to get more opportunities. Wuyo City. Duan Lingtian immediately teleported out of the city. After leaving the city, he turned around to look at Wuyo City. It was neither too big nor too small, and the strongest person in the city was only a lesser divine emperor. It was meaningless for him to stay in such a place. Chapter 41-49. Now that I'm out of the city, won't I be targeted? However, I'm a high-level celestial emperor. Even if people see me, I'm afraid they won't target me or even attack me. According to Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, there are very few lesser divine emperors around Wuyo City. Most of them are divine emperors. However, there aren't many high-level divine emperors either. After all, the people in this area aren't very strong. The strongest is Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City. There are no experts around, only weaklings. There's no point in killing people who are stronger than them. Even for those high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors who stayed in this area, the reason they stayed here was more to intercept people who passed by, capture them alive, and then sell them for divine crystals. Duan Lingtian learned from Lu Wuyo that the currency of this world was divine crystals. Divine crystals were also used for cultivation, but the effect of cultivating with divine crystals was far inferior to the rewards of the laws. Even so, divine crystals were still the main currency. After all, not everyone had the ability to kill people of the same cultivation level or even stronger. Most of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy used divine crystals to cultivate. Duan Lingtian's destination was the Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture city. The Heaven Spirit Mansion was the administrative unit above Wuyo City in the divine kingdom he was in. The Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture master was a high-level divine emperor. There are quite a few people. However, after discovering that I'm a high-level divine emperor, they all retreated. After leaving secluded city, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's mansion city. He noticed many people were staring at him, but they quickly left. On the afternoon of the second day, a figure appeared on Duan Lingtian's path like a ghost. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. In fact, he had indeed appeared out of thin air. Teleportation. Even if the other party wasn't skilled in the law of space, he must have comprehended the law of space to a certain extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teleport. High-level godly emperor? The person who came was an old man in a gray robe. His face was thin and his eyes were like lightning. Surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised at first, but then he smiled and said, "You are also a high-level godly emperor, right? Are you sure you can defeat me?" You think I'm the only one? The old man sneered. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two swift sounds of wind whistling were transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, a middle-aged man and another old man arrived. One of them seemed to have transformed into fire, while the other flew over with wind. Clearly, one of them was proficient in fire laws, while the other was proficient in wind laws. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had formed a triangle with Duan Lingtian in the middle. Divine power wreaked havoc on the three of them, and the laws of space manifested. Their cultivation bases were clear, and they were all high-level god emperors. 3 high-level god emperors surrounded Duan Lingtian, intending to capture him alive. Just the 3 of you? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Is there anyone else? If there is, call them over together. I'm afraid 3 people aren't enough. Duan Lingtian said casually, but in fact, this was what he was thinking. He couldn't wait for the 3 of them to call a few more high-level god emperors over. That way, the rewards would be greater, right? The only middle-aged man among the 3 of them sneered. Boy, we've killed many high-level god emperors over the years. Some of them were smart like you. They were deliberately mystifying. In the end, they only had 2 endings. Either they died, or we captured them and sold them. So, this little trick of yours is useless against us. As he spoke, the sneer on the middle-aged man's face grew wider. At this moment, the other 2 old men looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of mockery. Don't waste words with him. Just capture him. If he wants to die, we'll send him on his way. The old man who came later said in an indifferent tone. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he moved and attacked Duan Lingtian. The other old man and the middle-aged man also attacked at the same time. The 3 of them didn't hold back at all when they attacked, and they even took out their high-quality god artifacts. 3 attacks of different colors swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian like they were covering the sky and the earth. When they got close to Duan Lingtian, they saw that Duan Lingtian was only floating around his body with divine power, and he didn't show any signs of attacking. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed, so they quickly withdrew most of their power. Boom! Rumble! The 3 attacks landed on Duan Lingtian, causing the space to tremble. At this moment, the 3 people who launched the attacks frowned slightly. Was he dead? However, when their attacks dissipated, their expressions changed again. The purple-clad young man in front of them was unharmed. Their attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Whoosh! When the 3 people's expressions changed drastically, they saw Duan Lingtian's body gradually turning illusory. Oh no! The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian appeared behind the old man who had teleported. He didn't use his god artifact, but he casually struck out with his palm. Bang! The seemingly casual strike was infused with the profundity of the law of space and the Tao of control. He didn't use his god artifact, but the old man exploded with a single strike. He really did explode. He exploded into a bloody mist, leaving only his god artifact and spatial ring behind. He didn't destroy his own spatial ring? While Duan Lingtian was still in shock, the other 2 people finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in 2 different directions. Run! This was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret. Why did they have such thoughts about the purple-clad young man? Were they not digging their own graves? Of course, they also knew that the reason they were interested in the purple-clothed young man was entirely because the purple-clothed young man was only one person while they had 3 people. In their opinion, the 3 of them were high-level godly emperors. Whether it was capturing or killing a high-level godly emperor, it wasn't difficult at all. However, what they didn't expect was that they would end up kicking a steel plate. A high-level divine emperor who was much stronger than them without using his god artifact. For such an existence, even if there were a few people who were as strong as them, they wouldn't be able to kill him even if they joined forces, let alone the 3 of them. He's no weaker than a lesser god emperor. The 2 people fled madly, and at the same time, various terrifying thoughts appeared in their minds. Without using his god artifact, his strength is comparable to a lesser god emperor who uses his god artifact. I don't think there's a high-level divine emperor like this in the entire Heaven Spirit Mansion. Why would he appear in such a small place? Who can tell me what's going on? How can a high-level divine emperor who hasn't completely consolidated his cultivation have such terrifying strength? Too slow. In the next moment, just when the two of them thought that they had escaped, they heard an indifferent voice with a hint of mockery in it. Then they realized that the purple-clad young man had caught up with them, and every time he teleported, he would seamlessly connect them. Second teleportation? This time they were in complete despair. Second teleportation, in the entire divine nation, they had never heard of a middle god emperor who had mastered it, right? Not to mention a lesser god emperor. This high-level divine emperor who hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation had mastered the space law technique that only high-level god emperors in the divine nation could master? Moreover, this high-level god emperor was the ruler of their divine nation. Bang! Bang! Two more palms fell. Duan Lingtian's original body and the space law doppelganger caught up with the two people at the same time and killed them at almost the same time. After killing the two people, Duan Lingtian also took their god artifacts and storage rings. 3 high-grade divine artifacts were now in his possession. In addition, 3 storage rings. However, the current Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to look at their storage rings. Instead, he was bathed in the pillars of light that fell from the sky. And it was 2 pillars of light. As for the person who killed the first 2 people, the reward of the rules had already fallen from the sky to Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was chasing after the 2 people behind him. More accurately, it was given to Duan Lingtian's original body. That reward of the rules seemed to be able to distinguish between Duan Lingtian's original body and his doppelganger. 3 rewards of the rules. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take half a day to completely digest them. Duan Lingtian secretly said in his heart when he saw the situation inside his body. However, it won't affect my journey. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. During this process, as time passed, the shock on his face grew stronger and stronger. My understanding of the space law seems to have improved a lot. I feel like my attainments in the space law have improved a little. That's not the main point. The main point is, my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor is actually stabilizing at such a fast speed. If this continues, the rewards of the rules given to me by the 3 high-level divine emperors will probably be more effective in stabilizing my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor than before. After half a day, Duan Lingtian had completely digested the 3 rewards of the rules this time. His cultivation had also further stabilized, and his comprehension of the space law had improved significantly. It wasn't just the space law. The other laws had also improved correspondingly. It seems like the supreme powerhouses who left behind this place are proficient in different types of laws. However, I'm certain that at least one of them is proficient in the space law. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to benefit so much from the space law. As for my cultivation, any supreme powerhouse should have the means to help me improve. However, this kind of improvement has its drawbacks. The consolidation of my cultivation feels like it's on the verge of collapsing. I need to calm down and digest it for a while. However, this is a small matter. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian casually took out a divine pill from his spatial ring and tossed it into his mouth. In the next instant, the process of stabilizing his cultivation that was on the verge of collapsing calmed down. An ultimate royal-grade divine pill that specialized in stabilizing one's cultivation was no joke. If all the high-level divine emperors can give me such a reward, I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor after killing another 10 or 20 high-level divine emperors. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. End of chapter. Chapter 4150. The 3 high-level celestial emperors had given Duan Lingtian 3 rules as a reward. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the rewards, suddenly had a crazy idea. If they don't come looking for me, can I take the initiative to look for them? Now, there are many people who have been spying on me along the way. Although these people's cultivation levels are low and there's no reward for killing them, there might be high-level celestial emperors behind them. These people are spying on others in the wild. They have evil intentions. There's no psychological burden if I kill them. Moreover, everything here is caused by the strongest experts. There's no need for me to bear any moral burden. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Then, He teleported and disappeared from where he was standing. At this time, the low-level celestial emperor who was spying on Duan Tian from afar discovered that Duan Tian was a high-level celestial emperor. He did not continue spying on Duan Tian. Suddenly, the low-level celestial emperor who had been spying on Duan Tian from afar discovered that the purple figure had disappeared from his sight. When he instinctively regained his senses, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. There was another person. Was this not the purple-clad young man whom he had been spying on earlier? Swoosh! Instantly, the low-level celestial emperor's expression changed completely. This low-level celestial emperor was a middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he was old enough to be Duan Tian's senior. However, when he saw Duan Tian, his face was filled with fear and panic. My lord, I'm only a low-level celestial emperor. There's no reward for killing me. It's useless to you. His expression changed. This was because there were many experts in the wild who had killed people like them. They did not do it for the reward of the rules. They only wanted to get rid of the evil. In their eyes, they were the evil. Of course, it was rare to encounter such people. Not everyone was so free. Experts had their own things to do. Even if they were being spied on, as long as they did not take any further action, they would not be too calculative. Killing you is useless. Duan Tian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a mocking smile and said, "However, if I capture you, I should be able to sell you for a good price, right?" When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression changed again. In their line of work, the last thing they wanted to meet was this kind of person. Not only was he strong, he was also bored. "My lord!" The middle-aged man wanted to cry. "I'm just a low-level god emperor. Even if you sell me, you won't be able to get many divine crystals. To a high-level god emperor like you, those divine crystals are like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They're not even worth mentioning." Duan Tian nodded. That makes sense. The middle-aged man subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, what Duan Tian said next caused his expression to change again. "But, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right?" When the middle-aged man heard Duan Tian's words, the middle-aged man no longer had any hope of escaping. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly burst out, and a scorching flame ignited on his body. In the next instant, the middle-aged man turned into a ball of fire and fled at an extremely fast speed. However, as soon as he moved, he hit the side of the void, and a loud rumbling sound rang out. Following this, a series of faintly discernible spatial ripples fluctuated in the void. With the middle-aged man as the center, it formed a spatial cage, a spatial prison. The middle-aged man had a look of despair on his face. He took out a divine artifact from his spatial ring and launched his strongest attack. Boom! However, even though the middle-aged man's strongest attack landed on the cage, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was as firm as before. Only the middle-aged man in the cage was left. His expression became more and more unsightly. In the end, his face was filled with despair. "It's over. It's over." At this moment, apart from despair, the middle-aged man's heart was filled with regret. He regretted that he had rushed out to patrol this area today. Otherwise, he would not have come across such a powerhouse. One should know that he was not supposed to be on duty today. It was because he wanted to cultivate after a period of time. Therefore, he had discussed with the people in his team to change the time on duty. "Do you want to live?" Just when the middle-aged man thought that there was no way for him to survive, a voice entered his ears, causing his entire body to tremble violently. "My lord, I want to live. I want to live." The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Duan Tian. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He wanted to live. This time, if he could survive this, he would definitely quit this line of work. It was too dangerous. Although sometimes if he was lucky, he would be rewarded handsomely. However, if he was unlucky, he would fall into a situation where he had no chance of survival. His life was completely in the hands of his opponent. If I can survive this tribulation, I'd better cultivate honestly and dutifully in the future. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Do you have a high-level divine emperor and divine emperor behind you? Duan Tian stared at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Think carefully before you answer me. I will only give you one chance." When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "My lord, the strongest people in my team are only 2 mid-level divine emperors. The rest are low-level divine emperors like me." Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "In that case you have no value. Originally, I thought that if you have any clues about a high-level divine emperor or divine emperor, as long as you lead me to them, I will spare your life." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian slowly raised his hand. His killing intent instantly spread out, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly said, "My lord, our team does not have a high-level divine emperor or above. However, I know of a few other teams that have high-level divine emperors. There are a total of 12 high-level divine emperors in those teams. My lord, I can lead you to them." "Really? I can lead you to them." At this moment, the middle-aged man was completely terrified. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him when he saw that he had no value. Now, he vaguely realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian should be an anti-hunter. These people killed or captured people in the wild. They called themselves hunters. As long as they set their eyes on their prey, as long as they were confident, they would not be able to escape. However, there were also some people who specifically targeted hunters like them. Some of them even liked to get to the bottom of things. They would dig out the information of the hunters' teams and destroy them one by one. In his opinion, this purple-clothed high-level godly emperor should be a member of the anti-hunter team. The reason why he asked about the high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors should be because he wanted to lead his team to do something big. Not bad. You are very tactful. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfactorily. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had leaked the information in advance, he was not worried at all. This was because in the trial grounds left behind by the ultimate experts, communication was not allowed. Whether it was through ordinary communication or through soul orbs, it was not allowed. This was also to prevent the geniuses who had entered the trial grounds from grouping up as soon as they entered. That would be unfair to those who did not have many friends. Under such circumstances, the people in the trial grounds of the divine realm were naturally unable to communicate with each other. Even if they communicated with each other at close range, there would be some traces left behind. Of course, unless one was a realm higher, it would be very difficult to hear the contents of the communication. For example, Duan Lingtian was now a high-level divine emperor. In order to hear the communication between him and others in the trial grounds, one had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. This kind of ability depended on the strength of one's soul power. "Lead the way," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Take me there. If you kill a high-level divine emperor, I will not kill you. If you kill 2 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with a medium divine emperor. If you kill 3 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with 2 medium divine emperors, and so on. If you kill a low-level divine emperor, I will reward you with 10 medium divine emperors." When Duan Lingtian first spoke, the middle-aged man did not think much of it. However, halfway through, his eyes lit up. There was such a good thing? Was it true? He naturally understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Giving him a medium divine emperor meant that he would severely injure the medium divine emperor and leave him for him to kill. At that time, he would be rewarded according to the rules. It should be known that under normal circumstances, when their small team killed a medium divine emperor, he would not get a share. He would only be given a low-level divine emperor. After all, he was only a low-level divine emperor. As if sensing the suspicion in the middle-aged man's eyes, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "If you doubt what I said, why don't you take me on a mission or 2? It would be best if it was a team that could kill 2 high-level divine emperors at once. After you kill them, I will give you a medium divine emperor." Duan Lingtian said casually, but the middle-aged man's blood boiled when he heard it. "My lord, I know of a team with 2 high-level divine emperors. I will take you there now." The middle-aged man was looking forward to it because he did not look like he was joking when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Moreover, with his strength, there was no need for him to joke with him, right? "My lord, my name is Du Huan." On the way, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart gradually disappeared. Soon, he found the courage to speak to Duan Lingtian again. "My lord, the team I will take you to next has 2 high-level divine emperors and a medium divine emperor. That medium divine emperor is the third person in the team, and he is usually in charge of negotiating with other teams. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he continued. He might know the location of some teams with low-level divine emperors. When Du Huan said the first part, Duan Lingtian did not react. But when he heard Du Huan's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Low-level divine emperor. That's right. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Du Huan with satisfaction and praised. You are very good. Now, follow me. If you can kill a low-level divine emperor, I will give you a high-level divine emperor. Chapter 41-51. In the trial ground of God, even if Duan Lingtian did not personally kill a high-level divine emperor, as long as he was seriously injured, he would get the biggest reward. Of course, the person who killed the high-level divine emperor would also get the corresponding reward. It was just that it would not be as much. However, to a low-level divine emperor, it was still a very shocking reward. Even if he killed 10 low-level divine emperors with his own strength, he would not get such a reward. Low-level divine emperor. Du Huan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, she became even more enthusiastic. Not long after, Du Huan brought Duan Lingtian along as they flew across the mountains and finally arrived outside a huge canyon. Du Huan only came to a halt when she looked at the canyon from afar. My lord, the team with 2 high-level divine emperors I mentioned earlier has a stronghold in the big canyon in front. I don't dare to go near now. Once I do, I'll be discovered. My lord, you should ask your team's helpers to come over and go in together. I'll follow behind you, Du Huan said to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the person in front of him was also a high-level divine emperor. It would be difficult for him to kill 2 high-level divine emperors, as well as many mid-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors by himself, unless his teammates from the anti-hunter team came over together. If it was just him alone, he would not dare to follow him. Helpers? When Duan Lingtian heard Du Huan's words, he was stunned and did not react for a moment. What helpers? The helpers of your anti-hunter team, Du Huan said matter-of-factly. Anti-hunter team? Duan Lingtian frowned. What's that? This time, it was Du Huan's turn to be stunned. This lord, do you know what the anti-hunter team is? Are you kidding me? Am I not a member of the anti-hunter team? In the next moment, something that made Du Huan even more stunned and shocked happened. He saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand and bring him along to directly charge into the gorge ahead. This caused him to be filled with terror, and he even suspected that this lord wanted him to come here and give his life away. In this way, could he renege on his promise and not help him kill the mid-level divine emperors? Who is it? Enemy attack. Just as Duan Lingtian brought Du Huan in, a few more exclamations came from within the Great Canyon. A moment later, Duan Lingtian and Du Huan were surrounded by a group of people. The 2 people at the front, an old man and a middle-aged man, were obviously the leaders of this group. Du Huan. At this time, someone recognized Du Huan. It was a low-level godly emperor from the hunter team. He had dealt with Du Huan before, so he recognized him. Du Huan? The old man in the lead frowned and looked at the person who shouted. Second leader. The person who spoke hurriedly said, this Du Huan is also a member of the hunter team. However, the strongest members of his hunter team are only 2 mid-level divine emperors. Moreover, they have never cooperated with us before. It's normal that you don't know them, second leader. At this moment, Du Huan was standing beside Duan Lingtian. Her face was pale and she felt powerless. It was over. It was really over. Why did he bring this madman here? This guy was simply a madman. She had believed that he would help her kill a mid-level godly emperor to repay her for leading the way. Naive. He was too naive. Du Huan, who is he? What are you doing here? The low-level godly emperor who recognized Du Huan asked coldly. At this time, everyone realized that the person in front of them did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the other party was obviously a high-level godly emperor, not a member of Du Huan's team. Now, Du Huan really did not know what to say because he was scared out of his wits. He also regretted bringing this madman here. We're here to kill you. Du Huan did not answer, so Duan Ling Tian answered for him. Not bad. 2 high-level godly emperors, 5 mid-level godly emperors. As for the low-level godly emperors, I'll leave them for you to kill. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the people who surrounded him thought that this high-level godly emperor in front of them was arrogant. Could it be that he wanted to kill all of them with his own strength? Of course, there were also people who looked out of the canyon cautiously. Did this mean that the other party had other helpers? However, they quickly realized that the other party did not have any helpers and did not need any helpers. Space Law. The way of control. With a thought, Duan Lingtian's divine power vibrated and a spatial storm swept out in all directions. It directly locked the space in the canyon, making it impossible for the other party to teleport. Moreover, the space was completely confined by him. Not only could they not teleport, but it was also difficult to leave. Whoosh! An ordinary high-level godly sword flashed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It bloomed with a cold sword light that was dazzling and dazzling. You! One of the 2 high-level godly emperors had just opened his mouth to speak when the divine power that rose from his body was completely annihilated. Whoosh! When the high-level godly emperor fell with a pair of lifeless eyes, the sound of a sword whistling rang in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Before they could react, another sword whistling sound rang in everyone's ears. When the group of people, including Duan Ling Tian and Du Huan, came to their senses, they found that the 2 high-level godly emperors who had been confronting Duan Ling Tian were dead. In the next instant, 2 rewards fell from the sky and enveloped Duan Ling Tian. It made Duan Ling Tian look like a high and mighty emperor. No one dared to look at him directly. Great leader. Second leader. Other than Du Huan, who was in a daze, the other people's faces changed drastically. The 2 most powerful people in their team had been killed in the blink of an eye by this high-level godly emperor in front of them? Who exactly was he? How could he be so strong? Run! Seeing that the 2 high-level godly emperor leaders had died, the other people, who were at most mid-level godly emperors, were terrified. They did not have any intention to fight with Duan Ling Tian. However, they soon found that they could not get out of here. A powerful space energy had confined the surrounding space and formed a space cage. They were locked inside and there was no way out. The person you mentioned earlier, is he among them? At this time, Duan Ling Tian asked Du Huan. My lord, it's him. As for Du Huan, she immediately pointed at a young man who was standing in the distance with an ugly expression. The young man was wearing a blue robe and had a handsome appearance. However, at this moment, there was panic between his brows. Okay. When Du Huan pointed at him, the young man in the blue robe's face changed. When Du Huan's voice sounded, his face changed drastically. In the next moment, he looked desperate. He subconsciously thought that the person in front of him was going to get even with him. However, he did not know why Duan Ling Tian was targeting him. After a while, he knew that he was wrong. Swoosh! The sword whistled and cut through the air. Except for the young man Du Huan was pointing at, the other mid-level godly emperors were seriously injured. Then, when they all turned pale, another sword attack killed most of them. Only 1 mid-level godly emperor was left. He was seriously injured but not killed. However, although he was not killed, he looked desperate at this time. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and the mediocre divine emperor was brought to Du Huan like a puppet at Duan Ling Tian's mercy. Du Huan's eyes lit up as he killed the severely injured mid-level godly emperor. At the same time, he received a rule reward. Before this, Duan Ling Tian had killed several mid-level godly emperors. Although he also received a rule reward, it was very weak. For him, it was almost the same as nothing. Du Huan felt that it was a pity. If all the mid-level godly emperors had killed him, he would have been really happy. However, he could only think about it. He could not say it out loud. Whoosh! With another sword attack, Duan Ling Tian killed a group of low-level godly emperors present. Of course, Du Huan, who was on his side, was excluded. This scene made Du Huan's head hurt. If this lord could injure these people and let him kill them, how good would that be? Of course, he also knew that he did not have the right to ask this lord to do so. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did this on purpose. Even if he could seriously injure these people, it would be easy for him. However, he did not want to let Du Huan off so easily. Previously, He had said that for killing 2 high-level godly emperors, he would give him a mid-level godly emperor. If he wanted him to give him another reward, he would have to continue to show his sincerity. Why didn't you kill me? The blue-robed young man who survived saw that Duan Lingtian had not killed him after killing the other members of his team. His expression changed and he could not help but ask. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him indifferently. I heard that you often represent your team and cooperate with other hunter teams. You know the locations of many hunter teams. My request is not high. As long as you bring me to kill a low-level godly emperor, I will spare your life and let you go. If you can help me kill 2 low-level godly emperors, not only will I spare your life, I will also give you a high-level godly emperor. Duan Lingtian promised the blue-robed young man generous conditions. The conditions were much better than what he had promised Du Huan. Du Huan's eyes turned red when he heard this. However, he also knew that this lord made such a promise because he wanted the other party to bring him to find a low-level godly emperor hunter. No. This lord, don't tell me that you also want to kill a lower god lord realm hunter by yourself. Suddenly, Du Huan thought of this problem and felt his scalp go numb. A high-level godly emperor killing a low-level godly emperor? Could he succeed? I promise you. The blue-robed young man who survived heard Duan Lingtian's words and his eyes lit up. He immediately agreed to bring Duan Lingtian to find a low-level godly emperor hunter. As a mid-level godly emperor, his vision was higher than Du Huan's. Naturally, he could see that this purple-robed high-level godly emperor in front of him was not an ordinary high-level godly emperor. He was not weaker than a low-level godly emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 41-52. You can continue to follow. Duan Lingtian looked at Du Huan and said, Next, as long as you lead the way to kill a high-level divine emperor, I will give you a corresponding reward. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Du Huan smiled bitterly and said, My lord, how about I lead you to the high-level divine emperors I know first? Lower god emperors. Can you bring Lord Jianghu to find them later? Du Huan said. Although the young man in front of him had shown great strength, killing high-level divine emperors like killing chickens. But god emperors were not comparable to god emperors. To put it bluntly, even the weakest lower god emperor could do what the young man in front of him had done. At first, he thought that the young man was from the anti-hunter team and had teammates. But now, he knew that the young man had no teammates. Without teammates, he wanted to kill a lower god emperor alone? Moreover, that lower god emperor had a group of high-level divine emperors under him? Sorry, I won't keep you company. Are you worried that I will be killed by a lower god emperor? Duan Lingtian could see through Du Huan's thoughts. After smiling faintly he said, Let's do as you say. Let's find the high-level divine emperors you know first. After dealing with them, I will go with Jianghu. Jianghu was the only person in the anti-hunter team that Duan Lingtian did not kill. The reason why he did not kill Jianghu was because of Du Huan. Du Huan told him that Jianghu was mainly in charge of the cooperation between the anti-hunter team and the other anti-hunter teams. He knew the locations of many anti-hunter teams. Then, Duan Lingtian took Jianghu and followed Du Huan to the various anti-hunter teams that Du Huan knew. Then, he killed all the anti-hunter teams. He killed all the high-level divine emperors with his own hands. The mid-level divine emperors were only seriously injured and killed by Jianghu. As for Du Huan, he killed a few high-level divine emperors and gave him a few mid-level divine emperors. He did not even get as many benefits as Jianghu. Although he could see that Du Huan was resentful, he did not dare to say it out loud, so he did not care. However, at the same time that Jianghu was dealing with the low-level god emperors, Jianghu also couldn't bear to watch. He seriously injured the low-level god emperors one by one, and then handed them over to Du Huan to deal with. At this time, Du Huan's mood rose a lot. Sir, that's all I know. Du Huan's eyes were shining, and his divine power aura was vibrating. It was obvious that he was about to make a breakthrough. He was all smiles. All right, you can go now. Duan Lingtian said. Thank you, my lord. Du Huan thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. At the same time he thanked Jianghu who was behind Duan Lingtian. Lord Jianghu, thank you for injuring so many lower god lords for me. If there's a chance in the future, I, Du Huan, will definitely repay you. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Huan left without looking back. At the same time he thought to himself, the premise is that Chen-Hu can still live until then. From his point of view, if Chen-Hu were to follow Duan Ling-Tian to find a lower god emperor, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would fall along with Duan Ling-Tian. In the east of Wu Yu City, which was also the direction from Wu Yu City to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion Prefecture City. Recently, many hunter teams discovered that most of the hunter teams that were originally active in the vicinity had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Not long after, another hunter stood up and said that the hunter team he was in had all been killed except for him, who had been investigating outside. Moreover, they were killed in their base camp. Most importantly, their leader was a lower god emperor. A lower god emperor was an overlord in the surrounding area. How could such an existence be gone? In the beginning, many people did not believe it. After all, how could a lower god emperor be killed so easily? What a joke! Even if Wu Yu City Master of Wu Yu City were to attack, it would be difficult for him to kill a lower god emperor. Maybe he's not a match for Lu Yu, but can't he escape? Most people did not believe it. However, as time passed and the hunters who were lower god emperors died one by one, the hunters in the surrounding area realized that it was not a false rumor. It was true. There was really someone who was counter-hunting them. Up until now, the ones that have fallen are all hunter squads that didn't keep their headquarters a secret. Hunter squads that kept their headquarters a secret, including our own hunter squads, are all fine. Someone is specifically counter-hunting us hunters. It seems that the anti-hunter team has made a move. This anti-hunter team must be very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many lower god emperors to die in their hands. A group of hunters thought that those lower god emperor hunters had died in the hands of an anti-hunter team. They did not know that it was only one person who had made a move. My lord. In a mountain range, Chen-Hu looked at Duan Ling-Tian with a burning gaze. Next, I know where a hunter team with a lower god emperor is. Shall we go now? Let's go. Duan Ling-Tian's eyes lit up. Duan Ling-Tian's face was glowing. After this period of hunting, he had killed many lower god emperors and dozens of upper god emperors. His cultivation base as an upper god emperor had been completely consolidated. In fact, his cultivation base was continuously advancing toward the emperor god realm. In this place I have 3 years. And now it has only been less than 2 months. If this continues, I will definitely be able to enter the Emperor God realm in a few months at most. When he thought of this, Duan Ling-Tian's heart trembled. His eyes lit up even more. Now, Duan Ling-Tian was looking forward to killing another lower god emperor. However, when he followed Chen-Hu to a remote place, he realized that the place was empty. Not only was there no one, but even when Duan Ling-Tian used his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, he could not find anyone other than himself and Chen-Hu. My lord. Chen-Hu's expression did not look too good. I am certain that I did not lead you to the wrong place. This hunter squad should have left this place and gone somewhere else to build a base camp. Chen-Hu said. It's fine. Duan Ling-Tian shook his head. Let's continue to the next stop. There are no lower god emperors, but an upper god emperor is fine too. However, although Chen-Hu was leading the way for the next few stops, the two of them did not find anything. After a few times, Chen-Hu's expression became uglier and uglier. My lord. Chen-Hu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him anxiously. He wondered if this lord would vent his anger on him and kill him in a fit of rage. After all, he was already an upper god emperor. If this lord killed him, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was right. Chen-Hu, who was close to becoming an upper god emperor, had successfully broken through half a month ago. This was because after killing a lower god emperor, Duan Ling-Tian was in a good mood. Other than the upper god emperors that were assigned to Chen-Hu, Duan Ling-Tian did not kill the rest of the middle god emperors. Instead, he severely injured them and handed them over to Chen-Hu to be killed. As a result, in less than 2 months, Chen-Hu had benefited greatly. He had even broken through to the upper god emperor realm. Currently, Chen-Hu and Duan Ling-Tian had the same cultivation level. However, although Chen-Hu and Duan Ling-Tian had the same cultivation level, he still treated Duan Ling-Tian with respect. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. What a joke! Although Duan Ling-Tian was only an upper god emperor, He had seen him kill a lower god emperor before. He thought that even though Duan Ling Tian could kill an ordinary upper god emperor as easily as killing a dog, it would not be easy for him to defeat a lower god emperor. However, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian could kill a lower god emperor as easily. Not a single lower god emperor could withstand a single strike from him. A upper god emperor can kill a lower god emperor as easily as cutting grass. Even the most outstanding upper god emperor in the divine nation's imperial family does not have such ability, right? Chen Hu's heart trembled. Who exactly is this lord? The hunter teams that we are looking for now are empty. It should not be a coincidence. He must have heard the news and felt that someone else knew the location of his base camp, so he changed the location in advance. Chen Hu was relieved when he thought of this. It seems that everyone has heard the news. If Chen Hu could think of this, so could Duan Ling Tian. He glanced at Chen Hu and said, "Since that is the case, we will part ways here." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he teleported and disappeared before Chen Hu's eyes without waiting for his reply. Lord. Chen Hu was stunned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to leave just like that. At this moment, even he did not expect that he would be reluctant to part with Duan Ling Tian. It was not relief. This 1 month is undoubtedly a great opportunity for me. I'm afraid I won't be able to find such an opportunity in the future. Chen Hu sighed. After parting ways with Chen Hu, Duan Ling Tian teleported all the way to the Heaven Spirit Mansion Prefecture City. Of course, while he was on his way, he did not forget to extend his divine consciousness to check if there were any hunters who were worth his time. This divine training ground is really a good place. Killing can increase one's strength. And this place was created by a supreme expert. The power of a supreme expert is simply inconceivable. When Duan Ling Tian was getting closer to the Heaven Spirit Mansion Prefecture City, Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, received the news from the outside world. There's an anti-hunter team that specializes in hunting down high-level divine emperors and above. Now, all the hunter teams that exposed their whereabouts previously have changed their nest? Lu Wuyo was surprised. He did not expect there to be a hunter team that could kill a low-level divine emperor near Wuyo City. No. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lu Wuyo's mind. Could it be him? He's a high-level divine emperor now, and he can only obtain the reward from killing high-level divine emperors and above. Chapter 41-53. In half a year, he had gone from a high-level divine emperor to a god emperor without fully stabilizing his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have dared to imagine it in the past. But now, in the trial grounds of God, he saw a glimmer of hope. I only have 3 years here. It's too short. Duan Ling Tian was on his way to the prefecture city of the Heaven Spiritual Mansion. On the way, he didn't forget to capture the hunters who were hiding in the dark. Then, under their lead, he overturned their nest. Of course, he would capture anyone who had information about a low-level divine emperor hunter team. Not only would he spare their lives, but he would also give them corresponding benefits. In this process, the one who benefited the most was naturally Duan Ling Tian. It seems there's no need to go to the prefecture city so early? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart and muttered to himself. Now, they were already far away from the surrounding area of Wuyo City. Some of the hunter teams in the vicinity had exposed their whereabouts to the outside world. The entire team hadn't left their nest. In just a few days, he had killed 2 low-level divine emperors and 7 high-level divine emperors. I'm getting closer to the god emperor realm. Duan Ling Tian realized that he really liked this place. He didn't want to leave after coming here. At least, he didn't want to leave before he reached the ultimate god realm. My lord, Duan Ling Tian once again caught a hunter who was secretly investigating him. It was a high-level divine emperor. Duan Ling Tian rarely encountered any high-level divine emperors who came out to scout. When the other party saw Duan Ling Tian appear, he didn't panic because Duan Ling Tian was only a high-level divine emperor. However, after he was casually suppressed by Duan Ling Tian, he became well-behaved. Our team has 2 low-level divine emperors and 1 mid-level divine emperor. This person also saw Duan Ling Tian as a member of the anti-hunter team. When Duan Ling Tian asked him to lead the way to the headquarters, he was also waiting for Duan Ling Tian's team to arrive. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian barging into their headquarters alone, he was completely stunned. Is he courting death? However, when he saw Duanling Tian killing the two low-level Divine Emperor vice leaders with just a swing of his sword, he was dumbfounded. A high-level Divine Emperor instantly killing a low-level Divine Emperor? If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. You're courting death. When an angry roar rang out, a burly figure appeared. It was a 2-meter-tall, middle-aged man. He had a strong back and a strong waist, and a murderous aura. As soon as he appeared, he revealed a strength that was much stronger than the two people Duanling Tian had killed earlier. Mid-level Divine Emperor? As for Duanling Tian, when faced with the strong attack of the middle-aged man, not only was he not afraid, he was even excited. He finally met a mid-level Divine Emperor. Duanling Tian knew that in this area, the mid-level Divine Emperors in the anti-hunter team were basically ordinary mid-level Divine Emperors. However, no matter how ordinary they were still mid-level Divine Emperors. Duanling Tian didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he hadn't used since entering the trial grounds of God. He realized that the high-level divine weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was a half-soul high-level divine weapon. If he didn't exchange it for a divine weapon, he would be at a disadvantage. A full-soul high-level divine weapon. When Duanling Tian revealed the divine weapon in his hand, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. However, after a while, his eyes were filled with greed. This magical card, I want it. The middle-aged man's attack grew even stronger. Like a raging wave, it swept towards Duanling Tian, wanting to drown Duanling Tian. This middle-aged man was an expert in water laws. A full-soul high-level divine weapon? As for the high-level divine emperor who led Duanling Tian here, his face was filled with shock. Although he didn't have such a divine weapon, not even a half-soul high-level divine weapon, he knew what such a divine weapon meant. A full-soul high-level divine weapon, even for a high-level divine emperor, not everyone had one. As for existences below a high-level divine emperor, some of them were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But today, he actually saw a person who had not even entered the realm of Upper God Emperor yet, but already possessed a high-quality divine artifact with a complete soul. No. It should be said that he had a full-soul high-level divine weapon before entering the high-level divine emperor realm. Sword Principle. The Way of Control. Facing the middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-level divine emperor, Duanling Tian used all his strength. He didn't dare to be careless, even if his opponent was just an ordinary mid-level divine emperor. Whoosh! With one strike, Duanling Tian frowned. Puchi! In the distance, one of the middle-aged man's arms flew out, and he had strangely dodged to the side just a moment ago. It was because he had dodged in that instant that he had escaped a calamity. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. How is this possible? At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with shock after escaping a calamity. How can a high-level divine emperor have such strength? He could see that his opponent was powerful not only because of the full-soul high-level divine weapon in his hand, but also because of the spatial laws that he had mastered and sword principle. Run! The middle-aged man who had suffered a loss not only lost his anger, but he didn't even have the courage to continue fighting with Duanling Tian. Even if he was a mid-level divine emperor, he had no choice but to run when facing a high-level divine emperor. Too strong. This high-level divine emperor was too strong. He believed that it would be difficult to find a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him in the entire divine nation, let alone the heavenly spirit mansion. No. Perhaps, in the entire heavenly south continent, there might not be a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him. Second teleportation. Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat, and then he teleported twice in a row, blocking the middle-aged man's path first. At the same time, his sword whistled through the air and slashed toward his opponent. This strike not only carried a swift and fierce sword intent, it also carried a devastating spatial storm. The middle-aged man now only wanted to escape, and he didn't expect Duanling Tian to appear in his path first. Even if the spatial laws that Duanling Tian had displayed earlier were extraordinary, he didn't expect Duanling Tian to have mastered the spatial law's second teleportation. This was because he subconsciously felt that a technique like the second teleportation could only be mastered by powerful high-level divine emperors who were proficient in the spatial laws. No! The middle-aged man didn't have time to block at all. Before he died, the divine power in his body was annihilated, leaving behind only a despairing and helpless cry. An intermediate divine emperor had fallen. In the next instant, an incomparably huge pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to surge. Even his mind became much clearer in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian didn't move, but with a thought in his mind, numerous sword lights flashed out with a whistle, and they killed all the hunters that had just reacted and wanted to flee the base camp. In the end, Duan Lingtian looked at the high-level divine emperor who had led him here. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. My lord, I have been very cooperative with you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Duan Lingtian only looked at the middle-aged man deeply, but he didn't kill him. Although the middle-aged man had betrayed all his teammates, which could be considered as an ungrateful act. If they were in the outside world, Duan Lingtian would most likely not be able to hold himself back and kill him. However, in this place, he wasn't so obsessed with enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. After all, everything here was an illusion created by the supreme expert. In addition, it was thanks to the middle-aged man that he was able to obtain such a great harvest this time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man who had teleported away. Only then did the high-level divine emperor who had led him here heave a sigh of relief. When he looked at the bloodstains again, his expression changed drastically. High-level divine emperor. Is he really just a high-level divine emperor? A high-level divine emperor killed an intermediate divine emperor so easily? They were both high-level divine emperors, but at this moment, he felt that all his years of cultivation had been a waste. An intermediate divine emperor who could kill him with a flick of a finger was actually killed by a high-level divine emperor who was of the same cultivation level as him. Moreover, the entire process was very easy, without any pressure. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the high-level divine emperor was thinking after he left. Now, he found a secluded place and began to digest the reward that fell from the sky after killing the intermediate divine emperor. This reward is too generous, isn't it? It's even more than the reward of the lower divine emperors I killed before combined. Could it be? The reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher than the reward of killing someone who is 1 cultivation level higher than the reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. I feel the reward this time might even help me enter the Emperor God realm. Let's try to break through. While Duan Lingtian was trying to break through to the Emperor God realm, in another place of the trial grounds, the sky was filled with blood and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Massacre. Only massacre was left. Third senior brother said that everything here is an illusion. I don't need to restrain myself here. It's best if I can break through to the ultimate God realm here. Once I break through to the ultimate God realm, I'll be able to protect junior brother better. A young lady broke through the bloody mist like an Azura. The vast city behind her was almost dyed in blood. She's finally gone. I was worried that she would kill me. She's too strong. The monarch is definitely in seclusion, and almost all the upper divine emperors in the capital were killed by her. She's also a upper divine emperor. How can she be so strong? Everyone looked at the back of the figure that was disappearing into the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. More people's faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Luckily she didn't attack us. Other than the upper divine emperors, she didn't even kill the intermediate divine emperors who didn't attack her first. It's obvious that she's here for the reward. She's so unruly. I'm afraid she'll die soon. It's said that someone will awaken the monarch who is in seclusion soon. When the monarch wakes up, he'll definitely not let her off. Chapter 4154. In the Tiannan continent, there were many holy kingdoms. In any holy kingdom, the monarch was recognized as the strongest person. Only the strongest person could lead a holy kingdom. In this world, due to the existence of the rules and rewards, there were killings everywhere. As long as one was outside the city, no matter who it was, they could be killed. In the city it was relatively peaceful, but it was not 100% peaceful. For example, this time, in the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation, which was recognized as the safest place in Feiyang Divine Nation, there was a bloodbath. A young girl entered the capital and killed upper-rank god emperors like an Azura. She came and went like the wind. If the monarch is here, he will definitely kill her. In the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation, not long after the young girl left, some middle-rank god emperors and lower-rank god emperors gathered together. They stood in the air and looked in the direction the young girl had left in. However, they did not know that the young girl had left. Although the young girl had left, she did not stop there. The direction she was heading in indicated her destination. Previously, one of the upper-rank god emperors she killed told her where the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was cultivating in seclusion. The monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was a lower-rank ultimate god. Lower-rank ultimate god. As long as he is not ridiculously strong, even if I can't defeat him, I can still survive. If I can kill him, the rules and rewards will be very generous. The young girl was Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-1. It was a coincidence. Perhaps it was not a coincidence. After Lang Chun-1 entered the trial ground, the person she possessed was also a young girl. However, the young girl looked completely different from her. She was originally a nameless young girl from a small village near the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation. After being possessed by Lang Chun-1, she became a upper-rank god emperor. Moreover, after entering the capital, she killed more than 10 upper-rank god emperors. At the same time, the geniuses of various forces who entered the trial ground with Duan Lingtian and Lang Chun-1 were like fish in water. All of them were reluctant to leave this world and felt that 3 years was too short. As for the weaker ones, they would either be hunted down or die. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It wasn't a metaphor that was casually made up by the outside world. It was a true world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weak and I killed you, you would be gone. I had rules to reward you. There is no enmity between us, but I have the ability to kill you. There is a reward for killing you. That is the reason why I want to kill you. In this world, there was an irresistible reason to kill. Rule reward. Increase strength in all aspects. I really don't want to go out. Unfortunately, when the time is up, we will be automatically teleported out. What a great place. Now, I'm about to break through. In this world, opportunities aren't just rewards obtained from killing people. It's said that there are also various mystic realms and opportunities left behind by powerful beings. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the others. Right now, Duan Lingtian only knew that he was about to break through. Before entering the trial grounds of God, he was only a high-level celestial emperor who had not completely consolidated his cultivation. Now, in just half a year, not only did he consolidate his cultivation, but he also had the ability to break through to the Emperor God realm. Lower Emperor God, within reach. I hope I can break through in one go this time. When he realized that he was getting closer and closer to the Lower Emperor God realm, Duan Lingtian's emotions calmed down instead. He was unusually calm. 10 days later. Duan Lingtian randomly found a secluded place to cultivate. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura gushed out and spread rapidly, causing the weaker people and demonic beasts in the vicinity to move away. At the same time, figures left the vicinity quickly. That's the aura of someone breaking through to the Emperor God realm. The aura of the Emperor God realm, a lower Emperor God who has just broken through and his cultivation hasn't stabilized yet. Although some of the people nearby were only celestial emperors, they could tell from the aura that the owner of the aura had just broken through to the Emperor God realm. Since someone has entered the Emperor God realm, it means that an Emperor God secret realm is about to open. Let's hurry back and get the sect leader to come over. Emperor God's secret realm. If we bring this news back to the prefecture city and bring it to the prefecture master, we should be able to get a good reward, right? The Emperor God's secret realm is about to open. We must think of a way to inform the Emperor God experts. As long as we send the news over and get their confirmation, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. In this world, people who broke through to the Emperor God realm would be rewarded by the heavens and earth, an Emperor God's secret realm. Duan Lingtian did not know about this before, nor had he heard of it. The moment he broke through to the Emperor God realm, a portion of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Moreover, the cave in front of him was instantly shattered by a sudden force. Along with it, a large mountain range where the cave was located was also shattered. Boom! Rumble! As Duan Lingtian stepped into the air, there was a lingering fear on his face. This power that appeared out of nowhere gave him a feeling of powerlessness. At the moment it erupted, he even felt that he would die without a doubt. However, what surprised him was that the force did not cause any damage to him. It only destroyed the mountain range around him. However, when the mountain range was destroyed, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that many lives had withered. It was obvious that the force was not directed at living beings, but it was not directed at him. It was just that it was not directed at him. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. Emperor God's secret realm. When a high-level godly emperor broke through to the Emperor God realm, he would be rewarded by the heavens and earth in the Emperor God's secret realm. The Emperor God's secret realm required 20 Emperor Gods to open it at the same time before one could enter it successfully. Moreover, one had to enter through teleportation. There was no requirement for the Emperor God's cultivation level, as long as one was an Emperor God. This information? Duan Lingtian was certain that he did not know about the information in his mind in the past, nor had he come into contact with it. It was as though it had appeared out of nowhere. Apart from being surprised, he was also pleasantly surprised. Emperor God's secret realm. It was a secret realm that held great opportunities for Emperor Gods. Only Emperor Gods could enter it. It requires 20 Emperor Gods to open it at the same time? However, when he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was a little depressed. Doesn't that mean, even if the Emperor God's secret realm appears, I have to wait for the other 19 Emperor Gods to arrive before I can open it? 19 Emperor Gods. Where can I find them? Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling depressed, the space in front of him vibrated. Following that, a huge door appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. The door in the void was incomparably huge. On top of it, there were 20 palm prints arranged neatly. Moreover, they were all right-handed palm prints. 20 Emperor Gods press their hands on it and inject their Emperor God power into it to open the Emperor God's secret realm. This was the information that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. If I'm not mistaken, this information came from an expert. The Emperor God's secret realm will appear when a divine emperor enters the Emperor God realm. Will there be a divine emperor secret realm when a divine emperor breaks through to the ultimate God realm? Moreover, will there be a divine emperor secret realm when a divine king breaks through to the divine emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was pondering, a figure flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was as though it had turned into a stream of water and flowed all the way to Duan Lingtian. After a while, the water-like figure revealed itself. It was a middle-aged man in a blue long robe. After the middle-aged man appeared, he frowned slightly and looked at Duan Lingtian. Then he asked in a condescending tone, "Young man, is this Emperor God's secret realm a reward from heaven and earth after you break through to the Emperor God realm?" Duan Lingtian was originally sizing up the middle-aged man in front of him. When the middle-aged man came over, he could tell that he was a medium god emperor from his divine power aura. Now, seeing that the middle-aged man was speaking to him so rudely, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. A murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Should he kill him? Or should he wait until he had gathered 20 god emperors and opened the Emperor God's secret realm before killing him? In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to wait for a while. It was not that easy to gather 20 god emperors. Even if he could, it would take a long time. A medium god emperor. Is he from the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's prefecture city? Duan Lingtian guessed. This place was not far from the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's prefecture city. If he's from the prefecture city, as long as the news of my breakthrough spreads far enough, he should be able to gather 20 god emperors very quickly. Now, Duan Lingtian also knew that the prefecture city had the most god emperors within the Heavenly Spirit Mansion's territory. Every big city under the Heavenly Spirit Mansion only had one god emperor each, and most of them were lower god emperors. In the wilderness outside the city, there were many god emperor realm hunters. However, these people were very scattered, and it was difficult to gather them together. "Boy, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" The middle-aged man saw that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him and instantly felt that he was being humiliated. He was a medium god emperor, and a boy who had just broken through to the lower god emperor realm dared to ignore him? Was he courting death? If you don't want to die, shut up. However, facing the middle-aged man's anger, although Duan Ling Tian was ignoring him, the moment he opened his mouth, the middle-aged man was stunned. Then, his face was filled with disbelief. Obviously, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would speak to him in such a manner. Ha ha! Just as the middle-aged man had not completely recovered from his shock, a loud laughter was heard. Then, a golden light flashed, and a medium god emperor who was skilled in the law of gold arrived. This medium god emperor looked like a young man. After he arrived, he looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man with a mocking expression. Tan Wu, you're a medium god emperor. I didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be threatened by a lower god emperor. To be precise, I was threatened by a lower god emperor who had just broken through today. As he spoke, the smile on the young man's face became brighter and brighter. In the brighter smile, there was a strong sense of mockery. End of chapter. Chapter 41-55. The middle-aged man, Tan Wu, had an ugly expression. When he heard the words of the young man who had just appeared, a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. Boy, according to the rules, this is the Emperor God Mystery Realm that was triggered when you broke through to the Emperor God Realm. You should have a share. But now, since you're looking for death, I can only fulfill your wish. Tan Wu was already infuriated by Duan Ling Tian. With the young man who came later fanning the flames, he finally couldn't hold it in and attacked Duan Ling Tian. The moment he attacked, the void shook and a vast ocean pressed down on Duan Ling Tian. Tan Wu, a medium emperor god, was good at water law. Humph! In the face of Tan Wu's attack, Duan Ling Tian merely snorted coldly in disdain. He did not even move from his original spot. After that, he casually waved his hand, and a seven-colored sword ray shot out from his palm. Swoosh! The short-lived sword whistle contained the divine power of a god emperor. It was infused with the profound laws of space, as well as the sword Tao and the Tao of control. The sword left a white mark in the void. It was as if it could tear the space apart. Whoosh! When the seven-colored sword glow came into contact with the vast ocean formed by Tan Wu's attack, it seemed to give rise to an extremely terrifying temperature. In the blink of an eye, it caused the vast ocean to evaporate into water vapor before disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Tan Wu's expression changed and his pupils contracted rapidly. At that moment, he clearly felt that his powerful attack was dissolved by the lower emperor god in front of him. One should know that although it wasn't his full power, it wasn't a weak attack. At least, it wasn't too difficult to kill a lower emperor god. He even used the power of a divine weapon for that attack. His divine weapon was a glove on his hand. Moreover, it was a high-grade half-soul divine weapon. *T. At the same time, Tan Wu's expression changed. Before he could finish his thought, he saw the rainbow light spot that was coming at him and it kept growing bigger in front of his eyes. As the rainbow sword light was aimed at Tan Wu, in Tan Wu's eyes, the tip of the rainbow sword light and the sword body merged into one. It was a rainbow light spot. Whoosh! Tan Wu had just subconsciously raised his hand. Before he could even launch an attack, that flash of seven-colored sword light had already entered his body. It did not pass through his body. Instead, it rapidly swam and revolved around his body, causing blood to spurt out from all over his body. In the end, his body and his clothes turned into a bloody mist and fragments that filled the sky. A moment ago, he was still incomparably tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, he had already died. Whoosh! At this moment, a gigantic beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Duan Ling Tian. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was bathed in white light. In the next instant, the white light entered Duan Ling Tian's body. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile. This was the second god emperor he had killed. The previous god emperor was killed by him before he had broken through to the god emperor realm. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized that the rule reward for killing a god emperor this time was slightly lesser than the rule reward for killing a god emperor before. Obviously, the rule reward for killing someone one level higher than him was far less than killing someone two levels higher than him. Duan Ling Tian was still feeling the power that the rule reward in his body had given him. In the next instant, he was suddenly awakened by a sudden voice. "Brother! Good kill!" At this very moment, The second young god emperor who had arrived was looking at Duan Lingtian and cheering. That Tan Wu, I have long disliked him. He is a person who deserves to die. Brother, you have killed him. In the future, you will be my friend. In the future, if you have any problems, you can look for me at the Wu family in the prefecture city. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely not decline. When the god emperor Wu Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a big smile on his face, appearing very friendly and enthusiastic. However, the fear and terror in the depths of his eyes betrayed his inner heart. Obviously, he was frightened by Duan Lingtian's method of killing Tan Wu. A lower god emperor who had just broken through to the realm of lower god emperor was actually killed instantly by Tan Wu, whose cultivation level was one level higher than his. Just now, even if it were me, I would not be able to escape death. Why do I feel that this lower god emperor is even scarier than an upper god emperor? Even an ordinary upper god emperor would have to put in a lot of effort to kill Tan Wu and me. It is impossible to do such an instant kill. Wu Xianxian's strength was on par with Tan Wu. It was also because of this that he was really frightened. If the other party could kill Tan Wu like that, it meant that he could also kill him like that. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and glanced at Wu Xianxian indifferently. In the depths of his eyes, there was a glimmer of light subconsciously. Should he kill this person as well? There were many rules and rewards. However, if he killed him, wouldn't he have to wait for another 19 god emperors to arrive? In the end, Duan Lingtian still did not make a move on the person in front of him. The most important reason was naturally because he needed the other party to open the god emperor mystic realm together. The second reason was that the other party did not provoke him like the previous person. Have you entered the god emperor mystic realm before? Although he did not kill the other party, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let the other party stay idle. He glanced at the other party indifferently and asked. Yes, yes. At the same time that Wu Xianxian hurriedly answered, the huge rock in his heart also slowly put down. At least for now, the other party did not plan to kill him. Now that the other party asked him, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. Tell me about the situation inside the God Emperor Mystic Realm. Duan Lingtian said. Every God Emperor Mystic Realm is different? Wu Xianxian shook his head and said, including the God Emperor Mystic Realm that appeared when I broke through to the God Emperor Realm, I have entered a total of 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms. Everything in the God Emperor Mystic Realm is completely different every time. Entering any God Emperor Mystic Realm does not have any reference value. However, I can still talk about the situation of the 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms that I have entered. Now, Wu Xianxian had to be more cooperative and cooperative. It was also because there was no one present who knew him, otherwise, their jaws would definitely drop. The usually arrogant God Emperor of the Wu family actually had such an obedient side? And while Wu Xianxian was explaining the God Emperor Mystic Realms to Duan Lingtian, the third God Emperor also arrived. It was an old man wearing a long grey robe. He was a lower God Emperor. After the old man appeared, he saw Wu Xianxian and immediately greeted him warmly with a smile. Young Master Wu, I didn't expect you to come as well. The old man's seniority was higher than Wu Xianxian. When Wu Xianxian was young, he respectfully called Wu Xianxian young master. Although he had become a God Emperor now, he was only a lower God Emperor. Facing Wu Xianxian, who was already a middle God Emperor, he did not dare to be disrespectful. However, what he did not expect was that Wu Xianxian did not pay attention to him and was still explaining the situation of the God Emperor Mystic Realms to Duan Lingtian. At this time, the old man's attention shifted to Duan Lingtian. This lower God Emperor. Although he did not personally witness Duan Lingtian's attack, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air. After he had just broken through and had not stabilized his cultivation, he inadvertently released his divine power. This allowed the old man to see that he was a lower God Emperor. He broke through to the lower God Emperor realm and opened the God Emperor Mystic Realms? The old man thought to himself, I feel that Wu Xianxian is very careful in front of him. Could this young man have some shocking background? That should be it. If he did not have a shocking background, would Wu Xianxian be like this? When the old man thought of this, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in his eyes. Although he wanted to greet the young man in front of him, he did not dare to interrupt because Wu Xianxian was still talking to him. He was afraid of offending both the young man and Wu Xianxian. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Wu Xianxia told Duan Lingtian about the 4 God Emperor mystic realms that he had been to, 3 rapid sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the scene. The 3 of them were led by a middle-aged man wearing a long golden robe with silver edges. The middle-aged man was tall and had a dignified aura between his eyebrows. Every movement of his seemed to carry a noble aura. Behind him, there were 2 ordinary-looking old men. Upper God Emperor? When the 3 of them arrived, Duan Lingtian could see their cultivation levels. The 2 old men behind them were only middle God Emperors. However, the middle-aged man in the lead was a upper God Emperor. Young man from Wu family, you are really well informed. You have arrived so quickly. After the middle-aged man in the lead appeared, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian before landing on Wu Xianxia. He smiled slightly. Obviously, he knew Wu Xianxia and was quite familiar with him. Mansion Master. At this time, Wu Xianxia bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The lower God Emperor, who was the second to arrive, also followed behind Wu Xianxia and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Greetings. Mansion Master. Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. This person was the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion? The publicly acknowledged #1 expert in Heaven's Spirit Mansion? The best among the upper God Emperors? Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he could fight with an ordinary upper God Emperor after entering the God Emperor realm. However, he was only an ordinary upper God Emperor. Moreover, he might not be able to win. If the person in front of him was really the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he would not be able to deal with him now. Congratulations on entering the God Emperor realm. After the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion nodded at Wu Xianxia and completely ignored the lower God Emperor old man, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze. Thank you. Duan Lingtian thanked him. However, he was not as respectful as Wu Xianxia and the old man in front of him. He had seen many ultimate gods before, so he did not feel anything strange when facing a upper God Emperor. In fact, his 4th senior sister was a high God Emperor. Moreover, she was a top existence among the upper God Emperors. The Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion might be strong, but if he were to face his 4th senior sister, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. Chapter 41-56. Duan Lingtian was calm as he faced the Spirit God Mansion Master. The person in question didn't seem to have any reaction. However, the 2 old men behind him who were intermediate God Emperors were glaring at Duan Lingtian with hostility in their eyes. The Patriarch of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion was calm, not because he had learned of what had happened from Wu Xianxia, but because he was adept at hiding his emotions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was calm. It was impossible for him to not care. He was just a lower God Emperor. And he had just made a breakthrough. The reason why I'm so warm towards you and congratulate you is because the God Emperor Mystic Realm with its tightly shut door appeared because of your breakthrough. I'm giving you some face. After all, your God Emperor Mystic Realm is also my opportunity. As the strongest God Emperor in the Spirit God Mansion, the Spirit God Mansion Master was sure that if he entered the God Emperor Mystic Realm, as long as it was based on strength, he would definitely get more benefits than the other God Emperors who entered with him. Wu Xianxia stood there, his eyes flashing. He was considering whether to tell the Spirit God Mansion Master that the purple-clothed young man had killed the middle God Emperor Tan Wu. Tan Wu wasn't a nobody in the Heavenly Spirit Mansion. He was also related to the Spirit God Mansion Master in front of him. Forget it, I won't say it. In the end, Wu Xianxia decided not to say it. Once he said it, the Spirit God Mansion Master would probably kill Duan Lingtian personally. Even if he didn't do it directly, he would definitely try to rope him in. However, the chances of that were not high. The Arch-Mystic Realm was opened by such a person. If one were to take too many of the opportunities inside, they might harbor a grudge. They might not be a match for you now, but they might attack you on a whim in the future. As for why the Spirit God Mansion Master might kill Duan Lingtian, he was also clear. Once I say it, he might not be able to kill this person. If he can't and I sell him, he might find trouble with me in the future. Because of this, Wu Xianxia didn't say anything. Otherwise, with his cultivation, Duan Lingtian, a lower God Emperor, wouldn't have been able to discover anything when he communicated with the palace master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion, who was a higher god emperor. Whoosh! After the three of them, more people arrived. Most of them recognized the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's mansion master and took the initiative to greet him. Hum! A ray of blade light illuminated the heavens and the earth as it whizzed down from the distance, heading straight for the mansion lord of the Heavenly Spirit Mansion. At that instant, the dazzling saber glow caused the entire place to lose its color. How dare you! How dare you! The patriarch of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion didn't react, but the two old men behind him were alarmed. They both tried to stop the blade light from falling from the sky. However, their attacks were not worth mentioning at all in front of this saber light. They were destroyed in an instant. The saber light continued to envelop the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Wu Ping, I didn't expect you to come as well. The Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch raised his head. He casually reached out and extinguished the saber light. Then, he looked towards the horizon, where the saber light had come from. A tall and burly figure stepped through the air. This was a middle-aged man wearing a jade-green long robe. His face was full of beard and his eyes were like copper bells. He looked extremely rough. Mannerhead Mo, your strength is indeed tyrannical. I have completely consolidated my cultivation as a high god emperor, but I was still easily crushed by you when I used my full strength. The middle-aged man with curly hair sighed. It was obvious that he was quite familiar with the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch. Mo1, the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch, smiled faintly. You didn't use a divine weapon just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block your attack so easily. Wu Ping, think about it again. Why don't you come under me? Mo1 said, trying to rope him in. Forget it. I'm used to being free. Wu Ping shook his head. If I wanted to, I would have done so back then. I wouldn't have waited until today. That's true. Mo1 nodded slightly. Judging from his expression, he was not surprised that Wu Ping would say such a thing. At this moment, Wu Ping looked at the two people behind Mo1. He grinned and said, the two of you, after so many years, you still haven't improved. I remember that back then, any one of you could have easily defeated me. But now... Although Wu Ping did not continue speaking, the expressions of the two people behind Mo1 had turned slightly gloomy. Wu Ping had indeed lost to them in the past. They had even questioned why the palace master valued Wu Ping, an ordinary medium god emperor. But today, it seemed that the palace master had long seen through Wu Ping's extraordinary abilities. The ability that Wu Ping had displayed today was already beyond their reach. Even if the two of them joined forces against Wu Ping, they would only be killed. That's enough. Mo1 could not take it anymore. He said lightly, Wu Ping, although I love talents, it doesn't mean that I can watch my people be humiliated by you. Some words are enough to be said once. Why don't I look for you to spar with next time? When Mo1 said this, the two people behind him looked grateful. Wu Ping smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Palace Master, I was just joking with the two seniors. It was just a joke. Seniors. Wu Ping's words caused the expressions of the two people behind Mo1 to change. Their gazes also became particularly complicated. Perhaps, they were really old. Who broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and opened the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Soon, Wu Ping's attention began to wander around the others. In the end, it landed on Duanling Tian. Is it this little brother? Congratulations. Congratulations. This time, if I, Wu Ping, gain anything in this Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, I will definitely owe you a favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. Wu Ping promised as he congratulated Duanling Tian. Senior, you are too kind. Duanling Tian had a good impression of Wu Ping. Although this Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was opened because of me, if the other 19 Divine Emperors were not present, it would not have been opened. As for the opportunities inside, it all depends on one's luck. Senior, you don't have to feel that you owe me a favor. Duanling Tian said frankly. When Duanling Tian said this, not only did Wu Ping look surprised, but even the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Palace Master, Mo1, the two people behind him, and the old man in the lower-level Divine Emperor realm were shocked. Obviously, they had not expected Duanling Tian to reject a favor from a higher-level Divine Emperor. Moreover, it was a higher-level divine emperor who had completely consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, although Wu Xiangqian was also looking at Duanling Tian, he did not show too much surprise. This was because in his eyes, this youth in purple had a shocking background. Perhaps the faction behind him had a godly, venerable, strong practitioner? Someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, or even surpass him. Haha. Good, very good. Wu Ping regained his senses and laughed. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, his eyes were filled with friendliness. Little brother, I feel that you're becoming more and more to my liking. Next, if we meet in the Divine Emperor secret realm, I'll definitely protect you. This is also my way of repaying your favor. Don't reject me. I, Wu Ping, am also a reputable person in the Heaven's spiritual mansion. My words are as good as nails. Since Wu Ping had said so, even if Duanling Tian wanted to reject him, it was difficult for him to open his mouth. However, deep in his heart, his impression of Wu Ping had grown even better. Although Duanling Tian had changed into a purple robe, his appearance had not changed. He still looked like Yu Wenfeng, the male pet of Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wuyo City. The city governor of Wuyo City probably won't come, right? Duanling Tian thought to himself. This time, the opening of the Divine Emperor's secret realm required 20 Divine Emperors to open it together. Moreover, only the 20 Divine Emperors who participated in the opening could enter the Divine Emperor's secret realm. However, even so, it was not easy to gather 20 people. Now, apart from him, there were a total of 6 people present. Including him, there were only 7 people. They were still short of 13 people. 13 Divine Emperors. Naturally, the Heaven's spiritual mansion did not lack them. However, these Divine Emperors would only come when they received news. If they don't continue to send messages to their friends, I'm afraid it will be difficult for another 13 Divine Emperors to come. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the few Divine Emperors before him. Of course, he was just thinking about it because he knew that these people would definitely call their friends to enter the Divine Emperor's secret realm when they saw that no one else was coming. As expected, after waiting for about 2 hours and no one came, Mo Wan, the Heaven's spiritual mansion lord, spoke up. Everyone, how about we call our friends over for the remaining 13 Divine Emperors? 13 spots. As the host, this little brother will take 3 spots. Everyone should have no objections, right? After Mo Wan glanced at Duanling Tian, he looked at the others. When they heard this, they naturally shook their heads to show that they had no objections. Little brother, what about you? Mo Wan looked at Duanling Tian again and asked with a smile. When Duanling Tian heard this, he shrugged and said, I don't have any friends. Forget about the 3 spots. I only want 1. I'll have to trouble Mansion Lord Mo to ask the City Lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, to come over. Duanling Tian said to Mo Wan. The City Lord of Wuyo City? Lu Wuyo? When Duanling Tian said this, Mo Wan was first stunned. Then, he looked deeply at Duanling Tian. Little brother, you know the City Lord of Wuyo City? Meanwhile, Wu Xiangqian and the others looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. Sensing their gazes, Duanling Tian was speechless. Why are they looking at me like that? I really don't know anyone. When I came to this world before all of you, I only came into contact with one Divine Emperor, Lu Wuyo. Well, other than those who have died at my hands. Call for help. Mo Wan said. Although there were no soul pearls to transmit messages in this world, there were still things that could be used to transmit messages. However, the security was far less reliable than soul pearls. It required a special jade called a communication jade. It was similar to the messenger pigeon and had the risk of being intercepted halfway. Chapter 41-57. Since little brother has said so, I'll leave 6 of the remaining 12 spots open. Wu Ping will take 3, Wu Xiangqian will take 2, and I'll leave the last one for you. Do you have any objections? Mo Wan, the governor of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, looked at the elder in the lower God Emperor realm and asked calmly. I'll listen to the governor's arrangements. The elder hurriedly shook his head, indicating that he had no objections. What objections could he have? Or rather, how would he dare to have any objections? Among the god emperors present, he was the weakest so far. Perhaps he was more powerful than the purple-robed youth who had just become a god emperor, but the latter had a powerful background. Didn't he see that even Wu Xianxia, a middle god emperor, was respectful to him? Anyway, he could not afford to offend him. He did not want to offend him either. As for what the other party had said about him not having any god emperor friends, perhaps he really did not have any. The people behind him might all be godly venerables and above. If they are all godly venerables, then the faction they belong to must be a faction above the divine nations. The elder thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Taking a deep breath, the elder saw that the governor of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Mo Wen, and the people behind him had sent out many messaging jades. He did not stay idle and immediately took out a messaging jade and threw it out. However, the speed of the elder's messaging jade was obviously not as fast as Mo Wen and the others. The speed of the messaging jade was also dependent on one's cultivation. However, the elder's messaging jade was different from Mo Wen's. His messaging jade was similar to the messaging jades of the two people behind Mo Wen, flying behind the clouds. The messaging jades flew behind the clouds, so the chances of them being intercepted were lower. After all, no one would squat there for no reason. If they were really squatted, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Wu Xianxian sent out the last two messaging jades, also flying behind the clouds. He and the two people behind Mo Wen were both medium god emperors. In theory, their messaging jades could be easily intercepted by any medium god emperor and above. Swoosh! 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 Wu Ping also threw out 3 messaging jades. Like Mo Wen's, he did not fly above the clouds. Mo Wen's and Wu Ping's communication jades were within the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's territory, so they didn't really need to be intercepted. This was because there weren't many high-level god emperors in the Heaven Spiritual Mansion. Moreover, even if there really was a high-level god emperor who saw their communication jade, they wouldn't easily intercept it because it was a taboo. When the communication jade was intercepted, the person who sent the communication jade would have sensed it. At that time, if they delayed the important matter, they would become enemies. Any high-level god emperor, if they could choose, would not easily become enemies with another high-level god emperor. Little brother, I've sent a communication jade to City Governor Wu Yu. I'm sure she'll be here soon. After everyone sent out their communication jades, Mo Wen, the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile. Speaking of which, last time when City Lord Wu Yu broke through, she opened the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. I also entered it. That time, my luck was pretty good. I got some things. This time around, little brother, I hope that you will be able to gain something from your Emperor God's secret realm. Mo Wen was the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord. Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wu Yu City, had not been Mo Wen's subordinate before she broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. She had only become Mo Wen's subordinate after she had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm and had invited Mo Wen over. Furthermore, she had given Mo Wen more than 10 slots to enter the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Mo Wen was also generous. After Lu Wuyo had consolidated her cultivation as a lower-level god emperor, he had appointed her as the city governor. One look and I can tell that the mansion lord is someone with great luck. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wu Yu City. That city governor of Wu Yu City probably didn't expect to see me again so soon, right? Wu Yu City. The city lord's manor. Lu Wuyo was originally cultivating when suddenly, a communication jade came from afar. It directly passed through the main door of the city lord's manor, and entered the city lord's manor. However, it was blocked outside by a stratagem. Someone sent me a message through the communication jade? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Wuyo raised her eyebrows. Who could it be? The communication jade couldn't accurately fly to a person. It could only reach an approximate location, and could only be transmitted through the location. For example, if you weren't at home and the communication jade was sent to you, the communication jade would go to your home. However, if you weren't at home, you wouldn't be able to receive the communication jade and see the content inside. This limited many things. At the very least, Outsiders like Duan Ling Tian couldn't communicate with other outsiders who came in together. If they wanted to be together, they could only rely on luck. Very quickly, the communication jade was sent to Lu Wuyo's hands. When Lu Wuyo's deified soul entered it, immediately, a hearty laugh reverberated in her ears. Wuyo, the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm has opened. Come over immediately. The location is Lord Mansion Lord. Lu Wuyo could tell that this was the voice of the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, Ma Wen. Also, the voice could be faked, but when the voice came, the familiar aura mixed with it couldn't be faked. This aura came from the fusion of deified soul and divine power. It couldn't be faked. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm has opened, and the Lord Mansion Lord is inviting me over? What's the situation? Lu Wuyo knew her place. She was just a small city lord. Moreover, she had become a city lord by playing petty tricks. Even if the Mansion Lord owed her a favor and allowed her to become the city lord of Wuyo City, this favor could be considered repaid. Could it be that the Lord Mansion Lord wants to set me up with his son? Thinking of this, Lu Wuyo couldn't help but frown. If the Mansion Lord didn't know that the Mansion Lord's son was pursuing her, it would definitely be a lie. However, hadn't the Mansion Lord's son already given up? Or did he plant someone in my city lord mansion and know that my boy toy has already left? No. He can't be so bored. If he really doesn't mind that I have a boy toy, he can just kill him directly. Lu Wuyo thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. However, she knew that she definitely had to go. She couldn't refuse, and she didn't want to refuse. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was a good place. Back then, when the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm opened, although she had also entered, she didn't obtain anything good because she was the weakest. The good things were all taken away by the Mansion Lord and the people he brought. This time, her strength was no longer the same as before. Now that she had consolidated her cultivation base as a lower god emperor, she was confident she could obtain some good things in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Whoosh! Lu Wuyo walked out of the mansion and rose into the air. Then, she flew directly to the place the Mansion Lord had mentioned. It was also the place where the entrance to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was located. Along the way, Lu Wuyo couldn't help but think of her boy toy, Yu Wenfeng. Of course, it was just a fake boy toy. She, Lu Wuyo, was still a virgin and had never come into contact with any man. The so-called boy toy was just a way to avoid the pursuit of the Mansion Lord's son. He was possessed. In the City Lord Mansion. In other words, if I didn't make him my fake boy toy, he wouldn't have suffered such a calamity? Lu Wuyo sighed when she thought of this. Even if she had made him her fake boy toy, she did not feel she had mistreated him. After he entered the City Lord Mansion, he lived a life of luxury and was much better than before. However, now that he had been possessed and his soul had been destroyed, she could not help but feel a little guilty. However, the expert who possessed him had the cultivation base of a high-level divine emperor when he first possessed him. Moreover, he displayed such combat strength when he was only a high-level divine emperor. He was most likely a godly venerable expert in the past. Although she pitied Yu Wenfeng for being possessed, she did not hate the expert. This was because the world was ruled by the strong. Even she, Lu Wuyo, was not confident she could control her own fate. In this world, only the truly strong could control their own fate. Of course, this was only relative control. If the legendary god of creation really existed, if the god of creation wanted someone dead, even a godly venerable would not be able to escape death. After all, legend had it that this world was created by the god of creation. Mansion Lord. Mansion Lord. Outside the God Emperor Mystery Dimension opened by Duanling Tian, the first batch of God Emperors to arrive were all God Emperors under the Mansion Lord Mo Wen. There were medium God Emperors and lower God Emperors. Of course, most of them were medium God Emperors. This time, all the medium God Emperors under Mo Wen, except for a few city lords, were present. As for the lower God Emperors, they were either directly related to Mo Wen or had elders who were strong practitioners by his side. As for the upper God Emperors, they did not appear again. Of course, this was also because there were no upper God Emperors by Mo Wen's side. In the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he was the only upper God Emperor. In fact, in the entire Heaven's Spirit Mansion, there were only a handful of upper God Emperors. Wu Ping. Soon, Another upper god emperor, Wu Ping, also arrived. Two medium god emperors came together, and then another medium god emperor also arrived. He had only called medium god emperors. It was not that he did not want to call upper god emperors, but he did not have any upper god emperor friends. In the Heaven Spirit Mansion, upper god emperors were not common. As for Wu Xianxia, he had called a upper god emperor, but he was not from the Wu clan. The Wu clan's representative was an old man, his elder. Like him, he was also a medium god emperor. In the current generation of the Wu clan, the strongest were only a few medium god emperors. Originally, Wu Xianxia had wanted the Wu clan to send 2 medium god emperors. However, the Wu clan's intention was to give a slot to a upper god emperor as a favor. This was also the reason why one of the 2 people Wu Xianxia had called was a upper god emperor. The mansion lord is here too. On Wu Xianxia's side, the upper god emperor that the Wu clan had called was a skinny old man. He looked weak, but when he appeared, even the mansion lord of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, Mo Wen, had a slightly serious expression. Elder Zhong. Mo Wen cupped his hands slightly and bowed to the old man. Chapter 4158. Zhong Bainan was one of the more famous upper god emperors in the Heaven Spiritual Mansion. He usually lived in seclusion, but because of his glorious past, many people knew about him. Of course, some people had already spread the rumor that he had died under the 1,000-year tribulation. That was right. In this world, the 1,000-year tribulation existed too. In addition, Zhong Bainan was already very old, so many people believed that he had died. However, his appearance now had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of most of the people present that thought that he had died. It turned out that this old man was still alive. Elder Zhong. Greetings, Elder Zhong. I didn't expect the Wu clan to be so influential that they even invited Elder Zhong. In the eyes of everyone present, the old man in front of them was a living fossil. At the same time, they could guess that he was still alive, so his strength must be much stronger than before. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live until now. Even if he had not broken through to the ultimate god realm, he was definitely close. Everyone, who has broken through in the opening of the Emperor God's secret realm this time. Zhong Bainan glanced at everyone and asked with a smile. In the next moment, Wu Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and said respectfully to Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, this brother has broken through and opened the Emperor God's secret realm. Hearing that, Zhong Bainan glanced at Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile, but did not say anything. His eyes did not linger on Duan Lingtian for long. However, the moment he looked away, he saw disdain deep in his eyes. Obviously, this old man was not as kind and open-minded as he looked. At least until now, among the 3 upper god emperors present, Duan Lingtian had the worst impression of him. This old man. I hope he doesn't provoke me. If he really provokes me, even if I can't defeat him directly, it's not impossible for me to kill him with a sneak attack. He should be a quasi-ultimate god among the upper god emperors. If I really kill him, the rewards will be great. It will definitely be more than what I get for killing a middle god emperor when I'm an upper god emperor. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a slightly oppressive light flashed in the depths of his eyes at the same time. This world was truly too crazy. Even if he was not a crazy person, he could not help but have crazy thoughts from time to time. Of course, in the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart, he constantly warned himself. In this world, don't trust anyone. Anyone could take his life. Not for anything else, but for the rewards of the rules. Even if the 3 high-level god emperors in front of him, even if they killed him, there wouldn't be any rewards. But who knew if they wouldn't act against him, capture him, heavily injure him, and let those people kill him for the sake of their own juniors, the lower-level god emperors under their command, or even the existences with weaker cultivations. After the arrival of the people who had been notified through their communication jades, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. She was one of the only 2 women present. There was also a woman, an old woman. She was found by the old man who had appeared after Wu Xianxia. She was a middle god emperor. Manor Lord. Although the city lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, immediately bowed to the manor lord of Heaven's spiritual manor, Mo Wen, after arriving, there was a mixture of shock and disbelief in the depths of her eyes. What did she see just now? She saw her male pet. No, it should be said that he was a shell of her former puppet male pet who had been controlled by someone else. The other party was actually present? He had broken through to the Emperor God realm? Or, this time, the God Emperor mystic realm was opened because of his breakthrough? City Lord Wuyo. Emowen looked at Lu Wuyo and laughed. This time, you can come because of this little brother. It was him who said that he would give you a spot. As Emowen spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on Lu Wuyo's face again. At the same time, he further confirmed that this divine emperor mystery realm was opened after the person in front of him had broken through. Otherwise, the Manor Lord of Heaven's spiritual manor would not be so polite to him. You? Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian. Just as he opened his mouth, he almost subconsciously called out the name of the previous owner of the body that Duan Lingtian was currently occupying. However, at the critical moment, he changed his words. You have entered the Emperor God realm? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I just entered the Emperor God realm today. The Manor Lord originally said that he would give me 3 spots, but after thinking about it, I don't have any friends nearby, so I only gave 1 spot to you. Duan Lingtian said it casually, but Lu Wuyo's heart could not help but palpitate. He did not expect that this big shot, who meant a godly venerable strong practitioner, would actually still remember him. Moreover, he had even given him this opportunity. Thank you, my lord. Lu Wuyo transmitted his thanks to Duan Lingtian. Although the others had the ability to eavesdrop, they were not prepared at this moment. In addition, they were not interested, so no one eavesdropped on Lu Wuyo's transmission to Duan Lingtian. Now that everyone is here, this divine emperor mystery realm should also begin. After Lu Wuyo and the last person arrived, one of the 3 upper god emperors, Wu Ping, spoke at the right time. Duan Lingtian and the others naturally had no objections. After a while, under the situation where the 20 of them channeled their divine power into the entrance of the divine emperor mystery realm, the entrance of the divine emperor mystery realm finally turned into a ray of light and swept everyone away. In the next moment, the light dissipated, and the tightly shut entrance of the divine emperor mystery realm was still there, but the handprint on it had disappeared. Duan Lingtian and the other 20 emperor gods also disappeared together. During this process, Duan Lingtian only saw darkness and light in front of his eyes. When his eyes regained light, he also realized that there were another 19 people beside him. Everyone was arranged in one place. Wu Xianxia, the old man who came after Wu Xianxia, and many others who had discovered this, had ugly expressions on their faces. In the arch-mystic realm, it was best for those with weak cultivations to be separated immediately after entering. That way, they would not become targets for the experts. Now that everyone was gathered together, the weaker ones would undoubtedly become the targets of the stronger ones. Perhaps the stronger ones would not make a move at the start, but when there was a conflict of interest, the stronger ones would definitely not hold back. Everyone is gathered together? Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at this time. Previously, Wu Xianxia had told him about the situation of the Divine Emperor Mystery Realms, and they were all Divine Emperor Mystery Realms that Wu Xianxia had entered personally. However, according to Wu Xianxia, after everyone was sent in, they would be separated. The few times he entered the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, it was the same. Generally speaking, at this time, Wu Ping spoke. At this time he frowned slightly. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm where everyone is gathered is also one of the better ones among the Divine Emperor Mystery Realms. Only a genius who has broken through to the Divine Emperor Realm can open such a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. After saying this, Wu Ping took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian, as though he wanted to remember this genius completely. There are many resources in such a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, and some of them are even extremely rare. After saying this, Wu Ping paused for a moment. Then he looked at the Heaven Spirit Mansion's Mansion Lord Mo Wan and the other high-level Divine Emperor, Zhong Bainan, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Although he was a high-level Divine Emperor, he hoped that the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm he entered would be separated from everyone at the beginning. This way, as long as he did not meet Mo Wan or Zhong Bainan, no one would be able to snatch it from him. However, now the worst-case scenario had occurred. Everyone was grouped together. At this moment, while Wu Ping was filled with wariness towards Mo Wan and Zhong Bainan, Mo Wan and Zhong Bainan looked at each other and saw the wariness in each other's eyes. The 3 high-level divine emperors were not afraid of the others. However, right now, they were not the only high-level divine emperors here. Of course. Regardless of whether it was Mo1 or Zhong Bainan, they were not afraid of Wu Ping. At least, before both of them were injured, they were not afraid of Wu Ping. It was also because of this that once they fought, they had to consider Wu Ping as an unstable factor. Wu Ping might become the Oriole and they would be the Mantis and Cicada. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian could sense the tension between the 3 high-level divine emperors. However, he did not take this opportunity to be idle. He looked around for a while and extended his deified soul at the right time. Before Duan Ling Tian extended his deified soul, everything was calm and peaceful. However, when his deified soul extended out, the originally calm void shook and swayed. Then, the void shattered and terrifying spatial storms howled out from behind the shattered void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Other than Duan Ling Tian and Lu Wuyo, all the low-level divine emperors present who were not ready were instantly engulfed by the spatial storms. Although the group of medium-level divine emperors had escaped this calamity, they were all in a somewhat pathetic state. The ones who had it the easiest were naturally the 3 high-level divine emperors. There was also Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was dragging Lu Wuyo and performing a teleportation. Otherwise, just now, even if he did not die, he would definitely be severely injured. As for Lu Wuyo, if he did not make a move, he would definitely die. What are you doing? Zhong Bainan spoke, his voice cold. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. You want to kill us? When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he naturally could not help but feel a little awkward. This was because he did not expect that the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm did not allow the use of deified soul. Previously, he had not heard anyone mention this. That was not right. Previously, Wu Xianxia had told him that after entering the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, one could freely use deified soul to explore the surroundings. Could it be that Wu Xianxia had lied to him? Or perhaps, the rules were different because the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm that Wu Xianxia had entered was not a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm that was filled with many people? His reaction is faster than a medium-level Divine Emperor. At this moment, the gaze of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Master Mo1 changed quite a bit when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Chapter 4159. Everyone present was blind. Under such circumstances, the purple-robed young man in front of them was still alive. He even managed to survive with another lower-level God Emperor. This was enough to show how strong he was. He was not as simple as he seemed. Even if he had just stepped into the Emperor God realm, his strength would not be weaker than a middle-level God Emperor. If there was anyone present who was not surprised, it would be Lu Wuyo, who had been saved by Duan Ling Tian, and Wu Xianxia, the middle-level God Emperor from the Wu family of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. Lu Wuyo had seen Duan Ling Tian's strength. Back then, Duan Ling Tian was only an upper-level God Emperor and he could easily suppress her, who was already a lower-level God Emperor. Now, Duan Ling Tian had stepped into the Emperor God realm. Naturally, he was stronger. Lu Wuyo was not surprised by this. As for Wu Xianxia, in everyone's eyes, Wu Xianxia was the first to arrive after the Emperor God's secret realm opened. However, only Wu Xianxia knew that he was not the first to arrive. The first to arrive was another middle-level God Emperor. However, he had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. He had provoked Duan Ling Tian and offended Duan Ling Tian. He had been killed. Humph. The other of the 2 women present, the old lady, was staring at Duan Ling Tian with hostility. She snorted coldly and said, "You, a lower-level God Emperor, are not weaker than a middle-level God Emperor. However, my friend was indirectly killed by you. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" The old lady was a friend of the old lower-level God Emperor, who had arrived first after Wu Xianxia. The old lower-level God Emperor had been killed just like the other lower-level God Emperors. Of course, Duan Ling Tian's strength was not ordinary. Otherwise, the old lady would have attacked Duan Ling Tian directly. She was very clear that in this situation, other than Lu Wuyo who had been saved by Duan Ling Tian, everyone present was eager for someone to attack Duan Ling Tian. Facing the old lady's aggression, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at her indifferently. This is my first time entering the Emperor God's secret realm. I don't know the rules. Also, I am the one who opened the Emperor God's secret realm. I did not force your friend to come in, right? Since he came in, he naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. When I activated the attack mechanism, it did not avoid me. I am one of the victims, right? Don't tell me that I'll seek my own death? The old woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling. Zhong Bainan warned Duan Ling Tian after he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with an unfriendly gaze. As far as he was concerned, he was just a little frightened. He did not suffer any substantial loss. At this moment, the two people behind Mo Wen, the governor of Heaven's spiritual mansion, had a bigger reaction. The two of them looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Just now, the group of inferior god emperors who were indirectly killed by Duan Ling Tian were mostly from Heaven's spiritual mansion. They were the ones who had called them over. Mo Wen, the governor of Heaven's spiritual mansion, was actually unhappy. However, as the governor of a mansion, and this was the Emperor God's secret realm opened by Duan Ling Tian, he did not fall out with him. Of course. In fact, in his opinion, it did not matter whether they fell out or not. Since this person who opened the Emperor God's secret realm appeared here with everyone, he would definitely not be able to escape death in the end. Even if his strength was not weaker than an ordinary medium god emperor. In the god the arch-mystic realm, as long as the people who entered gathered together, the ones who survived were usually the strongest people, as well as those who the strongest people did not intend to kill. In his eyes, this purple-robed young man was already a dead man. Hence, there was no need to be calculative with him. I plan to separate from them. Are you coming? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lu Wuyo, then sent a voice transmission. Because one could not use their deified consciousness here, and the others did not release their deified consciousness, he was not worried that someone would eavesdrop on his voice transmission. Even Lu Wuyo did not know why, but after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, she subconsciously agreed. Now, she still felt that it was a little unrealistic. Just now, she had almost died. It was the person in front of her who saved her life. Whoosh! Almost at the same time that Lu Wuyo agreed, Duan Ling Tian had already teleported away with her. After the first teleportation, he teleported a second time. In fact, even if it was just one teleportation, he had already left the sight of others. However, after the first teleportation, his aura was still locked on by the three upper-level god emperors. This was also the reason why the three upper-level god emperors were still calm when they realized that Duan Ling Tian had left. However, when they realized that Duan Ling Tian had teleported a second time, along with Lu Wuyo, and their auras had disappeared together, their expressions changed. Wu Ping's face was filled with shock. Second teleportation? At this moment, even Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen's faces were more or less filled with shock. Clearly, they had not expected that the lower-level god emperor had mastered the spatial laws to teleport a second time. No wonder he has such speed and ability. When they thought about how Duan Ling Tian had managed to survive with Lu Wuyo, becoming the only two lower-level god emperors present, they suddenly understood. If he wants to die, we don't have to stop him. Now you guys follow me. Zhong Bainan looked at the two Wu clan members, including Wu Xianxia, and said. The two of them naturally nodded in agreement. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with helplessness. They never thought that it would be a divine the arch-mystic realm that was a gathering place. This also meant that once something good appeared, there would be no share for them. However, they didn't dare to run around. Because they all knew that in this kind of god the arch-mystic realm, it was the easiest to die alone. Only when a group of people gathered together and faced the upcoming dangers together would they have a chance to survive. This was also the reason why Zhong Bainan said that Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. On the other side, Wu Ping also spoke. He asked the three god emperors he had called over to follow him closely and not leave the vicinity. As for Heaven's Spirit Mansion Manor head Mo Wen, there was no need for him to say anything. The middle-level god emperors that he had called over had never left his side. Otherwise, with the sudden turn of events and the few lower-level god emperors who were further away from him, with his strength, he could have easily protected them. For a moment, only the middle-level god emperor old woman that the old man had found didn't look too good. She felt like she had been abandoned. Following this, if she really encountered danger, Would those 3 high god emperors help her? The answer was no. Taking a deep breath, the old woman's gaze changed. Then she looked at Imowan and said, "Manor Lord, I will also go and look for my own opportunity." As soon as she finished speaking, she fled into the distance. However, halfway through, before she could leave the sight of Imowan and the others, she was suddenly engulfed by a surge of power that appeared in the void. Her aura also disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, even the expressions of the 3 high-level god emperors present became much more serious. Maybe now that purple-robed youth and Lu Wuyo have already died. A few middle-level god emperors whispered to the people beside them. But had Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo really died? Not far away, 2 figures were hiding, looking at the place where the old woman had died. Duan Lingtian was the first to send a voice transmission to the person beside him. "We seem to be quite lucky." When Lu Wuyo heard this, she rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Don't you know that this kind of gathering mystery realm will only be safe if the person who opens it travels alone? That's why you asked me to leave with you?" Lu Wuyo had once obtained an ancient book by chance. In it, there was a record of such a mystery realm. It also recorded some information that many people didn't know about. Among them, there was such a situation. "I really didn't know." Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled bitterly. He had thought that Lu Wuyo had left with him because she trusted him. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. She had left with him because she knew that it was safe to follow him. What he didn't know was, although Lu Wuyo knew this was important, she hadn't considered this when she agreed to his request. She had just subconsciously trusted him. Then, after being led away by him, she remembered this. At this moment, when Lu Wuyo heard Duan Lingtian's words, she only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately teasing her. In her eyes, although the person in front of her was the shell of her former male pet, the soul inside definitely belonged to a former godly venerable expert. She thought it was normal for a godly venerable expert to know this. It would be strange if he didn't know. As for coincidence, she didn't believe it. "You want to follow them?" Just when Lu Wuyo thought that Duan Lingtian would take her away from the others and search for opportunities alone after watching the show, she realized that Duan Lingtian had followed Mo Wan and the others of Heaven's spiritual mansion. At this moment, the 3 upper-level god emperors were leading the people around them forward. "Let's see the situation first. I'm not familiar with this place," Duan Lingtian said. "Moreover, if we follow behind them, we might be able to get some benefits." Lu Wuyo was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She couldn't help but advise Duan Lingtian, "It's meaningless to do this. Even if they really find something good, we won't get a share. Don't tell me you're thinking of snatching food from the tiger's mouth from the 3 upper-level god emperors?" In her opinion, this was a very unrealistic thing. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he quietly followed the people in front of him. Because the people didn't dare to use their divine consciousness, they didn't notice him and Lu Wuyo who was following behind him. Lu Wuyo followed behind Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with helplessness. She didn't want to follow the young man in front of her, but she had no other choice. If she left the young man alone, she would end up like the old woman earlier. "Let's follow him first. When he sees that those people have obtained something good and he can't interfere, he won't follow them anymore." Lu Wuyo comforted herself in her heart. Chapter 4160. How much do you know about this kind of Emperor God's secret realm? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Wuyo who was beside him. When Lu Wuyo heard this, she thought Duan Lingtian was testing her, so she did not think too much about it. She said in a clear voice, "My lord, I obtained an ancient book by accident and have a certain understanding of the Divine Emperor secret zones. I just don't know if what is recorded in the ancient book is the same as what my lord knows." "What is recorded in the ancient book?" Lu Wuyo said loudly and said what she knew about this kind of Emperor God's secret realm in the ancient book. During this process, Duan Lingtian also nodded. This kind of Emperor God's secret realm where all the people who entered gathered together was also the best kind of Emperor God's secret realm. The so-called output referred to the various kinds of resources and treasures produced in this Emperor God's secret realm, which were more than ordinary Emperor God's secret realms. Among them, There was no lack of items that even upper-level god emperors dreamed of. It was extremely difficult for upper-level god emperors to enter the ultimate god realm. Unless they had some natural treasures to help them. Some rare natural treasures could even help upper-level god emperors who had no chance of entering the ultimate god realm to enter the ultimate god realm in one go. And these rare natural treasures were all things that upper-level god emperors dreamed of. For these natural treasures, upper-level god emperors did not hesitate to fight with people of the same cultivation level. Of course, although these natural treasures have a chance of appearing in this kind of emperor god secret realm, they do not appear every time. It all depends on luck. After hearing this from Lu Wuyo, although Duan Lingtian did not have much hope, it would be a lie to say that there was no ripple in his heart. To him, this kind of thing was also a treasure that he dreamed of. But, if such a treasure really appears, it will be difficult to get it. Looking at the three upper-level god emperors in the distance, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly. He was not afraid of the middle-level god emperors present if he went all out. But the upper-level god emperors, other than Wu Ping, he did not have the slightest confidence in defeating the other two. Even if it was Wu Ping, he did not have the confidence to defeat him. At most, he had the confidence to fight him to a draw. My strength is still a little weak, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed with his own eyes that the group of people in front of him encountered some natural treasures and resources one after another. They even obtained some treasures after passing some tests. However, these treasures were mainly split between Mo Wan and Zhong Bainan. Although Wu Ping also received some, his share was the least. In fact, he didn't even have half of the former two. Even so, Wu Ping did not seem to be dissatisfied. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that perhaps there was dissatisfaction in his heart, but it was not good for him to show it, and he did not dare to show it. However, Wu Ping was usually the one to make a move. Wu Ping was very aware of this. Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan would only make a move when they encountered some tricky challenges. When the two of them made a move, they would usually be able to easily resolve the problem in a short amount of time. He is indeed powerful. Especially this Zhong Bainan. I feel that his ability is even stronger than Mo Wen's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Mo Wen was the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord. Zhong Bainan was a hidden strong practitioner in the Heaven Spiritual Mansion. His ability was obviously above Mo Wen's. It was no wonder that Mo Wen was so polite and respectful in front of him. The two people from the Wu clan, including Wu Xianxia, followed Zhong Bainan and received many benefits. At the very least, the two of them had bright smiles on their faces. Unlike the three people beside Wu Ping, their expressions were not very good. However, since Wu Ping did not say anything, they naturally did not dare to say anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the seeds of conflict had already been planted among these three groups of people. They were just waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Duan Lingtian had originally only thought about this opportunity. Who would have thought that it would really come a few days later? Heavenly Path Fruit. As the void in front of them shook, a medium-sized fruit tree appeared before the three groups of people. Everyone's eyes turned red, including Mo Wen, the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord. The branches of the fruit tree were lush and strong. The leaves were blood-red and vein-like patterns could be vaguely seen on them. It looked very strange. On the top of this ancient tree hung three fruits that were shining with blood-red light. They were the size of apples and the aura they emitted was refreshing even from a distance. Heavenly Path Fruit? Duan Lingtian heard the exclamations in front of him. At the same time, he also sensed the aura of the two fruits on the fruit tree. Just by feeling the aura, he felt the meridians in his body instantly open up and the divine power in his body seemed to be boiling. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff. Duan Lingtian was sure of this. Heavenly Path Fruit. At this moment Lu Wuyo, who was beside Duan Lingtian, was in a daze. This thing actually appeared. This thing is a supreme treasure to become a venerable god. Among all the treasures of heaven and earth that can help a upper divine emperor become a venerable god, it can be ranked in the top 3 supreme treasures. Who would have thought that we would be so lucky to see this Heavenly Path Fruit? It is said that the more talented a person is, the better the treasures inside the divine the arch-mystic realm will be. Heavenly Path Fruit and 2 other treasures that can help a upper divine emperor become a venerable god can only appear in the divine the arch-mystic realm after a super genius has broken through. Moreover, I have only heard of one heavenly path fruit appearing in a divine the arch-mystic realm. I have never heard of a divine the arch-mystic realm that has two supreme treasures like heavenly path fruits. 3. Lu Wuyo muttered to himself and looked at Duan Lingtian again. Other than shock, there was more disbelief in his eyes. How monstrous was this person in front of him to be able to make 3 heavenly path fruits appear in a divine the arch-mystic realm? At this time, heavy breathing sounds could be heard from afar. At the same time, a person beside Wu Ping exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! How monstrous is that young man to be able to make 3 heavenly path fruits appear in a divine the arch-mystic realm?" These are heavenly path fruits, not ordinary divine fruits. In a divine the arch-mystic realm, these are considered the most supreme treasures. Only the other 2 divine fruits with similar effects can be compared to them. However, no matter if it is the heavenly path fruit or the other 2 divine fruits, I have only heard of one of the 3 appearing in a divine the arch-mystic realm. Moreover, it has to be a super genius who has broken through to be able to make such a divine the arch-mystic realm appear. At the same time, the others regained their senses and were also shocked. Monstrous! Monster! When they thought of the purple-robed young man who had already left, all of them were shocked. 3 heavenly path fruits. If news of this divine the arch-mystic realm were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire southern heaven continent, including many divine kingdoms, right? Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian could still hear the shocked voices of the crowd clearly. It seems that the appearance of 3 heavenly path fruits here is due to me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a flickering flame. He thought to himself, 3 heavenly path fruits. Will they share one equally? If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to share with others, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking this, Mo Wen, the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, communicated with Wu Ping through sound transmission. Wu Ping, let's work together to kill Zhong Bainan. Then, of the 3 heavenly path fruits, I will take 2 and you will take 1. Don't worry, I don't need the 3rd heavenly path fruit to enter the divine venerable realm. If you don't work with me, I'm afraid Zhong Bainan will attack us in order to take the heavenly path fruit for himself. Mo Wen said to Wu Ping through sound transmission. However, Wu Ping was not stupid. Mansion Lord Mo, who knows if you will kill me after we work together to kill Zhong Bainan and take the 3 heavenly path fruits for yourself? I won't get involved in this matter. For Wu Ping to be able to cultivate to his current level, he was naturally not a fool. The next moment, he looked at Zhong Bainan. Elder Zhong, although the heavenly path fruit is good, I have no intention of taking it. So, you don't have to worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, in order to prove his words, Wu Ping raised his hand and led his 3 friends away to watch from afar. As for Mo Wen, he was naturally dissatisfied with Wu Ping's rejection, especially after seeing Wu Ping's attitude. His face turned even gloomier. This Wu Ping deserves to die. Mo Wen's expression was ugly. Taking a deep breath, Mo Wen looked at Zhong Bainan, who was also looking at him, and smiled. Elder Zhong, with your current cultivation, I'm afraid 1 heavenly path fruit is enough for you to break through. How about this? Let's kill Wu Ping first and then decide who gets the 3 heavenly path fruits? Otherwise, Wu Ping will be the aureole behind us and take advantage of us. As soon as Mo Wen said this, Wu Ping's expression changed. Mo Wen, stop trying to drive a wedge between us. However, as soon as his expression changed, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan attacked at almost the same time, charging towards him. Wu Ping was a newly promoted high-level divine emperor. Against 2 veteran high-level divine emperors, he was naturally powerless. Even if he used all his strength, he could not last more than 3 breaths. He was killed directly. As for Wu Ping's other 3 friends, the 3 medium god emperors, before they could even react, they were also killed by Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. 1 high-level divine emperor. 3 medium-level divine emperors. They died in the blink of an eye. Zhong Bainan had cooperated with Mo Wen because he was worried that Mo Wen and Wu Ping would team up to deal with him. Hence, Mo Wen's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Seeing 4 divine emperors die in the blink of an eye, The expressions of the two Wu clan members beside Zhong Bainan and those beside Mo Wen changed drastically. It was as though the fox mourned the death of the hare. At the same time, a few people glanced at the heavenly path fruits not far away and then looked at Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. Their hearts trembled. It would be good if these two could reach an agreement. If they could not reach an agreement in the end, would they kill them before the battle to prevent these medium-level divine emperors from being the aureole behind them? End of chapter. Chapter 4161. I want 2 of the 3 heavenly Dao fruits. After killing Wu Ping, Zhong Bainan looked at Mo Wen and said in a low voice. His tone left no room for doubt. Sure. What Zhong Bainan had not expected was that upon hearing his words, Mo Wen smiled and nodded his head, agreeing immediately. This caused Zhong Bainan to be stunned involuntarily. The few god emperors beside Mo Wen also had puzzled looks on their faces at this moment. Lord Manor Lord only wanted 1 heavenly Dao fruit? Even though Zhong Bainan had made a name for himself early on, he was not weak now. However, the Manor Lord of the Heaven's spiritual mansion might not be afraid of him, right? Elder Zhong is an elder. Mo Wen smiled and said, Also, I know that I am no match for Elder Zhong. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a single one. Rather than that, I might as well just ask for one. Speaking of this, Mo Wen paused and said, I only hope that Elder Zhong is willing to give me one. After all, with Elder Zhong's ability, I can't do anything if you want to take it all for yourself. Speaking of this, Mo Wen sighed. Giving you one is not a problem. Zhong Bainan said straightforwardly, looking very straightforward. Thank you, Elder Zhong. Hearing this, Mo Wen thanked him profusely. After thanking him, he smiled and said to Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, shall we kill the demon spirit guarding the heavenly Dao fruit tree and then pluck the heavenly Dao fruit together? Sure. Zhong Bainan responded. Then, he and Mo Wen flew into the air and approached the heavenly Dao fruit tree. Just as the two of them approached, the space in front of the heavenly Dao fruit tree shook. Then, a huge python appeared. This python was blood red, no different from the color of the heavenly Dao fruit. Most importantly, its body was huge. When its head and tail straightened, it was at least 100 meters long. At this moment, it was glaring at Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan with a pair of cold eyes. Its forked tongue kept flicking in and out of its mouth. Moreover, every time it flicked its tongue, the force it contained would cause the empty space to tremble. Obviously, it was threatening Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. There's a demon spirit guarding it? In the distance, Duan Lingtian watched from afar. Although he didn't extend his divine sense, the aura emitted by the demon spirit still made him feel threatened. This was at least a demon spirit at the upper-level God-Emperor realm. Demon spirits were creatures that were similar to the demon beasts in the outside world within the Trial of Divine Grounds. Furthermore, there were many demon spirits within the Trial of Divine Grounds. Killing a demon spirit would allow one to obtain a corresponding reward. Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought in his mind, Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen had already made their moves on the demon spirits. The demon spirit let out a low roar and charged towards Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen both had cold smiles on their faces, thinking that the demon spirit was seeking death. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the void trembled. Beside Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen, 2 silhouettes appeared at the same time, as though they had appeared out of thin air. Teleport! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He could tell. The 2 pythons that had suddenly appeared were of a different color from the previous python. They had used the teleportation technique of the space laws, and they had appeared very suddenly. Before this, Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen had not even been on guard. This was because they had not expected a second and third demon spirit to suddenly appear. Oh no! However, although this had happened suddenly, the 2 of them hurriedly changed directions in mid-air. One of them, charged towards the demon spirit pythons that had teleported and appeared beside them. The previous python seemed to have been completely forgotten by the 2 of them. However, it did not forget the 2 of them. It continued to charge towards the 2 of them, joining forces with the other 2 demon spirit pythons. The 3 great pythons fought against Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen together. 3 high god emperor demon spirits. At this moment, the remaining medium-level god emperors, including the two from the Wu clan, could all see how powerful the three great pythons were. They were all upper-level god emperors. Even when the three great pythons had joined forces, even if Zhong Bainan and Mo1 had joined forces, they still could not gain any advantage. They were on par with each other. Wang Wei, how dare you? Suddenly, Mo1, a medium-level god emperor beside the Heaven Spiritual Mansion Lord, suddenly shouted. At the same time, the other medium-level god emperor that Mo1 had found flew towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree while Mo1 and Zhong Bainan were fighting against the three great pythons. This was a middle-aged man. Right now, he was rushing towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree. To be more precise, he was rushing towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree. His eyes were red with excitement. Heavenly Dao fruit. 3 of them. Even if it was only one, it was a priceless treasure. Roar! When the three great pythons discovered that someone was taking advantage of the situation to steal the heavenly Dao fruit, they were enraged. However, because they could not leave, they could only be angry and not do anything. Humph! Right at this moment, Zhong Bainan let out a cold snort. Mansion Lord Mo, the person you found is really an idiot. He is indeed an idiot. Not only was Mo1 not angry, but he even agreed with Zhong Bainan's words. At the same time he sighed. Elder Zhong, since he wants to die, why don't we grant him his wish? Retreat! Zhong Bainan directly used his actions to agree with Mo1's words. As for Mo1, he also retreated at almost the same time. In an instant, the three great pythons no longer had an opponent. After that, they did not continue to pursue Zhong Bainan and Mo1. Instead, they all charged towards the god emperor called Wang Wei. In the blink of an eye, they killed and devoured him. A god emperor did not even have time to react before he was killed directly. Everyone, attack together and kill them. Zhong Bainan spoke, his voice cold. If anyone does not attack, they will die. These words were not only said to the people that Mo1 had brought with him, but also to the 2 people from the Wu clan. Even if they were from the Wu clan, he did not want them to sit back and reap the benefits. Everyone, attack. Mo1 also spoke. Clearly, he had reached an agreement with Zhong Bainan. Under such circumstances, the remaining god emperors naturally did not dare to be negligent. When Zhong Bainan and Mo1 attacked the 3 great pythons again, they hurriedly attacked as well. Although their abilities were far inferior to those of the upper-level god emperors, after all, they had the advantage in numbers. With their addition, Zhong Bainan and Mo1, who were originally in a deadlock with the 3 great pythons, had a slight advantage. This advantage was constantly increasing. There was an intense battle here. On the other side, Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo were hiding their figures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was transmitting his voice to Lu Wuyo. This Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was opened by me. If I take advantage of the fact that they are not paying attention and attack directly to snatch the 3 heavenly Dao fruits, can the 3 pythons catch up to me? Yes, Lu Wuyo said. Some of the treasures in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, such as the heavenly Dao fruits, can only be obtained after killing the guardian demon spirits. If you don't kill the guardian demon spirits and use tricks to obtain the divine fruits they are guarding, they will continue to pester you until they kill you and take back the divine fruits. Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian completely dispelled the idea of going out to snatch the heavenly Dao fruits now. It was better to wait for the best opportunity. Suddenly, he stared at Duan Lingtian, who was fighting in the distance and seemed to have noticed something. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. These 2 people are really ruthless. What's wrong? Although they were all lesser god emperors, Duan Lingtian could notice it, but it did not mean that Lu Wuyo could. You'll know when you continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I'm afraid that there will only be 2 people left in front of us in a moment. A few breaths after Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhong Bainan, who was originally attacking in the same direction as Wu Xianxia, suddenly withdrew. In the next instant, Wu Xianxia was all alone. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Wu Xianxia was now facing a demon spirit python alone. Zhong Bainan, you are so ruthless. This was the last roar Wu Xianxia let out before he died. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, but more than that, it was filled with the fear of death. Bas! When Wu Xianxia was killed, Zhong Bainan swung his saber and killed the demon spirit python in one fell swoop. The first python was injured. The others had just recovered from Wu Xianxia's death, and their expressions changed drastically. This time, it was not just Zhong Bainan. Even Mo Wen quickly retreated. He and Zhong Bainan had a tacit understanding. Anyone with eyes could see that they had discussed this beforehand. In the next instant, the remaining medium god emperors were killed one after another. They also took advantage of the time when the medium god emperors had fallen to injure the other two demon spirit pythons. From now on, all three demon spirit pythons were injured. Hiss! Beside Duan Lingtian, Lu Wuyo inhaled a breath of cold air. She was glad that she had followed Duan Lingtian out. Otherwise, she would not have had a good ending. One had to know that among the people who had fallen, two of them were the right-hand men of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord Mo Wen. However, just now, Mo Wen had given up on them. Just to injure them and snatch the Heavenly Path fruit? It was not difficult for Lu Wuyo to guess this. It was also because of this that she felt a chill in her heart. However, she was more glad. However, in the field, even if the three demon spirit pythons were seriously injured, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan would not be able to kill them in a short period of time. They continued to be in a stalemate. However, right now they had the upper hand. Of course, although they had the upper hand, they still suffered some injuries in succession. However, their injuries were not serious. After dozens of breaths, the three demon spirit pythons were finally killed. There are no rules and rewards? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly and muttered. He had discovered this after Wu Ping and the other two had fallen. There were actually no rules and rewards in this divine emperor mystery realm? Beside him, Lu Wuyo was speechless and mentally tired. Was this person really muddle-headed or was he faking it? However, she could not help but patiently explain. The divine emperor mystery realm is different from the outside world. In the outside world, the rules and rewards will come at any time. However, in the divine emperor mystery realm, the rules and rewards are accumulated and given to the last person who survives. One person goes out and takes it all. Two people go out and split it equally. After saying this, Lu Wuyo looked at Duan Lingtian again and her gaze became a little wary. Chapter 4162. Would this expert, who was suspected to be an ultimate god in the past, kill her in order to get more rewards? Lu Wuyo could not help but feel a chill in her heart when she thought of this. This was also her subconscious thought. From the other party's previous confusion, it was obvious that he did not know about the rules. It did not seem like he was pretending. Would he attack her now that he knew? Although Duan Lingtian did not look at Lu Wuyo, he could still feel the change in her aura. It was normal at the beginning, but now it was vigilant. He could not help but shake his head and smile. Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't kill you. Lu Wuyo was relieved when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She knew very well that with the strength of the person in front of her, he could easily kill her. Since he said so, he would not attack her. At the same time, her eyes lit up when she thought of the fact that so many people had died this time, and that the two upper god emperors would definitely not care about the rewards. It should be known that in a place like the Emperor God Mystic Realm, the rewards would be distributed equally to the people who had left the Mystic Realm alive. There was no need to distinguish who killed and who assisted in the killing like the outside world. Previously, she had entered the Emperor God Mystic Realm that she had opened herself. As there were too many people who entered and there were very few people who killed each other, the strongest demon spirit she had encountered was only a middle god emperor. As a result, there were not many rules rewards given after leaving the Mystic Realm. In addition, with so many people sharing, she basically did not get much. However, it was different this time. If the Mansion Master and Zhong Bainan can kill the three upper god emperor pythons, then, the rewards after leaving this time will definitely be huge. Even if I only get a quarter of it, it will be enough for me to improve. Although he was still a distance away from breaking through to the middle god emperor realm, Lu Wuyo was satisfied that he could improve in such a short period of time. Those three pythons are going to die. Duan Lingtian said to Lu Wuyo at the right time. The Mansion Master of your Heaven's Spirit Mansion is really ruthless. He even schemed against his loyal subordinates. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head. Hearing this, Lu Wuyo smiled bitterly and said, "To him, the greatest value of his subordinates is if they can help him kill these demon spirit pythons. As for whether they live or die, he doesn't care. This is how the world is. Even if it was me, if I didn't leave with you, even if I only had the cultivation of a lower divine lord, he would still let me take action. He wouldn't let me stand by and watch." After all, he was worried that I would take the opportunity to steal the heavenly Tao fruit. Even though he could have retreated in time, just like how he dealt with that person earlier. The moment all the other middle-level god emperors made a move, and they did not take the opportunity to deal with those 3 pythons, but instead thought of ways to kill me, the other middle-level god emperors would definitely be buried with me. Those pythons would not miss any chance to kill them. When that time comes, their plan of having these god emperors sacrifice their lives to attract the python's attention so that they can wait for an opportunity to severely injure the python will fail. Even if they know that I'm useless, for the sake of their plan to severely injure the python, they wouldn't let me stand by and watch. Lu Wuyo's analysis was clear and organized. Now, only they think that we have most likely died. Otherwise, they would definitely only attack the 3 pythons after killing us. Now, the 3 pythons are severely injured and are about to be killed by them. The 2 of them will ultimately become the biggest winners of this trip to the Divine Emperor Mystery Dimension. Lu Wuyo said. The biggest winners? Hearing this, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps. At this moment, after 2 of the 3 demon spirit pythons of the upper-level God Emperor realm were severely injured, even if they joined forces, their strength was much weaker. Under the joint attack of Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan, they were forced to retreat. Bang! There was an earth-shattering loud noise. It was Zhong Bainan who raised his hand casually. In his hand, a 4-foot-long saber whizzed out. The saber slashed out sideways. Like a kitchen knife slashing garlic, it carried an extremely strong and terrifying power and directly smashed the head of one of the demon spirit pythons into powder. Seeing that the demon spirit python's body was still moving, he took the opportunity to strike with his spear and shatter its body. Roar! Roar! After the first python was killed, the other 2 pythons went completely crazy. They let out beast-like roars from their mouths. The sound shook the void and waves of sound waves spread out. The sound waves wreaked havoc. Even Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo, who were far away, were affected to some extent. However, although they were affected by the shock waves, they were unable to cause any harm to them. No matter what, the 2 of them were still lower-level god emperors. Could it be that they could be killed by a breath from a higher-level god emperor? Attack with all your strength and kill them. Zhong Bainan let out an explosive roar. His originally thin and frail body suddenly swelled up, as if he had become vigorous and powerful in an instant. Kill! Mo Wen said. The aura on his body also suddenly surged. The divine weapon in his hand also released an even more dazzling light. Then, he attacked one of the pythons. After a few breaths of stalemate, the 2 of them finally successfully killed their respective targets at the cost of further injuries. They killed the last 2 demon spirit pythons. Elder Zhong, this time it's all thanks to you. After killing the 3 pythons, the 2 of them were not in a hurry to pick the heavenly Tao fruits. Mo Wen looked at Elder Zhong. While panting heavily, he said with lingering fear, "If it was just me alone, I'm afraid I could only run for my life after provoking those 3 demon spirits." At this moment, the aura on Zhong Bainan's body was extremely weak, like a balloon that had been deflated. He glanced at Mo Wen indifferently and said, "Like we agreed before, I will take 2 heavenly Tao fruits and you will take 1. Let's pick them together." Okay. Mo Wen nodded. Then, like Zhong Bainan, the 2 of them dragged their heavy bodies toward the heavenly Tao fruit tree, preparing to pick the 3 heavenly Tao fruits on it. The process was calm and peaceful. As for the battle just now, it had completely ended. My lord. Seeing that Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan were seriously injured, Lu Wuyo's eyes flickered. She transmitted her voice to Duan Lingtian. "My lord, they are so seriously injured. If you were to take action, would you be confident? Even if I am not confident of killing them, it would be good if I could get 1 or 2 heavenly Tao fruits." Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was indifferent. "How do you know they are seriously injured?" Huh! While Lu Wuyo was in a daze, the sudden change in front of her caused her pupils to shrink rapidly. She saw that the two of them who had walked halfway actually burst out with an even stronger aura at almost the same time. The previous exhaustion was no longer there. At this moment, Lu Wuyo realized how naive she was. They only have light injuries? Light injuries were nothing to powerhouses with such cultivation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again. These two people did not use their full strength from the beginning. Otherwise, with their strength, even without the help of others, they could have killed the three pythons. Of course, without the help of others, they would definitely be seriously injured. And with their serious injuries, they might not be able to make the remaining middle-level god emperors listen to them. Who knows, they might end up benefiting others. Duan Lingtian had seen through it long ago. The two of them were hiding their strength. After breaking through to the god emperor realm, his vision had become even broader. In addition, he had mastered the way of sword and the way of control. His control of power and vision had improved further. Even from a distance, it was not difficult for him to see through the schemes of the two upper-level god emperors. From the beginning, he had realized that both Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan were slacking off. Both of them were swindlers. Of course, even if Duan Lingtian could not see through this, he could guess the psychological changes in the two of them from the beginning to the end. No matter what, there was another upper-level god emperor present. If he was so stupid as to use his full strength, he would definitely be taken advantage of by the other upper-level god emperor. The strength that they are displaying now is much stronger than before. When the two of them suddenly started fighting fiercely in the distance, Lu Wuyo's pupils shrank rapidly. She was further aware of the cruelty of this world. It was also because she did not have the strength of the people around her. Otherwise, in that instant just now, she might not have been able to resist taking action. After all, just now, the two upper-level god emperors were seriously injured and their auras weak. It turned out that it was all just an act. At this moment, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan, who had suddenly started fighting fiercely in the middle of the journey, had not spoken since they attacked. Under such circumstances, when they looked at each other, they could tell what the other was thinking. They both wanted to take the 3 heavenly path fruits for themselves. Once they obtained the heavenly path fruits, they did not have to consume them themselves. They could exchange them for other treasures of similar value that would be helpful to them after they broke through to the divine venerable realm. Bas. Zhong Bainan's saber was as sharp as ever. And Mo Wen was not weak either. At least until now, he was on par with Zhong Bainan. Zhong Bainan's saber finally found an opportunity to directly cut off one of Mo Wen's arms. Then, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and hit Mo Wen's body. At this critical moment, an afterimage flashed in front of Mo Wen. It was his other hand. Like a prophet, it flickered with an aquamarine light and grabbed at Zhong Bainan's saber. He was good at the law of the wood element. His hand grabbed at Zhong Bainan's saber. Although Zhong Bainan's saber was constantly shaking and destroying the power in his hand, the power in his hand was constantly regenerating. Whoosh! And in the instant that the two of them were in a deadlock, Mo Wen suddenly opened his mouth. A sharp plant like a vine instantly broke through the air and swept towards the space between Zhong Bainan's eyebrows. Seeing this, Zhong Bainan's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to lower his body but found that he was blocked. In the end, this vine pierced into Zhong Bainan, who had chosen to raise his body helplessly. It pierced right into the side of his heart. Then with a sudden shake, a huge hole appeared in Zhong Bainan's chest. A hideous and terrifying hole. "You're courting death." Zhong Bainan roared and exerted force with the saber in his hand again. Chapter 4163. The two upper-level god emperors had agreed to share 3 heavenly path fruits amicably at first. However, halfway through their journey, the two of them regretted their decision. Moreover, they attacked at the same time and fought each other. Moreover, they attacked with all their might and did not hold back. They wanted to injure the other party. The ability that Mo Wen, the Lord of Heaven's spiritual mansion, displayed now was far more powerful than before. He even felt that he was not weaker than Zhong Bainan. Perhaps this was also the reason why he did not want just 1 heavenly path fruit. Perhaps even he did not expect that Zhong Bainan would attack him when he only wanted 1 heavenly path fruit. One should know that he only wanted one heavenly path fruit to make Zhong Bainan lower his guard. He did not even attack with all his strength just now. He wanted to ambush Zhong Bainan halfway, injure him severely, and then kill him. However, he did not expect that Zhong Bainan would attack at the same time as he attacked. This caused his plan to fail and let Zhong Bainan know his true ability. Wen, do you really think this is my full strength? The two of them fought for a while. Zhong Bainan growled and the power aura on his body changed again. It shook the void. At the same time, a huge illusory image appeared on his body. It was an illusory image that looked exactly like him. Divine Venerable Illusionary Body. Seeing this, Wen's expression changed drastically. Then he shouted in shock. Elder Zhong, I was just joking with you. These 3 heavenly path fruits are all yours. I don't want them. Divine Venerable Illusionary Body. A upper-level god emperor who had mastered such a technique was only a step away from the Divine Venerable realm. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, he could break through at any time. Humph! Zhong Bainan snorted coldly and was unmoved. He attacked with his sword. The Divine Venerable Illusionary Body also moved and attacked Wen. Facing Zhong Bainan's killing intent, the fear in Wen's eyes was replaced by madness. Zhong Bainan, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. The next moment, Wen attacked Zhong Bainan without a care. He seemed to be fearless. He was going all out. If he did not go all out, he would die. If he went all out, he would die. Why not go all out? Even if he could not kill his opponent, if he could severely injure him and make him suffer, he would die in peace. A moment later, the two of them met. The two terrifying forces collided with each other, creating a series of thunderous booms that shook the heavens. Boom! Rumble! Surging energies converged from the two directions. After a stalemate, the energy released by the saber light completely crushed the other energy. Of course, during this process, many of the saber lights were also shattered. However, in the end, the other side was finally worn down. Explode! Before Wen's body turned into dust, he suddenly roared. In the next instant, his divine artifact suddenly exploded. Then, an illusory figure also dissipated. It was the artifact soul of the high-quality divine artifact in his hand. The divine weapon exploded with power, directly shattering the divine blade in Zhong Bainan's hand. Then, a phantom flashed out and quickly flew into Zhong Bainan's body. However, it was still too late. Before the high-grade divine saber's blade soul could escape, it was annihilated by the power of the divine artifact's self-destruction. Furthermore, even Zhong Bainan was seriously injured and sent flying. Wah! At the same time that Mo1 was blown into a bloody mist by the violent power, the power of the explosion of his divine artifact also destroyed Zhong Bainan's divine artifact and seriously injured Zhong Bainan, causing him to spit out blood. Zhong Bainan flew for a distance before he stopped. His face was as pale as paper and his aura was slightly weak. Lunatic! As Zhong Bainan spat out another mouthful of blood, he could not help but curse in the direction where Mo1 had fallen. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, Zhong Bainan disappeared from his original spot. He, who had not had time to consume the healing divine pill, was immediately injured again. He spat out blood continuously from his mouth as though it was free. And at the place where Zhong Bainan had been standing, a figure flashed and appeared. It was Duan Lingtian, dressed in purple. So powerful. Duan Lingtian sighed. As expected of a half-step divine venerable. Even after being seriously injured to such an extent, you still have so much energy left. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Zhong Bainan to speak, Duan Lingtian attacked again. On the other hand, Zhong Bainan had a look of disdain. A lower-ranked divine emperor also wanted to come out at this time to take advantage of the situation? Ridiculous! Even if I, Zhong Bainan, was seriously injured, I was not someone a mere lower-ranked divine emperor could deal with. However, the look of disdain on Zhong Bainan's face completely disappeared in the next moment. It was replaced by an expression of disbelief and disbelief. This is sword doctrine. And this is the way of control. Previously, Duan Lingtian had attacked casually, which was why Zhong Bainan had avoided it. Now, while Zhong Bainan had avoided it, he had been injured again. Duan Ling Tian did not hold back and directly activated the Sword Doctrine and Space Doctrine. At the same time, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in his hand also released a seven-colored radiance. Whoosh! The seven-colored sword light whistled out. Its speed was so fast that Zhong Bainan could not avoid it. No. In the end, although Zhong Bainan resisted with all his might, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian's sword because he was too severely injured. When he died, his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he had died with a grievance. Perhaps, even until his death, he had never thought that a lower-ranked divine emperor could have such strength. With such strength, there was hardly anyone below the upper-ranked divine emperor who could match him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and kept Zhong Bainan's storage ring. At the same time, he did not forget to keep the storage ring of the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Master Mo Wen. After keeping the two storage rings, Duan Lingtian began to collect the storage rings of the others. During this process, a beautiful figure stood there in the distance, looking at the scene in front of her in a daze. That was it? This person had become the final winner? The two upper-ranked divine emperors had actually fought to the death at the critical moment. Both of them had concealed their strength earlier. Although they had fought to the death in the end, the one who survived was half crippled. Then, someone else had taken advantage of him. If Mansion Master had known that Zhong Bainan had such strength, or if Zhong Bainan had shown his full strength earlier, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lu Wuyo sighed in her heart. Lu Wuyo's gaze became complicated when she saw the purple figure approaching the heavenly Dao fruit tree, and plucking the 3 heavenly Dao fruits from it. This person's luck was really heaven-defying. However, when she thought about how only she and the person in front of her had survived this time, and how 5 upper-ranked divine emperors had died in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm this time, her eyes lit up again. Maybe, this time, I have a chance to enter the middle-ranked Divine Emperor realm with the help of the power of the rules. How could Lu Wuyo not be excited when she thought of this? As for other things, including the heavenly Dao fruit, she did not dare to think about it at all. She knew that she was not qualified to think about it, and she did not have the strength to think about it. If the other party did not kill her and shared the rewards of the rules with her, it would be a great thing. I won't use the heavenly Dao fruit for now. I'll eat it when I enter the upper-ranked Divine Emperor realm. I wonder if there are any other treasures in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Let's take a look around. After obtaining the 3 heavenly Dao fruits, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised for a while before he turned his attention back to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. This was because one could not leave the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm on their own accord. They had to wait until the time was up before they could be sent out. Now, there was still some time before the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm would send the people out. Therefore, Duan Lingtian planned to use the remaining time to search around and see if he could obtain any other good things. My lord. When Lu Wuyo saw Duan Lingtian making a move, she did not stay on the spot and immediately followed him. Actually, she really wanted to tell the purple-clad young man that it would be better for him to stay on the spot and wait for them to leave. It would also be more comforting. However, it was obvious that the purple-clad young man did not intend to do so. Perhaps, he had become a little complacent after killing a severely injured upper-ranked divine emperor who had lost his soul-grade divine weapon? However, regardless of whether the purple-clad young man was complacent or not, she remembered one thing. If she did not follow the purple-clad young man, she might die in the next round. Even if following the purple-clad young man was risky, she still chose to follow the purple-clad young man. Do you think I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as a upper-ranked divine emperor after I leave this time? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Wuyo. As for Lu Wuyo following him, he did not say much. As long as the purple-clad young man did not harbor any ill intentions, he would allow him to follow him. However, if the purple-clad young man harbored ill intentions, he would not mind killing him mercilessly and sending him on his way. Definitely. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Wuyo nodded decisively. 5 upper-ranked divine emperors and a few middle-ranked divine emperors. Even if it's only half of the rewards, it's enough for you to completely consolidate your cultivation as a lower-ranked divine emperor. Perhaps, you can even go one step further. Lu Wuyo said. At the same time, she felt a little uneasy. This lord would not go back on his word at this time and kill her so that he could take all the rewards from the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm for himself, right? That's not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfyingly. At the same time he asked, this time with your cultivation, you should be able to enter the realm of a middle-ranked divine emperor, right? Lu Wuyo hesitated for a moment before she finally decided to tell the truth. I should be able to. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly added, don't worry, Lord. Even if I enter the realm of a middle-ranked divine emperor, I won't have any thoughts about your rewards this time. Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. However, in the next moment, he could not help but laugh. What you mean is, after you enter the realm of a middle-ranked divine emperor, you'll be stronger than me? Otherwise, where would the thoughts come from? This woman seemed to be a little complacent. When Lu Wuyo heard this, her heart trembled. Then, she smiled bitterly. I said the wrong thing. Even if I enter the realm of a middle-ranked divine emperor, I'm definitely not a match for you, Lord. Chapter 4164. Since there were no more competitors in the God-the-Arch-Mystic realm and he could stay for a while longer, Duan Lingtian would not waste this last chance to take advantage of others. He continued to walk around the God-the-Arch-Mystic realm and found some things. He passed some of the tests and successfully obtained those things. Of course, those things were not as valuable as the heavenly Dao fruit. Because of that, the tests to obtain them were not difficult. However, although those things were not as valuable as the heavenly Dao fruit, some of them were what Duan Lingtian needed to improve his cultivation base. Of course, the improvement would be minimal. After all, Duan Lingtian was now a person who had seen the world. In the divine trials, if he wanted to improve his cultivation base, he just needed to get more rewards. Ordinary people would need to consider if they could not keep up with the profundity of the laws and if their foundation was not stable. However, he did not need to worry about that. The space law that he had mastered was not inferior to an ordinary lower ultimate god. Moreover, he had mastered the sword principle and control principle. In addition to the 99 heaven veins in his body, he could withstand the rapid improvement of his cultivation base. He did not need to worry about losing control of his divine power. Some people who did not have a strong foundation would lose control of their divine power due to the rapid improvement of their cultivation base. Sometimes, they would suffer a backlash or even suffer from qigong deviation. However, Duan Lingtian did not need to worry about this problem at all. Not to mention the mysterious gangland, even in all the realms of gods, and even in the entire heaven and earth, there were not many people who could compare to his foundation. He's too strong. Among those who came in this time, other than the 3 upper god emperors, I'm afraid no one is his match. Lu Wuyo had been following Duan Lingtian the whole time. She had seen Duan Lingtian fight many times. Because of that, her face was filled with shock. Was this really a lower god emperor who had not consolidated his cultivation base? Before entering the God-the-Arch-Mystic realm, she had only seen Duan Lingtian's strength when he had not stepped into the God Emperor realm. However, she felt that the two were completely different when compared to each other. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, his strength had become even more heaven-defying. And I've killed so many middle God Emperor demon spirits. After I leave this place, I might really be able to step into the realm of a middle God Emperor. Seeing that the time he could stay in the God-the-Arch-Mystic realm was getting shorter and shorter, Lu Wuyo's eyes lit up. She had never thought that she would be able to obtain such great benefits from this trip to the God-the-Arch-Mystic realm. One had to know that when she had come over earlier, she had even had the thought of watching the show. She had never thought that she would be able to obtain any benefits under the noses of a group of middle-level God Emperors and high-level God Emperors. However, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian would help her. In the blink of an eye, another period of time had passed. Sir, we're going to be teleported out today. Lu Wuyo reminded Duan Lingtian. Now she was even more respectful towards Duan Lingtian, not only because of Duan Lingtian's strength, but also because of the benefits that Duan Lingtian had indirectly given her. Since some time ago, when they encountered some lower God Emperor demon spirits, he did not make a move and allowed her to do it. As for the things that she obtained from killing the lower God Emperor demon spirits, they all belonged to her. If there was something that Duan Ling Tian needed, Duan Ling Tian would also take out a corresponding or even better item to exchange with her. As for her, she would be more than happy to make the exchange without any reluctance. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he continued to search forward. The arch-mystic realm was too big. If one wanted to search the entire place, he would not have enough time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Half a day later, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Wuyo felt their bodies lighten. Then their vision turned black and they appeared outside the door of the arch-mystic realm. This was also the place where they had been before entering. However, after the two of them came out, the door of the arch-mystic realm behind them gradually faded and finally turned into nothingness. Lu Wuyo? Just as the dazzling light pillars of the rules rewards descended from the sky, a surprised voice sounded from not too far away. The tone of the voice sounded a little surprised. So many rules rewards. Another exclamation sounded at the right time. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Wuyo were bathed in the seemingly endless light pillars of the rules rewards. There were also a few figures around them. These few people were all middle god emperors. They had rushed over after receiving the news. However, they were still too late. After they arrived, they realized that they were too late. Someone had entered the arch-mystic realm before them and they could not enter again. Even so, they did not plan to turn around and leave directly. They wanted to see who had entered the arch-mystic realm and whether they could kill them and plunder the items piled up in the arch-mystic realm. Now, seeing the two of them come out and the arch-mystic realm close, it was as if endless rules rewards were showering down. They were all dumbfounded. Weren't there too many rules rewards? And, this time, only the two of them came out of the arch-mystic realm? Long, they are all lower god emperors. Only lower god emperors? Are you kidding me? At the same time, someone extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation of Duan Ling Tian and Lu Wuyo. Someone said directly, "I've seen this lady before. She is the city master of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo. I didn't expect Wuyo City to be so far away from here and she would rush over." 20 people entered the arch-mystic realm. And now, only the two of them came out? The remaining 18 people have all died? The remaining 18 people have died and the remaining 2 lower god emperors came out. What did those 18 people encounter? These 2 people are really lucky. In my opinion, they might not be lucky. Maybe they hid and waited until the arch-mystic realm sent them out before they came out. Maybe they did not expect to split the rules rewards equally after they came out. There are so many rules rewards. The other 18 people must have paid a lot. But in the end, they still benefited from it. Those 18 people could get so many rules rewards, which means they got a lot of good stuff. Do you think they went to collect those people's storage rings? It's hard to say. Humph. Whether it's easy to say or not, can't we just kill them and take their storage rings to take a look? The few middle god emperors looked at Duan Ling Tian and Lu Wuyo even more fiercely. At the same time, they spread out and surrounded Duan Ling Tian and Lu Wuyo. But why did they not attack now? That was because the two of them were bathing in the rules rewards. If they attacked now, they would definitely break the rules rewards, and such an action would anger the heavens and cause the heavens to punish them. Under the heavens' punishment, even if they did not die, they would be crippled. Rather than that, they might as well let the 2 people in front of them absorb the rules rewards completely before attacking. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was bathing in the rules rewards, glanced at the people around him and said, "Seems like some of them know you." "My lord, I don't know them." Lu Wuyo said, "They should be hunters in the vicinity. This time, they must have gathered for the Emperor God Mystic Realm, but they did not expect us to enter it first. Now that they saw the Emperor God Mystic Realm disappear and we are bathing in the rules rewards, they are most likely guessing that we have taken advantage of them. They probably want to kill us and take our rewards in the Emperor God Mystic Realm this time." Duan Ling Tian had already guessed what Lu Wuyo said. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, then ignored the people in front of him, because he knew that they would not attack now. Even if they did, they would wait until they had completely absorbed the rules rewards. Although Lu Wuyo knew that she was no match for the people around her, she did not feel the slightest pressure because Duan Ling Tian was beside her. Then, Lu Wuyo calmed down and focused on absorbing the rules rewards. After a while, she started to break through to the Middle God Emperor realm. And Duan Ling Tian, with the help of the rules rewards, quickly consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm after a while. The aura on his body changed abruptly. Their cultivation is rising so fast. At this time, the few middle god emperors who surrounded them also realized this, and their faces turned solemn. In such a situation, either the 18 of them killed enough middle god emperor demonic spirits in the emperor god mystic realm, or they killed upper god emperor demonic spirits. This Lu Wuyo, I feel like he is about to enter the middle god emperor realm. This purple-robed young man just consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm. Could it be that the emperor god mystic realm that was opened previously was opened after he broke through? If that's the case, how long has it been, and he consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm? The main thing is that there are too many rules rewards, so many that I envy them. At this moment, the few intermediate god emperors looked at Duan Ling Tian and Lu Wuyu with envy and jealousy in their eyes. As they waited patiently, Yi Zichen and the others waited patiently. Half a month later, Lu Wuyo was the first to finish absorbing the rules rewards, and there was a change in her divine power aura, and she stepped into the middle god emperor realm. Although there are many rules rewards left, it's still too far to go to consolidate my cultivation of middle god emperor realm. Lu Wuyo sighed inwardly. At the same time, Lu Wuyo felt the change in the aura of the few people around her, and she glanced at them indifferently. Everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. If you still want to live, leave now. Otherwise, when Master finishes absorbing the rules rewards, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, the few of them were stunned, and then their gazes fell on the purple-robed young man at the side. Lu Wuyo, you called him Master? Lu Wuyo, you're a middle god emperor now, and you're the city master of Wuyo City. You called someone who just consolidated his cultivation of lower god emperor realm, Master? Lu Wuyo, are you deliberately mystifying me? Do you think you can scare me away like this? Ridiculous. That's right. Even if you want to mystify me, you shouldn't push out a lower god emperor who just consolidated his cultivation. Do you really think they're idiots? As the few middle god emperors spoke in disdain, the rules rewards on Duan Lingtian's body disappeared completely, and at the same time, he opened his eyes at the right time. Chapter 4165. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already noticed the people around him when he first came out. Now, after successfully consolidating his cultivation as a lower-level god emperor and even increasing his cultivation, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Even though he felt the hostility of these people, he did not intend to argue with them. Are you still going back to Wuyo City? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo and asked. In his opinion, although the Heaven Spirit Mansion's mansion master had died, no one knew what happened. It was even more impossible for anyone to suspect that Lu Wuyo had anything to do with the death of the Heaven Spirit Mansion's mansion master. Yes. Lu Wuyo nodded. She had already taken root in Wuyo City. Even though she had broken through to the middle-level God Emperor realm, she had no intention of leaving Wuyo City. As for the death of the Heaven Spirit Mansion's mansion master, Mo Wen, she did not care. Even if they had entered a lower-level God Emperor mystery realm, no one would think that Mo Wen's death had anything to do with her. It would not affect her. Of course, in reality, it had nothing to do with her. Lu Wuyo subconsciously glanced at the purple-robed youth in front of her. She thought to herself, I'm afraid no one will think that Mansion Master Mo's death has anything to do with this person, right? He's just a person who has just consolidated his cultivation as a lower-level God Emperor. Before coming out, he had not even consolidated his cultivation. While Lu Wuyo's thoughts were spinning, Duan Lingtian had already said, since that's the case, let's go our separate ways. The mountains are high and the water is far away. We'll meet again someday. Although Duan Lingtian was saying these polite words, he knew in his heart that there was no possibility of him meeting Lu Wuyo again in the future. However, it was also because of this interaction that he felt more and more that this illusion was real. In his eyes, the strongest had become even more mysterious. Lu Wuyo glanced at the middle-level god emperors around her who were eyeing her covetously. She did not move subconsciously. However, Duan Lingtian made a move and prepared to leave. However, the moment Duan Lingtian moved, The auras of a few Middle Emperor gods locked onto him. "Brat, if you don't want to die, don't act rashly." One of the Middle God Emperors stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "Brat, if you want to leave this place alive, you'd better cooperate and hand over all the storage rings on you. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave." "That's right. Hand over your storage ring and you may leave. Otherwise die." A few god lords stared at Duan Lingtian like a few hungry wolves staring at a little sheep. And in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed no different from a little sheep. He was just a lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation. At this very moment, they didn't notice that Lu Wuyo, who was standing at the side, was looking at them with sympathy in his eyes. Facing the few god emperors who had come with ill intentions, Duan Lingtian merely raised his eyelids and glanced at them indifferently. After that, he didn't make any big moves. He merely raised his hand and grabbed at one of the middle god emperors across the space. Suddenly, the middle god emperor's expression changed greatly. He felt that the space around him had been confined. At the same time, a strong pressure enveloped him at the right time. Bang! Before the rest of them could react, this middle god emperor, who had been desperately activating his divine power and profound of laws, was still crushed by the power of space around him and turned into a pool of blood. The blood turned into arrows and shot in all directions. It even hit two middle god emperors, but they couldn't come back to their senses. At this moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian and the light in their eyes disappeared. What replaced it was shock and disbelief. Was he really just a lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation? Why did it feel like he wasn't a lower god emperor but a higher god emperor? But from the feedback their divine consciousness gave them, the other party was clearly a lower god emperor. Just as the few of them were stunned by the scene in front of them, Duan Lingtian grabbed at the space again and did the same to the other person. He died in the same way as the previous person. Run! This time, the remaining people instantly came back to their senses. Their first thought was to run. One of them could still be considered an accident. But both of them? That was definitely not an accident. This lower god emperor who had just consolidated his cultivation had the ability of a higher god emperor. Maybe he was even stronger than an ordinary higher god emperor. At this moment, they didn't even think about whether they could escape under the nose of a strong practitioner who was comparable to a higher god emperor. They had no other choice but to run. Whoosh! The moment the remaining people scattered and fled, Duan Lingtian caught up with them easily with 2 teleportations. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent them on their way. From the beginning to the end, the middle god emperors didn't make a move. Or rather, they didn't have time to make a move. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian was far away. He turned his head and nodded at Lu Wuyo. Then, he escaped into the distance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded in Lu Wuyo's ears. "If it's possible, don't tell anyone that you entered the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm with Mo Wen. Although no one will suspect that you have anything to do with Mo Wen's death, they will wonder if you have taken their storage rings or the storage rings of others, since 3 upper-level Divine Emperors have died in there and yet you have come out alive. These are all the root causes of the disaster." In the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't think much of it. However, just now, when he was faced with the greed of the few middle-level god emperors, he suddenly thought of this matter. Rather than saying that the other party wanted his storage ring because they knew that he had gained quite a lot, it would be more accurate to say that they wanted to see if he had gained anything great in his storage ring. Lu Wuyo stood on the spot and looked in the direction Duan Lingtian had left. Her gaze was complicated. This person's body was a male pet that she had used in the past. She had never looked him in the eye and felt that there would never be any interaction between them. But at this moment, this strong practitioner who had taken over her male pet's body gave her a strange feeling. In her heart, there was a subtle feeling that she had never felt before. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sigh. Although she didn't know who he was, it wasn't difficult for her to sense that he was mysterious and unfathomable. She and he were destined to be people of 2 different worlds. From now on, it would be difficult for them to interact. Naturally, Duan Lingtian didn't know what Lu Wuyo was thinking. This trip to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm made Duan Lingtian happy. "I didn't expect there to be such a thing as the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Any person, any life form that breaks through in the trial of God will open the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm." The more talented the person who breaks through, the more valuable the treasures in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm are. For example, Duan Ling Tian had entered a Divine Emperor's secret realm where 3 heavenly Dao fruits had appeared. Not only that, but all 3 heavenly Dao fruits were already in his possession. Of course, it was all thanks to the balance and conflict between the 3 Divine Emperors that could be achieved so smoothly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to obtain even 1 heavenly Dao fruit. Before I consolidated my cultivation, even if I didn't hold back and gave it my all, I would at most be able to put up a fight against Wu Ping. However, Wu Ping was killed by the other 2 in the blink of an eye. At that time, I wouldn't have been able to escape death if I had to fight against the other 2. However, now that I've consolidated my cultivation, I feel that my strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if I have to fight against Mo Wen, the Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, I'm confident that I won't lose even if I can't defeat him. As for Zhong Bainan, he's a half-step ultimate god. He's too strong. Even if I were to fight against him now, I'm afraid I'll lose and die without a doubt. Duan Ling Tian had finally witnessed the strength of a half-step ultimate god. A half-step ultimate god was someone who had already mastered the divine venerate apparition. It could be said that he was already a half-step ultimate god. Where should I go next? Forget it. I'll go to the prefecture city first. At least I can ask for directions in the prefecture city to find out where the capital is. Originally, Duan Ling Tian had planned to stay in the prefecture city of the Spirit Mansion for a period of time. He also wanted to see if there was a way to quickly increase his strength in the prefecture city. However, now that even the Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, Mo Wen, had fallen, and he knew that his current strength was not weaker than Mo Wen's, he naturally looked down on the prefecture city. Now, only the capital of this divine kingdom could attract him. Once he reached the capital, he would be able to see the wider world. The divine kingdom was not the overlord of this world. Even in this place called the Tiannan continent, there were many divine kingdoms. The divine kingdom that he was in now was only one of the many divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent. The prefecture city. Naturally, it was more prosperous than Wuyo City. When Duan Ling Tian entered the prefecture city, he only discovered that it was peaceful. Clearly, the news of the Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, Mo Wen, falling had not spread. Or perhaps, they still didn't know about Mo Wen's death. This world. Do soul pearls exist? Even if they don't, there should be something that reflects one's death, right? Now there should be people who know that Mo Wen has fallen, right? Duan Ling Tian was a little puzzled and also a little puzzled. In the next few days, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the prefecture city and learned more information that he did not know before. For example, the location of the Divine Kingdom's capital and how many Divine Kingdoms there were in the Tiannan continent. For example, there seemed to be more than just the Tiannan continent in this world. I wonder if 4th senior sister is in the Tiannan continent? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he was a little worried. Although his 4th senior sister was very powerful and was considered the strongest among the people who entered this time, there was no lack of divine venerables in this world. With his 4th senior sister's personality, it would not be strange even if she provoked a divine venerables. I'm just a junior brother, but I have to worry about my senior sister's safety. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless. On this day, Duan Ling Tian was preparing to leave the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's prefecture city and head to the capital of the Divine Kingdom. However, before he could leave the city, a few people flew over from the horizon. At the same time, a sonorous voice descended from the sky. I am the Lord's emissary. The Lord has decreed that since the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord Mo Wen has died, the Heaven Spiritual Mansion will have a new Mansion Lord. The new Mansion Lord will enter the capital within 3 months and follow the Lord to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle and win glory for the Righteous Divine Kingdom. The Righteous Divine Kingdom was the name of the Divine Kingdom that Duan Ling Tian was currently in. As the voice of the Lord's emissary from the Divine Fruit Kingdom's capital spread throughout the prefecture city, the entire prefecture city was shocked. The Lord Mansion Lord has fallen? Even someone as strong as the Lord Mansion Lord has fallen. Chapter 4166. The Manor Lord had fallen. This was undoubtedly a huge matter for the Heaven's spiritual manor. After the Manor Lord had fallen, the next Manor Lord had to be chosen. If it was any other time, there would be no need to rush, as the envoys from the capital would not come so early. But this time, the Heavens Canyon, where all the divine nations of the heavenly South Continent were competing, was about to open. Therefore, the envoys of the Heavenly Spirit Manor arrived a few days after when the manor head of the Heavenly Spirit Manor had fallen. The nation lord's emissary was also a upper divine emperor, and a very powerful one at that. His strength was no less than that of the Heaven Spirit Mansion's Mansion Lord one when he was alive. In 2 months, the Heaven Spiritual Manor's Manor City welcomes all experts to participate in the competition for the position of Acting Manor Lord. The Acting Manor Lord of the Heaven Spiritual Manor can follow the Manor Lord to the Destiny Canyon and participate in the competition. As long as your performance isn't too bad, the Manor Lord will personally appoint you as the real Manor Lord. This was what the envoy from the capital had announced to the public shortly after arriving in the Sky Spirit Mansion. At the same time, the news had quickly spread. In 2 months, the Manor Lord's envoy would host the competition for the position of Acting Manor Lord in the Heaven Spiritual Manor's Manor City. This time, the Acting Manor Lord could follow the Manor Lord to the Destiny Canyon and participate in the competition. As long as their performance wasn't too bad, they would most likely become the real Manor Lord of the Heaven Spiritual Manor. The Heaven Spiritual Manor was a manor under the righteous divine nation, so the position of Manor Lord naturally couldn't be decided casually. Therefore, even if the Manor Lord's envoy hosted the competition, it would only be the Acting Manor Lord. For the time being, he couldn't be considered the real Manor Lord. If he wanted to become the Manor Lord, it would depend on his performance in the Destiny Canyon. The Destiny Canyon. Duan Lingtian didn't know what the Destiny Canyon was. Although many people around him were discussing it, he didn't know much about it either. The only thing he was certain of was that it was the Destiny Canyon. The Heavens Canyon was a place where the various divine nations of the heavenly South Continent would compete for supremacy. The rulers of the various divine nations all attached great importance to this competition. There are benefits? Although many people didn't know the specifics of the battle between the divine kingdoms and the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian still learned from some people that participating in the battle between the divine kingdoms and the Destiny Canyon would bring great benefits. There are benefits. Moreover, I'll be able to immediately come into contact with the righteous divine nation's capital. Moreover, I'll be able to directly come into contact with the ruler of the righteous divine nation. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but flicker a few times. In the end, he stopped in his tracks, preparing to leave the Heavenly Spirit Prefecture. Perhaps I can compete for the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. As long as I sit on that seat, I'll be able to follow the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom to Heaven's Canyon and participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms. Not to mention the benefits I might obtain later on, being able to directly contact the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom is also a good thing for me. However, in 2 months, there will definitely be many people participating in the competition for the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. After all, this is not an ordinary Acting Mansion Master. It'll be the Acting Mansion Master who will follow the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom to Heaven's Canyon to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms. Moreover, after obtaining the benefits, I can choose to leave the Heaven Spirit Mansion and not consider becoming the real Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. Considering all these factors, Duan Lingtian was determined to obtain the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion in 2 months. Of course, he also knew that there would be a certain degree of difficulty. If it was just the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, even if it was the real Mansion Master, it wouldn't be enough to attract so many people. Although the Mansion Master had certain privileges, he would have to pay a lot. He could even delay his own cultivation because of some things that the monarch had ordered him to do. However, this time, it was only the Acting Mansion Master, the kind that could leave at any time. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to participate in the battle of the divine kingdoms at Heaven's Canyon. Many reclusive upper-rank god emperors, such as Zhong Bainan, who had previously died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, would not miss such an opportunity. In 2 months, I'll strive to improve my strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He wasn't interested in the position of Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, but the so-called Heavens Canyon and the battle of the divine kingdoms attracted him. In 2 months' time, He also wanted to compete for the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. In the next 2 months, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city for 2 days. After that, he couldn't stay any longer and began to wander around the capital city of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. Once he tracked down a middle-rank God Emperor hunter, he would kill him. Although he now had the battle prowess of an upper-rank God Emperor, his cultivation was only that of a lower-rank God Emperor. Killing a middle-rank God Emperor was still considered fighting above his realm, and he would be rewarded handsomely. Of course, if a middle-rank God Emperor killed him, he wouldn't be rewarded with any rules. It could be said that the rules of this world were shockingly good for people like Duan Ling Tian, who had the battle prowess of a higher realm. While Duan Ling Tian was tracking down a middle-rank God Emperor hunter, he didn't even let go of a lower-rank God Emperor hunter. With the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city as the center, as the news of the Battle of the Acting Mansion Master spread, various hidden experts began to gather. Of course, within the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city, there weren't many upper-rank God Emperors. 2 months' time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. In the blink of an eye, it was over. At this time, it had been almost a year since Duan Ling Tian entered the Divine Trials. I can still stay for a little more than 2 years. Entering the middle-rank God Emperor realm shouldn't be a problem. I just don't know if I can consolidate my cultivation at the middle-rank God Emperor realm. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city and prepared to compete for the position of acting mansion master, he sighed in his heart. As for the upper-rank God Emperor, he didn't dare to think about it. That was too far away. To him, in the next 2 years, if he could enter the middle-rank God Emperor realm in the Divine Trials and consolidate his cultivation, it would be good enough. That night, Duan Ling Tian stayed in an inn in the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city. Of course, the inns in the Trial of God weren't called inns, but temporary cultivation grounds instead. In other words, it had the meaning of temporary cultivation grounds, and Duan Ling Tian felt it was difficult to pronounce when he read it. Before he stayed in the inn, along the way, Duan Ling Tian could hear the people around him. Most of them were discussing the acting mansion master competition that the country lord's emissary would personally host tomorrow. Tomorrow, the acting mansion master competition would be held 10,000 miles east of the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city, and it would be hosted by the country lord's emissary. At that time, any expert who was interested in the Heaven Spirit Mansion could participate in the acting mansion master competition. Cultivation wasn't limited. Strength was the only thing that mattered. Moreover, it didn't matter if they were dead or alive. In other words, you could kill your opponent during the acting mansion master competition. A battle of life and death is enough to make those who simply want to try shrink back. Tomorrow, there will be only a few people who will truly participate in the substitute mansion master selection. However, without exception, all of them will be experts. Even when he arrived at the door of his room, Duan Ling Tian could still hear the discussion of 2 guests behind him. The room Duan Ling Tian was staying in was one of the last rooms in the inn. Among the people who came to the prefecture city recently, there weren't many who would participate in the acting mansion master competition tomorrow. Most of them were here to watch the fun. After all, the acting mansion master competition would be completely open tomorrow. That night, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, he was thinking that there was not much time left. After exiting the Trial of Gods, it's time to enter the planar battlefield. The dimensional battlefield has great dangers, but it also has various opportunities. If I want to enter the ultimate God realm before the 1,000-year deadline, I can only rely on the dimensional battlefield. With my current skills, if I enter the ultimate God realm, I won't be an ordinary ultimate God. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. At the same time he thought to himself, "Kerr, you're also in the dimensional battlefield. Nothing must happen to you. If anything happens to you, I'll make sure the Yun clan is buried with you." The Yun clan. It was a giant ultimate god faction in the world of divine remains. It was a powerful clan with the shadow of an ultimate god behind it. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. However, he wasn't afraid. It wasn't impossible for him to become an ultimate god. If he could become an ultimate god, he didn't think he would be weaker than those ultimate gods. How many ultimate gods could possess 5 high-level forms of the 5 divine elements and master 2 heavenly Tao of Sword Tao and Tao of Control at the same time? This was the source of Duan Ling Tian's confidence. As for the law profundity, he had the ultimate god's divinity to help him understand the law of space. As for the law of life, he had the sacred tree of life. As for the other laws, he could accumulate them over time. Early the next morning, Duan Ling Tian left the inn and left the city with a group of people. Duan Ling Tian was traveling alone and seemed a little lonely. Of course, there were others who were traveling alone like him. "Brother, did you come alone?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the Heaven Spirit Mansion's prefecture city, someone came up to him and asked with a smile. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the person who came up to him. He was also a lower god emperor. He must have noticed that the divine power he emitted when he was flying was also a lower god emperor's divine power. That was why he came over. In this world where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong, in the eyes of most people, only those with similar cultivation levels belonged to the same circle. In fact, the young man took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian because he could tell that Duan Ling Tian was only a lower god emperor. If Duan Ling Tian was a middle god emperor or a higher god emperor, he wouldn't greet Duan Ling Tian. If it was the former, he would feel that he was unworthy. If it was the latter, he would feel that he wasn't worthy of him. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the young man beside him and nodded indifferently. This was a young man in a light green robe. He was tall and had a resolute face. He didn't look handsome, but he left a deep impression. End of chapter. Chapter 4167. The young man did not mind Duan Ling Tian's indifference. He sighed to himself and said, "I really didn't expect someone as powerful as the Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord to die so easily. As far as I know, in the entire Heaven Spirit Mansion, there are only 1 or 2 high-level Divine Emperor loose cultivators who have the ability to compete with the Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord." At this point, the young man paused for a moment before continuing. "Speaking of which, it's quite strange. It's said that Senior Zhong Bainan, a rogue cultivator whose strength isn't any weaker than the Heaven Spirit Mansion's Mansion Master, also died. If another loose cultivator senior, who is rumored to be as powerful as the Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord, Mo, comes, there is no need to compete. He will definitely be the acting Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord." Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to the young man when he said the first half of his sentence. When Duan Ling Tian heard his last sentence, he could not help but ask in a calm tone, "That person is very strong. More powerful than Zhong Bainan?" The young man shook his head. He should not be as powerful as Elder Zhong. However, it is said that he is as powerful as the former Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord, Mo. Of course, most people say that he is not as powerful as Mo. However, even if he is not as powerful as Mo, he should not be too far off. The moment the young man's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian's heart that was originally in his mouth finally relaxed. He was determined to win the Heaven Spirit Mansion's acting Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord Spirit Mansion Lord. He did not want to lose the position of acting Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord to someone else. Not as powerful as Mo? There was nothing to be afraid of. His current ability was enough to deal with him. Moreover, the other party might not even come. Duan Ling Tian did not completely ignore the young man's conversation throughout the journey since he had heard the information that was useful to him. He would occasionally reply to him. "You're just here to watch the show? Don't you want to try?" Duan Ling Tian asked. The young man was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly. "Are you kidding me? There is no life or death in this Heaven Spirit Mansion Lord Spirit Mansion Lord Spirit Mansion Lord. If I go, I will be killed before I can even admit defeat. I am only a lower divine lord. This time, I'm guessing that even if it's a god emperor, there won't be many who would dare to enter the arena. The Acting Palace Master competition this time is mainly a stage for the upper god emperors. Although, there aren't many high-level god emperors in the Heavenly Spirit Palace." While chatting with the young man, Duan Ling Tian soon arrived at the place where the competition for the substitute Mansion Master would be held. It was a vast canyon some distance away from the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city. At this moment, many people had gathered in the sky above the canyon. Some came alone, some came in pairs, and some came in groups of 3 to 5. "The king's emissary is here." As soon as Duan Ling Tian and the young man arrived, they heard someone exclaim. The next moment, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, saw a middle-aged man, escorted by 2 old men, flying over from afar. The middle-aged man in the lead was dressed in a light silver robe. His face was resolute and his eyes were sharp. He was the king's emissary from the righteous divine nation's capital city. 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had heard his voice in the sky above the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city. That was why he hadn't left the Heaven Spirit Mansion's capital city. As soon as the king's emissary arrived, he announced in an indifferent tone, "The acting palace master competition will begin today at noon and end tomorrow at noon. There will be no delay." Starting at noon, those who are interested in competing for the position of acting palace master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion may enter the arena. The king's emissary arrived quickly and spoke quickly as well. He was direct and to the point, without the slightest hesitation. As soon as the king's emissary finished speaking, he raised his hand and a disc array flew out. Then, it surrounded a large area in the void above the canyon. This is the area where the acting palace master competition of the Heaven Spirit Mansion will take place. Those who leave the area will lose. Those who admit defeat will lose. Those who are killed will lose. You may enter at noon. If 2 people enter, the third person will have to wait until one of them is defeated before he can enter. The person who stands until noon tomorrow will be the acting palace master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. 1 month later, he will enter the capital city. Although the king will go to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Nation competition. The king's emissary's voice was loud and clear. At the same time, it caused the hearts of the people present to tremble. This kind of rule. It seems that it's a bit of a disadvantage to go first? That can't be helped. Don't tell me you don't want to go first just because you want to suffer a disadvantage? Humph. What's the point of thinking so much? If you have enough strength, you can just show your strength and be more ruthless. Who would dare to compete with you? That's true. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was watching from afar. Beside him was the young man who had taken the initiative to talk to him. At this time, the young man introduced himself, and Duan Lingtian learned his name. Wang Chun. Brother, this is the first time I've seen such a grand scene. How about you? Wang Chun was a little excited and asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he smiled faintly but did not reply. However, Duan Lingtian's calmness made Wang Chun think highly of him. It seemed that this fellow who was also a lesser god emperor like him was not simple. Was he a descendant of an expert who had come from outside the Heaven Spirit Mansion to watch the show? Or was he a member of a big family in the righteous divine nation? Hu Donglan. Suddenly, Wang Chun saw a person flying in the sky from afar and let out a low cry. Following that, another person also let out a cry of surprise and looked at that person at the same time. At this time, even Duan Lingtian could not help but look over. The person named Hu Donglan was a young man wearing a blue robe. He was handsome and seemed to have a smile on his face at all times. As soon as he appeared, he immediately flew towards the emissary. At the same time, he bowed slightly and cupped his hands. Hu Donglan greets the emissary. You're Hu Donglan. The envoy glanced at the blue-robed young man in front of him. I've heard about you recently and know that you're one of the few upper god emperors in the Heaven Spirit Mansion. Good luck. The position of acting mansion master might be yours. When Hu Donglan heard this, he smiled slightly. Lord Envoy, I'll do my best. Mem. The envoy nodded slightly. Even though they were both upper god emperors, he had a sense of superiority. In terms of status, he was the envoy of the nation lord and had the honorable god emperor behind him. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Hu Donglan. As for Hu Donglan, he did not show any dissatisfaction in the face of the nation lord's envoy's indifference. Instead, he seemed to think that it was normal and was not surprised at all. Lord Hu Donglan. Lord Hu Donglan, I heard that Elder Zhong also met with misfortune. The position of acting mansion master this time will most likely be yours. Lord Hu Donglan, if you become the mansion master in the future, please take care of me. I heard that you have a son. Coincidentally, I also have a daughter who's quite good-looking. Soon, Hu Donglan was surrounded by a circle of people. Some of them were independent cultivators, while others were high-ranking members of the clans in the Heaven Spirit Mansion. The group of people surrounded Hu Donglan to flatter him, as if they were treating him as the future lord of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. These people are flattering him a little too early. Wang Chun, who was beside Duanling Tian, shook his head. Hu Donglan is definitely not the only upper god emperor who came this time. Although Hu Donglan is also a upper god emperor, his strength seems to be average among the upper god emperors. Unless there are no other upper god emperors coming. Otherwise, Hu Donglan will most likely have no chance. Just as Wang Chun was mumbling to himself, another cry of surprise rang out. Another high-level god emperor had entered the arena. Even if upper god emperors were not well known in the Heaven Spirit Mansion, as long as they did not hide themselves too deeply, there were still people who knew of their existence. It was just that there were fewer people who knew about them. In the Heaven Spirit Mansion, other than the former mansion Lord Mo Wen, there are two other independent cultivators who are recognized as the three strongest upper god emperors in the Heaven Spirit Mansion. Zhong Bainan and Yu Jinshan. Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, also died some time ago, so it's impossible for him to come. I just don't know if Elder Yu Jinshan will come back. Someone said. Yu Jinshan. And when he mentioned this name, not only did the entire audience become much quieter, even the two upper god emperors who had arrived first, including Hu Donglan, all had serious expressions on their faces. If Elder Yu really comes, both you and I will have no chance. The second upper god emperor independent cultivator who had arrived looked at Hu Donglan and said with a sigh, Elder Yu might not come. Hu Donglan said, 100 years ago, I heard that Elder Yu had left the Heaven Spirit Mansion for some matters. Until now, I haven't heard any news of his return. Of course, I can't be sure if the news is true or false. But I firmly believe that there's no smoke without fire. Hu Donglan said. I hope so. However, if Elder Yu really isn't here, I won't show any mercy to you, Hu Donglan. Me too. Although it wasn't noon yet, there were already sparks flying between the two upper god emperors. They weren't sparks of flirting, they were sparks of competition. Although many people had arrived later, there were no longer any upper god emperors. Noon arrived as scheduled. At this time, the voice of the nation lord's envoy reverberated in the air. Anyone who is interested in the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion may enter now. Regardless of cultivation level, only strength. By noon tomorrow, the strongest person standing at the end will be the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. As soon as the nation lord's envoy finished speaking, no one entered the arena. More people's gazes fell on Hu Donglan and the upper god emperor who had arrived later. Only two upper god emperors have come. The acting mansion master will definitely be decided between them. Why aren't they entering the arena? Are they waiting until tomorrow to enter the arena? Seeing that the two upper god emperors had yet to enter the arena, some middle god emperors couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Since the upper god emperors aren't entering the arena, I'll throw a brick to attract Jade. Although I definitely don't have any hope of becoming the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion, it's still a good thing to perform in front of the nation lord's envoy. Who knows, maybe he'll take a fancy to me and bring me back to the capital. Chapter 4168. Although the two high-level god emperors who were present did not participate, there were still some mid-level god emperors who participated to display their strength. Their goal was to attract the attention of the envoy from the capital. They all hoped that the envoy would take a liking to them and bring them back to the capital. One had to know that going to the capital and being taken back by the envoy were two completely different concepts. The former was useless. The latter could completely change their fate. Thus, in the next half a day, the group of middle-level god emperors displayed their abilities to their heart's content. In the end, there were also a few middle-level god emperors whose performances were truly stunning, causing people to raise their eyebrows. In fact, they had even received the personal praise of the nation's envoy. If you become a high-level god emperor, you can look for me in the capital. I'll give you a good job. In the end, the envoy did not intend to let them follow him to the capital. Instead, he said that they could look for him after they became high-level god emperors. This was undoubtedly a bit like trying to gain something without risking anything. No matter how weak a high-level god emperor was, as long as they were willing to submit, they would be able to find a good job under the divine master of the capital. These mid-level god emperors were doing their best to display their strength because they wanted to become a high-level god emperor under the Divine Master and rely on the resources under the Divine Master to become a high-level god emperor. If they could become high-level god emperors on their own, they might not be willing to use their freedom to exchange for a job under the Divine Master, unless they could get something that they could not refuse. As the group of mid-level god emperors entered the arena to display their strength, another high-level god emperor arrived. He was also a wandering cultivator within the Heaven Spirit Mansion. However, fewer people knew about him. It's not that elder Yu. Beside Duanling Tian, Wang Chun glanced at the newcomer and said, I've also heard of him. If the rumors are true, he might not be stronger than Hu Donglan and the others. Since then, 3 high-level god emperors had appeared in the Heaven Spirit Mansion Substitute Mansion Master Battle. Their arrival made everyone look forward to the next day's competition. Late at night, the second dawn arrived. The Heaven Spirit Mansion Substitute Mansion Master Battle was still ongoing. Whoosh! Originally, most of the people present had dozed off from watching the mid-level god emperors fight. When a figure entered the arena, they all woke up. Hu Donglan. Finally, a high god emperor had entered the arena. You are no match for me. After Hu Donglan entered the arena, she glanced indifferently at the middle god emperor who was suppressing the crowd. After that, when the other party hesitated for a moment and did not even have the time to open his mouth and admit defeat, she directly smashed out a punch. Bang! With one punch, the void trembled. The terrifying god power fused with Upanishads turned into a terrifying fist energy that scattered in all directions. It gathered halfway and shot out like a beam of light. That god emperor had long been waiting for Hu Donglan to enter the arena. It wasn't that he didn't want to admit defeat. However, as one of the best amongst the god lords, he also wanted to know the difference between himself and an upper god lord like Hu Donglan. This was because he also knew that Hu Donglan's strength could only be considered average amongst the upper god lords. However, as he used all of his strength to defend, the terrifying fist energy came right at him. The moment his defense was shattered, he regretted it. I admit defeat. Although he had admitted defeat in time, Hu Donglan did not stop. The remaining force of the punch still landed on his body and sent him flying. He was sent flying out of the area covered by the array disc. Even if he did not admit defeat, he had already lost. After being sent flying, this middle-level god emperor's face was as pale as a sheet of paper and his aura was weak. His body that was floating in the air gave people a feeling that he was on the verge of collapsing. It was only after he consumed a healing divine pill that he recovered slightly. So powerful. This is a upper god emperor. After Hu Donglan, a upper god emperor, entered the arena, a casual punch made everyone feel the power of a upper god emperor. At the same time, no other god emperor entered the arena. In an instant, Hu Donglan landed there like an undefeatable god of war. She was majestic and no one dared to challenge her. Without a upper god emperor, I'm afraid no one can fight with Lord Hu Donglan. Of course. Lord Hu Donglan is a upper god emperor. Moreover, she is a upper god emperor who has nurtured a full soul high-grade divine weapon. Those two should be entering the arena too, right? Not long after, more people's attention fell on the 2 upper god emperors who were fighting for the position of acting mansion master of Heaven Spirit Mansion, other than Hu Donglan. However, the 2 of them were standing in their original spots. It was obvious that they had no intention of fighting. Perhaps they were waiting for the other party to make the first move. After all, in such an occasion, it was not good to make the first move. Haha. Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter came from afar. It was hearty and bold. Hu Donglan, I'll fight with you. After a while, when everyone felt a scorching aura coming toward them, a burly figure turned into a fiery shadow and came over. The fiery light filled the sky as if it was going to set the sky on fire. A upper god emperor who is skilled in the law of fire. The other party had just arrived. Duanling Tian did not even need to check to sense the other party's divine power aura. He was also a upper god emperor. Moreover, it was obvious that he was skilled in the law of fire. The person who had just arrived was a burly man in a fiery red robe. He had a curly beard and messy hair. Most importantly, whether it was his hair or his curly beard, they were all fiery red. He had a pair of large eyes. As soon as he appeared, he did not wait for Hu Donglan, who was frowning slightly, to speak and immediately attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged man with the curly beard moved. Flames raged in the sky and intertwined to form a giant fire net that fell toward Hu Donglan. A crimson saber had appeared in his hand. The saber was very long, at least 6 feet long. It was surrounded by flames and there was a soul aura in it. It was extremely mysterious. It's Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan, a famous upper god emperor loose practitioner in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. However, didn't he leave the Heaven's Spirit Mansion a long time ago? Yes. I also heard that he left a long time ago. In the past few hundred years, there has been no news of him. This Cheng Yan, a few hundred years ago, was already as famous as Hu Donglan. It said that he fought Hu Donglan back then, but it ended in a draw. While many people recognized the identity of the newcomer, the fierce battle in the field had reached a climax. Hu Donglan was obviously not a pushover. Facing Cheng Yan's attacks, she was not at a disadvantage at all. The two of them fought fiercely again and again. The aftermath of the terrifying power wreaked havoc on the field. Fortunately, there was a spirit array that isolated the area. Otherwise, many of the people present wouldn't have been able to withstand the shockwaves from their battle. Hu Donglan. Cheng Yan laughed. Your strength has not improved much compared to back then. If that's all you have, then I'll let you win today. As soon as Cheng Yan finished speaking, the aura on his body changed abruptly and became stronger. When he attacked again, the flames that had already filled the void rose even higher. Buzz! A huge flaming saber appeared and shone in the void. It was as if at this moment, there was only this saber left in everyone's eyes. It was a brilliant saber. Then the flaming saber fell, as if it could not be avoided, and it slashed toward Hu Donglan. Hu Donglan's face, which was already tense, instantly changed. He had never thought that the opponent who had been on par with him in the past would be completely ahead of him today. Previously, his opponent had still been holding back. However, Hu Donglan did not admit defeat immediately. She continued to attack with all her might. Bang! After a loud bang, Hu Donglan's attack was finally unable to withstand Cheng Yan's flaming saber and was completely crushed. However, he used the remaining power of the flaming saber to retreat from the field. Although he looked calm, his face was still a little pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although it was evaporated by his divine power in time, many people still saw it. Defeated. Hu Donglan has lost. Right now, Hu Donglan had already left the stage. This also meant that she had lost. Immediately, many people sighed. They had never thought that Hu Donglan, who was also a high god emperor, would lose so quickly. Cheng Yan. As for the other two upper god emperors who had not attacked yet, their expressions were grave. At the same time, they communicated with each other through voice transmission, clearly feeling the pressure. Are you confident? I'm not. With my strength, even against Hu Donglan, I don't have much confidence. Me too. Since that's the case, why don't we make an agreement? You or me, one of us will attack first and use the opportunity to further exhaust Hu Donglan's strength. The other person will attack later and use the opportunity to defeat Hu Donglan who has not recovered in time. That's possible. But who will attack first? Who will reap the benefits? How about this? If you are willing to pay a price after this matter is over, I can take the lead and fight for this opportunity for you. Speak. The two upper god emperors had reached an agreement the moment Hu Donglan was defeated. Then, one of them took the lead to fight Cheng Yan. In the end, he was defeated without any surprise. As for Cheng Yan, he had naturally used up a lot of his strength. At least, it was more than the battle with Hu Donglan. Looks like the two of you have reached an agreement. After Cheng Yan swallowed a few divine pills, his gaze was deep. It was obvious that he had seen through the other party's thoughts. Cheng Yan. As if to set off Cheng Yan's words, in the next instant, the last upper god emperor took the stage. At this time, the sun had already risen from the east. The morning sun shone down, as if covering everything in the world with a layer of faint silver light, gorgeous and colorful. Cheng Yan, after consecutively defeating two high-level god emperors, faced the final high-level god emperor. That upper god emperor from before is exhausting Cheng Yan. Beside Duanling Tian, Wang Chun shook his head and said, I just don't know how much of an effect it will have on Cheng Yen. If not, the winner of this battle will definitely be Cheng Yen. Chapter 4169. A Tag Team Battle. Duan Ling Tian could see it too. Perhaps Hu Donglan, who had attacked at the beginning, had no intention of exhausting Cheng Yen. Because from his expression, it was obvious that he didn't know that Cheng Yen was hiding his strength. As for the Upper God Emperor who attacked at the end, it was obvious that he was exhausting Cheng Yan's divine power, and he had indeed used up a lot of Cheng Yan's divine power. Even if he took a divine pill, it would be difficult for him to fully recover in a short period of time. When the last Upper God Emperor entered the arena, even Duan Ling Tian didn't dare to say that he could guess who would win in the end. However, looking at Cheng's current state, he was obviously full of confidence. His chances of winning shouldn't be low. Cheng Yen, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. The last Upper God Emperor stared at Cheng Yen and said seriously. Even though there was someone helping him to exhaust Cheng Yan's strength, he still didn't dare to underestimate him. Looking at Cheng's current state, on the surface, it didn't seem like he would exhaust too much. He didn't have any confidence. However, even if he didn't, he could only brace himself and fight. He actually didn't care about the position of substitute mansion master. What he cared about was being able to go to Destiny Canyon with the Divine Nation Monarch and participate in the Divine Nation battle. That was a great opportunity. He might even have the chance to become an ultimate god. He was very clear about his own situation. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to become an ultimate god. I'm afraid this is the last battle. After this battle, the winner will become the substitute mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. As long as no more Upper God Emperors appear, this will definitely be the last battle. The spectators all felt that way. Even Wang Chun, who was beside Duan Ling Tian, felt the same way. In the arena, the Upper God Emperors who entered the arena quickly engaged in a fierce battle with Cheng Yen. The moment they attacked like a storm without any hesitation. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Cheng Yen hadn't fully recovered to defeat him in one go. However, as Cheng Yen attacked, everyone realized that Cheng Yen hadn't exhausted much of his strength. Even when facing the storm-like attacks of the Upper God Emperors, he was still able to handle it with ease. He's going to lose. Cheng Yen is going to become the substitute mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. At that moment, it wasn't just the crowd that felt that way. Even the envoy presiding over the competition for the position of acting master of the Sky Spirit Mansion felt the same way. A moment later, Cheng Yen gained the upper hand. After 10 moves, he defeated his opponent. Cheng Yen had defeated 3 great high-level God Emperors consecutively by himself and stood at the very end. Cheng Yen, congratulations. Congratulations, Cheng Yen. Although the 3 Upper God Lords had lost, they had accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. After a moment of unwillingness in their hearts, they appeared to be very free and easy as they all opened their mouths to congratulate Cheng Yen. When Cheng Yen heard this, he only smiled faintly. No one dares to say what the result will be until the end. I'm afraid it's a little early for you to congratulate me now. Of course, in the eyes of the crowd, Cheng Yen was being modest. At the same time, they also felt that the final winner of this substitute mansion master battle would definitely be Cheng Yen. There was basically no suspense. Cheng Yen is going to become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. Beside Duan Ling Tian, Wang Chun sighed emotionally. This Cheng Yen is not weak, and he's not that old either. This trip to the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms this time, if he's lucky, he might be able to obtain the opportunity to become a venerable. Destiny Canyon. The Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Many people didn't know what the specific content was, and Duan Ling Tian didn't know either. Some people said that the content was different every time. However, the main theme was that the God Emperors of the various Divine Kingdoms would compete, and in the process, the God Emperors of the various Divine Kingdoms would have a chance to obtain their own opportunities. In the void, a group of people whispered in whispers. They all felt that Cheng Yen would become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. In the field, Chang Yen stood there alone like an undefeatable god of war. No one dared to challenge him. Time passed quietly. It was getting closer and closer to noon. There's still 15 minutes left. If another higher god emperor comes to challenge Chang Yen, this battle of the substitute mansion master will also be over. A few hours ago, everyone present had already guessed the ending, and felt that Chang Yen would definitely become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. However, no one left. To them, waiting for a few hours was nothing. Perhaps, something unexpected would really happen in the end? As for what the unexpected thing would be, it would be nothing more than a higher god emperor coming late to challenge Chang Yen and defeating him to become the substitute mansion master of the Sky Spirit Mansion. Now, a few hours have passed. Lord Chang Yan's previous exhaustion, with the help of the divine pills, has definitely recovered 70 to 80%, if not all of it. That's for sure. The current Lord Chang Yen is definitely more powerful than the last time he fought. Now, even if a higher god emperor comes, it'll be difficult for him to defeat Lord Chang Yen. Many people sighed. There's only a quarter of an hour left before noon. After a quarter of an hour, we can leave. There shouldn't be any suspense in the next 15 minutes. At this moment, even Wang Chun, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, felt the same way. Brother, it's already so late. It seems like there's no more drama to watch. I think it's about time for us to return to the prefecture city. Since Duanling Tian would occasionally talk to Wang Chun had begun to address Duanling Tian as his brother. Of course, this was just his own wishful thinking. Yes, it's about time for us to return to the prefecture city. Duanling Tian nodded lightly. It was rare for him to pay attention to Wang Chun again. However, before that, there's still something I need to do. What is it? Wang Chun had just revealed a puzzled expression when he saw the purple-clad young man in front of him vanish into thin air. Is he leaving? He didn't even wait for me. Just when Wang Chun thought Duanling Tian had left and returned to the prefecture city, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. His expression froze when he heard the commotion. In the next moment, he followed the crowd's gaze and saw a familiar figure in the arena. The purple figure stood proudly and faced Chang Yen, who had defeated 3 upper-rank god emperors in a row. Chang Yen, a powerful upper-rank god emperor. You, a lower-rank god emperor, want to compete with me for the position of acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion? Just when everyone's attention was focused on Duanling Tian, Chang Yen spoke out, and the gaze he shot at Duanling Tian was filled with astonishment. He had not expected someone else to enter the arena in the last 15 minutes. What was even more unexpected was that the person who entered the arena was not a upper-rank god emperor or a middle-rank god emperor. It was a lower-rank god emperor. Lower-rank god emperor. He's just a lower-rank god emperor and he wants to challenge Lord Chang Yen? Does he have a death wish? I think he teleported in. Did he teleport to the wrong place? Teleportation can teleport to the wrong place? This is the first time I've heard of this. Now, as Chang Yen spoke, many people who had not paid attention to Duanling Tian realized that Duanling Tian was just a lower-rank god emperor and they were shocked. After that, more people thought that Duanling Tian had entered the arena by accident. A few people thought that Duanling Tian was courting death. At this moment, even the ambassador from the righteous divine nation could not help but frown. He felt that the lower-rank god emperor who had entered the arena was overestimating himself. Could it be that Chang Yen allowed him to enter the arena? Just to waste the last 15 minutes and prevent the other upper-rank god emperors from entering the arena at the crucial moment? This was also the ambassador's subconscious thought. Of course, he felt that the possibility of an upper-rank god emperor arriving in the last 15 minutes was very small. This was because everyone knew the rules and would definitely guard against this. However, in the face of the situation before him, the ambassador's eyes were still cold. In his life, he despised people who played petty tricks. Following that, the ambassador's thunderous snort attracted everyone's attention. His tone was indifferent and cold as he said, "A lower-rank god emperor has entered the arena to challenge an upper-rank god emperor. In order to prevent malicious challenges, this battle will only end after the victor is determined. If you are not willing to fight to the death, the two of you will be disqualified from participating in this acting palace master battle." The acting palace master will be determined from the 3 upper-rank god emperors who have lost earlier. When the ambassador said this, the surrounding people were first stunned. Then, many people immediately guessed why the ambassador had changed the rules of the acting palace master battle at the last minute. This purple-clothed youth. Could it be that Lord Changyan really found him to waste the last 15 minutes? There's no need for that, right? Perhaps even Lord Changyan did not expect the ambassador to change the rules at the last minute. If that's the case, Lord Changyan will either have to kill him or give up the position of acting palace master. If this person was found by Lord Changyan, he should not kill him, right? That might not be the case. If they are not blood relatives, it is not impossible for him to kill him for the position of acting palace master. At this moment, the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian and Changyan strangely again. Even the young man Wang Chun, who'd always been standing by Duan Lingtian's side, had a dumbstruck expression at this moment. Duan Lingtian wouldn't really be brought here by Changyan to waste the last few minutes, right? If that's the case, then this time, Changyan has really shot himself in the foot. I hope Changyan will not kill him for the position of acting palace master. At the thought of this, Wang Chun sighed in his heart. At the same time, he looked at the purple-clothed figure worriedly. Did he think that I found him? In fact, as soon as the ambassador finished speaking, Changyan had already guessed his thoughts. He felt as though he had been wronged. At the same time, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he felt a little embarrassed. Why did you, a lower-rank god emperor, enter the arena? You actually made people think that I found you to waste time. Do I, Changyan, need to do this? Brat. Changyan stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was fierce and icy cold. They all thought that you were someone I found to waste time. As for the truth, you know it better than anyone. No matter why you entered the arena, today, you are destined to die. Chapter 4170. In fact, Duan Lingtian was also a little confused. He had thought that as a lower god emperor, he would be able to stun and shock everyone. But he never imagined that in the eyes of the crowd, he would actually become a tool that Changyan had used to waste his last bit of time. Moreover, the envoy from the righteous divine nation's capital had even changed the rules at the last moment and allowed him and Changyan to fight to the death. If they did not fight to the death, both he and Changyan would lose the chance to become the acting mansion master. However, even though he was facing Changyan's killing intent, he was still calm and fearless. He was determined to become the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. As for Changyan, although his strength was not bad, it was not to the extent that he was afraid of him. Since you think I'm going to die, then make your move. Duan Lingtian stared at Changyan and said indifferently. There was no emotion in his tone, and no one could tell that he was angry. His face was as calm as before, as though there was no joy or sorrow. Humph! Changyan snorted coldly as he released his divine power, which merged with the law profound. At the same time, he took a step forward, and a terrifying power shook the void as though he was going to shatter it. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next instant, Changyan moved. The moment he moved, it was earth-shattering, and it caused the hearts of the onlookers to tremble. Lord Changyan is going to kill him. Based on the current situation, this purple-clad young man doesn't look like someone that Lord Changyan found to waste time. I don't think so either. If it was Lord Changyan who wanted to waste time, facing Lord Changyan's killing intent now, I'm afraid he would be scared witless and even beg for mercy from Lord Changyan. However, if Lord Changyan didn't find him to waste time, where did he get the courage to fight for the acting mansion master position with Lord Changyan? I don't know. Previously, I thought he might have teleported wrongly, but based on the current situation, he seems to want to enter the battle and is fearless. If he was a medium god emperor and was fearless, I would think that he might have the battle strength of an upper god emperor. However, I don't dare to think that he is a lower god emperor. At this moment, not only were the spectators astonished, even the envoy from the capital frowned slightly. Did I guess wrong? Where did this lower divine lord's confidence come from? Just when the nation leader's envoy was puzzled, Changyan's entire body had already tore through the sky and approached Duan Lingtian. He didn't even use his divine weapon as he casually punched out, and the sound of air exploding resounded out in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. The reason why he didn't use his divine weapon was because, in Cheng Yan's opinion, it would be extremely embarrassing if he had to rely on his divine weapon to attack a lower god emperor. You're too careless. Facing the menacing Cheng Yan, Duan Lingtian stood in place, motionless, but let out a sigh. If you use a divine artifact, I may not be able to kill you in one blow. As his sigh faded away, a 3-foot-long blade emitting a 7-colored radiance appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Then, it was swept away by the spatial storm that was waiting to erupt. Whoosh! The moment the sword appeared, there was a tearing sound in the void as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Its aura was domineering and had unparalleled power. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely integrated into the sword principle and the way of control. Of course, the only thing that could be seen through by the people present was the sword principle. The way of control was difficult to see through unless an ultimate god was present. Impossible! Cheng Yan let out a cry of shock and disbelief. At this time, his attack had already been completely destroyed by the sharp 7-colored sword light. Moreover, the 7-colored sword light seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might. Before he could launch a second attack, it had already pierced through his body. If it was just an ordinary sword wound, it wouldn't be enough to kill him at all. But now, when the sword penetrated his body, countless sword radiances burst out and penetrated his entire body. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 7-colored light spots appeared all over Cheng Yan's body. Then, streaks of 7-colored sword radiances broke out from his body. From top to bottom, they were densely packed. In the blink of an eye, he was shredded into pieces, leaving behind a rain of blood and a lonely storage ring. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Absolute silence. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian casually put away Cheng Yan's storage ring that the people present came back to their senses one after another. Suddenly, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. At this moment, even the king's emissary, who came from the kingdom and could be considered as experienced and knowledgeable, had a face full of shock and disbelief. The people behind him all changed their expressions at the same time. He killed Cheng Yan. A lower god emperor killed an upper god emperor in one hit. Even if an upper god emperor didn't use a divine weapon, he still has a full soul high-grade divine weapon. This is enough to shake the kingdom. Even the strongest lower god emperor in the kingdom doesn't have this ability. What he used just now was the sword principle. The space law that he comprehended is also extremely terrifying. In the entire kingdom, forget about lower god emperors, even middle god emperors, or even upper god emperors, it's hard to find someone who has such attainments. Oh my god! I actually witnessed a lower god emperor kill an upper god emperor with my own eyes. Who exactly is he? Why is he so strong? Forget about the kingdom. Even in the entire southern sky continent, I'm afraid it's hard to find a second lower god emperor as strong as him, right? After the crowd came back to their senses, they all exclaimed in shock. Their words were filled with shock. All of them stared at the purple figure in the distance with their eyes wide open, as if they were looking at a wild beast. Wang Chun stood in the distance, completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had thought that the youth who had come along with him was a lower god emperor that Cheng Yan had found to waste time. He was even worried that the other party would be killed by Cheng Yan. However, in the blink of an eye, someone had indeed died. However, the one who had died was not him, but Cheng Yan, a upper god emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary upper god emperor. There's still some time left. Is there anyone else who wants to enlighten me? Duan Lingtian stood in the void with a calm expression. It was as if killing Cheng Yan was something that he had done casually and casually. The moment Duan Lingtian's words came out, it immediately caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. That's right. There was still time. The person in front of them had entered the arena in the last 7 minutes and killed Cheng Yan in the blink of an eye. There was still a lot of time left, enough for him to kill dozens or even hundreds of Cheng Yan, who had not used his divine weapon because of his carelessness. Less than 7 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, no one else dared to challenge Duan Lingtian. During this time, everyone's gazes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even the three upper god emperors who had previously been defeated by Chang Yan looked at Duan Tian as if they had seen a ghost. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to believe that a lower god emperor could kill a upper god emperor so easily. A lower god emperor killing a upper god emperor. In the past, I have never even heard of such an absurd thing. After this battle, this youth's name will shake the entire divine nation, and even the entire southern sky continent. Speaking of which, does anyone know him or know his name? At this time, many people finally realized that they did not know the name of this purple-clothed monster in front of them. Very quickly, someone recalled that this purple-clothed monster was standing together with a youth, and that youth was still present. He should know the name of this monster. I saw it just now too. He came together with this monster. Wang Chun became the focus of many people's attention. Under the questioning of a group of people, after obtaining the consent of Duan Tian, Wang Chun said the name of Duan Tian. Duan Tian. In an instant, this name was engraved in the minds of the people who had asked the question. At the same time, after it had spread, it was also engraved in the minds of everyone present. This was an existence who could kill a upper god emperor. Even if that upper god emperor did not use a divine weapon, it was still enough to shock the world. Throughout the history of righteous divine nation and the history of the southern sky continent, no one had ever heard of a lower god emperor who could do this. This youth named Duan Tian would definitely go down in history. I announce. At this time, the words of the ruler's envoy reached everyone's ears. From today onwards, Duan Tian will be the acting mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Acting mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Duan Tian had gotten what he wanted. Originally, the ruler's envoy had planned to return to the capital directly after choosing the acting mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. He would let the acting mansion master go to the capital 1 month later. However, after seeing that Duan Tian was only a lower god emperor and was able to kill a upper god emperor, he was not in a hurry to leave. He planned to leave with him 1 month later and head to the capital together. This was because he knew that this was a person with shocking potential. In the future, he would definitely shine brightly in this world. If he became a upper god emperor, he might even be able to kill a hierarch. There were only benefits to befriending such a person. There was no harm in befriending him. As for Duan Tian, he was more than happy to befriend the ruler's envoy. As the ruler's envoy, he was a person with a certain status in the righteous divine nation. He would definitely know more things that Duan Tian wanted to know but did not yet know. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the Destiny Canyon and the battle between the divine nations were things that he might be able to learn more about from the ruler's envoy. Brother Ling Tian, when we return to the capital in a month, the ruler will definitely appoint you as the mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion as long as you are willing. On the way back to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, the ruler's envoy walked side by side with Duan Tian. He did not underestimate the other party just because he was a lower god emperor. Although the other party had killed Cheng Yan earlier because Cheng Yan had not used a divine weapon, he was still able to kill Duan Tian with such ease. Even if Cheng Yan had used a divine weapon, he would only be able to buy some time at most. In the end, he would not be able to escape death. Duan Tian smiled in the face of the ruler's envoy's enthusiasm. Big brother Yunhe, I have no intention of becoming the mansion master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion. I want to compete for the position of acting mansion master in the Destiny Canyon. Chapter 4171. The messenger was called Yunhe. Ever since he announced that Duan Tian was the acting mansion master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he had been very friendly to Duan Tian. This was a lower god emperor who could kill a upper god emperor. He was not someone an ordinary lower god emperor could compare to. Even 99% of middle god emperors could not compare to him. He could still maintain a friendly relationship with such an existence, but once he grew up, he would not be able to reach him. Of course, if it was only Duan Tian's strength, Yunhe might be polite, but it was not enough to make him so friendly. This was because Yunhe could faintly sense that the person in front of him was not very old. Such a young lower god emperor who could kill a upper god emperor. As long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely soar to the sky and maintain his invincibility among his peers. Brother Ling Tian, I also guess that was what you were thinking. Yunhe was not surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. If he were Duan Lingtian, with the cultivation of a lower god emperor and the ability to kill a upper god emperor, he would not be bound by a small heaven spirit mansion. Even if he were Duan Lingtian, he felt that the righteous divine kingdom would not be able to tolerate him. This was the main reason why Yunhe was so friendly to Duan Lingtian. In the righteous divine kingdom, he had the backing of the ultimate god realm monarch. Few people dared to provoke him. In the divine kingdom, he did not need to curry favor with anyone. However, as an outstanding upper god emperor and in the prime of his life, he was naturally not willing to be bound by the righteous divine kingdom. Under such circumstances, being on good terms with Duan Lingtian might help him when he left the righteous divine kingdom in the future. No matter what, Brother Lingtian, with your monstrous talent, you will definitely amaze everyone in the capital. Even in the Destiny Canyon, you will definitely shock all the divine kingdoms. Now, Yunhe could not help but look forward to the expressions of those people when they found out that this was a lower god emperor, who could easily kill a upper god emperor. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it. Brother Ling Tian, in the following month, you can enter the prefecture city and receive the treatment of an official prefecture lord. During this month, you can enjoy everything in the treasury left behind by the past masters of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. In the city lord's mansion of an ordinary small city, there was a treasure trove. As the prefectural city of the Heavenly Spirit Mansion, there was no lack of treasures in the city lord's mansion. Not everything was carried by the mansion master. When Duan Lingtian heard Yunhe's words, his expression remained calm, but his heart was filled with excitement. He hoped that there was something he urgently needed in the treasury of the prefecture city governor's mansion. Just now, after he had killed that high god emperor Cheng Yan, he had received an extremely generous reward. Although it was not as good as what he had obtained after he had exited the arch-mystic realm, it was still more than half of the rewards he had obtained from the regulations back then. This caused the divine power in his body to boil, and it was on the verge of bursting out. He had a feeling that as long as he digested the rewards of the regulations, he would be even closer to the Middle God Emperor realm. Middle God Emperor realm, before I leave, there shouldn't be any suspense. Even if it's the Upper God Emperor realm, I still have a chance. However, the Ultimate God realm is very, very difficult. When he had first entered, Duan Lingtian felt that the Upper God Emperor realm was unreachable. However, now he saw hope again. There was still slightly more than 2 years left. Now, in less than a year, he had already entered the Lower God Emperor realm, and had completely consolidated his cultivation. He had even taken a huge step towards the Middle God Emperor realm. If there were no accidents, he might be able to enter the Middle God Emperor realm in the Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon. Once I step into the realm of a middle-level God Emperor, even if I haven't completely consolidated my cultivation, there are very few people below the level of hierarch who can match up to me. If I consolidate my cultivation as a middle-level God Emperor, unless there is also a heaven-defying monster in the realm of upper-level God in this world, I will definitely be able to sweep away all those below the level of hierarch and be unrivaled. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as the blood in his body boiled. With the cultivation of the Middle God Emperor realm, he would be able to defeat anyone below the Ultimate God realm. Even in the outside world, it would be difficult to find someone like him among the younger generation of the Ultimate God realm powerhouses. This divine trials will be a heaven-defying opportunity for me. I must hold on to it tightly. As long as I hold on to this opportunity, I might be able to enter the Ultimate God realm in 1,000 years. The Ultimate God realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. With his attainments in the law of profundity and the four Tao of heaven and earth, if he entered the Ultimate God realm, he would definitely not be an ordinary Ultimate God. Perhaps, when he entered the Lower God realm, he might even be able to kill a Middle God realm expert. One should know that the difference between a Lower God realm and a Middle God realm was not comparable to the difference between a Lower God Emperor and a Middle God Emperor, or even between a Middle God Emperor and an Upper God Emperor. The difference between a Lower God realm and a Middle God realm was not even as small as the difference between a Lower God Emperor and an Upper God Emperor. Brother Lingtian, I won't disturb you for the next month. We'll depart for the capital together in a month's time. As for the fact that you killed an Upper God Emperor in one hit, I've already sent a message back to the capital through the communication jade. The monarch will know about it soon. The monarch is a person who cherishes talents. After you enter the capital, there's still some time before you depart for the Destiny Canyon. During this time, the monarch will give you a generous reward so that you can improve before you depart for the Destiny Canyon. The monarch's messenger, Yun He, said to Duan Ling Tian after they returned to the prefecture city governor's mansion. Thank you, brother Yun He. Duan Ling Tian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he could not help but look forward to it. If the monarch of the Divine Kingdom could help him become a middle god emperor before he headed to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, it would definitely be a joyous occasion for him. In the next month, Duan Ling Tian entered the treasury of the prefecture city governor's mansion a few days ago, and found some medicinal herbs that would be of great help to him. Although these medicinal herbs could not be consumed directly, they could be refined into divine pills. With Duan Ling Tian's attainments in alchemy, he could easily refine them into supreme divine pills that he needed. Moreover, they were supreme divine pills that would be of great help to his current cultivation level. In this heaven and earth, refining supreme divine pills would not attract heavenly tribulations and there would be no heaven and earth vision. This was something Duan Ling Tian had discovered earlier, so he did not have to worry about it. In fact, even if there were heavenly tribulations or heaven and earth vision in this heaven and earth, he would not be afraid. With his strength, he could protect himself in this divine kingdom. Unless the monarch of the divine kingdom personally attacked him and killed him. However, that was almost impossible. If the monarch knew that he had such attainments in alchemy, he would definitely weigh the pros and cons and decide whether to offend him or befriend him. To be able to become a monarch and cultivate to the supreme god realm, he was definitely not a fool. A month's time passed in a hurry. As for Duan Ling Tian, in this 1 month's time, he had refined many supreme divine pills that were suitable for his current cultivation level. At the same time, he had also digested the rewards of killing the upper god emperor Chang Yan. His cultivation level increased by another level. He was even closer to becoming a middle god emperor. In fact, if one were to compare the distance between a lower god emperor and a middle god emperor to a distance of 100 meters, he would have already walked more than 10 meters. And the lower god emperors mentioned here were naturally the lower god emperors who had completely consolidated their cultivation. 1/10 of the journey was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount either. One should know that it had only been a few months since Duan Ling Tian became a lower god emperor. Brother Ling Tian, let's go. Yun He led Duan Ling Tian to the capital of the Divine Kingdom. He took out an emperor-level divine artifact flying ship and moved forward at the speed of a upper god emperor. In the divine artifact flying ship, Yun He smiled and said to Duan Ling Tian, "The Heaven Spiritual Mansion's capital is not far from the capital. We can reach it in half a month's time." Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he, who was not in a hurry to cultivate, began to ask Yun He about various things that he was puzzled about. For example, the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. Previously, as time was tight, Yun He only briefly told him about it and did not go into details. He also told him that he could answer his questions on the way back to the capital. At this time, Yun He also began to answer Duan Ling Tian's questions in detail. The Destiny Canyon is a miraculous place in the Tiannan continent. According to legend, it was left behind by the creator god for the various divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent. It can only be opened by the monarch of each divine kingdom with a monarch token. The so-called Battle of the Divine Kingdoms is held in the Destiny Canyon. Following Yun He's explanation, Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. The Destiny Canyon was a place that had stood tall in the Tiannan continent since ancient times. It had never been moved and could not be moved because, according to legend, it was a place created by the creator god. As for the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms, it was a place where emperor gods from various divine kingdoms would enter the Destiny Canyon to fight for the opportunity to make a breakthrough. There was even a chance to become a venerable one there. In the history of the Tiannan continent, most of the ultimate gods from various divine kingdoms had broken through after finding the opportunity to become a venerable one in the Destiny Canyon. The current monarch of the righteous divine nation, and even the previous 2 monarchs, had only stepped into the ultimate god realm after gaining something in the Heavens Will Canyon. In addition, Duan Ling Tian also gained a deeper understanding of the various divine kingdoms based on his understanding of the Destiny Canyon and the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. It turned out that the existence of each divine kingdom was protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if the strongest monarch of a divine kingdom was only a lower-level ultimate god, the other upper-level ultimate gods in the heaven and earth would not be able to shake his control over the divine kingdom. They would not even be able to kill him within the divine kingdom he controlled. The monarch of a divine kingdom was the pillar of the divine kingdom. The monarch token in their hands was said to be a treasure left behind by the creator god for the divine kingdom behind them. No one could take it away from them. No one could take it away from them. With the monarch token in hand, even a lower-level ultimate god monarch within the divine kingdom he controlled would not be afraid of intermediate-level ultimate gods and upper-level ultimate gods. Chapter 4172. In the Tiannan continent, there are as many divine kingdoms as there are clouds. Countless years have passed, but the divine kingdoms are still the same. Yunhe continued to say to Duanling Tian, the king of the divine kingdom is from the same lineage as the king of the divine kingdom. Only a person from that lineage can inherit the king token. Legend has it that the monarch token is a divine item left behind by the god of creation. It's even more mysterious and terrifying than a superior-grade divine weapon. Within the divine kingdom's capital, the monarch token allows the monarch to display the power of an ultimate god even if he is not an ultimate god. Outside the capital, even if the monarch is only a lower ultimate god, he can display the power of a higher ultimate god with the monarch token and be invincible. Outside the capital, the monarch token will lose its original function, but even if the monarch is killed, the monarch token will not fall into the hands of others and will still fly back to the capital and the imperial family. During this period, if anyone dares to obstruct, even a higher ultimate god will not be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat after hearing Yunhe's words. He dared not underestimate the various divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent anymore. Even the most powerful monarch of a divine kingdom was only a lower ultimate god. However, with the monarch token, they were invincible within the divine kingdom they ruled. Even a higher ultimate god could not do anything to them. God of creation. It would appear that this nation master title plate is a treasure left behind by the strongest expert who created this trial grounds. It is a treasure left behind for them to ensure the safety of their inheritance. Duan Lingtian vaguely realized that the monarch token was left behind by the ultimate god for the imperial family of each divine kingdom. It was the foundation of the establishment of the divine kingdom. Only in this way could the imperial family of each divine kingdom be passed down safely. As long as one was still within the divine kingdom, even if one became a higher ultimate god, the monarch was only a lower ultimate god and could not usurp the throne. This was because a lower ultimate god monarch could display the power of a higher ultimate god within the divine kingdom with a monarch token and was invincible. The sovereign token of any god nation is acknowledged as the national treasure of that god nation. Within the territory of the god nation, the sovereign token is invincible. When Yunhe mentioned the monarch medallion, his face was solemn, and his eyes were burning with reverence. Monarch's order. Duan Lingtian was equally shocked. A lord of a divine kingdom with a lord's token feared no one in his own home. Even if there were transcendental forces outside the divine kingdom, as long as they entered the divine kingdom under his control, they would not be able to do anything to him. No matter how strong a high-level supreme god was, it would not work. Of course, if the monarch left the monarch kingdom, the monarch token would lose its effect, and there was a risk of death. The Heavenly Fate Canyon is definitely not within the borders of the theocracy. Aren't the monarchs of the theocracy worried about dying on this trip? Duan Lingtian asked Yunhe curiously. When Yunhe heard this, he smiled nonchalantly. The Battle of the Divine Kingdoms in the Destiny Canyon only opens once every 10,000 years. The imperial families of the Divine Kingdoms have an opportunity to offer sacrifices to the gods every 10,000 years. The purpose of the sacrifice is to let the Creator God bestow supreme divine power into the Monarch Medallion so that the Monarch Medallion will be able to display its unparalleled power for the next year as long as it is on this continent. During that year, the Monarch Medallion can use the power of the Monarch Medallion even if he leaves the Divine Kingdom under his control. This is also the reason why the Destiny Canyon only opens for 10 months every time. In the first month, the monarchs of the Divine Kingdoms will have to bring their people to the Destiny Canyon. In the last month, the monarchs of the divine kingdoms will have to bring their people back to the divine kingdom. Without the power of the monarch medallion, even the monarch is in danger of dying once he leaves the divine kingdom. Realization dawned on Duanling Tian when he heard Yunhe's words. As it turned out, this was the reason why the kings of the divine kingdoms were so confident in leading their men to the Destiny Canyon. During this period, they did not have to worry about the powerful forces outside the divine kingdom causing trouble or even fighting for the quota to enter the Destiny Canyon. Before this, Duanling Tian had heard that there were many powerful forces outside the divine kingdom. They had medium ultimate gods and even high-level ultimate gods. Many of them were not weaker than the divine kingdom. At that time, Duanling Tian thought that they were so powerful that they might be able to shake up the divine kingdom. It was not until he knew about the existence of the monarch medallion that he realized that although those forces were strong, it was tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot if they wanted to shake up the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom was protected by the monarch medallion and the creator god. It stood tall in this world and no one could shake it, let alone replace it. Unless the creator god wanted to change the divine kingdom. Of course, the monarch is invincible within the divine kingdom, but only within the divine kingdom. The monarch medallion is only used once every 10,000 years for the monarch medallion to go out and show its power. It is destined to be left until the Destiny Canyon opens. Under such circumstances, the divine kingdoms can't use the monarch medallion to further expand the territory of the divine kingdom. This should be the most important reason why the divine kingdoms and even the powerful ultimate god forces can coexist peacefully with the divine kingdoms. Duanling Tian thought about a lot of things and guessed a lot on the way to the righteous divine kingdom's capital after leaving the Heaven Spiritual Mansion's prefecture city. After talking with Yunhe, his guesses were confirmed. Smack. On the way, Yunhe raised his hand and received a communication jade. A moment later, he smiled and looked at Duanling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, the monarch has replied. The monarch said that I should bring you to see him directly when you arrive at the capital. The monarch loves talents and will not treat you unfairly, Brother Ling Tian. Although the monarchs of the divine kingdoms had unparalleled power within their divine kingdom with the monarch medallion, they were nothing outside of their divine kingdom. They were not even a deterrent to some powerful ultimate god forces. Under such circumstances, they naturally hoped that they could befriend experts from the outside world. It would only be beneficial for them and their divine kingdom. Some divine kingdoms had offended many ultimate god forces because their monarch medallion went out during the Destiny Canyon's opening and was too arrogant. Until now, there were still some ultimate god experts from ultimate god forces patrolling outside the borders of those divine kingdoms to kill emperor gods who came out of their divine kingdoms. Under such circumstances, the emperor gods of those divine kingdoms did not dare to go out at all. Therefore, even if there were some opportunities outside of their divine kingdoms, those divine kingdoms would not be able to obtain them. This was because the monarch of a divine kingdom was unable to bring the power of the monarch medallion outside. Without the power of the monarch medallion, they would most likely be killed by the ultimate god experts guarding the borders of their divine kingdoms if they went out. Because of the example of those few divine nations, the other divine nations learned from it. Even when Heaven's Will Canyon was open, they could bring the medallion's power out for a year, but they didn't dare to offend anyone and kept a low profile. Of course, the ultimate god forces outside did not dare to provoke the divine kingdoms when the divine kingdoms were low-key. If you did not provoke others, they would be unreasonable if they attacked you. On the other hand, if you provoked others, they would kill you openly without any hesitation. Thank you for your recommendation, Brother Yunhe. Duanling Tian thanked him profusely. It was not difficult to guess that the person in front of him must have put in a lot of good words for him. Brother Ling Tian. Yunhe used voice transmission when he spoke to Duanling Tian again. Obviously, he did not want the two people behind him to hear him even if they were his trusted subordinates. You don't have to be reserved in front of the monarch. You don't even have to express your attitude directly. Just indirectly show that you're not someone who forgets your roots. The monarch is invincible in his divine kingdom, but he's just an ordinary lower ultimate god when he goes out. Because of this, he can't go even if he knows there are great opportunities in the outside world. He can only watch from afar. Many monarchs in other divine kingdoms have good relationships with experts from the outside world. They even have close relationships with ultimate god forces. With the protection of the ultimate gods from the outside world, They are no longer rootless duckweeds after leaving their divine kingdoms. They can pursue their own opportunities. Many monarchs of divine kingdoms have the cultivation of a medium ultimate god because of opportunities outside their divine kingdoms. Otherwise, the only opportunity within their control is limited to the opportunity to become a venerate in Heaven's Will Canyon. Apart from that, unless they're lucky enough to have an ultimate god opportunity appear in their divine kingdom. He paused for a moment before he continued. Brother Ling Tian, with your heaven-defying talent and comprehension ability, you'll definitely be able to open the divine venerable secret realm that contains great opportunities once you enter the divine venerable stage. In front of the monarch, as long as you declare that you'll definitely break through the ultimate god realm in the future in our righteous divine kingdom, it'll be more effective than anything else. It'll be more effective against the monarch of China. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Yunhe's words. There really is a ultimate god secret realm? Moreover, it was a secret realm that appeared after a breakthrough. It was obviously an upgraded version of the Divine Emperor secret realm. What a pity! Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even if I break through to the ultimate god realm, I won't do it in the divine trials. I'll definitely break through in the outside world. I wonder if a ultimate god secret realm will appear if I break through to the ultimate god realm in the otherworld battlefield. Duan Lingtian felt that he would most likely break through to the ultimate god realm in the otherworld battlefield. He just didn't know if a divine emperor secret realm would appear in the otherworld battlefield. I'll have to ask third senior brother about this when I get out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After that, Duan Lingtian and He chatted for a while before finding a corner of the divine artifact spaceship to sit cross-legged and cultivate. He saw this and sat cross-legged on the spot with his eyes closed. It was unknown if he was resting or cultivating. As for the two people behind He, they didn't follow He's example and closed their eyes to rest. Instead, they stared at the formation mirror image around the divine artifact spaceship's inner cabin, vigilant of the outside world. An Emperor God-level divine artifact spaceship might not be safe even if it was traveling at the speed of an upper-level great god. There were many upper-level great god realm hunters in the wild. Chapter 4173. Tiannan Continent. Feiyang Divine Nation. A lofty mountain collapsed with a loud bang. The mountain collapsed, and the ground cracked. It shook the heavens and the earth. The terrifying sound spread for thousands of kilometers, and it alarmed all the living beings in the vicinity. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the void above in a sorry state. It was a young lady, but she had a solemn look on her face. Divine power was fluctuating in her body, fusing with the law of destruction and exuding an aura of destruction. It was as though she could destroy everything wherever she went. A lower-rank emperor god with the fighting power of an ultimate god. A tall figure rose into the air from the remains of the collapsed mountain. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and handsome, and his body exuded waves of fierce green aura chi. As it whistled, it turned into wind blades that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Additionally, there was a token suspended above his head. This token appeared ordinary at first glance. However, from its aura, it seemed to be connected to this vast land. Energy continuously flowed into it and entered the middle-aged man's body, causing the wind energy on the surface of the middle-aged man's body to become increasingly fierce and berserk. As for him, he was none other than the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan. At that moment, Xiao Yuan stared at the young lady not far away. His face was solemn and his eyes were full of surprise. If I don't have the monarch token, I might not be your match. Xiao Yuan had never thought that there would be a upper-rank emperor god who could defeat him. A lower-rank ultimate god. If he was not the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation and had the power of the monarch token, he would not be a match for the young lady in front of him. Most importantly, the young lady was only a upper-rank emperor god. What are you doing? It has increased your strength so much. I feel like you're almost catching up with my senior sister. The young girl stared at Xiao Yuan. At this moment, a grave expression appeared on her face. She had never expected that a person who was originally at a disadvantage in front of her would suddenly erupt with such terrifying power after taking out a token. She felt like he was almost catching up with her upper-rank ultimate god macro world. As for Xiao Yuan, After hearing the young girl's words, he quietly looked at the young girl for a moment. He, who could faintly see that the young girl's words had a certain degree of credibility, also felt a chill in his heart. In the eyes of this young girl, he, who had used the monarch token, was actually inferior to her eldest senior sister? What kind of person was her eldest senior sister? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Previously, he had been thinking that such a frightening young girl, a young girl who possessed the battle prowess of a god venerable when she was just a high-level god emperor, could definitely not have an ordinary background. But now, the young girl's words had further verified his guess. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yuan looked at the girl and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you are not my match." Hearing this, the girl nodded. "You have that token. I'm not your match. However, even so, you still won't be able to kill me." When the young girl's voice fell, a bead had already appeared in her hand. The bead was completely black like a black pearl, but there seemed to be energy flowing within it. Although it was sealed within the bead, when it appeared in her hand, it still caused the surrounding void to tremble. Sometimes, the void even paused as though time had stopped. At this moment, even Xiao Yuan could feel that the bead in the young girl's hand was extraordinary, but he couldn't recognize what it was. However, based on what the young girl had said earlier, it was obvious that it was a life-saving item. It shouldn't be an offensive treasure, because he didn't think that his opponent would be able to use an offensive treasure to fight against him. In this world, perhaps only the god of creation had the ability to take out an offensive treasure that could fight against him head-on. Obviously, it was a life-saving item. After witnessing his current strength, he was still so confident. It was obvious that he was confident that he could escape from under his nose. If she uses this item, does that mean I've offended her and the faction behind her? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan's heart shrank. Then he forced a smile on his face. "Little girl, I have no intention of killing you. In fact, I'm even willing to give you an opportunity. The Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon is imminent. My Feiyang Divine Nation will give you a place. What do you think?" Xiao Yuan asked with a smile. However, as soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, the young girl had already left. Her speed was extremely fast. At the same time, she was holding the bead in her hand as though she was ready to crush it at any time. When Xiao Yuan saw this, he frowned slightly, but he still chased after her. "Little girl, I'm very sincere." Little girl. Although he was very angry that the young girl had attacked him for no reason and disturbed his closed-door cultivation, when he realized that there might be a powerful faction behind her, he was very wary. When he thought of the upcoming Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon, he intended to let the young girl represent the Feiyang Divine Nation to enter the Destiny Canyon. With the young girl's strength, she would definitely be able to gain a lot. It would be a good thing for the Feiyang Divine Nation. Crack. Just when Xiao Yuan was puzzled and wondered if the young girl did not know about the Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon or if she had been invited by another Divine Kingdom, the young girl crushed the bead in her hand. In the next instant, a terrifying energy burst out and shrouded the young girl. Then, it tore the space apart and brought the young girl in. It was as though she had teleported. However, he was certain that it was not teleportation from the law of space. This was because there was no fluctuation from the law of space in the energy. There was only the fluctuation from the law of destruction. It was obvious that it was left behind by a powerhouse who was skilled in the law of destruction. Moreover, the thing that was left behind could tear the space apart so easily. Even if he could tear the space apart with a ruler token, he would not be able to do it so easily. Who is she? Xiao Yuan was shocked. At the same time, through the ruler token, it was not difficult for him to discover that the young girl did not appear in the Feiyang Divine Nation after she entered the spatial tear. It was obvious that she had left the Feiyang Divine Nation. At this moment, a spatial tear appeared in another divine nation next to the Feiyang Divine Nation. The young girl who was in the Feiyang Divine Nation's ruler Xiao Yuan walked out of the spatial tear. If senior sister finds out that I used the life-saving talisman she gave me in the trial grounds, I'm afraid she'll punish me again. The young girl frowned slightly. She was clearly worried. Why don't I tell her that I gave the life-saving talisman to little junior brother? Little junior brother is the one who used it? Let's do that. I'm so smart. Little junior brother is so obedient. I'm sure he'll help me. Meanwhile, Duan Tian was unaware that he would become someone's scapegoat in the near future. He followed Yun He all the way until they finally arrived at the capital of the righteous divine nation. As the capital of the righteous divine nation, it was naturally huge. Looking at the city from the outside, one would feel as though one's soul had been elevated. Not only was the city domineering, but it was also ancient. It was as though it had been there for countless years, but it still stood tall. Brother Ling Tian, I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. You can rest for a few days before I bring you to see the king. I'll bring you to Duan Lingtian first, Yun He said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Thank you, Brother Yun He. Duan Lingtian thanked Yun He. After that, Yun He arranged for Duan Lingtian to stay in a courtyard in the east of the capital. This courtyard is usually used by the capital to entertain guests. This time, all the mansion masters of the various mansions will be staying here. Right now, there are already quite a few manor lords here. When everyone is here, the king will host a banquet for all of you. At that time, all of you can meet each other so you can look out for each other in the heavens will canyon. Yun He paused for a moment before he continued to say, of course, you can't completely trust anyone in the divine nation after you enter the heavens will canyon. In other words, you can't completely trust me even if I go in with you. Even blood brothers can turn against each other in the face of benefits. Although Duan Ling Tian felt Yun He's warning was no different from nonsense, he still listened attentively because he knew Yun He was sincerely trying to give him advice. The residence that Yun He arranged for Duan Ling Tian was an independent residence in the vast courtyard. There were servants and maids in the residence, so he could order them about anything. After Duan Ling Tian moved in, a plaque appeared at the entrance of the standalone mansion. 6 words were written on the plaque in a flamboyant style. Acting Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. Clearly, this was an announcement that the residence already had an owner, and that the person living inside was the acting Mansion Master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. Brother Ling Tian, I'll take my leave first. Have a good rest. I'll come back in a few days. Yun He bid farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. When Yun He left, he attracted the attention of some people. That's the Vice Commander Yun He who serves the monarch? Most of the people living in the courtyard were the mansion masters of the various manors. They all recognized Yun He, the vice commander of the imperial guards in the imperial palace. Furthermore, with Yun He's strength, it was likely that he was not the slightest bit inferior to them. Yun He personally sent someone here? Who's so important? That's right. Even if you and I came here, no vice commander of the imperial guards personally sent someone here. The 2 mansion masters sat together and drank tea. Their voices were filled with dissatisfaction as they spoke. However, although they were dissatisfied, they did not intend to ask for an explanation. Who knew if the person who was personally sent here by the vice commander of the Imperial Guards was also someone not to be trifled with? I'm curious which mansion's mansion master has such special treatment. In fact, the mansion masters of the 2 manors were not the only ones who had seen Yun He. Many mansion masters had also seen him and were curious about this. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Soon they found out the answer. The acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion? A lower divine emperor who can kill a higher divine emperor. Chapter 4174. A lower god emperor killing a higher god emperor. Not only had such a thing never happened in the history of the righteous divine nation, but no lower god emperor in the entire southern heaven continent had ever accomplished such a feat. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. Moreover, someone had recorded it using a floating image pearl and sent it to the capital of the righteous divine nation. Amazing! Inside a spacious courtyard in the righteous divine nation's capital, many of the manor lords sighed with emotion after watching the complete floating image recorded in the floating image pearl. It was actually true that a lower god emperor had killed a higher god emperor. One had to know that when they saw the floating image pearl in front of them, they still had some reservations in their hearts. They felt that the rumors might not be true. The difference between a lower god emperor and a higher god emperor was too great. How could a lower god emperor kill a higher god emperor in an instant? Even if the lower god emperor had a high-grade full-soul divine weapon and the higher god emperor did not. It was only when they saw the floating image pearl that they realized that the rumors were true. There was no exaggeration. He's too strong. A lower god emperor has such battle strength. Based on the battle strength he displayed, even if Cheng Yan used a high-grade full-soul divine weapon, he might not be a match for him, right? After all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. Therefore, many people had reservations in their words. Of course, there were also some people who felt that if Duan Lingtian's opponent had used a high-grade full-soul divine weapon, Duan Lingtian might not have been a match for him. This lower god emperor was probably just lucky. I think so too. Otherwise, why would he wait until the end to attack? He was probably worried that the other higher god emperors would use a high-grade full-soul divine weapon to attack him, right? However, no matter what the people outside thought or felt, it did not affect Duan Lingtian too much. Not to mention that he did not hear what they said. Even if he did, he would not take it seriously. After arriving at the capital of the righteous divine nation, Duan Lingtian did not stay in the courtyard for long. The next morning, he left the courtyard and went to the bustling streets of the capital to enjoy the liveliness of the capital. As the capital of the righteous divine nation, the streets of the capital were very clean, and the management was very strict. Not every street allowed for stalls. Street stalls could only be set up in certain areas. Duan Lingtian walked alone on the streets of the capital, walking aimlessly. Occasionally, he would see one or two shops selling medicinal ingredients, so he would go in to take a look. If there were any supplementary medicines that he needed, he would also buy some. As for the main ingredient, there was no need to think about it. The main ingredient of any divine pill that could help the current Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary item. It was basically impossible for it to appear in a pharmacy. Duan Lingtian walked around the streets of the capital until the veil of night descended before he finally returned. After returning, he did not go out again. Knowing that Yunhe was looking for him, he said, "Brother Lingtian, the monarch is free today and would like to meet you." Yunhe's words were very skillful. The monarch wants to see you, not the monarch himself. The former was treated equally. The latter was the attitude of a superior to a subordinate. Duan Lingtian heard some clues, but he did not know if it was Yunhe's own intention or the monarch's. Under Yunhe's lead, Duan Lingtian left his own residence in the courtyard. Then, he left the courtyard and followed him all the way to the palace in the capital of the righteous divine nation. Lord Deputy Commander. Lord Deputy Commander. Along the way, all those who saw Yunhe bowed respectfully to him. It was at this time that Duan Lingtian learned from Yunhe that he was the deputy commander of the imperial guards in the palace of the righteous divine nation. Your Majesty, I've brought him. Yunhe brought Duan Lingtian to the entrance of a magnificent main hall. There was a stone statue on each side of the main hall's entrance. They were stone statues of two different creatures. Duan Lingtian could not recognize what kind of creatures they were. However, they were definitely not humans. Haha. Almost as soon as Yunhe finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was waiting for the person inside to summon him. However, he heard a hearty laugh coming from inside. Then, a figure actually walked out from inside. This was a young man wearing a light golden robe. His entire person was incomparably luxurious, and his temperament was also oppressive. His handsome face revealed a bit of majesty. Your Majesty. Yunhe bowed respectfully. Duan Lingtian also cupped his hands and bowed to the young man. Duan Lingtian greets the monarch. Obviously, this person was the monarch of the righteous divine nation. However, he did not expect him to be so young. Brother Lingtian, there's no need to be so courteous. The monarch of the righteous divine nation cupped his hands and returned the greeting to Duan Lingtian. Then, he said with a smile, although I'm the monarch of the righteous divine nation, I only have what I have today because of my father. I can't compare to you, Brother Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, if you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Zhu. Duan Lingtian knew that the members of the imperial family of the righteous divine nation had always had the surname Zhu since ancient times. Faced with the courtesy of the person in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not continue with the pleasantries. A smile appeared on his face. Brother Zhu. Haha, good. When the monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, heard Duan Lingtian calling him Brother Zhu again, a brighter smile appeared on his face. Then, he personally led Duan Lingtian into the hall behind him. There was no one in the hall. After the two of them entered, Yunhe stood guard at the door. At the same time, his eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew the monarch would be courteous to brother Ling Tian, he did not expect the monarch to be so courteous as to let brother Ling Tian call him brother Zhu. After all, he had followed the monarch for many years, but it was the first time he saw the monarch being so courteous. It seems, brother Ling Tian has extraordinary value in the monarch's eyes. It was the first time the two of them met. As the monarch of a divine nation, Chu Youngjun was being so courteous. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be impressed by Duan Ling Tian. It could only be that he felt Duan Ling Tian was valuable. Duan Ling Tian knew that very well. The scene in front of him was just a show to him. In the future, if he really broke through to the ultimate god realm in the righteous divine nation, he would enter the place and encounter a treasure. If the monarch was confident, he would most likely want to kill him. This world was much crueler than the outside world. Duan Ling Tian naturally would not be careless. He did not dare to be careless. Brother Ling Tian, this is the first time in my life that I, Chu Youngjun, know that a lower great god is able to kill a higher great god. Chu Youngjun sighed. After hearing Chu Youngjun's words, Duan Ling Tian finally knew the monarch's full name. For a moment, he was subconsciously stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Chu Youngjun? Isn't this name a little narcissistic? Although Duan Ling Tian's appearance was not bad, there was still a gap between him and Duan Ling Tian. Father and mother, compared to this monarch father and queen mother, are still more concerned about their reputation. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It was just a fluke. In the face of Chu Youngjun's sigh, Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. It was also because he did not use his full soul high-rank divine artifact. Otherwise, I might not have been his match. Brother Ling Tian is too humble. Chu Youngjun shook his head and smiled. Although I only saw the image recorded by the floating image pearl, Vice Commander Yunhe was present at the scene. According to him, even if the monarch used his full soul high-rank divine artifact, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would have lost to you. Chu Youngjun trusted Yunhe very much. Yunhe had been with him for a long time. In fact, Yunhe had been his bodyguard when he was young. It could be said that Yunhe had grown up with him. Although their relationship was that of a superior and subordinate, in private, they were no different from brothers. Duan Ling Tian heard this and shook his head. Brother Yunhe is too kind. As soon as his voice fell, Duan Ling Tian looked at Chu Youngjun and went straight to the point. My lord. Before he could continue, he was interrupted by Chu Youngjun with a slight frown. Brother Ling Tian, I already said that you don't need to call me that. Brother Zhu. Duan Ling Tian changed his words, but his expression was still a little serious. I became the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. For the opportunity inside, I have no intention of becoming the mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion. After the Divine Kingdom battle, I will go to the Heaven Spirit Mansion to take up the position of acting mansion master. After that, I may leave the righteous Divine Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment before continuing. In the future, as long as I'm still alive in this world, before I break through to the ultimate God realm, I will definitely return to the righteous Divine Kingdom and inform you at the same time. Then, I will break through in the righteous Divine Kingdom. Not only did Duan Ling Tian reveal his thoughts, but he even made a promise. As for whether this promise would be fulfilled, as long as he was still alive in this world when he was about to break through to the ultimate God realm, it was not a big deal for him to return to the righteous Divine Kingdom to break through. However, this was something that was almost impossible. Because he would be leaving this world in 2 years, leaving the divine trial grounds. After leaving, naturally, he would not be considered to still be alive in this world. Duan Ling Tian's words were very skillful. However, the righteous Divine Kingdom's monarch, Chu Youngjun, would never dream that Duan Ling Tian was not from this world and would leave in 2 years. Otherwise, he would not be in a good mood right now. Haha. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Chu Youngjun laughed again. Brother Ling Tian is really open and aboveboard. No wonder Vice Commander Yun praised you so much. However, Brother Ling Tian, Vice Commander Yun has already told me what you said just now. I understand and can understand. If Brother Ling Tian insists on staying, I will advise you to leave the Divine Kingdom and go to the outside world to seek your own opportunities and continue to improve. There is no lack of resources in the Divine Kingdom, but opportunities are limited. If it wasn't for the Divine Kingdom's restrictions on me, I would want to leave the Divine Kingdom to explore and seek opportunities to improve my strength. At the end of his speech, Zhu Yingjun sighed again. However, judging from his attitude toward Duan Lingtian, it could be seen that he was very satisfied with Duan Lingtian's declaration. In other words, he was more concerned about Duan Lingtian's promise of coming to the righteous Divine Kingdom to break through to the ultimate God realm. If Duan Lingtian really came to the righteous Divine Kingdom to break through to the ultimate God realm, the ultimate God secret realm he opened would definitely be earth-shattering and unparalleled. This point could be seen from the battle prowess displayed by the other party in the lower God Emperor realm. Chapter 4175. When Duan Lingtian came to see Chu Yongjun, the monarch of the righteous divine nation, they didn't talk much, but what they said was exactly what the other party wanted. Chu Yongjun also expressed his stance. He asked Duan Lingtian if he needed any help with his cultivation. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He told Chu Yongjun about the divine pills and main ingredients he needed. Originally, he just wanted to get some benefits, but he didn't expect that the righteous divine nation's treasury would have all the divine pills and main ingredients he needed. Our righteous divine nation doesn't have any outstanding divine pill masters, so we've accumulated a lot of medicinal ingredients. As if he could see Duan Lingtian's shock, Chu Yongjun shook his head and smiled wryly. Usually when we need divine pills, we have to ask a divine pill master outside or a reclusive divine pill master in our righteous divine nation. There was a hint of helplessness in his words. As for Duan Lingtian, although he could see that Duan Lingtian urgently needed some medicinal ingredients, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian was a divine pill master. This was because he subconsciously thought that a monstrous genius with heaven-defying strength like Duan Lingtian wouldn't have the time to study divine pills. Duan Lingtian didn't have much of a psychological burden to gain benefits from Chu Yongjun. He knew that if he performed well in the upcoming divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon, not only would he gain a lot, but the righteous divine nation would also gain a lot. The divine nation battle wasn't just a battle between individuals, it was a battle between divine nations. The better a person's performance in the Destiny Canyon was, the more he or she would be rewarded. At the same time, the divine nation he or she represented would also be rewarded. That reward was bestowed by the Destiny Canyon. It was called the gift of the Creator God, by the people of the divine nations. Because of this, Duan Lingtian had no psychological burden. When he arrived at the Heavenswell Canyon and participated in the Divine Nation battle, he would definitely do his best to fight for the absolute benefits for himself. Under such circumstances, the righteous Divine Nation would definitely have a good harvest. Big Brother Zhu, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back, Duan Lingtian said and prepared to leave. When Chu Yongjun heard this, he smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, if you have nothing else to do, how about I show you around the palace? Big Brother Zhu, you're too polite. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Well, there's always a chance in the future. The battle for the Divine Kingdom in the Destiny Canyon is just around the corner. My thoughts are all on cultivation, and I don't have the leisure to stroll around. Please forgive me. He was not interested in accompanying a grown man to wander around, so he hurriedly refused. Of course, he was also clear in his heart that Zhu Yingjun was only saying this out of courtesy. Perhaps Zhu Yingjun could not wait for him to open his mouth and refuse. As expected, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the smile on Chu Yongjun's face became even brighter. Since that's the case, I won't insist. However, Brother Lingtian, don't miss the banquet in 7 days. At that time, the imperial family will take out some things for the prefecture masters to compete for. Among them, there will be many high god emperor hunters captured by the imperial family. Originally, Duan Lingtian was not very interested in the so-called banquet that the monarch would invite the prefecture masters to participate in. However, after hearing Chu Yongjun's words, a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. High God Emperor. If he could kill one, He would be able to obtain a lot of rewards and his cultivation would improve. Big brother Zhu, don't worry. I'll definitely come. Duan Ling Tian replied repeatedly. After that, Duan Ling Tian declined Yuan He's offer to personally send him off and teleported out of the imperial palace. With just one teleportation, he left the imperial palace. With another teleportation, he returned to the courtyard where the various mansion masters were staying. After Duan Ling Tian left, Yuan He walked into the main hall where Duan Ling Tian and Chu Youngjun had conversed. Your Majesty, how was your chat with him? Yuan He asked Chu Youngjun respectfully. Chu Youngjun smiled slightly. He's a straightforward person. He has promised that before he breaks through to the ultimate god realm in the future, he will come to the righteous divine nation and break through in our divine nation. Moreover, he will inform me before he breaks through. To Chu Youngjun, being on good terms with Duan Ling Tian was the most practical thing. If he asked Duan Ling Tian to take care of the righteous divine nation in the future, he might not have the time to take care of it even if his strength increased. However, the ultimate god's secret realm was a real benefit. That's good. Yuan He smiled. In his opinion, since Duan Ling Tian had made a promise, he would definitely not go back on his words. Geniuses all had their pride. Once such a promise was made, there was a high chance that it would give birth to inner demons if it was broken in the future. It would cause them to suffer losses or even die when the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation arrived. Feiyang Divine Nation. The capital. As the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiaoyi Yuan only found out after he returned that all the high god emperors under him who were in the capital had been killed some time ago. Moreover, he did not receive any communication jades on his side. Obviously, they were all intercepted by the culprit. Who is it? Xiaoyi Yuan was furious. How dare someone be so presumptuous in his Feiyang Divine Nation? Did they think that he, the monarch, was just a decoration? Although he was only a lower ultimate god, with a monarch token in his hand, he could be said to be invincible in this divine nation. Even higher ultimate gods rarely dared to provoke him in his territory. Your Majesty, it's a young lady. Someone spoke as he took out a floating image pearl and projected a floating image mirror image. In the floating image mirror image, a young lady was slaughtering. Although she was also a higher god emperor, killing other higher god emperors was as easy as slaughtering dogs. At this moment, Xiaoyi Yuan's expression changed again. It's her. Your Majesty knows her. This time, it was the people beside him who were shocked. Did that person really go to look for your Majesty? I thought she was joking when she said she was going to look for your Majesty. Everyone knows that your Majesty has the monarch token and is invincible in our Feiyang Divine Nation. Does she have a death wish? Many pairs of eyes fell on Xiaoyi Yuan. Some of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She went to look for your Majesty. She must have been killed by your Majesty. It's good that your Majesty killed her. Leaving a witch like her alive is a disaster. Your Majesty killed her as easily as cutting grass. Hearing the flattery around him, Xiaoyi Yuan only felt that his chest was suffocating. At the same time he understood some things. No wonder she ran away so quickly. Even though I had no intention of killing her, she still ran away so quickly. It turns out that she killed all the higher god emperors in the capital before she came to look for me. Damn it! Why did I just watch her run away? At this moment, Xiaoyi Yuan's expression was calm as though nothing had happened. However, deep in his heart he was gloomy. He could not wait to turn the entire world upside down to find that young lady. At the same time, outside the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's capital, the figure of a young lady stood in the void as she stared at the huge city in front of her. This place is the capital of another country. There must be many higher god emperors inside. However, I can't kill them this time. If I kill them again, there won't be any monarch of a divine nation who will be willing to bring me to the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of the Divine Nations. There's a chance to become a venerable in the Battle of the Divine Nations. Maybe I'll have a chance to become an ultimate god before I leave? After muttering to herself for a while, the young lady's eyes started to shine brightly. It's a pity. I can't kill them anymore. It's still better to be in the Feiyang Divine Nation's capital. The young lady was Lang Chunwan, who had escaped from the hands of Xiaoyi Yuan, the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation. That day, Lang Chunyuan had gone on a killing spree in the Feiyang Divine Nation's capital. She had massacred a group of high-level god emperors, all for the sake of obtaining the rewards of the laws of heaven and earth. After she had killed all the higher god emperors, she had found out where the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation was cultivating in seclusion and wanted to kill him. However, she did not expect that the monarch of the Feiyang Divine Nation, a lower-level ultimate god, would be able to display strength comparable to a higher-level ultimate god with the monarch token in his hand. If it was not for the life-saving talisman that her eldest senior sister had given her, she might have died in the Feiyang Divine Nation. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. Otherwise, if he brought me back to the Feiyang Divine Nation's capital and found out that I had killed so many higher god emperors, including many of his subordinates, he would definitely not let this matter rest. Lang Chunwan heaved a sigh of relief when she thought of this. At the same time, she moved her body and entered the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's capital. This time, she was well-behaved and did not start a massacre. However, when she arrived at the entrance of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's palace, she was stopped and attacked. She injured the guard at the entrance and lured in a vice-commander of the Imperial Guards. After she defeated the guard and explained the purpose of her visit, the guard did not continue to call for her, and respectfully brought her to see the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Your strength is not bad. After witnessing Lang Chunwan's strength, the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation nodded his head in praise. I can give you a spot to participate in the Divine Nation battle at the Heaven's Will Canyon. Although the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. With such a powerful higher god emperor representing the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation to enter the Heaven's Will Canyon and participate in the Divine Nation battle, there were only benefits to the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. It was impossible for him to refuse, nor could he refuse, because this was an extremely good thing for the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Even in his dreams, he wanted to find a few more powerful higher god emperors to represent the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the Heaven's Will Canyon and participate in the Divine Nation battle. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Ling Tian was awakened from his cultivation. Brother Ling Tian, you are the only mansion master who is not here to participate in the banquet today. After receiving the communication jade, Duan Ling Tian smiled and left the room. He left the residence. Rising into the air, Duan Ling Tian saw that many people had gathered in the sky above the courtyard. Yun He, who he was familiar with, was standing at the front. Chapter 4176. Brother Yun He. Duan Ling Tian greeted Yun He. At the same time, it was not difficult to notice that the others were sizing him up. Among these people, there were old people, middle-aged people, and young people. All of them had extraordinary temperaments. Regardless of whether it was the seemingly amiable old people or the handsome young people, they all had the aura of a superior. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. This was because he knew that these people were the prefecture masters of the various prefectures in the righteous divine nation. Without exception, they were all upper god emperors. Moreover, it was normal for them to have some aura after being in a high position for a long time. Let's go. Yun He nodded at Duan Ling Tian. Then he called everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, to leave the courtyard and head to the imperial palace. The monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, held a banquet and invited the prefecture masters of the various prefectures. The banquet was held in the imperial palace. However, there were still some prefecture masters who took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian. This must be the prefecture master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, right? I'm just the acting prefecture master. Duan Ling Tian was humble. Prefecture Master Duan, you're too humble. With your strength and talent, as long as you're willing to stay in the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, it won't be difficult for you to become the real prefecture master of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Prefecture Master Duan, I've seen the scryer recording of you defeating an upper god emperor with your cultivation as a lower god emperor. Amazing. Before this, I couldn't imagine how a lower god emperor could defeat an upper god emperor. Prefecture Master Duan, you don't look very old. But your attainments in the sword principle are so powerful. I wonder if you comprehended it on your own, or if you have a master. Some of the prefecture masters who acknowledged Duan Ling Tian's strength began to speak to Duan Ling Tian. As for those palace masters who didn't really acknowledge Duan Lingtian's strength, and even felt that the high-level god Emperor Cheng Yen, whom Duan Lingtian had killed, would definitely have been able to kill Duan Lingtian if he had used his high-grade soul artifact. At this moment, they were pretending to be aloof, and no one spoke. However, they still listened attentively to the conversation between the Duan Lingtian and the other manor heads. They did not miss a single word. Duan Lingtian only responded modestly to the praises of many manor heads. As for the way of the sword, it was said that he had inherited it from the supreme god. This caused the patriarchs to be astounded. Even the palace masters who looked down on Duan Lingtian were shocked beyond words. What kind of person could teach such a disciple? Among them, there might be some who looked down on Duan Lingtian and felt that Duan Lingtian had killed the high-level god emperor through trickery. He had killed the high-level god emperor when his opponent was completely unprepared and did not even use his high-grade soul artifact. However, when they asked themselves, they were sincerely convinced by the person who could produce a disciple like Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian has a master? Yun He, who was leading the way, was also shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he had long guessed that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background, and that the reason he had appeared in the righteous divine nation was only to train. However, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had a master and that his way of the sword originated from his master, he could not help but be shocked. Before the banquet began, Yun He also transmitted this matter to the monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun. When Chu Youngjun heard this, he was naturally shocked. Duan Lingtian's master. What kind of heaven-defying existence was that? However, Chu Youngjun did not ask Duan Lingtian because he knew that Duan Lingtian might not tell him the details even if he asked. Moreover, if he asked, it would seem too deliberate. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the mansion masters of the various manors saw Chu Youngjun, they all bowed respectfully. Only Duan Lingtian only greeted him with a smile. Big Brother Zhu. In the beginning, the mansion masters of the various manors thought that Duan Lingtian was a little arrogant. The monarch was the ruler of a nation. How could he simply call him Big Brother? It was only when Chu Youngjun responded to Duan Lingtian with a smile that they realized that Duan Lingtian dared to call the monarch of the righteous divine nation that way because he had obtained permission. For a moment, many people were envious, and some were jealous. After everyone had arrived, Chu Youngjun allowed Duan Lingtian and the others to take their seats. Everyone had their own seat, and after they were seated, the dishes and wine were immediately served. Whether it was the wine or the dishes, none of them were ordinary. Just smelling the aroma was enough to stir the divine power in one's body, and at the same time, make one feel refreshed. One had to know that everyone present was a god emperor. Other than Duan Lingtian, all of them were higher god emperors. To be able to make them feel this way, the wine and dishes must be even more extraordinary. It was obvious that the righteous divine nation's imperial family had put in a lot of effort for this show. Such sumptuous wine and dishes, the monarch is very considerate. Many mansion masters expressed their gratitude to Chu Youngjun. Some of the manor heads were already staring at the dishes on the table in front of them, exclaiming in surprise, Di-long soup, Yuanyang soup, creation divine wine. As for Duan Lingtian, he could not name any of them, but this did not stop him from recognizing the value of these dishes. Mansion masters, there's no need to be so courteous. Let's begin. Chu Youngjun laughed and then began to enjoy the dishes in front of him. The group of mansion masters also began to eat after him. Even Duan Lingtian began to eat. At first, Duan Lingtian thought that these dishes were meant to nourish the body, and that the taste should be ordinary. It was only when the food entered his mouth that he realized that he was wrong. Not only did these dishes smooth out the heavenly veins in his body, but his divine power also began to boil. After each circulation, it actually increased slightly. In addition, some dishes made his skin begin to glow. In the end, he shed a layer of skin, and a new layer of skin as delicate as a baby's appeared. This wine. After the so-called fortune divine wine went down his throat and into his body, Duan Lingtian felt a roar in his head. Then, he felt as though his soul was being cleansed, as though it had been sublimated. Although he did not break through to the next realm, Duan Lingtian felt that his soul was completely different, as though it had been reborn. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Although he was shocked, he began to observe his surroundings. He saw that all the mansion masters were enjoying the delicious dishes and wine. Compared to them, I really do look like a country bumpkin. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly to himself. He did not hold back and quickly swept away all the dishes on the table. After that, he realized that the others had also finished the dishes in front of them. The only person who did not finish the dishes in front of him was the monarch, Chu Youngjun. Even Yun He, who was sitting next to Chu Youngjun, had also finished the dishes in front of him. Now that we're full, let's make some prizes. Chu Youngjun laughed and clapped his hands together. While everyone's hearts trembled, an old figure had already arrived with another figure in the air. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the center of the hall. In this banquet, the main and guest seats were arranged in a concave shape. The old man who had just appeared was in the middle with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked lost, and his eyes were completely lifeless. Even the aura of life on his body seemed as though it would disappear at any time. This is a higher-level god emperor who has been imprisoned. Chu Youngjun smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man with lifeless eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Next, let's play a little game. I'll give each mansion master a jade token. The mansion master who has the jade token with the word still will remain where he is, while the mansion master who has the jade token with the word move will enter the hall and fight. The winner will be able to kill the higher-level god emperor on the spot and obtain the reward. What do you think?" As soon as Chu Youngjun said this, the eyes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. A free higher-level god emperor. Who wouldn't want that? Although they had to kill him on the spot, they would also obtain the corresponding reward. To them, it would be a significant boost in strength. Your Majesty, how many jade tokens with the word move are there in total? A mansion master asked curiously. Now, even Duan Lingtian was curious. How many people would participate in this competition? Would he be able to obtain a jade token with the word move? Many of the weaker mansion masters knew that they were no match for the other mansion masters. They were all praying that if they were able to obtain a jade token with the word move, they were hoping that the other mansion masters who were stronger than them would also obtain a jade token with the word move. As for the stronger mansion masters who were confident in themselves, they didn't care at all. Not many. Chu Youngjun smiled and said, "Just two. It's just to liven things up after drinking. There's no need to be so formal." Upon hearing Chu Youngjun's words, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. There were many people present. If they wanted to obtain a jade token with the word move, they would need to be lucky. While Duan Lingtian was still wondering if his luck would be good, Chu Youngjun had already made his move. He shot out jade tokens one after another toward the mansion masters, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand and caught the jade token in his hand. When he saw the words engraved on it, the anticipation on his face disappeared and was replaced by a bitter smile. My luck is really bad. I actually didn't obtain a jade token with the word move. A jade token with the word quiet. I'm also unlucky. I also obtained a jade token with the word quiet. Like Duan Lingtian, there were many people who obtained a jade token with the word quiet. Soon, the two mansion masters who obtained the jade token stood up. However, one of them sat back down and said with a bitter smile, "I admit defeat. I'm no match for Mansion Master Feng." One of the mansion masters immediately admitted defeat. As for the other mansion master, he won without a fight and obtained the right to kill the upper-level god emperor. Let him go, Chu Youngjun said as he looked at the old man who had brought the captives over. Hearing this, the old man formed a set of hand seals and pressed them on the middle-aged man in front of him, who was the upper-level god emperor captive. In the next instant, the middle-aged man who originally had lifeless eyes suddenly woke up. His originally lifeless eyes shone brightly. At the same time, his expression changed and he tried to flee. Whoosh! His body moved and he was about to escape at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Chu Youngjun also spoke up and said calmly, "Mansion Master Feng, whether you can kill him and obtain the rewards of the rules will depend on your skills." From his words, it was obvious that he had no intention of interfering. Chapter 4177. Palace Master Fong made his move almost as soon as Chu Youngjun finished speaking. Boom! Boom boom boom. Thunder roared as Palace Master Fong transformed into a bolt of lightning and struck across the sky. It was as if thunder had shaken the 9 heavens. A giant hammer fell from the sky and smashed right into the path of the escaping upper-level God Emperor. Instantly, the upper-level God Emperor stopped in his tracks and tried to escape in another direction. Boom! 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 Another 3 deafening claps of thunder rang out and the other 3 giant hammers fell in 3 different directions, leaving the upper-level God Emperor with no way out. The road ahead had already been cut off, and the other 3 paths had been sealed as well. This High God Emperor's expression instantly became incomparably ugly. At the same time, Chu Youngjun's calm voice sounded in his ears. If you can escape from Palace Master Fong alive, I'll return you your freedom. Once Chu Youngjun said this, the upper-level God Emperor's ugly face froze. Then, his eyes shone with the light of survival. In the next instant, in the face of Mansion Master Fong, who had transformed into lightning, he immediately took out his full-soul high-grade divine weapon from his storage ring. It was a 7-foot-long spear, and it shook the void as it charged toward Mansion Master Fong. Palace Master Fong was stronger than him. Palace Master Fong was also faster than him. If he continued to flee, it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Palace Master Fong alive. He might as well give it his all and find a chance to escape. Humph! Palace Master Fong snorted coldly in the face of the upper-level God Emperor, who had attacked him instead of fleeing. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If I can't kill you in 3 moves, I'll let you go. As soon as he spoke, a giant hammer appeared in his hand. It was obviously his full-soul high-grade divine weapon. Lightning coiled around the hammer, and a vague phantom was about to emerge from the hammer. It was the artifact soul of this high-quality full-soul god artifact. Hearing Palace Master Fong's words, the upper-level God Emperor was not frightened. Instead, he became even more excited. 3 moves. If I go all out, I don't believe that I can't block 3 moves from this Fong Xionglei. The Mansion Master surnamed Fong was called Fong Xionglei. He was the Mansion Master of the righteous divine nation's Cloud Court Mansion. He was one of the strongest Mansion Masters in the righteous divine nation. This manor head Fong, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Fong Xionglei's body at this time. His expression subconsciously became a lot more dignified. He could see that Fong Xionglei was very strong. He was even stronger than the Heaven Spirit Manor's Manor Lord Mo Wen, whom he had met before. He even felt that he was stronger than Zhong Bainan, who was even stronger than Mo1. And this was under the circumstances that the other party had just made a move. Following that, when Duan Lingtian saw that Fong Xionglei had blocked the preemptive strike of the Upper Divine Emperor with 1 hammer strike and caused him to vomit blood with the 2nd hammer strike, his expression immediately became even more serious. This Fong Xionglei was much stronger than that Zhong Bainan. Moreover, it was obvious that like Zhong Bainan, he was half a step into the godly venerable realm. Moreover, because the law that he had mastered was stronger than Zhong Bainan, his strength was also stronger. In addition, he was proficient in the law of thunder, which was a derivative of the law of the 5 elements. The blue had surpassed the blue, and was even stronger than the law of gold and law of fire of the 5 elements, which focused on killing. Bang! When Fong Xionglei's 3rd hammer strike, which was also the 3rd strike, landed, the Upper Divine Emperor was directly killed with the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Not only was he killed, even the spear soul on the 7-foot-long spear was also shattered. Crash! A light pillar of the law of reward fell from the sky and enveloped Fong Xionglei. In addition, Fong Xionglei had not completely retracted the power of thunder around him, making him look like an unparalleled thunder god. Many thanks, Your Majesty. After Fong Xionglei accepted the law of reward, he looked at the monarch, Chu Youngjun, who was sitting at the head of the table, and thanked him repeatedly. Then, he returned to his seat. Chu Youngjun laughed. Mansion Master Fong's strength has become stronger. It seems that it won't be long before Mansion Master Fong enters the ultimate god realm. As he spoke, although Chu Youngjun was still smiling, there was a hint of helplessness in the depths of his eyes. This was because he knew that once Fong Xionglei entered the ultimate god realm, he would definitely leave the righteous divine nation. This was because the righteous divine nation could not give him a better future. Only by leaving the righteous divine nation and breaking free from the shackles of the divine nation would he be able to progress further. Mansion Master Feng. You're amazing. Mansion Master Feng, you've hidden your strength well. I didn't expect you to have come this far. Now, Feng Xianglei had become the absolute focus of the Mansion Master's banquet. Duan Ling Tian, who was previously the center of attention, was now left out in the cold. Duan Ling Tian's attention was also on Feng Xianglei. He knew that if he were to meet Feng Xianglei, even if he were to go all out and not hold back, he would not have a chance of winning. In fact, it was impossible for them to even draw. There was no doubt that he would lose. One should know that his current strength was much stronger than before. He was even confident that he could fight Zhong Bainan to a draw. However, he did not have the slightest confidence in facing Feng Xianglei. Unless I enter the realm of a middle-level emperor god or my spatial law, sword principle or control principle has improved further. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to defeat him. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. At the same time, the sense of superiority brought about by his rapid improvement in strength had also disappeared at this moment. He originally thought that his strength was not bad and that he would be able to perform well in the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. However, after seeing Mansion Master Feng Xionglei's strength, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. In the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon, there are probably more than one or two half-step ultimate gods like Feng Xianglei. There should be such people in every Divine Kingdom. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt the pressure increase. It would be great if I could enter the realm of a middle-level emperor god before entering the Destiny Canyon. Although that was what he thought, Duan Ling Tian knew that it was not realistic. Feng Xionglei's attack had shocked everyone. After that, Monarch Chu Youngjun clapped his hands and another upper-level emperor god was brought over. It was another upper-level emperor god who was also imprisoned. His eyes were dull. It was an old man with a tall figure. He was dressed in brocade clothes and had an extraordinary aura. However, he was now a prisoner. This upper-level emperor god is much stronger than the previous one. Chu Youngjun said with a smile, I was the one who captured this person back then. The following rules will be the same as before. After that, Chu Youngjun began to distribute the jade tokens. As for the jade tokens from before, he did not take them back. There was no need to take them back. He would personally distribute each batch of jade tokens. There was no need to worry about any mansion master using the jade token from the previous round as the jade token for this round. No mansion master would do such a thing. If this matter was exposed, not only would it be embarrassing, but it would also leave a bad impression in front of the monarch dynasty. It was not worth it. This time, Duan Ling Tian was lucky enough to obtain the token with the word move. The other person who obtained the token with the word move was a mansion master who looked down on Duan Ling Tian. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and a cold expression. Mansion Master Duan, everyone says that you're very strong. Today, I'd like to see for myself how strong you are. The cold middle-aged man took the lead and rose into the air. He looked down at Duan Ling Tian and smiled disdainfully. Duan Ling Tian also rose into the air at the right time. After listening to the conversation between the mansion masters, he knew that the cold middle-aged man was the mansion master of the righteous divine nation's giant eagle mansion. His name was Sun Yu. Brother Ling Tian. At the same time, Yunhe's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ear. Sun Yu's ability is on par with the previous mansion master of the Heaven Spiritual Mansion, Mo1. 100 years ago, they had a match and it ended in a draw. Yunhe's words made Duan Ling Tian's originally fluttering heart completely calm down. His ability was on par with Mo Wen's? If so, he had nothing to fear. Mansion Master Sun, I've heard that you're very strong. Even the previous Mansion Master of the Heaven Spiritual Mansion, Mo Wen, could not defeat you. Duan Ling Tian rose into the air and said with a faint smile as he faced Sun Yu. Humph. Sun Yu snorted coldly. Mo Wen's ability is extraordinary. 100 years ago, I had a match with him and it ended in a draw. However, as the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spiritual Mansion, I'm afraid you're not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Mo Wen. As his voice fell, Sun Yu's body was already shining with golden light. Clearly, he was proficient in the law of gold, one of the 5 elemental laws. It was also one of the 2 laws of the 5 elemental laws that focused on killing. Mansion Master Sun, do you mean that you've got me? Duan Lingtian's face was still smiling faintly. What? Do you still think you can beat me? Sun Yu smiled disdainfully. At this moment, Duan Lingtian really wanted to propose a battle to the death with Sun Yu, but he knew that it was unrealistic. Not to mention that the king, Chu Youngjun, would not allow this to happen. After all, he still wanted Sun Yu to enter the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of the Divine Nations and obtain benefits for the righteous Divine Nation. Even Sun Yu himself was not a fool. There was a high chance that he would not agree. Mansion Master Sun, how about a little wager for our battle? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Sun Yu and asked. Sun Yu heard this and smiled contemptuously. What? You still want to give me something? Duan Lingtian also smiled. If Mansion Master Sun can beat me, the wager will naturally belong to Mansion Master Sunday. What do you want to bet? Sun Yu asked. At the same time, there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. How about a High God Emperor? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. A High God Emperor. The wager was naturally the reward that would fall from the heavens after a High God Emperor was killed. Do you have it? Sun Yu smiled coldly. You and I have an agreement. No matter who wins or loses, before we enter the Destiny Canyon, we have to fulfill the wager. Even if we have to borrow a High God Emperor from the king, we still have to fulfill the wager. Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. If that's the case, you won't have to worry that I can't take out the wager, right? When Duan Lingtian said this, Sun Yu immediately looked at Chu Youngjun. Chu Youngjun's eyes flashed a few times before he said with a faint smile, if you really want to bet, after the battle is over, I can directly lend a High God Emperor to the loser. Chapter 4178. High-level God Emperors were actually considered powerful individuals in the entire righteous divine nation. However, within the royal family of the righteous divine kingdom, there were still many upper divine emperor realm hunters imprisoned. Some were personally captured by the monarch, while others were captured by the monarch's subordinates. To the king, Chu Youngjun, a high-level God Emperor was nothing. However, among the 2 people who were about to spar, one of them was a senior palace master under his command, so it was fine to lend him a high-level God Emperor. As for the other person, although he was the new palace master, his potential was shocking. He had already promised to break through to the ultimate God realm in the righteous divine nation, so it was fine to give him a high-level God Emperor. The king has already expressed his stance. Palace Master Sun, are you willing to bet? Duan Lingtian stared at Sun Yu and smiled faintly. At this time, Sun Yu's brows were tightly knitted together. He did not immediately respond to Duan Lingtian. He was not a reckless person. Since the person in front of him had made such a request, it meant that he had a certain level of confidence in himself. Although, he did not know where the other party's confidence came from. He was just a low-level God Emperor. However, he still felt that there was something fishy going on. Even if he lost, he did not need to give up a high-level God Emperor. However, the king, Chu Youngjun, would at most lend him a high-level God Emperor, and he would have to return it in the future. Even if he could not return the high-level God Emperor, he would need to use other things to repay this debt. As for not repaying the debt, he had never thought about it and did not dare to think about it. What? When Duan Lingtian saw that Sun Yu was a little hesitant, he seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Mansion Master Sun, are you afraid? Palace Master Sun, you just said that I am a person with an undeserved reputation, and that I was able to kill a high-level God Emperor purely by luck. Now, Palace Master Sun, could it be that you feel that you are not my match? Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian was trying to provoke him, Sun Yu still angrily agreed to Duan Lingtian's bet. At this moment, he was prepared for the worst. Even if he had to bear a debt, he could not be suppressed by the other party at this time. Who says I don't dare? Sun Yu sneered. I'm just thinking that as a substitute manor head, once you're defeated, it'll be difficult for you to repay this debt to His Majesty, right? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. There's no need for Manor Head Sun to worry about that. Rather than worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourself, Mannerhead son? The moment he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from where he was. He teleported away, and when Sun Yu approached him like lightning, he teleported again and disappeared in front of Sun Yu. He didn't even reveal his true body before he teleported a second time. Second teleportation. A lower god emperor who has grasped the second instant teleportation. His talent in the laws of space is heaven-defying. The surrounding mansion lords were all shocked. Although he had long known that the acting mansion master of the Heaven Spirit Mansion was not weak and had even killed a high-level god emperor before, he had only seen him in action through the scryer image mirror. Furthermore, he had directly struck out with his sword without any unnecessary movements. Now that he had teleported a second time, Sun Yu couldn't catch up to him at all. This made everyone sigh. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe that he was only a lower-level god emperor. Humph. Sun Yu didn't catch up to Duan Ling Tian, but he wasn't discouraged. He snorted coldly and said, "If you only know how to run, then continue to run." Second instant teleportation is indeed impressive, but don't forget that you're only a lower-level god emperor. In the next instant, Sun Yu moved again. This time, even though Duan Ling Tian had teleported a second time many times, Sun Yu was still catching up to him. As for Duan Ling Tian, after being chased by Sun Yu for more than 10 times, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a faint smile. If one was familiar with him, it wouldn't be difficult to see that he was smiling evilly. This Sun Yu is now used to me constantly running away. If I were to catch him by surprise now, he'd probably vomit blood, right? Another second instant teleportation allowed Sun Yu to catch up a little closer. In the next instant, Sun Yu stared at Duan Ling Tian. He was prepared to pursue Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian cast the teleportation profundity a second time. Based on his current progress, after a few more times, he would be able to completely catch up to Duan Ling Tian and stick to Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be able to escape under his nose. Sword Dao. Dao of Control. However, what Sun Yu didn't expect was that Duan Ling Tian had indeed teleported once again, but after the first teleportation, he didn't teleport a second time. His true body was revealed. As for Sun Yu, he was also subconsciously stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his expectation, Duan Ling Tian would definitely teleport a second time. This was also the habitual thinking that he had developed earlier because he was already used to it. However, he didn't know that this was a habit that Duan Ling Tian had purposely made him develop. Therefore, when a 7-colored sword light flashed across the void and swept directly towards him, he was somewhat unable to react in time. However, he was after all a high-level god emperor. Although his reaction was slow, he still activated his full soul high-quality divine weapon in time to block the attack. However, it was after all a hasty attack, and he couldn't unleash his full strength at all. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword light easily overpowered Sun Yu's attack. Then, not only did it shatter Sun Yu's attack, but it also injured Sun Yu and sent him flying. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian teleported a second time and appeared in front of the injured Sun Yu. The surrounding space was imprisoned, and a 7-colored sword light flashed across the sky and stopped in front of Sun Yu, as if it could kill him at any time. At the same time, Sun Yu was coughing up blood, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. "You cheated!" Sun Yu glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. After Duan Lingtian had attacked, he had seen the power of Duan Lingtian's attack. He knew that even if he had attacked with all his might, it would be difficult for him to be a match for Duan Lingtian in a situation where he was fully focused and not distracted. However, he definitely wouldn't have lost so badly. Therefore, although he had lost, he was still very indignant. He had lost too quickly. It was too embarrassing. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the group of mansion masters who were watching shook their heads, thinking that Sun Yu was a sore loser. There was no such thing as cheating in a battle. It could only be said that Sun Yu was too careless and too focused, and didn't guard against his opponent at all. However, although Duan Lingtian defeated Sun Yu with a trick, based on the power he displayed earlier, He could have defeated Sunny Yu even if he didn't use a trick. Many mansion masters could see through this and Duan Ling Tian's plan. It could only be said that it was the icing on the cake. Even if he didn't use a trick, Sunny Yu would still lose. How amazing! A lower god emperor is really shocking. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying lower god emperor. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Monarch Chu Youngjun announced the result with a smile. Mansion Master Duan is the winner of this battle. Congratulations, Mansion Master Duan. After all, this was a public occasion. Therefore, Chu Youngjun didn't address Duan Ling Tian as Brother Ling Tian, as he did in private. At this time, Sunny Yu returned to his seat with an ugly expression. At this time, Chu Youngjun looked at the subordinates beside the imprisoned old man and nodded. The latter immediately removed the restriction on the old man. After the restriction was removed, the old man immediately regained his senses. His expression changed drastically, and the divine power in his body surged. He wanted to escape. However, someone was faster than him. Swoosh! A seven-colored sword ray pierced through the air and landed on the old man's head, killing him instantly. When the old man was killed, his divine power hadn't even fully surged out. When another rule reward fell and shrouded the purple figure in the field, the group of mansion masters who were watching were extremely shocked. So fast. Isn't his attack speed a little too fast? It feels like he's on another level. Could he be someone with 99 perfect heavenly veins? With more heavenly veins, one's divine power would surge out quickly, and one's attack speed would be correspondingly fast as well. However, there wasn't much difference between those with perfect heavenly veins. However, those with perfect heavenly veins had a bonus. It was a transformation compared to those with 98 heavenly veins. Duan Ling Tian's attack speed was shocking. They couldn't help but suspect that Duan Ling Tian had 99 heavenly veins. It's not strange for a lower god emperor to have 99 heavenly veins to be able to kill an upper god emperor. You have to know that in the past, a person with 99 heavenly veins could only defeat the weakest upper god emperor after consolidating his cultivation as a middle god emperor. One of the mansion masters shook his head and said, "That person is much weaker than Mansion Master Duan." When Duan Ling Tian displayed his strength in front of everyone, the feeling he gave them was completely different from what they had seen through the scryer projection. It was shocking. At the same time, Chu Youngjun fulfilled his promise and lent Sun Yu a upper emperor god for Duan Ling Tian to kill. Whoosh! This time, Duan Ling Tian quickly ended the upper emperor god's life with a single slash of his sword. Another rule reward fell and was absorbed by him. When I return, I'll digest the rule rewards from these two upper emperor gods. I'll be one big step closer to becoming a middle emperor god. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel excited. The fact that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Xionglei had obtained the rules rewards one after another made the group of mansion masters envious. Many of them were already looking at Zhu Yingjun with anticipation in their eyes. Chu Youngjun smiled and said, "Continue the game." In his eyes, giving a few upper emperor god rule rewards to these mansion masters was no different from playing a game. When Duan Ling Tian received the jade token again and saw the words on it, his eyes lit up and a strange expression appeared on his face. This was because he had received the Move Jade token again. Who else received the Move Jade token? A young-looking mansion master stood up with a smile and looked at the mansion masters around him. Many mansion masters shook their heads and looked at this mansion master enviously. Then, when Duan Ling Tian stood up as well, the expressions of the mansion masters froze. Was this a joke? The acting mansion master of Sky Spirit Mansion received the Move Jade token again. Chapter 4179. No one would have thought that Duan Ling Tian would be one of the two people who received the Move Jade token. Mansion Master Duan, aren't you a little too lucky? Many of the mansion masters looked at Duan Ling Tian with jealousy in their eyes. It was as though the air was filled with the smell of lemons. As for Duan Ling Tian, he had never thought that he would receive another Move Jade token. At this moment, the other mansion master who had obtained the Move token said with a bitter smile on his face, "My strength is only on par with Mansion Master Sun's." If even Mansion Master Sun is not a match for Mansion Master Duan, I'm definitely not a match for you. I admit defeat for this battle. The other party's admission of defeat also meant that Duan Ling Tian had won without a fight. At this time, Monarch Chu Youngjun was also speechless. He could swear to the heavens that he definitely did not cheat. However, Duan Ling Tian still received the Move Jade token twice in a row. This luck was simply heaven-defying. That's true. A person like this can't have reached where he is today with just talent and comprehension. He definitely has some heaven-defying luck. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's achievement in the lower God Emperor realm, Chu Youngjun understood. This kind of monstrous talent could not be measured using common sense. In the next moment, Chu Youngjun waved his hand and asked the people to release the restrained Upper God Emperor. This Upper God Emperor was also killed by Duan Ling Tian with a single stroke of his sword without any surprise. The principal reward once again enveloped him. At this time, it was not only the mansion masters who were present. Even Yun he was looking at Duan Ling Tian with eyes full of envy. In one day, he had killed 3 Upper God Emperors and received 3 principal rewards. To a lower God Emperor, this was undoubtedly a shocking gain. Should we continue? After receiving another principal reward, Duan Ling Tian sat back down and his gaze fell on Monarch Chu Youngjun. All the mansion masters followed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and looked over. At this moment, Monarch Chu Youngjun, who had always appeared calm and collected, shook his head and sighed. Initially, only 3 battles were scheduled. Who would have thought that Mansion Master Duan would win 2 of them? Let's add another round. For this round, Manor Head Duan and Manor Head Fong, who had previously obtained a token, will no longer participate in the competition. The remaining manor heads will compete. Chu Youngjun looked at the Yunting Prefecture Master Fong Xiongli and smiled apologetically. The latter just smiled and nodded, as if he didn't care at all. As for Duan Ling Tian, Chu Youngjun did not comfort him. What a joke! She had already received 3 higher God Emperor level rules as a reward, so why would she still need his consolation? At this moment, although Duan Ling Tian felt that it was a pity and that he had been treated unfairly, he did not say anything. Because even if he spoke up, the other prefecture masters would not agree with him. Everyone wished that he would not participate. Otherwise, if he received another higher God Emperor level rule, they would definitely vomit blood. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian watched the entire battle. Of course, he did not stay idle. The divine power in his body surged as he began to absorb the higher God Emperor level rules. He could feel his divine power growing rapidly with every passing moment. At the same time, 2 prefecture heads received jade tokens with the word move, and began to compete for the higher God Emperor level rules. One of them barely defeated his opponent after 1,000 moves and received the higher God Emperor level rules. After this battle, Monarch Chu Youngjun did not intend to continue the game. Instead, he allowed the prefecture heads present to get to know each other better. It would be best if they could befriend each other. When they reached the Heavenswell Canyon and participated in the Battle of the Divine Nations, if the conditions permitted, they could cooperate. Of course, even Duan Ling Tian himself knew that cooperation was only based on the needs of each party. If one party was confident that he could take all the rewards alone, he would not cooperate with others. Moreover, even if he cooperated with others, if he was not as strong as the other party, he had to be careful of the other party kicking him to the curb after he had outlived his usefulness. All in all, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the so-called cooperation was just that. As time passed, the prefecture head banquet was gradually coming to an end. Prefecture head Duan, I wonder if it's convenient for you to explain your background? Sun Yu, the great eagle prefecture head who had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian, asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with sparkling eyes. Following his question, everyone's eyes also fell on Duan Ling Tian. They were also very curious about this. Where did this person come from? How could he possess such shocking combat power when he was only a lower God Emperor? When he became a middle God Emperor, would anyone below the ultimate God realm be his match? The crowd found it hard to imagine. Perhaps, when this person became a higher God Emperor, he could even cross a realm and kill an ordinary lower God Emperor. I'm from the righteous divine nation. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Sun Yu indifferently and said, It's just that I didn't enter the world in the past. Are you satisfied with my answer? Prefecture head son? Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm, but there was a hint of coldness in them. He could naturally see that the Great Eagle Prefecture head was angry that he had lost to him and wanted to create trouble for him. Prefecture head Duan, I have no intention of targeting you. Sun Yu smiled faintly as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. He said in a clear voice, I only asked this because I wanted to confirm your background, Prefecture head Duan. Since Prefecture head Duan said that you're from the righteous divine nation, I have no further questions. I believe Prefecture head Duan's words. Prefecture head Duan, please forgive me. I only asked this because I was worried that the other divine nations would send spies to spy on our righteous divine nation and cause trouble for us during the Battle of the Divine Nations in the Destiny Canyon. This is not a rare occurrence in the history of the Battle of the Divine Nations in the Destiny Canyon. Although Sun Yu seemed to be explaining things to Duan Lingtian, anyone could tell that he suspected Duan Lingtian was the same type of person. Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. He smiled faintly and said, Prefecture head son, since you're so worried, let's just not work together even if we meet in the Destiny Canyon. I don't want you to be sold out by me, Prefecture head son. Duan Lingtian's smile grew wider as he spoke. That's enough. Chu Youngjun could no longer stand it. Let's stop here. Prefecture head son, don't speak carelessly without evidence. Moreover, even if the other divine nations wanted to send spies to cause trouble, they wouldn't send someone as dazzling as Prefecture head Duan. Aren't they worried that such a talented person would die in our righteous divine nation? Although there have been similar cases in the past, those who were sent out were all higher god emperors who hid their strength. Who would keep such a low profile like Prefecture head Duan? Chu Youngjun's words put an end to the topic. At Chu Youngjun's request, Sun Yu apologized to Duan Lingtian. Although he seemed to be sincerely apologizing, it wasn't hard to see from his eyes that he wasn't sincere at all. In fact, he even seemed to be taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. This Sun Yu. Duan Lingtian still had a smile on his face, but a murderous glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. It would be fine if he didn't meet Sun Yu in the Destiny Canyon. But if he did, he wouldn't hold back. He would turn Sun Yu into a reward that would help him increase his strength. The Prefecture head banquet has come to an end. Everyone, please make your preparations for the next few days. If you can increase your strength, do so. If you need help, you can ask Vice Commander Yun. The Imperial family can lend you some resources for the time being. Chu Youngjun's words signal the end of the Prefecture head banquet. However, according to him, if the Prefecture heads wanted some resources, they would have to borrow them from the Imperial family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the end, he owed the monarch a favor. In the future, when he arrived at the Destiny Canyon and participated in the Divine Kingdom battle, as long as the Prefecture heads of the righteous Divine Kingdom didn't go against him, he wouldn't go against them. Even if they were weaker than him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian was arrogant. It was just that although there were Prefecture heads of the righteous Divine Kingdom who were stronger than him, there were still many who were weaker than him. Most of them were weaker than him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a situation where one of them was defeated and the other admitted defeat in the previous two battles for the rewards. After the Prefecture head banquet ended, Duan Lingtian and the other mansion masters were once again escorted back to the courtyard by Yun He, the vice commander of the Imperial Guards. After the other mansion masters returned, Yun He followed Duan Lingtian into his mansion. Brother Duan, you were too high profile today. Yun He followed him in and said with a bitter smile. Although most of the Prefecture heads were kind, they might not be so at the critical moment. Everyone has their own selfish motives and jealousy. This time, you've single-handedly taken the rewards of the rules of 3 higher god emperors. There will definitely be quite a few people who have such thoughts. In the Divine Kingdom battle at the Destiny Canyon, unless you're not afraid of others kicking you to the curb after you've outlived your usefulness, try not to be with them. Yun He reminded him. Duan Lingtian naturally thanked Yun He for his reminder. After all, Yun He had good intentions. Thank you for your reminder, big brother Yun He. I'll be careful. After Yun He left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and began to digest the 3 rewards he had received today. With the rewards I received today, I should be able to walk more than half of the path to becoming a middle god emperor by consolidating my cultivation base as a lower god emperor. Before Duan Lingtian closed his eyes to cultivate, the excitement in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. At the same time, in many divine kingdoms in the heavenly south continent, many people sighed. I'm still too weak. There's no way I can get a spot to enter the Destiny Canyon and participate in the divine kingdom battle. Almost a year has passed, but I haven't gained much in this year. There are only 2 more years before I'll be sent out. Even though this divine trial ground has a competitive environment that is blessed by the heavens, and the rules and rewards are directly given. However, there is also a great deal of danger. Last time I was almost killed. In this place, others are prey in my eyes, and I'm prey in others' eyes. I hope the next 2 years will pass quickly. Otherwise, I'm really worried I'll stay here forever. Chapter 4180. In fact, the heavenly south continent wasn't the only continent in the trial of gods. There was also the northern continent. When Duan Lingtian and a group of young prodigies entered the Myriad Law Academy, half of them went to the heavenly south continent while the other half went to the northern continent. Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, Lang Chun-1, went to the heavenly south continent with him. As for the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion's prodigy, Tuoba Xiao, she went to the northern continent. The northern continent was similar to the heavenly south continent. There was also a divine kingdom battle that was about to begin. However, the location of the divine kingdom battle wasn't Heavenswell Canyon but a place called the Forbidden Abyss. Of course, most of the young prodigies who came from the Myriad Law Academy didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Forbidden Abyss. However, there were exceptions. For example, some intermediate god emperors who were comparable to ordinary upper god emperors successfully obtained the opportunity to enter the Forbidden Abyss. There were also some who were originally intermediate god emperors. After entering the trial of gods, they were baptized by the various laws and successfully became upper god emperors. For example, Zhang Tianjiao of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion was one of the few prodigies who entered the trial of gods and broke through to the upper god emperor realm. She was already close to the upper god emperor realm and this time, she just took advantage of the opportunity to break through. Of course, the Forbidden Abyss in the northern continent and the heavenly south continent's Heavenswell Canyon were completely separate. There was no connection. If there was a connection, it would be that they were created by the creator of this world. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave for Heavenswell Canyon. Duan Lingtian and the various prefecture masters of the righteous divine nation followed the king of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, and left for Heavenswell Canyon. They sat in an ultimate god-grade flying ship. Ultimate god-grade flying ships were mostly limited to the speed of a lower god-grade flying ship. Normally, they wouldn't use the speed of a higher god-grade flying ship. This was because the speed of a lower ultimate god would consume too much of the ultimate god spaceship's energy. It was no different from burning money. Just like now, Duan Lingtian and the rest followed Monarch Chu Youngjun to the Heavenswell Canyon. Although they were in a hierarch-grade flying ship, their speed was only at the upper divine emperor level. However, this spaceship was an ultimate god-grade spaceship after all. It was much bigger than an emperor-grade spaceship. The space inside was also much wider. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and the others all had their own rooms. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was cultivating in his own room. He could also see the situation outside through the mirror image of the array formation. With Duan Lingtian's current eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see the situation outside. Mountains and rivers, mountains and ridges, plains and hills. Everything came into view. However, Duan Lingtian only took a few glances at it before he closed his eyes and started to cultivate again. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian had digested the rewards from the Mansion Master's banquet. In addition, he had refined some ultimate divine pills to aid his cultivation. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a middle divine emperor. Before the Mansion Master's banquet, he had only completed half of the journey. Now, there was only a small part of the journey left. After completing this part of the journey, there would be another opportunity, and it would not be difficult for him to become a middle divine emperor. This time, I will definitely become a middle divine emperor in the Battle of the Kingdoms in the Heavens Canyon. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. As for becoming a upper divine emperor, he had never thought about it and did not dare to think about it. He could only say that it was up to fate. Even if he wanted to do so, deep down in his heart, he felt that it was impossible. In this trip to the Heavens Canyon, it will be good if I can become a middle divine emperor and completely consolidate my cultivation. Previously, after digesting the rewards from the rules, not only did my cultivation level increase, but also in terms of the profound laws, there was a certain increase. Among the rules rewards, there were not only rewards for increasing divine power but also rewards for increasing the profound laws. However, which kind of profound laws to increase was completely dependent on luck. As for the rules rewards, they were all integrated with the profound laws that the ultimate experts were good at and transformed by the unique methods of the ultimate experts. Some were very helpful to the profound laws. Some were not useful at all. This was because there were some things that you might already understand. Even if the ultimate experts gave it to you, it would be useless as it would be completely repetitive. However, if the ultimate experts gave you insights that you did not understand previously, there would definitely be more or less improvement. Duan Ling Tian did not know. When he left the righteous divine nation with the monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Youngjun, and headed to the Heavens Canyon. In another direction, his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-Wan, was also on the way to the Heavens Canyon with the monarch of another divine nation, the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Moreover, they had just set off. This little girl is also being brought to the Heavens Canyon by the monarch? Many people were a little confused when they saw Lang Chun-Wan's appearance. This little girl was unremarkable no matter how they looked at her. She did not look like a god emperor at all, let alone a high god emperor. However, although they felt that way, most of them still had the mentality of, it has nothing to do with me, and did not poke their noses into other people's business. Of course, there were still a few people who could not help but go up and size up Lang Chun-Wan. Little girl, are you also going to the Heavens Canyon? Little girl, where did you come from? I don't think I've seen you before. Little girl. At this moment, the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation had already left the spacious hall in the spaceship and returned to his exclusive room in the spaceship. However, not long after he entered, he received a report. Your Majesty, a few mansion masters seem to be very interested in Miss Wolf. Interested? When the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation heard this, he smiled faintly. Naturally, I know what they are thinking. I hope they don't provoke her. Otherwise they'll suffer. Upon hearing the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's words, the person who reported the matter gasped. Your Majesty, is Miss Wolf really that strong? Is she really comparable to an ordinary lower ultimate god? If those ignorant fellows provoke her, you'll naturally find out, the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation said. That's right, the monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation said. Nothing will happen, right? The person asked again. Nothing will happen. The monarch of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation said indifferently. Before coming here, I told her that if anyone provokes her, she can attack, but she can't kill. Your Majesty, please take care of her. If she really has the strength of an ultimate god, none of us will be able to restrain her. The person sighed and left. Meanwhile, in the spaceship's hall, Lang Chun-Wan merely glanced at a few middle-aged and old men who took the initiative to approach her. Who are you calling a little girl? Do you think you can call me a little girl? As soon as her voice fell and the few of them frowned, Lang Chun-Wan suddenly exploded. A terrifying divine power broke out of her body and a terrifying destructive force raged. It even activated the protective formation in the spaceship, causing ripples to form. Then, Lang Chun-Wan casually stretched out her hand and a palm print with extremely terrifying destructive force fell on the few of them. After a brief moment of shock, the few of them hurriedly made their moves and even took out their high-grade divine weapons. Even so, they were still suppressed by the young girl's palm. Their faces were covered in dirt and the attack they had just accumulated was completely crushed. If it was not for the sudden surge of energy, they would have been seriously injured. Your Majesty! Not only did the suppressed Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's manor heads rejoice when they sensed the sudden surge of power, but even the group of manor heads who were about to leave and return to their rooms were stunned when they saw Lang Chun-Yuan's attack. They never expected that their Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch would personally make a move. She attacked from a distance. With the monarch token, their Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch had the power of a higher ultimate god. She was unparalleled in the entire Jade Rainbow Divine Nation and was comparable to a higher ultimate god in the outside world. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, the few mansion masters who questioned Lang Chunwan's presence were all suppressed by Lang Chunwan. If not for the intervention of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch, they would have been seriously injured and might even affect the upcoming kingdom battle in the Heaven's Fate Canyon. Humph. A cold snort from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch echoed in the spaceship's hull. You idiots! If she was an ordinary person, would I allow her to follow us to the Heaven's Fate Canyon to participate in the kingdom battle? If she didn't hold back, all of you would have been dead before I made my move. Her strength is not weaker than an ordinary lower ultimate god. As soon as the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch finished speaking, there was dead silence. As for the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's manor lords, who had only suffered minor injuries due to the intervention of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's monarch, they looked at the young lady before them as though they had seen a ghost. This young lady had the strength of a lower ultimate god? The other mansion masters were also shocked at this moment. At the same time, they finally understood. Why would the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation suddenly arrange for this person to join them? It turned out that she had such strength. At this moment they completely understood. How boring. Even if you didn't intervene, I didn't intend to kill them. Lang Chunwan frowned slightly and said unhappily, You don't believe what I said to you earlier? I didn't mean that. The monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation seemed to realize he was in the wrong and smiled awkwardly. I intervened because I was afraid they would be seriously injured and affect their performance in the kingdom battle. I hope you can forgive me. The monarch's politeness naturally shocked the mansion masters present. However, when they thought of the young lady's strength, they understood. The young lady had the ability to do so. Humph. The young lady snorted and glanced disdainfully at the mansion master she had suppressed earlier. Just a few pieces of trash. Even if they enter the Heaven's Fate Canyon, what can they do? Although the young lady's words angered them, no one dared to refute her. They only dared to be angry in their hearts and did not dare to show it on their faces. Today, the young lady did not kill them because the monarch was present. But what about after that? After the kingdom battle ended, they would have to return to their respective mansions. At that time, the monarch would not be able to protect them even if he wanted to. Chapter 4181. The Destiny Canyon was said to be a training ground given by the creator of this world to the various divine kingdoms in the Tiannan continent for those below the ultimate god level. Anyone below the ultimate god level could enter regardless of age. Moreover, the divine kingdom battle would also take place in the Destiny Canyon. Those from the various divine kingdoms who entered would compete with each other. Those who performed well would be rewarded with a certain amount of points. The Divine Kingdom battle had two scoreboards. One was the individual scoreboard and the other was the Divine Kingdom scoreboard. As the name suggested, the individual scoreboard was based on individual points. On the other hand, the Divine Kingdom scoreboard was based on the total points of those who entered the Destiny Canyon. There are many opportunities to be found in the Destiny Canyon. As long as you kill other competitors who aren't from your own Divine Kingdom, you'll get double the reward. It's not impossible to kill those from your own divine kingdom, but you won't get double the reward. After entering, everyone will be randomly distributed to any corner of Destiny Canyon. In Destiny Canyon, no matter if you kill someone from your own divine nation or someone from another divine nation, you'll be able to obtain the points they've earned. The Destiny Canyon is very cruel. If possible, try not to cooperate with others. Even if you do cooperate, make sure you're absolutely safe. Yunhe's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Yunhe had briefly talked to him about the Destiny Canyon before, but it was not as detailed as today. You'll be able to accumulate points if you find opportunities in the Destiny Canyon. The better the opportunity, the more points you'll get. You'll be able to find any treasure you can think of in there. It's also very likely that there'll be divine power left behind by the creator of the universe. Once you obtain the creator of the universe's divine power and use it, your divine power will increase by an entire level in a short period of time. Of course, if an upper divine emperor uses it, his divine power won't reach the level of a lower ultimate god. It'll only be close to the level of a lower ultimate god, but it'll definitely be stronger than an ordinary upper divine emperor's divine power. Of course, the creator of the universe's divine power is very rare. However, if you're able to obtain it, make sure you keep it well and use it as your trump card. Not long after Yunhe's voice transmission, the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom's voice also reached the ears of a group of people, including Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and the others had arrived at the Heavens Will Canyon. However, Duan Ling Tian did not see any canyon. In front of him was a vast expanse. It looked like a barren land where birds would not shit. There was nothing special about it. If this is where the fateful gorge is, then wouldn't our righteous divine nation be the first to arrive? Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter. Haha. Handsome nephew, your righteous divine nation sure is early. Accompanying the laughter was a group of people led by a golden-robed old man. The person who spoke was the golden-robed old man. It's the monarch of the soaring cloud divine nation, Yu Gufan. Chu Youngjun greeted Duan Lingtian and the others. Then, he led Duan Lingtian and the others forward. Uncle Yu, your soaring cloud divine nation isn't too late either. The soaring cloud divine nation had sent quite a few people this time as well. They were not any less than the righteous divine nation. Moreover, all of them were high-rank god emperors. In truth, only high god emperors could enter the Heavenly Fate Canyon. Otherwise, they'd just be giving away their points. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chu Youngjun, the monarch of the soaring cloud divine nation glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others behind Chu Youngjun. Handsome nephew, I've heard that a low-rank god emperor from your righteous divine nation is preparing to enter the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Destiny Canyon battle? Moreover, he has the battle prowess to kill a high-rank god emperor. When Yu Gufan said this, Zhu Yingjuan's eyes immediately narrowed. Uncle Yu, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. May I know? Who is it? Yu Gufan asked curiously. Manor Head Duan. Chu Youngjun greeted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian also stepped forward and nodded at Yu Gufan. Righteous Divine Nation's Heaven Spirit Manners acting Manor Head Duan Lingtian greets the monarch. Although Yu Gufan had asked who the low-rank god emperor was, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that Yu Gufan was constantly looking at him. He guessed that Yu Gufan had most likely seen the floating image pearls recording of his battle. Amazing. Yu Gufan looked at Duan Lingtian and praised. This is the first time I've heard of a low-rank god emperor being able to kill a high-rank god emperor. You've received all the rules and rewards. You must have improved a lot, right? As he spoke, Yu Gufan's eyes seemed to be filled with envy. As far as I know, if you kill an opponent of a higher rank by yourself, you'll receive additional rewards. In this world, killing an opponent of a higher rank by yourself would receive additional rules and rewards. However, if you didn't kill an opponent of a higher rank by yourself, and relied on others to heavily injure your opponent, you wouldn't receive any additional rewards. Moreover, the rewards were very few. It was impossible to take all of them. Faced with Yu Gufan's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything. However, even if he didn't say anything, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice that many of the high-rank god emperors from the soaring cloud divine nation behind Yu Gufan were staring at him with envy. It was obvious that he had invisibly angered everyone. He originally thought that one or two people would jump out and provoke him, and then arrange a life-and-death battle to give him the rules and rewards. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking things. These people seemed to know that his strength was extraordinary, and none of them jumped out. Even the ruler of the soaring cloud divine nation, Yu Gufan, stopped staring at him. At the same time, the people from the third divine nation also arrived. However, the people from this divine nation stunned Duan Lingtian. This was because the people who came were only slightly more than half of the people from the righteous divine nation and the soaring cloud divine nation. It was about the number of prefecture masters from the righteous divine nation. This time, not all of the people from the righteous divine nation were prefecture masters. Many of them were high-rank god emperors from the capital, and there was no lack of experts from prominent families in the capital. There were also a few people who were said to be wandering experts who had been specially invited by the righteous divine nation. In short, Duan Ling Tian felt that the people from the righteous divine nation this time, other than the group of prefecture masters, were unfamiliar. Moreover, from the first meeting until now, the ruler of the righteous divine nation, Jianghu, had no intention of introducing them to each other. However, many people still looked at him from time to time. Obviously, he was now quite famous in the righteous divine nation. Even these foreign reinforcements knew of his existence. It's the people from the Feiyang divine nation. Duan Ling Tian heard the voice of a prefecture master from the righteous divine nation. Why did they send so few people? You don't know about this, right? Another prefecture master shook his head and said, It said that some time ago, a demoness suddenly came to the capital of the Feiyang divine nation and slaughtered all the high-rank god emperors in the capital. As for those who were below the level of a high-rank god emperor, other than those who were blind enough to take the initiative to attack her, the rest survived. It said that although the demoness was also a high-rank god emperor, her strength was extremely terrifying. She killed ordinary high-rank god emperors like killing dogs. Some of the prefecture masters who knew about it were still fine, but those who were not were shocked when they heard the news. They had never thought that the Feiyang divine nation would encounter such an unexpected disaster before the divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. In this way, it was understandable that they sent so few people. The monarch of the Feiyang divine nation is called Xianxia. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also found out the name of the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation through Jianghu. At the same time, it was not difficult to see that the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation did not look too good. From the very beginning, the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation did not look too good. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, someone had slaughtered all the high-rank god emperors in the capital before the divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. However, when he greeted the monarch of the righteous divine nation and the soaring cloud divine nation, Xianxia, the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation, looked much better. Everyone is here so early? Soon, the people from the other divine nations arrived. However, other than the people from the Feiyang divine nation, there were many people from the other divine nations. Among those who were present, many of them took the initiative to comfort the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation, Xianxia. Obviously, they had also heard about the massacre of all the high-rank god emperors in the capital of the Feiyang divine nation. The people from the Jade Rainbow divine nation are here too. Soon, people from another divine nation arrived. Initially, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at it for a moment. He did not intend to look at it for too long. However, something caught his attention when he glanced at it. At this moment, behind the leader of the people from the Jade Rainbow divine nation was a young girl. There was a sparkling and translucent jade gourd hanging at her waist. This kind of jade gourd could be seen everywhere. However, it was rare to see a gourd with a missing corner at the side. Fourth senior sister? Duan Ling Tian looked at the unfamiliar young girl and could not help but widen his eyes. He had never imagined that he would meet his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, in this kind of situation. At this moment, Lang Chunwan also felt Duan Ling Tian's gaze and subconsciously looked at Duan Ling Tian. When she realized that Duan Ling Tian's gaze had landed on the jade gourd hanging at her waist, she was first stunned. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously looked at Duan Ling Tian's waist as well. He's wearing a purple robe and he's staring at the token on my waist that we agreed on. Could he be little junior brother? When she saw the small sword-shaped jade ornament hanging at Duan Ling Tian's waist, she was completely certain. He was her little junior brother. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chunwan looked at each other tacitly and confirmed their gazes, a thunderous roar rang in the air. You! How dare you come here? You're courting death. It was the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation, Xianxia. Then, under everyone's gaze, he charged in the direction of the people from the Jade Rainbow divine nation. Chapter 4182. Humph. Duan Lingtian's expression changed and the others were stunned as they watched the monarch of Flying Young Divine Nation, Xianxia, charged towards the people of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. To be precise, he was charging towards the young lady behind the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. The monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation harumphed coldly. "Xiao Yuan, are you crazy?" As the monarch of a divine nation, Guan Baoyu wasn't afraid of Xiao Yuan. Moreover, they weren't in Flying Yang Divine Nation's territory. Xiao Yuan attacked quickly but retreated quickly as well. This was because Guan Baoyu, the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, had interfered. Without using the monarch token, Guan Baoyu's strength was slightly weaker than Xiao Yuan's. Of course, he could use the monarch token. However, Guan Baoyu could also use the monarch token. Therefore it was meaningless to fight Guan Baoyu. Guan Baoyu. After retreating, Xiao Yuan stared at Guan Baoyu with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "Today, hand over the girl behind you." "Impossible." Guan Baoyu glanced at the flustered and exasperated Xiao Yuan. He was deep in thought as he vaguely guessed something. However, so what if that was the case? The young lady behind Xiao Yuan was the greatest trump card of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the Destiny Canyon. She had a chance of obtaining first place in both of the Divine Nation's battles rankings. Although the individual ranking wouldn't bring any substantial benefits to Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, it would still bring them a good reputation. At that time many people would say, Look, it's that person. She represented the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the Heavenswell Canyon and took first place in the individual rankings." While the others were still in a daze and a few of them had their own guesses, Xiao Yuan spoke again. The Feiyang Divine Nation's monarch, Xiao Yuan, opened his mouth again and said coldly, "Guan Baoyu, this is the woman who took advantage of my seclusion to enter my Feiyang Divine Nation and slaughtered all the upper god emperors in the nation. Today you must hand her over." After Xiao Yuan spoke, those who had already guessed it had an, as expected, expression. As for those who hadn't guessed it, they were shocked. "It's this young lady who barged into the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation and killed all the high god emperors in the capital? It said that the girl's strength is comparable to a lower ultimate god." No wonder the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation lost his composure. It turned out to be her. At this very moment, while a large group of people were overwhelmed with shock, Duan Lingtian was also somewhat shocked. He would never have thought that the person who entered Feiyang Divine Nation's capital and killed the upper divine emperors was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-1. Fourth senior sister? Isn't this too valiant? Directly killing his way into a country's capital and slaughtering a group of high god emperors. Duan Lingtian felt that his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-1, was too crazy, and she even succeeded. As for the purpose of Lang Chun-1's actions, he did not need to guess to know that it was definitely for the sake of obtaining the rewards from killing a high god emperor. However, it's fortunate that fourth senior sister knew to take action after finding out that the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was not in the capital. Otherwise, she might have died in the capital of Feiyang Divine Nation. Now, Duan Lingtian did not expect that when his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-1, killed her way into Feiyang Divine Nation's capital, she did not know that the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was not in the capital. She even wanted to kill the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation. Moreover, when she found out that the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation was not in the capital and was in seclusion somewhere in the outside world, she even went to look for him. If Duan Lingtian knew about this, he would definitely be frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. "Xiao Yuan, that's enough," Guan Baoyu said faintly. "Miss Wolf is our Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's VIP. This time, she is representing our Jade Rainbow Divine Nation in the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Battle of Divine Nations. Not to mention that the Battle of Divine Nations has yet to begin. Even if it is, I will not betray her. As for what you said, whether it's false or true, it can only be said that you did not avoid those people properly. If you had protected her properly, not to mention a high god emperor, even if an ultimate god made a move, how many people could he kill?" As he finished speaking, Guan Baoyu revealed a disdainful expression. "Some things in the end are your own fault. What does it have to do with others?" Guan Baoyu was very domineering. He did not give Xiao Yuan any face. As for Xiao Yuan, his expression was very ugly. At the same time, he looked at the group of monarchs who had already arrived. "Everyone, don't think that you can just stand by and watch this matter. In the past, This woman could enter my Feiyang Divine Nation's capital to kill. In the future, she can also enter your Divine Nation's capital to kill. Could it be that you can guarantee that you will be able to react at the first moment? From Xiao Yuan's words, it was obvious that he wanted the monarchs of the other divine nations to uphold justice for him. He was not as good as the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's Guan Baoyu. If Guan Baoyu wanted to protect the other party, he had no choice. However, if a group of monarchs were to denounce the other party, even Guan Baoyu would have to consider the thoughts of all the monarchs. However, what Xiao Yuan did not expect was that although there were a few monarchs who supported him, there were also many monarchs who supported Guan Baoyu, feeling that Xiao Yuan was being unreasonable. In the heavenly South Continent, there were also differences between the various divine nations, each with their own network. There were also some divine nations that remained neutral, not forming circles and not forming networks. In the end, Xiao Yuan, the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation, did not get what he wanted. However, he still looked at Lang Chunwan as if he could eat her up. Xiao Yuan's actions caused the group of high god emperors and manor masters from Feiyang Divine Nation to secretly complain. Didn't their monarch care about them at all? Now, their monarch was feeling good and had vented his emotions. But what about them? They realized that the young girl that their monarch had his eyes on was mainly looking at them, as if she wanted to remember each and every one of them. They could imagine that if they met in Heavensville Canyon, the other party would definitely not let them off easily. Damn it! Why don't we not go in? It's too dangerous. Forget it. Although we might be targeted and be in danger, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't miss it. At this moment, the group of high god emperors from Feiyang Divine Nation had mixed feelings. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the matter had come to an end. He did not reunite with his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Similarly, his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, did not reunite with him either. This was because they both knew that it was not the best time to reunite. If they wanted to reunite, it would not be too late to do so when they met in Heavensville Canyon. If they did not meet in Heavensville Canyon, they could reunite outside. If they did not reunite, no one would know about their relationship. When they reached Heavensville Canyon, they might even join forces and take the others by surprise. In short, reuniting now would do more harm than good. After the farce between Feiyang Divine Nation and Lang Chunwan had ended, the remaining divine nations that had not arrived. Moreover, there were quite a number of people from these divine nations. In the end, all 30 divine nations from the heavenly South Continent had arrived. The 30 divine nations covered almost half of the heavenly South Continent's territory. As for the remaining half, it was controlled by the ultimate god clans and sects in the heavenly South Continent. Some of those clans and sects were established by rogue cultivators, while some were established by the descendants of the divine nation's royal family. After all, there was only one divine nation lord. Some did not inherit the position of divine nation lord but were unwilling to be bound by the divine nation, so they ventured outside and even established their own sections. Therefore, in the heavenly South Continent, there were some ultimate god clans that had very close relationships with some of the divine nation's royal families. Everyone is here. Next, we will wait for Heavensville Canyon to appear. Lord Chu Youngjun's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Heavensville Canyon was the stage where the divine nations of the heavenly South Continent competed. It was usually hidden and would only appear on the eve of the divine nation battle that occurred once every 10,000 years. After that, only the lords of the 30 divine nations of the heavenly South Continent could activate Heavensville Canyon and begin the divine nation battle. How many more days? Duan Lingtian was patient, but many of the prefecture lords could not sit still. 5 days. This time, Yunhe spoke before Chu Youngjun could speak. 5 days. It was neither too long nor too short. In the next few days, many of the divine nations' lords gathered together to chat. Some of the prefecture lords within the divine nations also gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes to cultivate. He was not worried about anyone disturbing him because he knew Chu Youngjun would not allow anyone to disturb him. In the upcoming divine nation battle, he had to earn points for the righteous divine nation. If someone disturbed his cultivation, injured him, or even caused him to suffer from chi deviation, it would definitely affect his performance in Heavensville Canyon. On the other hand, Lang Chun-won also sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to cultivate when she saw her little junior brother closing his eyes to cultivate. This scene made Yu Hong Divine Nation's Lord Bao Yu feel helpless. This little devil girl was really careless. Was she not worried that Xiao Yuan, the Lord of Feiyang Divine Nation, would sneak up on her? There was still one more day before Heaven's Will Canyon appeared. Many of them were looking forward to it. However, it was at this moment that a whistling sound broke the silence that had lasted for a few days. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures came from afar. They were 3 white-haired old men. One was tall and sturdy, one was of medium build, and the last one was tall and thin. The 3 old men each had their own characteristics. However, after seeing the 3 of them, many of the Divine Nation's lords turned solemn. It's Yinyuan Tianzong's 3 magic scorpion elders. Yinyuan Tianzong was a powerful ultimate god sect in Tiannan continent. There were even high-level ultimate gods in the sect. The 3 magic scorpion elders were also the pillars of Yinyuan Tianzong. Each of them was a mid-level ultimate god. Once they joined forces to form a formation, they were comparable to a high-level ultimate god. At the very least, someone like the Lord of Feiyang Divine Nation, Xiao Yuan, would not be able to do anything to them even if he used the Lord token and the 3 of them joined forces. Chapter 4183. Gentlemen, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? The Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's nation supervisor, Bao Yu, frowned when he saw the 3 old men. His tone gradually turned cold when he spoke in a deep voice. Yinyuan Tianzong's ultimate god had come just as the Destiny Canyon was about to open. It was tantamount to challenging the dignity of the various divine nations. Under normal circumstances, the 30 monarchs present might not be a match for the 3 old men even if they joined forces. However, they had come for the Destiny Canyon this time. Each of them had used the opportunity to activate their sovereign medallion and leave their divine nations to manifest their Genesis divine power. Each of them was comparable to a higher ultimate god. Although the 3 demon scorpion elders were strong when they joined forces, any 2 of them would be enough to wipe them out in a short time. Even if he was alone, he was confident he could kill the 3 after a stalemate. Yinyuan Tianzong, you've got guts. Yinyuan Tianzong, do you want a share of the loot? I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. Demon Scorpion Elders, aren't you afraid you won't be able to return? As Guan Bao Yu spoke, the other monarchs of the various divine nations followed suit. Their voices were cold and their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Some of the monarchs were even itching to kill the 3 demon scorpion elders immediately. Usually, if they left their divine nations and encountered the 3 demon scorpion elders, it would be difficult for them to escape death. However, now that they could use the sovereign medallion's power, they couldn't wait to kill the 3 demon scorpion elders. Of course, despite the strong desire and impulse in their hearts, they remained calm and did not make a move. After all, killing the 3 demon scorpion elders meant completely offending Yinyuan Tianzong. Unless they and their direct descendants never left their divine nations in the future, Yinyuan Tianzong would definitely seek revenge. The loss outweighed the gain to them. Moreover, the 3 demon scorpion elders had not crossed the line so far. There was not enough reason for them to make a move. Once they crossed the line, it would be fine if they killed them. Yinyuan Tianzong would be in the wrong. However, that was not the case now. Fellow monarchs, you have misunderstood. It would be a lie to say that the 3 devil scorpion elders were in a good mood when they saw a group of people who they could easily crush flaunt their prowess in front of them. However, they still tried their best to remain calm. They wanted to complete the mission and leave. They were not worried that these people would attack them. The 3 of us aren't here for the Destiny Canyon. We're just here to look for someone and say a few words. The 3 demon scorpion elders spoke one after another. Their tone was calm, without joy or sorrow. Upon hearing their conversation, all the monarchs present were taken aback. Then, they subconsciously shifted their gazes to the 2 of them and kept glancing at them. Duan Ling Tian. Lang Chun-won. Now, they were looking at Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun-won. Of course, they didn't know about their relationship. The reason why they all looked at the two of them was because they were the only two people among the crowd who could make Yinyuan Tianzong's 3 demon scorpion elders come to look for them personally. As for their purpose, it wasn't difficult to guess. Lang Chun won. One of the 3 demon scorpion elders flew out and approached the people from Yuhong Divine Nation. However, he still maintained a distance from them since the monarch of Yuhong Divine Nation was eyeing them. As expected, his gaze fell on Lang Chun won. I'm here for you. After the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon, if you're willing, you can come to Yinyuan Tianzong. This time, if you don't achieve the ultimate god realm in the Destiny Canyon, Yinyuan Tianzong will help you achieve the ultimate god realm as a greeting gift. If you achieve the ultimate god realm in the Destiny Canyon, Yinyuan Tianzong will give you another greeting gift that won't be any worse than helping you achieve the ultimate god realm. One of the 3 demon scorpion elders drew a pie for Lang Chun won as soon as he opened his mouth. Lang Chun won's eyes immediately lit up. Seeing this, the 3 demon scorpion elders smiled. They knew that Lang Chun won't be moved. After all, Lang Chun won was a person who killed all the upper divine emperors in the Feiyang Divine Nation for the reward. She was very bold. At the same time, she was very meticulous. Of course, they didn't know that the reason why Lang Chun won dared to kill in the Feiyang Divine Nation's capital was because she was fearless and not because she knew the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation wasn't in the capital. Other than Lang Chun won herself and the people in the Feiyang Divine Nation who knew about the matter, everyone thought that Lang Chun won only dared to act like that after confirming the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation wasn't in the capital. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the other old man among the 3 demon scorpion elders looked at Duan Ling Tian and said loudly, Duan Ling Tian, if you join our Yinyuan Tianzong, we'll help you reach the Middle Divine Emperor realm after you enter the Heavens Will Canyon as a greeting gift. If you reach the Middle Divine Emperor realm, we'll help you consolidate your cultivation as a Middle Divine Emperor realm as a greeting gift. The moment the old man spoke, he drew a pie for Duan Ling Tian. The 3 demon scorpion elders thought that Duan Ling Tian would be excited. However, Duan Ling Tian's indifferent expression stunned them. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised at all. In their opinion, this greeting gift was already very sincere. So, Duan Ling Tian, are you not satisfied with this greeting gift? The old man couldn't help but ask. It's all right. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. He looked at the old man and said, Senior, what you're talking about is whether or not I'll reach the Middle Divine Emperor realm. But what if I don't just reach the Middle Divine Emperor realm in the Heavens Will Canyon and consolidate my cultivation as a Middle Divine Emperor? Don't tell me. You won't give me a greeting gift at that time? Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only were the 3 demon scorpion elders petrified, but even the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms and the group of upper divine emperors were stunned. A lower divine emperor entering the Heavens Will Canyon wasn't satisfied with becoming a middle divine emperor? And he wanted to consolidate his cultivation as a middle divine emperor after becoming a middle divine emperor. How about this? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and continued. After I leave the Heavens Will Canyon and consolidate my cultivation as a middle divine emperor, if you're willing to help me reach the upper divine emperor realm, as a greeting gift, I can join your Yinyuan Tianzong. After Duan Ling Tian said this, the 3 demon scorpion elders who had just recovered from their shock looked at each other and saw the reluctance in each other's eyes. It was really hard to agree to this. After all, even if Duan Ling Tian really consolidated his cultivation as a middle divine emperor, he was still very far away from reaching the upper divine emperor realm. The resources needed to reach the upper divine emperor realm would definitely be much more than Lang Chun won's breakthrough to the ultimate god realm. Previously, they said they were willing to help Lang Chun won reach the ultimate god realm because they had seen Lang Chun won's battle through the floating image pearls recording. They could see that Lang Chun won was not far away from reaching the ultimate god realm. If Lang Chun won had just consolidated his cultivation as a upper divine emperor, they would definitely not make such a promise. If you're not willing, then forget it. Duan Ling Tian said again. After the 3 demon scorpion elders communicated with each other for a while, the old man who had spoken to Duan Ling Tian earlier stood up again and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, our Yinyuan Tianzong can agree to your request. However, you have to agree. If you can't consolidate your cultivation as a middle divine emperor in the Heavens Will Canyon, you have to join our Yinyuan Tianzong. As for the greeting gift, we'll do as I promised earlier. The old man said. Based on his words, it was obvious that he did not believe Duanling Tian could consolidate his cultivation as a middle divine emperor in the Heavens Will Canyon. Duanling Tian could see this as well. He merely smiled faintly when he heard this. I can agree to this. However, you have to promise me one thing. I'll only join your Yinyuan Tianzong after I've received the greeting gift and improved my cultivation. Duanling Tian's words made the 3 demon scorpion elders agree to it. At this moment, the people from the other divine kingdoms looked at Duanling Tian enviously. Of course, like the 3 demon scorpion elders, they felt that it was impossible for Duanling Tian to consolidate his cultivation as a middle divine emperor in the Heavens Will Canyon. At most, he would just enter the middle divine emperor realm. Even so, it was enough to make them envious. After all, Yinyuan Tianzong had promised to help him consolidate his cultivation as long as he entered the middle divine emperor realm. That would require a huge amount of resources. Any divine kingdom would be able to provide such resources, but once they did so, it would be equivalent to emptying half of their treasury. The price to pay was extremely high. Just as everyone's attention was on Duanling Tian, Lang Chunwan also spoke up. If you want me to join your Yinyuan Tianzong, I can do that. If I enter the ultimate god realm in the Heavens Will Canyon and completely consolidate my cultivation, you'll have to help me enter the middle divine emperor realm as a greeting gift. If you can't do that, then forget it. Lang Chunwan shook his head as he finished speaking. As soon as Lang Chunwan spoke, the entire place fell silent. Originally, the people present thought that Duanling Tian was too arrogant to say that he would consolidate his cultivation as a middle divine emperor after leaving the Heavens Will Canyon. However, now that Lang Chunwan had spoken, they suddenly felt that Duanling Tian was just a younger brother in front of Lang Chunwan, a upper divine emperor. She actually thought that after entering the Heavens Will Canyon, not only would she have a chance to enter the ultimate god realm, but she would also be able to consolidate her cultivation as a lower divine emperor. Was she crazy? Even the 3 demon scorpion elders looked at Lang Chunwan as though they were looking at an idiot. If Duanling Tian had said that he could enter the middle divine emperor realm in the Heavens Will Canyon and completely consolidate his cultivation, there would still be a small chance that it could be realized. However, Lang Chunwan's words were no different from a fantasy story. There was no chance of it being realized. At that moment, only Duanling Tian knew that his 4th senior sister had a certain degree of confidence. After all, according to what he found out from his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, his 4th senior sister had once obtained a shocking fortuitous encounter. Once she broke through to a new realm of cultivation, she would directly and completely consolidate her cultivation, and she utterly didn't have to exert any effort to consolidate it. Chapter 4184. Girl, don't make fun of us. One of the 3 devil scorpion elders, the one who had invited Lang Chunwan earlier, said in a low voice, somewhat displeased. Who's making fun of you? Lang Chunwan was speechless. I'm just asking if Yinyuan Tianzong is willing to agree to my request. If you're not willing, then forget it. The 3 devil scorpion elders exchanged glances with each other and discussed privately with Lang Chunwan. Is this Lang Chunwan crazy? Compared to her, Duanling Tian, who I thought was crazy, seems like an honest person. Agree to her request? She won't be able to do it anyway. I think so too. But it's still a matter of ascending to the ultimate god realm. I think we should send a communication jade back to ask. If she really does succeed in the end, I'm afraid she'll empty out Yinyuan Tianzong. Just as the 3 of them were about to send a communication jade back to Yinyuan Tianzong, a voice came from afar. A hearty voice sounded from afar. Girl, you are quite interesting. How about this? If Yinyuan Tianzong isn't willing to agree to your request, how about I agree to it? If you've not only stepped into the lesser ultimate god realm after coming out, but also completely consolidated your cultivation, Han Heavenly Lake will give you a gift of entering the intermediate ultimate god realm. If you haven't consolidated your cultivation, we'll give you a gift of consolidating your cultivation. If you haven't even stepped into the ultimate god realm, Han Heavenly Lake can also fulfill the promise Yinyuan Tianzong made to you earlier. Earlier, Yinyuan Tianzong had promised Lang Chunwan that as long as Lang Chunwan was willing to join Yinyuan Tianzong, he would help her enter the ultimate god realm after leaving Heaven's Will Canyon before she reached the ultimate god realm. As these words were spoken, a tall middle-aged man wearing a white robe appeared. He had a feather fan and a silk headband, and he looked extraordinarily refined. Upon seeing that person, the pupils of the various divine kingdoms' monarchs all shrunk. In the next instant, many monarchs bowed respectfully to the person who had arrived. Greetings, Lord Nangong. Nangong Su-yi, the master of the Supreme God-level sect Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake, was also one of the two high-level supreme gods of Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. They didn't expect that not only Yinyuan Tianzong's people came, but also the Heavenly Lake's people. Moreover, it was the master of the Heavenly Lake, Nangong Su-yi. At this moment, even Yinyuan Tianzong's 3 Devil Scorpion elders had grave expressions on their faces. However, he didn't forget to greet the newcomer. Lord Nangong, Lang Chunwan, it was us who first. Before one of the 3 Devil Scorpion elders could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Nangong Su-yi. Nangong Su-yi glanced at them indifferently and said, "If she really went to our Heavenly Lake and didn't go to Yinyuan Tianzong, it's also because the 3 of you delayed it. I originally wanted to invite Duanling Tian, but since you've agreed to his request, I'll give face to that old man from Yinyuan Tianzong and won't fight with you for him. As for Lang Chunwan, unless she's unwilling to enter our Heavenly Lake, you won't be able to stop her. Even if that old man comes, he won't be able to stop her." Everyone knew that the old man from Yinyuan Tianzong that Nangong Su-yi spoke of was definitely that high-level venerable master from Yinyuan Tianzong. "Since you're willing to agree to my request, I'll go with you to the Heavenly Lake." At this time, Lang Chunwan spoke, his eyes jumping with excitement. His heart was in turmoil. "I really didn't expect that this trip to the trial grounds would give me a chance to enter the medium-level Venerable Master Realm. If I enter the medium-level Venerable Master Realm, it won't be so easy for third senior brother to bully me after we go out." Humph. In the distance, Duanling Tian stood there dumbstruck. He knew that his 4th senior sister was tricking people, but he didn't expect that someone would really fall into the trap. This master of the Heavenly Lake seemed wise and far-sighted, but he probably never expected that his 4th senior sister was blessed by the heavens and beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if it's a famous venerable level faction in the Tiannan continent, with a deep foundation, after helping 4th senior sister enter the medium-level venerable master realm, I'm afraid they'll still be hurt, right? Duanling Tian thought to himself. Moreover, his 4th senior sister couldn't stay in the Heavenly Lake forever. She would leave in 2 years. More accurately, she would be teleported out. At that time, who would the people of the Heavenly Lake cry to? Why am I thinking so much? This world might have been prepared for us by those ultimate masters. Their memories might have been given to them by those ultimate masters. Maybe after we leave, this world will be gone. Thinking of this, Duanling Tian felt relieved. At this time, Lang Chunwan continued to make requests to Nangong Su-yi. "I'll only go with you to the Heavenly Lake after I receive the greeting gift." And Nangong Su-yi also agreed to this. But even so, except for Duanling Tian himself and Lang Chunwan, no one present thought that Lang Chunwan and Duanling Tian could completely consolidate their newly broken cultivation after breaking through to the lower-level Venerable God Realm and middle-level God Emperor Realm. The experts of the Heavenly Lake of Han and Yinyuan Tianzong came quickly and left quickly. However, the group of monarchs present knew that they definitely didn't go far. Instead, they walked out of this area in order to avoid. After the Divine Kingdom battle of the various Divine Kingdoms ended, the 4 of them would definitely come again. At that time, they would also take away Duanling Tian and Lang Chunwan. "Brother Ling Tian, congratulations." The monarch of the righteous Divine Kingdom, Chu Youngjun, congratulated Duanling Tian. Even if he didn't think that Duanling Tian would be able to completely consolidate his cultivation after breaking through to the middle-level God Emperor realm at the Heaven's Will Canyon, he still felt that it was a good thing for Duanling Tian to enter the Yinyuan Tianzong. Once he entered the Yinyuan Tianzong, Duanling Tian, who had broken through to the middle-level God Emperor realm, would be able to consolidate his cultivation directly. "Thank you, Big Brother Zhu." When they were communicating through voice transmission, Duanling Tian and Chu Youngjun addressed each other as brothers. Normally, in front of a group of righteous divine kingdom palace masters, they would address each other as Palace Master Duan or Monarch. In the following period of waiting, more and more people's gazes fell on Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun-wan. Some of them were envious, while others were jealous. However, they knew in their hearts that there was no point in being envious or jealous of them. Until now, Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun-wan had only exchanged glances and didn't communicate through voice transmission. This was because it wasn't safe to communicate through voice transmission in this world. There was a chance that their relationship would be exposed. In this world, it was better to keep a low profile and not acknowledge each other. When they entered the Heavenswell Canyon, not acknowledging each other would allow them to catch people off guard in some situations. After waiting for a period of time, they finally arrived at the Heavenswell Canyon. In the void in front of them, a canyon that looked like a fairyland surrounded by clouds and mist seemed to have appeared out of thin air. From afar, it was magnificent. There were illusory images of cranes flying above, and there were also illusory images of all sorts of strange beasts swimming around. Some flowers and trees had even turned into spirits and transformed into illusory images that were playing around. It was like a fairyland. The Heavenswell Canyon has opened. Many people exclaimed excitedly. Of course, the ones who were excited were the upper divine emperors brought by the monarchs of various divine nations. For these monarchs, it wasn't their first time seeing such a scene. In fact, some of them had entered the Heavenswell Canyon the last time it opened. They either broke through to the ultimate god realm inside the canyon or after exiting the canyon. All mansion masters, please come to me. The monarch of the righteous divine nation, Chu Young-jun, called out to Duan Ling Tian and the others. At the same time, he also asked the other group of people he brought, namely Yun He and the others, to come forward. Then, Chu Young-jun took out the monarch token. It emitted a faint light that enveloped everyone, including Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew that it was to plant the righteous divine nation's brand on them. In this way, the Heavenswell Canyon would be able to identify which divine nation they came from. From there, the points they obtained in the canyon would be added to the righteous divine nation's points and be ranked in the rankings. At the same time, even if they killed each other in the canyon, they wouldn't be able to get double the rewards because they came from the same divine nation. While Chu Young-jun planted the divine nation's brand on Duan Ling Tian and the others, the monarchs of various divine nations also took out their monarch tokens and planted the divine nation's brand on the group of upper divine emperors they brought. Inside, you will find your own opportunities. I won't restrict you from killing each other because even if I did, it would be meaningless. Chu Young-jun glanced at Duan Ling Tian and the others, then said in a deep voice, "All I can say is to be careful inside. Don't trust your own people, and don't trust outsiders. You are in control of your own destiny. I won't say anything else. The fact that all of you are able to reach your current level of cultivation shows that you are not boorish people. You have your own judgment." While Chu Young-jun was talking to Duan Ling Tian and the others, the monarchs of the other divine nations were also talking to the group of upper divine emperors they brought with them. Although the monarch of Feiyang divine nation, Shaoi Yuan, couldn't wait to kill Lang Chun-wan, he still reminded the group of palace masters of Feiyang divine nation to flee if they met Lang Chun-wan. They weren't a match for Lang Chun-wan. The group of palace masters naturally wouldn't doubt the words of their monarch. What a joke! That person had killed her way into the capital of Feiyang divine nation and slaughtered all the upper divine emperors there. The few of them weren't even enough for her to kill. This time, the people from Feiyang divine nation were less than half of the people from the other divine nations. It was because of the seemingly harmless demoness. Let's go in. The master of Jade Rainbow divine nation, Bao Yu, was the first to speak. The group of upper divine emperors from Jade Rainbow divine nation, including Lang Chun-wan, were also the first to fly into the Destiny Canyon. Before Lang Chun-wan moved, she exchanged glances with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. Everything was understood without words. You guys go in too. Let's go in. As the monarchs of the divine nations spoke, groups of people flew into the Destiny Canyon. Chapter 4185. The Destiny Canyon was suspended in the void in the distance like a pavilion in the air. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. After the group of people got close to it, their figures began to gradually fade away. Then they disappeared without a trace. However, the surrounding life forms inside and outside Destiny Canyon seemed to not have seen them. Many of the righteous divine nation's mansion masters sighed. The creation god's methods are unimaginable. No wonder it said that no matter how powerful a higher ultimate god is, he's nothing in front of a creator god. A creation god can kill a upper ultimate god with just a thought. I used to be curious if a creation god really exists. Now, I don't think so anymore. The Destiny Canyon is enough to prove it. The group of righteous divine nations mansion masters sighed curiously. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked calm as though everything in front of him was nothing out of the ordinary. His indifference was also noticed by some people who were paying attention to him. Brother Lingtian is really mysterious, Yunhe thought to himself. He was not surprised. He wasn't surprised because he had already entered Heaven's Will Canyon 10,000 years ago. He had also seen this scene 10,000 years ago. However, when he saw the Destiny Canyon for the first time 10,000 years ago, he was as surprised and shocked as the other mansion masters who were here for the first time. All of you should go as well. The righteous divine nation's mansion master, Chu Youngjun, said slowly when he saw that most of the people from the various divine nations had left. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard this, they made their moves as well. Duan Lingtian flew out with a calm expression. He was able to maintain his composure because he knew everything in front of him was left behind by the ultimate powerhouses. It was not just the Destiny Canyon. Even the world that Destiny Canyon was in, the world that he and the people around him were in, and even the people around him were all created by a few supreme experts. They could even create such a vast world with so many lives, let alone a small Destiny Canyon. It disappeared when we got close to the Destiny Canyon. It's right in front of us. Duan Lingtian stared at the place where the previous batch of people had disappeared. Clearly, there was some kind of transmission array there that transported people into Heaven's Will Canyon. Duan Lingtian deliberately slowed down his pace. Soon, he saw that the group of righteous divine nations manor masters who had walked out before him had all turned into shadows in front of him before vanishing. Brother Lingtian, you'll be fine. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Yunhe was the last person from the righteous divine nation to enter Destiny Canyon. Before entering, he noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed a little hesitant, so he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. When Yunhe's figure disappeared from sight, Duan Lingtian finally took a step forward. In the next instant, a mysterious energy shrouded Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his vision darken and brighten. When he regained his vision, he discovered that he had appeared on a barren hill. Standing on the hill, Duan Lingtian could see towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was only one path leading into the distance. The surroundings were filled with thistles and thorns. There was no way to go. Of course, since he was flying, there was definitely a way to go. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as though he had sensed something. This was because he had sensed movement behind him at this moment. When he turned his head and looked over, he saw a small village that looked like a paradise standing in the distance. Smoke rose in spirals, giving people a feeling of peace and tranquility. A village. Is this really the Destiny Canyon? The Celestial Emperor is looking for a place of opportunity to become a venerable? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. He stood up and subconsciously wanted to fly into the sky and fly to the village in front of him. However, he soon discovered that he could mobilize the divine power in his body normally. He could sense the law of space and even use the sword principle and control principle normally. However, he could not fly. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in this area that prevented him from flying in the sky. He could only leap and not fly continuously, so there was no pressure. It must be the work of an ultimate expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it and flew down the hill. He then followed the only path and slowly walked toward the paradise village in front of him. Now, he needed to know where he was. In addition, he needed to think of a way to earn points. Of course, it would be best if he could get some opportunities in the process of earning points. Kingdom struggle. Recalling what Chu Youngjun, the monarch of the righteous divine nation, had said before, Duan Lingtian suddenly had this idea. Kingdom struggle. He repeated it 3 times in his heart. In the next moment, in his mind, 2 white scrolls that fell from the sky appeared. On the top of the white scroll on the left, there were 5 big words written in a flamboyant style. Individual rankings. On the top of the white scroll on the right, there were 5 other big words. Kingdom of God rankings. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could see names being added to the scoreboard one after another. Moreover, the divine kingdoms they belonged to were indicated behind these names. 4th senior sister. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw the name of his 4th senior sister, Lang Chun-1. She was at the bottom of the list. Lang Chun-1, Yu Hong Divine Nation, no points at the moment. At this moment, the names on the white scroll on the left were still increasing. However, even after the name of the person at the top of the list, it was still no points at the moment. Obviously, no one had obtained any points yet. Do I also need to fill in my name? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the white paper scroll on his left. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice that didn't contain the slightest emotion sounded out in his mind. Add your name. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. With a thought, he thought about the gesture of his name. After he finished writing his name, he stopped. To be more precise, his thought stopped. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw that his name appeared on the last line. Duan Lingtian, Righteous Divine Nation, no points at the moment. However, a moment after his name appeared, another line appeared behind it. Another name, a person from another divine nation, also no points at the moment. It seems that everyone has just entered and has not obtained any points yet. Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked to the right and saw that after 30 lines of words appeared on the white scroll on the right, there was no more increase. There were 30 lines of text, and each line represented a divine kingdom. Currently, the first divine nation was the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation that his 4th senior sister Lang Chun-1 was from. Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, no points at the moment. The people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation should be the first to enter and fill in their names. Therefore, the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation is ranked first despite having no points at the moment. Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he was stunned for a moment. This was because the words no points at the moment behind the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation had disappeared. To be precise, it had been replaced by another line of words. Previously, it had been Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, no points at the moment. Now, it had changed to Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 100 points. Someone has obtained 100 points? The sudden appearance of 100 points meant that it must have been obtained by one person. He subconsciously looked at the list on the left and saw that the name on the first line had indeed changed. 4th senior sister? When he saw the new name, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Lang Chun-1, Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 100 points. Clearly, the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's current 100 points had been obtained by his 4th senior sister, Lang Chun-1. 4th senior sister is still formidable. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Then, he stopped looking at the list and began to concentrate on sizing up the small village in front of him. At this very moment, he walked towards the small village. He could see that the few children who were originally playing at the entrance of the village, except for one who was braver and still stuck his head out to look around, the rest looked as though they had seen a ghost when they saw him. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly ran back into the village. As for the child who had stuck his head out to look around, when he realized that his companions had run away, his expression also changed. Then, he turned around and ran. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of the child who was running at the back, blocking his path. Uncle Bandit, don't kill me! Don't kill me! When Duan Lingtian had just stopped him, he saw him slumped on the ground with his eyes closed. He cried loudly as he shouted, and a pool of liquid had appeared beneath his butt. Bandit? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard this term. It seemed like he had only heard of this term when he was in his hometown, the mundane realm. It was too far away. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about his hometown, the Saint Province realm, a hint of gloom appeared in his eyes. The Saint Province realm was no longer in existence. It had been destroyed. The person who had attacked him was from the Mon-origin divine sect. I'm not a bandit. After a long time, Duan Lingtian looked at the child who was still crying on the ground and shook his head. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Upon hearing this, the child stopped crying. At the same time, he opened his eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian from head to toe. You're really not a bandit? Do I look like a bandit to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The smile on his face was warm and caused others to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Whereas, the child lowered his guard and sized Duan Lingtian up with a curious expression. You're not a bandit. Then who are you? Why did you come to our village? Duan Lingtian hadn't even had the time to speak when a group of people gushed out from within the village, and many people followed along as they shouted in a stern voice. Bandits! I'll fight you to the death. Bandit! Bastard! You won't even let a child go. In just a blink of an eye, the children who had fled earlier returned with a large group of adults. There were at least 100 people, both young and old. Leading the group were more than a dozen young and strong men. At this moment, although they were shouting fiercely, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that there was fear in the depths of their eyes. They seemed to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I'm not a bandit, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force blocked everyone's path. It was as though an insurmountable barrier had appeared. Chapter 4186. Immortal. It's an immortal. An old man in his 70s stepped out of the crowd and knelt before Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the young men changed drastically when Duan Lingtian stopped them. The village chief of Xianxia village greets you, immortal. The village chief. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he saw the old man rushing toward him. Realization dawned on him when he saw the old man kneeling on the ground and addressing him as immortal. The old man must have thought of him as an immortal. What are all of you standing there for? Why aren't you greeting the immortal? Immortal. You're merciful. With a push of your hand, you can rid Xianxia village of the bandits. After the old man knelt on the ground and greeted Duan Lingtian, he hurriedly turned to look at the villagers behind him. The villagers immediately knelt as well. Please have mercy, immortal. Get rid of the bandits for us. Please have mercy, immortal. Immortal, if you're willing to get rid of the bandits for Xianxia village, I'm willing to be your slave. The large group of people who were originally standing kneeled on the ground one after another. Even the group of children were no exception. All of them kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and called him Celestial. Rise all of you. Duan Lingtian frowned. Then, he waved his hand, and the people kneeling on the ground were lifted up by an invisible force. They could no longer kneel. Apart from the village chief who was relatively calm, everyone else was shocked and in disbelief when they saw this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered that the strongest person in the village was only an ordinary cultivator. They were similar to the people in the mundane realm where he came from. Moreover, their strength was only average. There's such a place in the heavens will canyon? Duan Lingtian was speechless. He was also puzzled. Why was he so lucky to be sent to such a place? Although he was a little speechless, Duan Lingtian did not gather them. Instead, he patiently asked the village chief how to get to the outside. He also asked about the location of the village's natural enemy, the mounted bandits. My lord, the base camp of the horse bandits is on the main road out of here. They blocked the way and didn't allow us to move the village away. They saw us as long-term workers and robbed us of our harvest and all kinds of handicrafts. After hearing the village chief's words, Duan Lingtian understood. Since that's the case, I'll deal with them when I leave. After getting the answers he wanted, Duan Lingtian didn't stay in the village for long. He turned around and walked back the way he came. This place is a little strange. Not only can I not fly in the air, I can't even extend my divine sense too far. Duan Lingtian came and went like the wind. Everyone in the village was stunned. Village chief, will this immortal really help us deal with the bandits? Someone asked the village chief. He will. the village chief said with certainty. The village head said with certainty. The legendary immortals are all true to their words. This one is definitely no exception. Of course, although he said so, the village chief was still uncertain. After all, no one could be sure if this immortal was reliable. Village chief, that immortal is really strong. Can he help us deal with the bandits? Didn't you see the immortal's skills? How can mere mounted bandits be a match for an immortal? Naturally, Duan Lingtian didn't know that after he left, the entire village became lively. Their conversations never left him. After Duan Lingtian left the vicinity of the village, he began to fly and hurry on his way. Although he couldn't fly in the air, he didn't feel any pressure walking on the ground. In just a few leaps, he had already covered a large distance. If he walked normally, it would take at least 1 to 2 hours. The base camp of the mounted bandits? Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a large building in front of him. It was situated on both sides of the road. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and even from a distance, he could hear shouting coming from inside. Some people were drinking and playing rock paper scissors. Some people were learning from each other. Some people were bragging. When Duan Lingtian came close and was about to cross the road, he was stopped by someone. No one is allowed to leave. Go back to your village obediently, or die. The two mounted bandits who stopped Duan Lingtian stared at Duan Lingtian as if he was a prey. Duan Lingtian didn't waste time talking to them. He raised his hand and killed one of them. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to kill the other person. However, after the other party came to his senses, he still let out a scream. Enemy attack! A scream spread in all directions. Instantly, the noisy environment quieted down. Then, figures appeared in various buildings. They quickly rushed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian. There were more than 100 of them. This time, before the group of bandits had the time to make a move, Duan Lingtian casually slapped out with his palm towards the horizon. Instantly, a terrifying force charged into the sky before transforming into a gray and hazy rain of swords in the horizon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The rain of swords whistled as they fell. Other than the mounted bandit who shouted enemy attack earlier, the other mounted bandits were all killed in a panic. The remaining mounted bandit was so frightened that he sat on the ground. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at a devil. He didn't expect this young man who looked kind would be so ruthless. Moreover, based on the strength of this young man's attack, it was beyond his imagination. This was almost the same as the legendary immortals. Are there any mounted bandits left? If there are, bring me there, and I'll spare your life. If there aren't, you'll die. Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the remaining mounted bandit in front of him. Yes, yes. After the mounted bandit regained his senses, he quickly replied. The second leader brought a group of brothers to a village to collect debts. Then, with the mounted bandit personally leading the way, Duan Lingtian walked forward for a distance and met the second leader and the others at a fork in the road. From then on, the entire mounted bandit group was killed. In the end, the mounted bandit who led the way did not survive Duan Lingtian's attack. When the last mounted bandit was killed, Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed a faint light falling from the sky and landing on his body. Rule reward. It was very faint and had no effect. However, when Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at the scoreboard, it was not difficult to discover that his points were no longer temporarily 0. He had obtained 1 point. Duan Lingtian, just bright divination, 1 point. I killed so many mounted bandits and only got 1 point? My fourth senior sister just entered and already got 100 points? Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling somewhat puzzled and depressed, his gaze subconsciously swept to the front and saw that his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon's information had changed again. Lang Chunwon, Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 260 points. She was still in first place. The second place only had 83 points. Fourth senior sister, where did you get so many points? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he glanced at his points again and suddenly felt a little sad. This difference was too big, wasn't it? Now, Fourth senior sister must be secretly laughing somewhere after seeing my points. While Duan Ling Tian was somewhat vexed, he also felt somewhat helpless. It's not that I didn't work hard. It's that I worked hard and only got 1 point. 1 point? In the vast cave, the figure of a young girl was faintly discernible, but her expression was a little strange. Little junior brother, after so long, you only got 1 point? Has he been teleported to some remote corner of the mountain? The young girl was Lang Chun-Wan. After Lang Chun-Wan entered, she happened to be teleported to a secret territory in the Destiny Canyon. There were a few living beings in the canyon who were fighting for the opportunities in the secret territory. Among them, the strongest were 2 high-level god emperors. Then she killed all of them. The 2 high-level god emperors gave her 200 points. The 6 mid-level god emperors gave her 60 points. She obtained a total of 260 points. What's there to fight for in a broken secret territory? However, if they didn't come here, I wouldn't have been able to kill them all in one go. In the end, Lang Chun-Wan casually put away the last treasure that appeared in the secret territory as if she was collecting trash. Then, in a flash, she left the secret territory. I'll save up some more rewards and then I can try to break through to the ultimate god realm. Lang Chun-Wan thought to herself. I wonder where little junior brother is. If I knew, I could have brought him along. What a pity. Lang Chun-Wan continued to search for her own opportunities in the Destiny Canyon. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian followed the mountain path and killed a few groups of bandits all along the way. He spent an entire day and night before he finally left the lofty mountain range that was restricted from flying. Flying into the air, Duan Ling Tian turned his head and looked at the mountain range behind him. He sighed in his heart. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't have imagined that in this mountain range where there were only ordinary living beings, there would be a flight restriction. That's not right. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Why would there be a flight restriction in such a deserted place? Could it be there's a secret in here? But I didn't find any secret along the way. At this moment, although Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he really didn't want to go back. Moreover, even if there was something extraordinary in here, he might not be able to find it. I'll just walk around and find out more about this place. In the end, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. At the same time, the people who entered the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle were also scattered to various places in the canyon. Everyone had their own luck. If they were lucky, they would encounter a group of people who were not as strong as them and casually kill them to obtain a large number of points. Lang Chun-Wan was like that. Of course, Lang Chun-Wan was not the only one. However, Lang Chun-Wan had encountered upper great god emperors, and the strongest that the others had encountered so far was only a middle great god emperor. This was also the reason why Lang Chun-Wan was the only one who had obtained more than 100 points in the individual rankings. Chapter 41-87. Duan Ling Tian wandered around the mountain range that he came out from. As he wandered, he looked at the changes on the scoreboard. His fourth senior sister Lang Chun-Wan's points did not change for the time being. However, the points of others were changing rapidly. Some of their names suddenly disappeared from the scoreboard. It was obvious what this meant. They were killed. It was unknown whether they were killed by other participants in the Divine Nations battle or by the living beings in the Destiny Canyon. There were also living beings in the Destiny Canyon. For example, the villagers in the village that Duan Ling Tian encountered in the mountain range were the living beings in the Destiny Canyon. The bandits that he killed along the way were also living beings in the Destiny Canyon. The Heavens Will Canyon is another world. Another hidden small world within the trial grounds of the Divine Trials. Duan Ling Tian wandered nearby. At first, he did not find anything. However, after half a day, he found a figure. Although he did not have any impression of it, it was not difficult to tell that this person was not a living being in this world. This was because this person was like him, moving cautiously. The most important thing was, this person was a higher divine emperor. This person, I wonder how strong he is. Should I test him? Although Duan Ling Tian knew that there were some half-step ultimate gods in the divine nations that he could not defeat, let alone kill, there were still many who were not as strong as him. It was fine to test him. Even if he was a half-step ultimate god and he could not defeat him, it would not stop him from escaping. After mastering the teleportation of the space law twice, it would be easy for him to get rid of his pursuers. His ability to escape was even stronger than the wind law of the 5 elemental laws. Whoosh! As soon as he decided to do something, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and swaggered past him while the other party was still carefully observing him. The middle-aged man who had been cautious along the way also noticed Duan Lingtian and recognized Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian from the righteous divine nation. Duan Lingtian did not know him, but he knew Duan Lingtian. The only person from the righteous divine nation who was not a high-level god emperor was the only one who was not a middle-level god emperor. He was just a low-level god emperor. And it was this lower god emperor who was said to have killed a higher god emperor. Furthermore, there was a floating image pearl. He had seen the floating image mirror image in the floating image pearl. The upper god emperor that was killed should be weaker than him. However, when he recalled how easily the young man before him had killed the other party, even if the other party had been killed without using his full soul high-tier divine artifact, he did not have the confidence to face the young man before him. Forget it. I won't provoke him. I might not be able to kill him. A tree's shadow, a man's name. There's no smoke without fire. His strength still needs to be acknowledged. The middle-aged man was very clear in his heart that many people doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. Even the group of upper divine lords that came from the Red Origin divine nation had quite a few of them. He even threatened to kill the other party if he met them in the Heavenly Fate Canyon. Wang Jin. Just as the middle-aged man was about to leave and not provoke Duan Lingtian, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It's me. A moment later, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared not far from the middle-aged man. Of course, he was still a distance away, afraid that the middle-aged man would attack him. When the figure appeared, the middle-aged man was stunned. Lu Yi? Lu Yi was also from the Red Origin divine nation like him. Moreover, their strength was on par. If they really fought, the chances of victory would be 50-50. It's me. Lu Yi grinned. At the same time, he looked at the purple-robed youth who was strutting past them. Wang Jin, that's Duan Lingtian from the righteous divine nation. Why don't we join forces and take him down? Wang Jin was naturally tempted by Lu Yi's words, but he did not lose his rationality. Killing him won't give us many points. As for the rewards, even if it's double, it won't be of much use to us. When Lu Yi suggested joining forces, Wang Jin suddenly thought of something. Since Duan Lingtian was only a lower god emperor, killing Duan Lingtian would not be worth it. Even if they succeeded, they would not get any rewards. As for the points, the Heavenly Fate Canyon had just begun. How many points could Duan Lingtian have? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that he's a lower god emperor. Lu Yi was stunned at first, but he could not help but smile bitterly. At the same time his eyes flashed. Let's see how many points he has now. If he has enough points, we can take him down. Otherwise, there's no point in making a move on him. As Lu Yi spoke, he checked the rankings. When he saw Duan Lingtian's name on the individual rankings, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This Duan Lingtian is too pitiful. Only 1 point? When Wang Jin heard Lu Yi's words, he completely gave up on the idea of provoking Duan Lingtian. Even if he joined forces with Lu Yi, he still had some confidence. However, everything was about the cost-effectiveness ratio. There was no benefit in dealing with Duan Lingtian. It would take a lot of effort and he might even be injured. If he was injured and something unexpected happened, it would be a disaster for him. Boring. Let's go find our next target. Now, even Lu Yi felt that there was no point in dealing with Duan Lingtian. A lower god emperor only gave him 1 point. Even if he killed him, there was no benefit. 1 point was not enough for the two of them to split evenly. 2 people? Duan Lingtian had only noticed that there was an extra person beside Lu Yi when he was passing by. Moreover, there was no conflict between the two of them. It was obvious that they knew each other. Most importantly, After staring at him for a while, the two of them stopped staring at him and even prepared to walk in another direction. Is it because they don't want to deal with me? Or are they not confident in dealing with me? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian had an answer in his heart. It should be because they don't want to deal with me. However, this also means that they are not half-step ultimate gods. Even if the two half-step ultimate gods did not think that killing him would benefit them, as long as they considered that it would not take too much effort to kill him, they would still join forces to kill him. That way they would have one less target to compete with. Of course, there was also the possibility that they were raising venomous insects. However, the two of them were walking in another direction and did not intend to walk in the same direction as him. This ruled out the possibility that they were raising venomous insects. Overall, Duan Lingtian felt that the two of them were probably not half-step ultimate gods. Moreover, the two of them were probably not half-step ultimate gods since they were together. Wouldn't it be better for a half-step ultimate god to travel alone? If there was one more person, he would have to share the benefits. When he thought of that, he no longer hesitated. After a second teleportation, he blocked the two of them and stopped them. The two of them were a little stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian appear to stop them. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian would notice them. Moreover, he had the guts to stop them. Duan Lingtian. The two of them were naturally unhappy when Duan Lingtian appeared to stop them. They had already planned to spare his life, but he had come forward himself. Was he in a hurry to die? Of course, although they thought so, they did not show any dissatisfaction in their actions. They immediately took out their divine weapons and were ready to release their divine powers. The three of them did not even interact much. To be precise, Duan Lingtian did not waste time talking nonsense with them. He immediately took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and started fighting. The divine powers in his body also swept out as if they were free. The law of space. The Tao of control. The Tao of sword. Duan Lingtian's method seemed simple, but the power it contained shocked the 2 Red Origin Divine Kingdom upper-level God Emperors. After the first clash, they felt that they were at a disadvantage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The space storm condensed into rays of sword light and met the attacks of the 2 upper-level God Emperors. The whole process was very one-sided. At this time, the two of them realized something that shocked them. Duan Lingtian had mastered the Tao of control. At first, they thought that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the law of space was very high. However, after 2 clashes, they realized this shocking fact. Boom! In the third confrontation, the two of them were directly defeated. From beginning to end, they didn't even have the time to say a single word. Duan. Just as one of the two tried to open his mouth to ask for peace, a gray sword ray fell from the sky and killed him. The other person followed in his footsteps in the blink of an eye. He killed 2 upper-level God Emperors in 3 moves. Neither of the 2 upper-level God Emperors was weaker than Cheng Yen, whom Duan Lingtian had met when he was competing for the position of acting mansion master in Righteous Divine Kingdom Heaven's Spirit Mansion. 2 rules rewards. Both are double rewards. It's equivalent to killing 4 upper-level God Emperors outside. How many points do they have? When Duan Lingtian looked at his points on the scoreboard, he realized that he only had 11 points. He could not help but feel puzzled. Why was it so little? However, just as he thought about it, he realized that his points had suddenly increased by 200 points. Duan Lingtian, Righteous Divine Kingdom, 210 points. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name instantly shot up from the bottom to the 2nd place on the individual scoreboard. After that, he noticed that his points were still increasing. Every few breaths, it would start to increase a little. It only stopped when it reached 236 points. Did I intercept their points? When he thought of this, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I'll be able to catch up to 4th senior sister soon. However, before that, I'll have to digest the rewards I got this time. Even if I can't break through this time, I'll be just 1 step away. While Duan Lingtian found a place to temporarily go into seclusion to digest the rewards, The people from the various divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon were stunned when they saw the scoreboard. Duanling Tian of Righteous Divine Kingdom was second. Chapter 4188. In the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms in the Heavenswell Canyon, whether it was points or being removed from the list, it wasn't necessarily immediate. This also made it impossible to determine who killed who. For example, when Duanling Tian killed the 2 Red Origin Divine Kingdom's Upper God Emperors, he only gained 200 points directly from killing them. As for the 2's original points, after being intercepted by Duanling Tian, they were slowly added to Duanling Tian's name. As for the 2's names, they were still on the list and hadn't been removed. Moreover, although the 2 of them died almost at the same time, when they were removed from the list after a period of time, they weren't removed at the same time. They were separated by at least a few days. Therefore, at that time, no one would suspect that Duanling Tian had killed them. No one would know that the 2 of them had gathered together and were killed by Duanling Tian at almost the same time. Now, Duanling Tian had obtained more than 200 points in one go. In addition to the fact that no one was famous on the list, no one suspected that he had obtained the points by killing other participants in the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. They only thought that he had obtained the points by killing the Upper God Emperors in the Heavenswell Canyon. When killing the living beings in the Heavenswell Canyon, the points were directly presented. That Duanling Tian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom actually killed 2 Upper God Emperors in one go? Everywhere in the Heavenswell Canyon, many people who saw the changes on the list sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were also shocked to a certain extent. Among them, there were some who thought that their strength was not bad, but when they encountered pairs of Upper God Emperors, they found that they couldn't kill them. In the end, after a stalemate, they were at a disadvantage and could only escape. Could it be that the Upper God Emperors Duanling Tian encountered were weaker? It must be. My strength is not inferior to his. Many people who had encountered Upper God Emperors in the Heavenswell Canyon thought so. Only a few people felt that Duanling Tian's strength should be stronger than theirs. You've killed another 2 high-level God Emperors. Even if they're just living creatures in the Heavenswell Canyon, without the double reward, Brother Ling Tian shouldn't be too far away from becoming a middle-level God Emperor, right? Somewhere in Heavenswell Canyon, Yunhe sighed after killing a middle God Emperor living being in Heavenswell Canyon. Based on what he knew about the rules and rewards of the Upper God Emperor realm, that Brother Ling Tian had already absorbed quite a lot of them. Back then, he was the one who presided over the Sky Spirit Mansion. At that time, this Brother Ling Tian had killed the upper-rank God Emperor called Xianxia and obtained a reward from the laws. Later on, when they arrived at the Righteous Divine Nation's capital, at the banquet held by the Imperial family's palace master, this Ling Tian brother had received quite a few higher God Emperor realm rewards. How long had it been since they entered? This Brother Ling Tian had actually killed 2 more high-level God Emperors and received 2 rewards from the regulations. Little Junior Brother. On the other side of Heavenswell Canyon, Lang Chunwan subconsciously wanted to check on her little junior brother's current situation through the individual rankings. When she didn't see her little junior brother's name at the bottom of the rankings, she continued to look forward. After looking for a while, she finally saw her little junior brother's name at the 2nd place. Amazing! Lang Chunwan grinned. As expected of my little junior brother. He's almost catching up to me. No. I have to continue working hard too. If little junior brother overtakes me, it'll be very embarrassing. In the following period of time, Lang Chunwan's speed increased. Every Upper God Emperor living being that she encountered was killed by her. None of the people from the other divine nations managed to escape when she ran into them. In various parts of Heavenswell Canyon, many Upper God Emperors from various divine nations who were confident in their own strength were stimulated by the fact that Duanling Tian, a lower God Emperor, was ranked 2nd on the individual rankings. They were no longer as cautious as before. What a joke! If they continued to be cautious, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. As for those Upper God Emperors who felt that their strength was average, they continued to keep a low profile. Even if they were jealous of Duanling Tian's points, they didn't act rashly. They had long passed the age of recklessness. Naturally, they wouldn't joke around with their lives because of this. Even those upper god emperors who had become more aggressive didn't want to throw their lives away. Although they weren't as cautious as before, they were more vigilant. Points were important. However, the most important thing was still their own lives. I wonder which direction leads to the inner regions of Heaven's Canyon. At the same time, many upper god emperors became anxious as they watched the days pass. This was because they all knew that after Heaven's Canyon opened for a period of time, there would be riots in the surrounding areas. When that time came, a large number of upper god emperors would appear and start a massacre. As for those upper god emperors, if you killed a few of them, a lower ultimate god would appear. If a lower ultimate god was killed, a middle ultimate god would appear immediately. Therefore, even if many upper god emperors who were participating in the battle for the divine kingdoms gathered together, very few of them would take the initiative to kill the upper god emperors who started the riots. Killing one or two upper god emperors would be fine. However, if they killed a few more and a lower ultimate god was born, it would be a disaster for them. No matter how many people they had, they wouldn't dare to kill a lower ultimate god. Once they killed one and a middle ultimate god appeared, they would be finished no matter how many people they had. Moreover, they were able to kill a lower ultimate god because they didn't have a full soul high-grade divine weapon. They relied entirely on their profound laws, divine power, and the four Taoists of heaven and earth. That was right. The upper gods who were born in Heaven's Canyon all understood the four Taoists of heaven and earth. Even those upper god emperors who didn't have a full soul high-grade divine weapon had grasped the four Taoists of heaven and earth. Moreover, they were in Heaven's Canyon and had an endless supply of divine power. If they couldn't kill them quickly, they would be the ones to die. As long as you're strong enough, you don't have to be afraid of the riots in Heaven's Canyon because they're moving towards the center. As long as we're faster than them, they won't be able to catch up. Moreover, they won't go any further after advancing towards the center of Heaven's Canyon. At that time, unless you want to go around them, they won't have any interaction with you. In Heaven's Canyon, any upper god emperor who was confident in their strength wouldn't be afraid of the riots in Heaven's Canyon. The riots in Heaven's Canyon will happen after we enter. There's no exact time. However, after the riots, we'll be driven to the center of Heaven's Canyon. Not only is the central region of the Heaven's Canyon even more dangerous, but there are also groups of higher god emperors in the area. You'll also have to face the higher god emperors of the various divine nations. The battle for the center of Heaven's Canyon is also the end of the battle for the divine kingdoms. At that time, those who survive will be sent out of Heaven's Canyon. Those who die will remain in Heaven's Canyon forever. It's said that they won't truly die, but their consciousness will fade away and they'll become living beings in Heaven's Canyon. For example, some of the living beings we've met in Heaven's Canyon might have died in the past. These people are easy to recognize because they're different from ordinary living beings. Ordinary living beings don't have full soul high-grade divine weapons, but they do. These people didn't master the four Taoists of heaven and earth when they were alive, but they can passively master them after they die. They're very terrifying. Today, if someone who's slightly weaker than you becomes a living being in Heaven's Canyon and masters the four Taoists of heaven and earth, you might not be their match. As the days passed, many people had a premonition that the creatures in Heaven's Canyon were about to riot. Who knew when they would suddenly erupt? Of course, those who were calm were still doing their own things. They were either looking for living beings to kill or looking for opportunities. Duan Tian, for example, had received double the rewards from killing the two upper god emperors from Red Plains Divine Kingdom a few days ago. This was equivalent to killing 4 upper god emperors under normal circumstances. Duan Tian had entered seclusion to absorb the rewards and strengthen himself. His attainments in the law of space were profound, and he'd mastered the Tao of control and sword Tao. His control of power had reached a certain level. Therefore, the speed at which he absorbed the rewards was fast and didn't put any burden on him. With his current attainments in various aspects, he wasn't inferior to ordinary ultimate gods. In fact, he was even stronger than ordinary ultimate gods. His cultivation level could be said to be a hindrance to his overall strength. If he became a lower ultimate god now, he'd be one of the best even among lower ultimate gods with his current abilities. Perhaps he'd be able to contend with ordinary intermediate ultimate gods. I'm still a little short. Duan Tian opened his eyes and sighed with a regretful expression on his face when all the rewards from the laws had been converted into a part of his divine energy, and improved the strength of his other two laws. This was the worst-case scenario. He didn't expect that he'd still run into it. Even if I kill another upper god emperor, even if there's no additional rewards, I'll definitely be able to become a middle ultimate god. It's time to go out and work. Now, a few days have passed. The Canyon of Heavens will erupt soon, right? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow at this thought. He'd heard about the Canyon of Heavens will erupting and didn't dare to take it lightly. He wasn't afraid of ordinary upper god emperors if there weren't that many of them. However, there were so many upper god emperors that he couldn't kill. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to be afraid. It's only been a few days. I wonder if fourth senior sister is still first in the individual rankings. With this thought, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted to the rankings. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.